Chapter 1. On the 19th of October, 1490, in the calendar of the Oceanic Circle, approximately 29 years prior to Luffy's departure. Cooper, I implore you to play some music, and leap about this will surely draw patrons to purchase our meat, Arthur urged. In the East Sea, within the realm governed by the Goa Kingdom, lies a quaint market in a village named Canola Blossom. 14-year-old Arthur was busily displaying an array of game meats spread across the ground. Today marked not only the celebration of his 14th birthday, but also the day of rent payment. If he failed to sell the game before him, he and Cooper would have no choice but to sleep on the streets come tomorrow. Before his stall, a white-tailed sea eagle, approximately a meter in size, flapped its dark brown wings, performing the dance of the great emperor that Arthur had taught it. With its robust talons, it hopped energetically in front of the stall. With each leap, Cooper would call out its own name, its wise expression swaying its head from side to side, retracting its wings, only to unfurl them once more. It resembled a whimsical sand sculpture. Cooper had been found by Arthur during a hunting expedition in the forest when it was just a fledgling. Like 4-year-old Arthur, it had yet to fully grow its feathers and had been saved from peril. Thus, Cooper devotedly followed Arthur, this time traveler, through the trials of life. As for its name, it was derived from the sounds it made, which resembled Cooper. Therefore, Arthur affectionately named it Cooper. Ha ha, Arthur, are you relying on that foolish eagle to attract customers again? A passerby at the market, witnessing Cooper's amusing antics, could not help but tease. Upon hearing this, Cooper instinctively revealed its sharp predatory nature, perceiving the individual as prey. It extended its neck, spread its wings wide, and charged towards him. Cooper, the eagle chased the man throughout the market, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. With each 2 steps the man took, Cooper would peck at him with its sharp beak. In this bustling village, it brought a touch of amusement to everyone present. Indeed, Cooper bore a grudge even more than Arthur, however. Having cohabited with humans, it had learned to temper its strength and maintain discretion. It seems today's game is quite fresh, Arthur. In light of Cooper's impressive abstract dance, I shall have 10 pounds. 200 berry per pound. Good sir, Arthur replied with a smile, deftly slicing a piece and handing it to him. Thus, the first transaction of the day garnered him 2,000 berry. Are you not going to weigh it? The customer, holding a generous portion of game, feigned inquiry upon realizing the ample quantity. Rest assured, sir, Arthur replied without looking up, busying himself with a bloodied knife on the stall. As always, my game is never short of quantity. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. This exchange was observed by a band of ruffians who frequently extorted protection fees in the market. They were quite displeased with Arthur's thriving business, particularly due to the presence of the eagle, which deterred them from making a move against him. However, upon noticing Cooper stray from Arthur's side, they concocted a nefarious scheme. Before long, another customer approached Arthur's stall. His lips were pale, his eyes darkened, and his complexion was ashen. Clutching his waist and appearing quite distressed, he stood before Arthur's game stall. Arthur, quickly, give me 10 pounds of deer kidneys. My wife is driving me to the brink. With a swift motion, Arthur complied, slicing 10 pounds of deer kidneys and even adding 2 extra eggs. Here you go, Uncle Village Chief. We mustn't let a man lose his vigor. Take these 2 stag eggs as well, so you may demonstrate your masculine prowess before your wife tonight. The village chief, eyeing the bag of kidneys and the 2 pungent eggs, gleamed with excitement. Arthur, though you are young, you grasp the affairs of adults remarkably well. Regardless of what sounds you hear from my home tonight, do not be surprised, I shall surely win her over. With that, the village chief handed Arthur 10,000 berry. Today's total earnings amounted to 12,000 berry. Arthur accepted the money, counting it meticulously before responding with a grin. Village chief, may you be blessed with many sons. Do remember to lower my rent. May your words bring me fortune. Arthur, the village chief exclaimed, clutching the bag of deer kidneys and eggs, striding swiftly back home. But the rent shall remain unchanged. The village chief was a miser, known for his extravagant spending, leaving Arthur with no recourse. Desiring to remain within the bounds of the law, he had no choice but to accept this state of affairs. Arthur shook his head, letting out a profound sigh. In this underdeveloped world, the living standards of the East Sea folk are surprisingly commendable. No sooner had the village chief departed than 5 burly bandits encircled Arthur's stall, grinning maliciously. With so much meat, why not share a bit with us, little brat? Indeed, you manage to procure such quantities daily, you have never paid protection fees in all your years of the market. Now that you are of age, it is time to pay up. The threats posed by these ruffians did not instill fear in Arthur. He dismissively retorted, "If you have no intention of buying meat, be gone. Do not disturb my business." These bandits have been reported to the Navy multiple times, yet no action had been taken against them. Over time, their audacity had only grown. The villagers, unwilling to risk their lives in defiance, opted to pay the protection fees to avoid trouble. Professional? I find you insufferable, and I intend to ruin your business, you filthy brat. As one of the bandits impulsively lunged at Arthur's stall, the others followed suit, trampling and destroying it. The game and dozens of pounds of fine meat were sent sprawling across the ground, smeared with mud and filth, rendering it nearly inedible. "My meat!" Arthur exclaimed, frantic as he attempted to halt their destruction, only to be violently kicked aside, landing near a vegetable stall. He had not intended to resist, but this was too much to bear. "Damn, brat, we have long harbored disdain for you. Had it not been for that wretched eagle protecting you, we would have dealt with you already. Now that the eagle is absent, let's see how you fare." Rising from the vegetable stall, Arthur politely apologized to the stall owner. Turning to face the bandits, his youthful demeanor transformed, revealing a steely resolve in his gaze. "Do you truly believe it is the eagle that protects me?" Arthur clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his forearms visibly taut, poised to strike. If not, then what else could it be?" At that moment, another bandit rushed from the shoreline, drenched in sweat. "This is bad, boss. The Navy, a naval warship, is approaching." Upon hearing this news, the villagers at the market erupted in joyous celebration. This signified the end of the bandits' tyranny. As they prepared to arm themselves for resistance, the 5 bandits harassing Arthur were suddenly swept off the ground and hurled toward the sea. Boom! Boom! Arthur unleashed 5 powerful punches, glaring at the airborne bandits, whose faces bore the imprint of his fists as they soared into the distance, bewildered. "Wait, why are we flying?" The bandits' noses bled as they plummeted from the sky. "Damn you!" Arthur retracted his fists, collecting the remaining edible meat to avoid waste. Although food was not scarce in this world, few ordinary individuals dared to hunt the fierce beasts of the forests. The island's food resources relied on trade and the courage of those unafraid to seek and sell them. At the coastal dock, a figure descended from the warship, draped in a cloak of justice, clad in military green fatigues, with a mane of thick hair, gazing skyward. This individual was named Monkey D. Dragon, the son of a naval hero. At the age of 23, he held the rank of colonel in the Navy, bearing the moniker of a monster. Is there truly someone in this village capable of launching a person so far? Dragon mused, intrigued as he observed a young man of considerable strength within the village. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the village, noticing a meter-tall eagle fiercely pursuing an individual. Cooper, help! Navy! An eagle chasing a man, Dragon exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, as if it were the villagers' fault for being pursued. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, he resolved to intervene, sweeping his arm in front of him. Instantly, a violent gust of wind surged toward the hapless man from Cooper's pursuit. Cooper, caught in the thrill of the chase, abruptly sensed something amiss and halted, perplexed by the oncoming tempest. With unwavering determination, it spread its wings and attempted to fan the wind away. However, the outcome was not as Cooper had anticipated. The force of the wind overwhelmed its own, sending it hurtling several meters away, injured and grounded. Thank you. Truly, you are the noble Navy. I merely called it a foolish eagle, and it has been relentless in its pursuit. The man clutched his sore backside, the fabric of his trousers completely obliterated by the eagle's pecking. Yet, miraculously, there was no blood, only a slight redness on his rear. You insulted it, and that's why it chased you pecking? Dolag appeared somewhat bewildered, observing the eagle struggling to rise from the ground not far away. I merely uttered a reprimand. After all, it's just a beast attacking humans is inherently wrong. Cooper lay on the ground, howling as if injured, calling out for someone. Silence. Dolag, upon hearing such words, glared fiercely at the villager and shouted. At times, human emotions are far less pure than those of animals. The villager was rendered speechless, not daring to utter another word, at least ensuring his own safety. Before long, Arthur, unscathed, was approaching while holding a mountain bandit, drawn by Cooper's cries from the marketplace. Arthur reached Cooper's side and helped him up, who had been knocked down by the fierce winds. Cooper, what happened? He wore a large blade, approximately a meter in length, strapped at his waist. His spirits appeared remarkably high, radiating an infectious energy. His slightly disheveled hair lent him a hint of charm. Due to years of hunting, his attire consisted of a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, complemented by a pair of worn-out flip-flops, giving him a somewhat unkempt appearance. Cooper, filled with rage, complained to Arthur, extending a claw to point at the naval officer standing on the dock. Having followed Arthur since childhood, his behavior and mannerisms bore a resemblance to those of a human. Old man Luffy? Arthur looked up in surprise upon seeing the naval officer, his heart racing with astonishment. As a longtime fan of the Pirate King, he instantly recognized the face before him. However, it was indeed unexpected to see Monkey D. Dolag donned in a naval uniform. Are you saying he injured you? Arthur's voice rose deliberately, ensuring Dolag could hear. Cooper nodded vigorously. There seems to be a misunderstanding, young man. Dolag, upon hearing Arthur's words, seized the villager hiding behind him and pulled him forward, explaining, I had no idea this fellow insulted that eagle and was subsequently chased. Instinctively, Dolag sensed that the 5 mountain bandits who had just been sent flying into the nearby sea were the doing of the seemingly youthful boy before him. Let me go, you little brute. The bandit in Arthur's grip whimpered, his teeth knocked out and pleading for mercy. Arthur hesitated for a moment, rising to meet Dolag's gaze with a serious expression. Shielding Cooper behind him, his arm drew back like a bow. He aimed the bandit at Dolag, who stood beneath the dock's military vessel, and hurled him forcefully. With a resounding crash, the thrown bandit was immediately overwhelmed by the tremendous air resistance and fainted on the spot. He cared not for the identity of the naval officer before him. Anyone who dared harm his eagle would face consequences. Impudent! How dare you attack the son of a naval hero, Colonel Dolag? The soldiers under Dolag's command were incensed upon witnessing this. Just as the naval soldiers prepared to raise their firearms and shoot at Arthur, they were halted by Dolag. The bandit's body, propelled towards Dolag, was intercepted by a gentle wind barrier, bringing him to a stop. As the bandit collapsed onto the dock, Dolag discovered that he had already lost consciousness. Is this astonishing strength emanating from him? Dolag was taken aback, feeling an intense and terrifying aura that compelled him to look up. His pupils dilated in disbelief as the boy, who had been several meters away moments ago, now stood before him, poised to strike. With a thundering sound, Arthur closed the distance and threw a punch, only to find his fist passing straight through Dolag's body. This is the power of a devil fruit. He has consumed a devil fruit, Arthur thought, observing Dolag's body as it appeared to become translucent, like the natural wind, rendering his fist unable to make contact. To test his hypothesis, Arthur unleashed a barrage of punches toward Dolag's form. Dolag stood there, unperturbed, allowing Arthur to strike him, discovering that each punch was imbued with unfathomable force. Receiving even a single blow would not bode well for him. Arthur abruptly ceased his assault, breathing evenly as he turned to lead Cooper away from the dock, leaving with an air of indifference. Let's go. Cooper, we shall not seek vengeance for this. Arthur felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that striking Dolag, who had already consumed a devil fruit, would be futile. If only I could wield hockey. Arthur mused as he departed the dock. Dolag, witnessing Arthur, who had been enraged moments before now leaving nonchalantly, was taken aback. Such adaptability? That little brat. Is he truly that formidable? I thought that eagle was already quite impressive. The villager pursued by Cooper was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at Arthur's terrifying strength. "Colonel, should we apprehend him? He dares to show you such disrespect after all. You're the son of Vice Admiral Garp." The soldiers were poised to spring into action, ready to detain Arthur, but were halted by Dolag's commanding shout. Dolag, irritated by their words, felt as though they were implying that all his accomplishments were merely due to his father's reputation. This deeply vexed him. "Do you intend to take action against an ordinary citizen? Have you forgotten our duties as members of the Navy?" With a resonant voice, Dorag startled his subordinates. The soldiers lowered their heads, refraining from uttering another word. "Villager, I pose this question to you." Dorag turned to the villager who had just been pecked at by Cooper and inquired, "Whose child is that individual in the village?" The villager replied, "I do not know. He is a wild child. Without any family, he appeared out of nowhere, settling on this island, probably around 4 or 5 years old." The villager's response took Dorag by surprise, prompting him to momentarily set aside the matter and order the Navy soldiers to suppress the bandits in the village. Is he endowed with innate strength? Dorag speculated. The stall was destroyed by a group of bandits, and with no goods today, there was no way to continue selling. Arthur, accompanied by Cooper, traversed a vast path through a field of rapeseed flowers, returning to the central thatched courtyard of the island. He knelt in the courtyard, raising his voice to the heavens. "Damn it! I have been in the world of One Piece for a whole decade. Could you grant me a bit of respite? At the very least, send me a beauty to warm my bed, not a damn eagle. This journey through time is utterly frustrating. Have I truly become a butcher selling invigorating meat?" Arthur returned indoors to check his savings box. With today's 2 transactions included, he had exactly 102,000 berries. He gazed at the berries in the box, his face shadowed with despair. After paying the rent tomorrow, only 2,000 would remain at that moment. Cooper entered from outside, gently nudging Arthur with his head to express his hunger. "Damn it." Arthur counted out 2,000 berries in his hand, tossing the remainder back into the box. "Were it not for being treated as an illegal resident, I would not be paying double the rent." The rent was originally 50,000 berries per month, but due to Arthur's lack of registered citizenship in the Goya Kingdom, the village chief charged him double. "Come on, Cooper, let us eat something and then exercise." Arthur sighed deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Earlier that day, he had hunted over 100 pounds of game in the mountains, hoping to sell more. But the bandits had interfered, ruining nearly all of it. Now, only around 20 to 30 pounds remained, serving as rations for himself and Cooper. With 2,000 berries in his pocket, Arthur took the pile of meat to wash it clean in the courtyard of the thatched house. Then, using a grill, he set up a bonfire to start roasting in the rapeseed field. After about 10 minutes, an array of fragrant and juicy game was ready. Arthur and Cooper sat on the ground in the courtyard, gazing through the fence at the rapeseed field basking in sunlight. "Initially, I had cleared this area completely, and now it flourishes anew." As Arthur ate the meat, he reflected on his life over the past decade. It had been monotonous and dull, hunting game, selling it, and relentlessly training his body in a repetitive cycle for a full 10 years. His physique had reached the limits of ordinary training, showing no signs of improvement for half a year. Yet, he continued to maintain his regimen of training and cultivation. In a world where the daily economic news was filled with pirate attacks and ceaseless wars, Arthur genuinely feared that one day he might be killed by some nameless pirate. However, he believed that with his current strength, that was unlikely. Just earlier at the dock, when he attacked Monkey D. Dorag, he noticed the unease on Dorag's face. This was sufficient evidence that, against ordinary people, barring sneak attacks and trickery, almost no one could best him. Arthur glanced at Cooper beside him, stroking its snowy white head. "Cooper, shouldn't we consider a change in our way of life? Continuing this way, we will find no means of advancement." Cooper happily gnawed on the roasted meat beneath its claws. Nodding in agreement to Arthur, Dorag's arrival undoubtedly marked the commencement of another adventure for Arthur. Being familiar with the plot of One Piece, did not wish to join the Navy. However, he aspired to learn the Navy's 6 forms to bolster his foundational strength. This inevitably required him to join the Navy, and the present moment was indeed an opportune time. With Dorag on the island to eliminate bandits, it was also a good opportunity for Arthur, who admired Luffy, to make an acquaintance with Luffy's father. But first, let us focus on discipline. That night, the arrival of the Navy filled the forest with the sounds of gunfire. All the bandits in the mountains were eradicated by the Navy led by Dorage. In the stillness of the night, after a day of discipline, Arthur and Cooper returned to their home courtyard. Both utterly exhausted, as Arthur pushed open the courtyard gate, he noticed a familiar figure standing inside. Tentatively, he called out, "Colonel Dorag," draped in a cloak of justice. Dorag appeared to have been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. Standing at 189 cm, Arthur could only look up at him as he approached. "The bandits have all been subdued. Before coming here, I paid a visit to the village chief and learned that you are a man without identity." Dorag inquired politely, observing that both Arthur and his eagle companion appeared quite fatigued. "I wonder what brings you here, Colonel." Arthur sidestepped past him, having already surmised Dorag's purpose for being there. The force behind his punch earlier in the day was not something an ordinary person could possess. So it was only natural that he garnered Dorag's attention. Perhaps this was the key to a change in his way of life. Arthur mused, to join the Navy, learn the 6 forms, and then depart. He joined, yet did not truly join. Conveniently, his training had now reached its limits, and to achieve another breakthrough, he must explore alternative methods and choices. Dorag gazed towards the village chief's residence, not far from Arthur's home. Captivated by the stunning view illuminated by the lights inside, leaving him momentarily speechless, he did not immediately respond to Arthur's question, instead pointing toward the distant house and gently asking, "At your age, do you spend your days observing such intimate scenes between men and women while living alone?" Sounds of moans and the entangled union of a couple resonated from the village chief's home, igniting a surge of blood in Dorag. Even now, at the age of 23, he found it hard to resist. However, for Arthur, it was of no consequence. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Without casting a glance at the village chief's bedroom curtains in the distance, Arthur scoffed and remarked to Dorag, "I never would have guessed that a dignified Navy colonel would take pleasure in such matters." Hearing this, Dorag was immediately flustered, his face turning crimson as he turned to Arthur and protested. "I do not." "Your face is flushed, Colonel." Arthur teased Dorag, reminding him, "If I were wholly absorbed in fantasies of such matters, I wouldn't be training vigorously every day to strengthen myself. The mere expenditure of some berries to find a village girl at a tavern would suffice to satisfy my desires." In that moment, 23-year-old Dorag felt utterly humiliated, realizing that he was less mature than the 14-year-old boy before him. He cleared his throat twice, attempting to regain his composure to respond, but was interrupted once more by Arthur's teasing words. Arthur continued, "Dorag, you are the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Surely he has not neglected to introduce you to such experiences?" Upon finishing, Arthur couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable power of 10 deer kidneys and 2 testicles. Regardless of the world, the benefits are astounding. Especially in this world, where biological genetics are altered, the effects manifest remarkably fast. Dorag, feeling flustered and embarrassed, quickly retorted, "Nonsense. How could I not have had such experiences?" Seeing Dorag's fluster, Arthur stood before him and whispered, "Could it be that Colonel Dorag is still a virgin?" The blush on Dorag's face turned as red as a teapot, confirming that, at this stage, he had yet to encounter Luffy's mother. "'Tis to his day." Arthur, witnessing the truth of his words, incredulously led Cooper back inside. As Cooper passed by Dorag, it leaned in closer and called out, "Cooper, virgin." Enduring such a blow to his dignity, Dorag stood alone in Arthur's courtyard for quite some time, unable to comprehend, until Arthur and Cooper inside had finished their dinner, leisurely watching him from the windowsill, picking at the remnants of meat between their teeth with toothpicks. "I have come here for one thing." Dorag did not intend to dwell on his grievances with Arthur, for he was, after all, a member of the Navy. Were it not for his Navy identity, he would have already given Arthur a good thrashing. "Huh, what is that?" Arthur feigned ignorance, yet deep down, he had already surmised the intentions of Drag. Maintaining his composure, Drag calmly stated, "Last year, remnants of the Rocks pirates, who were obliterated over 6 years ago in the Valley of the Sea God, have begun to gather allies once more, seeking to expand their influence upon the vast ocean. This resurgence has plunged the seas, which had enjoyed a fleeting peace for less than 6 years, back into chaos. As innocent civilians across the globe suffer under the onslaught of pirates, the new era of turmoil is upon us. And the Navy, regrettably, lacks the strength to curb this band of unbridled monsters. Thus, do you comprehend the purpose of my visit?" After delivering this lengthy discourse with a grave expression, Drag hoped that Arthur would grasp his true intention, to recruit him into the Navy. The terrifying strength displayed by Arthur, coupled with his exhausted demeanor upon returning home, led Drag to conclude that such power was not innate, but rather a result of diligent training, which itself requires a certain degree of talent. At last, Arthur clenched his fists, having discerned Drag's desire to invite him to join the Navy. If he extended the invitation, then Arthur would not have to grovel for it. Arthur responded to Drag's earlier proposition. "I am willing to join, but I have one condition, Colonel Drag." "Speak," Drag replied, somewhat taken aback by Arthur's swift acceptance. "That I wish to learn the Navy's 6 styles," Arthur declared, then lifted the eagle-headed Kubo beside him, adding, "And this fellow must accompany me as well?" Kubo. Kubo was momentarily stunned, feeling uncomfortable in Arthur's grip. However, it was indifferent, believing that as long as it was with Arthur, it was home. Moreover, Kubo could understand human language. "Ha ha ha!" Drag erupted in hearty laughter upon hearing such conditions. "Fear not. Given your aptitude, I shall personally instruct you in the Navy's 6 styles. As for your eagle companion, he too shall be welcomed into the Navy." With that, Drag's expression turned serious once more as he continued. "However, Arthur, your time for training will be limited. The new recruits under Instructor Zephyr have already been deployed to the front lines. Among them are 2 exceptionally formidable individuals. Much like yourself." Drag was uncertain if his words might be seen as an exaggeration of the young man before him. Only through a test of strength could the truth be revealed. Arthur's expression hardened as he pondered this notion to join a battle of life and death with so little training. This prospect filled him with concern for his safety. Yet, the choice lay before him, to remain on this canola flower island, trapped in a stagnant training life, or to join the Navy and confront the remnants of the old generation of pirates. Soon, Arthur made a pivotal decision regarding his newfound path, although a laid-back existence on the island might bring him bliss akin to that of a deity. He could easily father numerous robust offspring within a year, ensuring the proliferation of his lineage. After all, he was not unattractive, possessing a certain charm. Each time he passed by the tavern, he found himself tantalized by the alluring tavern dancers. After approximately an hour of contemplation, Drag observed Arthur, who oscillated between lying on the windowsill, climbing onto the eaves, and swinging Kubo's eagle head. He had gone through various contemplative actions without arriving at any conclusion. Thus, Drag, growing impatient, inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" "Hey, Colonel, can eagles learn the 6 styles?" Arthur ultimately considered his beloved companion and posed another question to Drag. If Kubo could grow stronger, it would become an unwaveringly loyal partner who would never betray him. He was convinced of this after witnessing the eagle use its wings to shield him from the turbulent winds generated by his abilities earlier that day. "Very well, I shall join you in the Navy." Colonel Drag, that my name is Arthur. "I hope to receive your guidance henceforth." Arthur readily agreed. However, at that moment, a woman's moan emanated from within the village chief's abode. "Ah, Chief, what has come over you tonight? You're so vigorous." "I like it." Upon hearing this, Arthur broke into a grin, unfazed and accustomed to such occurrences, remaining calm and indifferent. That in contrast, Drag's heart raced, feeling a surge of heat and restlessness. "Don't dwell on such matters, Colonel. Women in this world are far too liberated that I hold no interest in these ordinary women," Arthur teased, observing Drag's flushed visage. "Silence," Drag retorted, having traveled the world with the old man for so many years. "How could I be unaware? Shall we depart now?" Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had already packed his belongings, which hung from Kubo's eagle head, standing before it. His belongings consisted solely of a chest containing 100,000 berries and a sword at his waist. He carried nothing else. Upon closer inspection, Arthur noted that Drag stood approximately 2.5 meters tall. "Before we proceed, I must first assess your strength, Arthur," Drag stated, shifting his gaze from the village chief's bedroom curtains back to Arthur. "If I can't land a hit on you, how can I assess?" Arthur suddenly grew serious, understanding that this was a method of testing his capabilities. "I shall not employ my abilities against you. Whether you excel in martial arts or swordsmanship, unleash all your skills." Drag assumed a combat stance, signaling his intent to engage. "Swordsmanship." Arthur glanced at the blade at his waist, shaking his head. "Never mind. I am only proficient in martial arts." "Colonel Drag, then let it commence." Drag's fighting spirit surged, eager to gauge the strength of Arthur's previously displayed might. The talent of an ordinary person could never reach such heights after a decade of honing a single fist or a sword. Arthur entered a battle-ready state, his spirit igniting within him. In mere seconds, he appeared transformed, standing before Drag with an intense aura that even startled Drag, as the palpable tension caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow. In the next instant, Arthur's expression turned grave, and with a swift movement, he appeared before Drag, launching a powerful punch that broke the sound barrier. Seeing this, Drag felt a thrill of excitement, realizing that Arthur's strength was indeed astonishing. Yet, in the following moment, Drag countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding erupted in the night, a resounding explosion that echoed through the air for a brief moment. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. What is happening? Arthur exerted all his might through his right arm, perplexed as he observed the pained expression on Drag's face, as if he were straining to withstand Arthur's force. Could it be that I have trained to a level that even the youthful Drag finds challenging? Have I already transcended the realm of ordinary individuals? Arthur's heart raced with confusion and exhilaration. This initial insight into his own strength ignited a fervor within Arthur. He felt no pressure, and with a single, effortless punch, he sent the esteemed Colonel Drag flying before him. Drag shielded his head with both hands as he soared through the canola flower fields, crashing uncontrollably into the village chief's dwelling. Another explosive sound echoed from within the chief's home. Amidst the dust from the shattered house, a woman's piercing scream rang out. "Don't touch me. This is a misunderstanding." "My lady," Drag exclaimed, bewildered as he found himself in someone else's home. Having inadvertently interrupted their intimate moment, he lay atop the woman, who was stark naked, like a pillow on the ground, quickly rising amidst the smoke. Drag attempted to explain himself, only to discover that the village chief had been knocked unconscious by the earlier impact battle. Arthur bellowed with fervor, having completely forgotten that he was still fatigued from training. As he charged into the smoke once more, delivering a punch that sent Drag sprawling away from the woman, that he realized that, in pure hand-to-hand combat, he could overpower the youthful Drag without any difficulty. Ha ha! Arthur continuously swung his fists at Dorag, the excitement on his face impossible to conceal. Dorag could only resort to defense, his gaze fixed on Arthur's chaotic flurry of strikes, silently muttering, "Iron block, in an instant." As Arthur's fist struck, he felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall of formidable hardness, rendering him incapable of inflicting further damage. With a resounding thud, Dorag seized the opportunity presented by Arthur's momentary daze. Delivering a powerful blow to his jaw with his hardened fist, Arthur felt the world spin, his brain seemingly losing control over his body as he soared into the air above the canola flower field. That force shouldn't cause any harm, right? Dorag watched as Arthur ascended over 10 meters high, a sense of unease gripping him, yet he did not relent. With swift footfalls, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Arthur to deliver another blow that sent him crashing into the canola field. "You too," the village chief's wife, her alabaster body concealed by fabric, gazed in terror at the two superhuman figures battling before her. As Dorag landed from the air, he did not spare her a glance. Advising, "My apologies, madam, we are conducting a strength test. Please escort the chief away from this area." Having been struck twice with great force, Arthur quickly rose from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest and coughed violently. "Hey, can pure martial arts utilize the 6 styles? How could I possibly withstand your blows, Dorag? Those 2 punches nearly took my life." He could not help but marvel. "You are a monster I discovered in the East Sea. I am a colonel of the Navy and have battled alongside Akainu and Kizaru. How could I possibly lose to a mere recruit?" Dorag's words instantaneously illuminated Arthur's understanding of his current martial arts level. Pure physical combat could indeed rival theirs. It was known that even in their rookie days, Akainu and Kizaru were regarded as monsters of the Navy. Heaven is not unkind to me. Arthur felt a surge of gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. After years of effort, he had finally received validation. Yet, relying solely on pure martial arts and swordsmanship, he feared that he could be easily dispatched by those who wielded haki. The 6 styles and various unique martial arts techniques. He must learn the 6 styles and hakai in no more fighting. We shall resume at another time. For the first time in years, Arthur's body bore the bruises of battle, lying motionless in the canola field not far from the village chief's residence. "All right, I shall wait until you have recuperated," Dorag concluded, having gleaned some insights from their brief exchange. That being, Arthur was formidable and would undoubtedly astonish everyone upon joining the Navy. A gentle breeze swept across the island, the trees bowing in reverence to Dorag's imposing presence as he approached Arthur, hands in pockets, observing him lying on the ground. You are indeed powerful, yet devoid of any battle experience. Without experience, even the mightiest physique and strength may be defeated. Arthur smiled faintly. Thus, I find myself basking in a delightful emotion, one that has the potential to transform my very existence. His navigational skills were lacking, and he had no intention of living aimlessly any longer. Change was imperative. Colonel, have you completed the eradication of the bandits? Shall we depart tonight? Is it so urgent? Why not set sail tomorrow? Dorag questioned, puzzled by Arthur's haste. Tonight it shall be. Cooper, come assist me. Arthur was unwilling to pay rent any longer, aside from his reluctance to part with the canola field he had tended for a decade. He cherished nothing else. 10 years of unwavering self-discipline, nearly devoid of social interaction or new experiences, had left his thoughts trapped in the mindset of a 4-year-old upon his arrival in this world. Yearning to encounter new things, Dorag could not linger long in the East Sea either. The rampant pirates of the Grand Line required the intervention of newly minted monster marines like them. Particularly, the recently emerged Flying Sky Pirates. Most of the remnants of the Rocks pirates had joined this crew, led by the formidable Captain Shiki, who harbored grand ambitions of world conquest. I too cannot tarry in the East Sea for long. My return is merely a routine patrol of my homeland security, Dorag continued. Fortuitously, I have come here and discovered someone as extraordinarily gifted as you. The Navy soldiers, alerted by the sounds of battle, arrived at the canola field, fully armed. Colonel, what transpired on the island? Was that noise indicative of your combat? They remained on high alert, noting the destruction of several canola fields and a damaged house. But nothing more. Nothing occurred. It was merely a combat assessment for a new recruit. Dorag clarified to his soldiers. A new recruit. He intends to join our Navy. They swiftly issued the order. Indeed, prepare for departure. We shall return tonight. The assembled troops obeyed, promptly returning to the docked warship to prepare for sailing, resupplying, replenishing water, and checking wind conditions. Arthur and Cooper followed Dorag from the island to the dock, marveling at the colossal warship anchored there. How grand it is! How many soldiers are aboard, Colonel Dorag? 300, Dorag replied. Typically, we deploy with 800 for missions, but the peaceful nature of the East Sea rarely necessitates such a large force. In contrast to the technologically advanced North Sea, the formidable South Sea, and the mafia-infested West Sea, the people of the East Sea seem to live in a harmonious society, often dubbed the weakest sea. 800? That is quite a number. Arthur was somewhat astonished, for he understood that only vice-admirals typically commanded such a force. Dorag, as a colonel, possessed such a configuration, highlighting the tense nature of the era marked by the resurgence of the Rock's remnants. Rest assured, as long as there are no missions, I can train you every day. Dorag smiled, patting Arthur on the shoulder. I see a captivating righteousness within you. Arthur secretly rejoiced but retorted, you must be mistaken. He merely joined the Navy to grow stronger, feeling trapped at a bottleneck in his abilities. That Dorag's attention shifted to the hilt of the sword at Arthur's waist. By the way, are you a swordsman? Why do you carry a sword yet refrain from using it? At this, Arthur looked down at his sword with a faint smile. This is self-restraint. Noticing Arthur's smile, Dorag grew curious. Ah, so, does that mean your swordsmanship surpasses your martial arts? If you lack sword skills, I happen to know a powerful swordsman here in the East Sea. I could introduce you for a few days of training. Arthur promptly declined. No, Colonel Dorag, I wish to focus solely on learning the 6 styles. Suddenly, a call from a den mushy rang out from Dorag's pocket. He retrieved the creature, holding it to his ear. Upon connecting, Dorag spoke with respect. This is the Navy headquarters. Colonel Monkey D. to Dorag speaking. Is there a new directive from the headquarters? The den mushy responded. Colonel Dorag, please return to Marineford immediately. A significant incident has occurred on the Grand Line. A significant incident. What exactly is it? Upon hearing this news, Dorag's expression turned grave, indicating that new orders were forthcoming. Several pirate captains under Captain Shiki are currently leading their forces to seize the Navy branch bases established on various islands within the Grand Line. However, intelligence has not revealed the whereabouts of Captain Shiki himself. The headquarters intends for you, alongside Akainu and Kizuru, to undertake some training. Please return immediately and rendezvous with Colonels Akainu and Kizuru at Marineford. As the messenger on the other end relayed the mission objectives, Dorag pondered, glancing at Arthur. My apologies. Arthur, I've received an urgent task. If you wish to learn the 6 styles, It may be challenging to grasp the theoretical knowledge during these days of return. The Navy soldiers were astonished to witness their colonel treating Arthur with such leniency, believing he must possess some exceptional qualities, theoretical knowledge. Arthur scoffed at Dorag's words. "Colonel, allow me to practice directly. Theory is futile. Only through practice can one uncover the truth." The Navy's sixth style necessitates a certain level of physical foundation, yet Arthur has already established his groundwork. "You seem overly eager. Perhaps you should first register your and your Eagle's enlistment information." Doflamingo ushered Arthur into the office to fill out his personal details. Arthur looked bewilderedly at the resume template. My country of birth? In this world, he had no information in the world government's archives, let alone a country. "You can't possibly not have a place of birth?" Doflamingo inquired. "None," Arthur replied. "Very well," Doflamingo sighed. Slightly exasperated, it's not uncommon not to remember one's birthplace or even know one's biological parents. "I have encountered such situations far too often. Just put down the Kingdom of Goya or any other town. I will arrange your registration later." War, orphans, corpses. Doflamingo had been shadowing Garp since childhood, exposed to such grim realities from a young age, and had seen far too much. His subconscious had come to view Arthur as just another part of this grim tableau. "Then I shall list Rog Town as my birthplace. Age, just turned 14 today. Birthday, October 19. Height, 189 centimeter. Fond of dumplings with various fillings." Arthur scribbled down his personal information as he spoke, completing his details. For some test data, he left blank. He handed the form to Doflamingo. Upon reviewing the information Arthur submitted, Doflamingo mused. "It seems you possess little substantive understanding of your own physique, lacking practical combat experience. Once this urgent mission concludes, and if you are still alive, we shall conduct further tests. For now, you have no further duties today. You may go and rest." With that, Cooper, who had been beside Arthur, filled out his own personal information using his feathers and handed it to Doflamingo. Much to the latter's surprise, an old eagle could write. He eagerly glanced at the information Cooper had provided, only to have his expression darken. Every blank was filled with the name Cooper, written in an exquisite script. "When will you teach me the sixth style, Colonel?" Arthur asked before departing, insistent on learning the Navy's sixth style. Only through mastery of this technique could he achieve a breakthrough in strength. Only then could he become formidable, but I suggest you rest for now. Every endeavor must be approached step by step. There's no need to rush, Doflamingo advised, turning to address the reports piling on his desk. Neglecting Arthur, who stood before him, Arthur, maintaining a stoic expression, intended to leave with Cooper and inquired, "Where shall I sleep? My quarters have yet to be assigned." After speaking, noticing Doflamingo was still preoccupied, he exited the office with Cooper. Time passed, and after Doflamingo finished reviewing the pirate extermination reports, he looked up, expecting Arthur to still be present. "I'll have the quartermaster arrange accommodations for you." "Where has he gone?" Doflamingo glanced at the clock. It was already 5 a.m. Looking out the porthole, he discovered the warship had set sail from Canola Flower Village and was now traversing the open sea as a member of the Navy. Losing track of time while working was not uncommon. At 5 a.m. on the ship's deck, Arthur's first order of business upon waking was to rouse Cooper, who served as his makeshift pillow. They had spent the night lying side by side, swaying with the motion of the ship, embraced by the sea breeze. "Cooper, wake up and let us catch some fish." Arthur grasped Cooper's neck and shook him vigorously until he stirred. Cooper, still drowsy, quickly regained his focus and soared into the darkened sky, ready to search the depths of the sea for sustenance. Meanwhile, Arthur wasted no time and immediately began exercising on the deck, lacking knowledge of training methods from the world of One Piece. His regimen consisted of various street workout routines. The Navy soldiers stationed on the deck watched in awe as he and Cooper executed their tasks with terrifying precision, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. "What's with these two? Barely awake for a minute, and they're already dividing their duties. What is that old eagle doing flying over the sea, fishing? I don't know, but that boy's eyes are incredibly determined." Within a minute, Arthur had completed over 300 explosive push-ups, his arms and core unfazed, his pace accelerating. Even the sailors, trained professionals, could not help but be astonished by his performance. That in this world, conventional physical structures had been shattered. However, merely relying on such training was insufficient for enhancing his strength. When would Doflamingo teach him the sixth style? Mastering it would allow him to stand against even the Zoan-type devil fruit users. Was he truly planning to take him into battle, to engage with the Flying Sky Pirates right after joining the Navy? Arthur's thoughts spiraled into concern for his own life. He was not the type to recklessly wager his existence on combat. After all, he had no reason to risk his life in battle at present. If he were to articulate a single motivation, it would be to grow stronger. Yet, he believed he could continue to enhance his abilities through the acquisition of techniques without having to engage in combat. Doflamingo emerged from the cabin and, upon opening the door, found Arthur resolutely training on the deck. "Hey, Arthur." Doflamingo intended to call Arthur over to assign him quarters, but noticing his intense focus, he hesitated to interrupt. After a while, Cooper returned, talons clutching a sizable fish weighing around 20 pounds, prompting Arthur to cease his training. The sky began to brighten as he concluded a variety of exercises: push-ups, sit-ups, shadowboxing, and knife work. Cooper squawked, hovering momentarily before dropping the fish onto the deck, landing beside Arthur, his body glistening with dew. With a swift motion, Arthur drew his knife, slicing the fish in two before sheathing it again. Offering the head portion to Cooper. "Here, Cooper, replenish your protein." Doflamingo and the crew stared in disbelief. "Eating it raw?" "No, breakfast will be ready shortly." "Why go to such lengths?" Arthur turned, bemused, as he began gnawing on the raw fish. Stating simply, "I'm used to it." Those three simple words struck Doflamingo profoundly, revealing that this boy's strength was no mere coincidence. It also evoked a sense of pity within him, from what he had gathered in Canola Flower Village. Arthur had lived alone since the age of 4, having rescued an eagle to gain a companion. Aside from polite interactions while selling game, he spent most of his time honing his body. "Used to it? What on earth? Were you raised by wild men?" In response to the curious inquiries from the Navy soldiers, Arthur calmly replied, "I've grown up with Cooper since I was 4. No adults to look after you." "My goodness, at 4? How did you manage?" The barrage of questions left Arthur speechless, and he chose not to respond further. "Silence. Attend to your duties," Doflamingo commanded, sending everyone back to their tasks. "Yes, Colonel." As Arthur watched the crew disperse, he felt a strange sense of detachment. He had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle over the past decade. Had he been on the island, he would currently be hunting alongside Cooper in the fog-laden mountains. "Is there a shower on board, Colonel Doflamingo?" After finishing the fish, Arthur inspected Cooper and himself, deciding it was time for a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, Cooper attempted to flee but was swiftly caught by Arthur. He detested bathing. "Follow me, Arthur," Doflamingo said, seemingly unconcerned with military protocol, leading Arthur to the quartermaster to collect a properly fitting Navy uniform. Cooper was assigned a jacket and a Navy cap. "Which of the 6 styles would you like to learn first?" Arthur, Doflamingo planned to teach him the 6 styles, allowing him to practice and observe the results. Outside the ship's storage, Arthur clutched his uniform, excitement bubbling within him. "Of course, I want to learn Soru. Once I master Soru, I can intuitively grasp Jeppo and Rankyaku, achieving 3 benefits in one go." Dolag nodded, finding Arthur quite clever, and said, "Then you should attempt to see if you can step on the air." After uttering this, Dolag turned away and waved to Arthur, stating, "The bathroom is on the middle deck. I shall retire for the night." Arthur and Cooper stood bewildered. Stepping on air, such an absurdity, had it occurred in his previous world, he would have surely deemed the speaker insane. Yet, this was the world of One Piece, where the prerequisite for mastering the 6 forms, specifically the Soru, seemed to involve swiftly stepping on air to achieve explosive speed and power in midair. Unsure but resolute, he decided to give it a try. On the middle deck of the warship, in a rudimentary bathroom, Arthur donned a white towel around his waist, washing the filthy Cooper from head to toe. The shower water gushed into the ship's pipes, flowing out to the sea. "If you don't wash up, I swear I'll make your life miserable with that stench." Though Cooper was most reluctant, he complied, allowing the sharp-tongued Arthur to scrub him clean. As dawn broke, the sky gradually brightened. After bathing, Arthur wore only a naval cap as he returned to the upper deck to attempt the Soru, which entailed stepping on air. Each time he took a low step forward, he would explosively kick out, feeling an odd sensation. It seemed, in his mind, that stepping on air was inherently impossible, and his subconscious resisted the notion. Despite Arthur's relentless practice and various methods, he could not remain suspended in the air, even for a second. He continued to experiment, increasingly filled with doubt, yet he did not cease his efforts. Could this truly work? Just as he pondered this, Cooper, unable to endure any longer, resorted to using his wings to hover in midair, frantically flapping his talons until he collapsed onto the deck in defeat. Cooper, he lamented, disheartened, unable to believe that a living being could actually step on air. From 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the warship sailed steadily across the tranquil sea. The weather in the east blue was delightful, with the sun shining brightly and the ocean's scenery breathtakingly beautiful. However, Arthur, intent on honing his skills in the six forms, dedicated every moment to the repetitive practice of stepping on air. Until his stomach began to rumble, he lay exhausted beside Cooper on the deck, a furrowed brow marking his face. This shouldn't be happening. Logically, his physique should surpass Dolag's at present, and he met all the foundational prerequisites for learning the six forms. What could possibly be going wrong? After 5 hours of concentrated training, Arthur had gained no insight whatsoever to that moment. A major following Dolag approached him and Cooper, casting a shadow over them to shield them from the sun. The newcomer was a tall, robust bald man with a stern demeanor, pale skin, and a beak-like mask embedded with metal, in fact, a loudspeaker. He wore a light purple tie around his neck, a black feathered coat on his upper body, and deep black trousers. The major glared menacingly at Cooper, veins bulging on his forehead as if ready to burst. "I despise chickens." Upon hearing himself referred to as a chicken, Cooper, an eagle by nature, immediately sprang up from the deck, confronting the major angrily. "Cooper, what did you call me, a chicken? Come at me, you scoundrel." Although Cooper understood that he was domesticated by humans, deep down, he believed himself to be a formidable raptor, the mightiest of all birds, an eagle. Why would such a majestic figure be mistaken for a mere chicken? Heh, Arthur chuckled as he observed the quarrel between Cooper and the major. Perhaps he had been treating Cooper like a chicken all along. "I loathe chickens. Cooper, I am a bird of prey. I told you. I detest chickens." Having suffered the consequences of speaking in a tongue that others could not comprehend, Cooper, no matter how he explained, could not make anyone but Arthur understand him. In his fury, he launched an attack on the major with his wings to defend his avian dignity. As Cooper's wings struck out, the major showed no inclination to evade. His solemn gaze intensified. Cooper's wings pierced through the major's body, cleaving him in two. Seeing this, Cooper assumed he had slain the major, his heart racing as he retreated to Arthur's side, panting heavily. This ability, Arthur keenly observed, as the split major's body emitted a plethora of black substances that transformed into crows, assailing Cooper. Sensing that the attack bore no malice, merely a desire to teach Cooper a lesson, Arthur refrained from intervening, recognizing that the assailant did not genuinely wish to harm his sole companion. "Cooper, what the hell?" Cooper was pummeled by a swarm of black substances morphing into crows. Landing on the ground bruised and battered, he turned to Arthur in search of comfort. "Cooper, he hit me, Arthur." Arthur regarded him and, cradling his eagle head, reassured him. "From that exchange, I believe once you master the iron block, you will become incredibly powerful, not only for yourself, but also for your comrades." He envisioned Cooper's wings transforming into iron, standing against 100 foes. However, it dawned upon him that Cooper was still, after all, an eagle. The major approached Arthur, intent on fulfilling Dolag's directive to train him. "Get up, rookie, that I have skills to impart. You will likely charge into the fray." Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately bristled, confronting him. "What do you mean? You want me to be cannon fodder at the front?" From his earlier observations of the major's abilities, Arthur felt a sense of familiarity. The capacity to transform one's body into crows following an attack seemed reminiscent of only one individual, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. The user of the natural type Kumo no Mi, with the major's bald head and the veins protruding from his forehead due to rage. Arthur was nearly certain that this individual was indeed Major Crow. Yet, at present, he was merely a major in Dolag's naval forces. What else? Major Crow spoke harshly. "As a rookie, you must demonstrate your worth. Do not dismiss small-scale warfare as child's play. Hurry, I have skills to teach you." Despite the major's biting words, Arthur felt somewhat reassured. He sensed that beneath the harshness lay a genuine concern for his subordinates. "What skills?" Arthur followed him to the ship's railing. Major Crow instructed him. "Stand up there." Arthur hesitated, thinking, "You're not going to push me off into the sea, are you? I'm your subordinate. How could you do such a thing?" Major Crow scolded in a low yet booming voice that echoed across the entire deck. Other soldiers stationed on the deck and those on lookout duty gathered to watch. With no choice, Arthur complied and stood atop the railing. Once there, Major Crow tossed Arthur a firearm and a pack of ammunition. Take this. I'll create targets for you to shoot at, huh? Am I to begin practicing my aim already? Arthur was taken aback, finally understanding Major Crow's intent. Didn't you say that practice reveals truth? Major Crow continued. Thus, I shall not teach you theoretical knowledge. We shall commence training directly. While shooting may be of little use to many powerful individuals, it can often save your life when your stamina is depleted. You've trained for over 5 hours in the Soru without any progress. Now you shall practice shooting for 1 hour before heading to the mess hall. Arthur glanced at the other standing soldiers and those on watch. Observing that they seemed diligently engaged in their respective duties as a newcomer to the Navy without a clear assignment, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the disciplined atmosphere, noticing Arthur loading bullets into the firearm. Major Crow utilized his Kumo no Mi to conjure numerous crows on the sea as targets for training. Shoot, Arthur, Major Crow commanded. Humph. During my military training days, I was a sharpshooter, hitting every target without fail. Arthur scoffed internally as he pressed the butt of the gun against his chest, aimed at the black crows on the sea, and squeezed the trigger consecutively. Bang, 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 6 shots rang out, and the 6 coal-black crows vanished into thin air under the bright sunlight. Easy, Arthur smiled proudly, finding the challenge too simplistic. But what about moving targets? The crow's manipulation allowed the stationary targets to shift, increasing the difficulty for Arthur. Dismissing the challenge, he raised his gun to fire. Soon realizing his accuracy had significantly declined. Undeterred, he continued shooting despite his misses, resolutely stating, as long as I master the rhythm, everything lies within my anticipation. Throughout his shooting practice, Arthur pondered why he could not step swiftly on the air. His thoughts remained occupied with the 6 styles, and whether the crow's ability to create numerous targets would deplete their stamina. He might one day contend with many devil fruit users, and if nature-type combat did not drain energy, wouldn't that render one invincible? Observing the crows conjuring multiple targets without a hint of fatigue, Arthur grew curious about the stamina consumption of nature-type abilities. One thing he could confirm was that consuming a zoan-type fruit granted the powers and formidable recovery of the animal. But upon awakening, one would be partially dominated by the animal's instincts. Unlike paramecia types, which affect surrounding objects, he speculated that nature types likely influence the environment, creating permanent natural phenomena. This exemplified the pros and cons of devil fruit powers. While they bestowed immense strength, they also demanded a price, such as the curse of being unable to swim. Those who consumed devil fruits were cursed by the sea, and should they find themselves drowning without rescue, their fate was sealed. Reflecting on this, Arthur resolved never to consume a devil fruit. However, he planned to find a human fruit for Cooper, hoping it would enable him to speak human language for easier communication. In less than half an hour, he achieved a flawless record against the moving targets. Observing Arthur from the side, the crows noted his remarkable reflexes and concentration. His body moved in sync with the gun's aim. Adapting to the mobile targets, this individual possessed extraordinary talent. The crows were astounded by Arthur's gifts. After an hour, the training concluded. Arthur, accompanied by Cooper and soldiers rotating on duty from the Dorag warship, headed to the mess hall for a meal. Within the hall, the soldiers, having been on high alert all day, relaxed and engaged in light-hearted conversations, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Some spoke of family, others of brothers, parents, or their newly born children. It was as if everyone had joined the facade of justice to protect what they cherished, praying for peace and prosperity. Arthur and Cooper listened quietly, remaining silent until someone greeted him from behind. Focused on his meal, Arthur did not respond, which led others to perceive him as aloof and exceedingly cold, causing them to shy away from him. Having slept for 6 hours, Dorag awoke in the afternoon. Yawning, he entered the ship's mess hall, collected his meal, and sat beside Arthur, who was voraciously devouring his food. How was training? Dorag inquired. Arthur glanced at him, his mouth full, and replied, No progress. I can't seem to step on air with my heels and toes. Take your time. Mastering the Navy's 6 styles requires at least a year. Even if your foundation is solid, it demands extensive practice, Dorag advised between bites. I've been pondering something. Colonel Dorag, Arthur suddenly asked, do nature-type users consume stamina when utilizing their abilities? Of course. Dorag furrowed his brow in response that if they didn't, that old man would have received a sound thrashing from me long ago. The entire mess hall erupted in laughter as sailors spat out their food in shock. casting alarmed glances at him, but Dorag froze under the gaze of his subordinates, recalling unpleasant childhood memories, then awkwardly smiled at Arthur. Let us pretend I didn't say that. I'm curious, considering the speed and strength you displayed when you instantaneously approached me yesterday on the island. You should be learning the 6 styles quite rapidly. Why the lack of progress? Hearing this, Arthur's eyes widened in sudden realization as he turned to stare at Dorag, setting down his utensils and clapping his hands together in thought. Exactly. IVE merely relied on brute force to step on air, devoid of any destructive power. Speed. I must combine strength and velocity to execute the Navy's 6 styles. Soru. Arthur hastily finished his meal and dragged Cooper toward the deck. Hey, what's got you so excited? Dorag, unable to decipher Arthur's temperament, quickly finished his meal and followed, eager to discover what revelation Arthur had uncovered. As the sunset illuminated the ocean, casting shimmering reflections on the water's surface. Arthur utilized the instant movement technique to approach enemies, initiating explosive high-speed air-stepping training for Soru on the Dorag warship's deck. With a series of powerful steps, he attempted to master Soru. Suddenly, a sonic boom cloud erupted beneath his feet, and for the first time during his training, Arthur felt the sensation of landing on air. His face lit up with excitement, and he wore a radiant smile. Bouncing joyfully in the air as if engaged in an infinite double jump, a truly marvelous experience. I did it, Arthur proclaimed, momentarily halting his speech before rephrasing. I successfully attempted the Navy's 6 styles, Soru using the instant movement technique. And it worked after just a few tries. Dorag, emerging from the mess hall, was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out as he beheld Arthur warming up in the air using Soru. Wait, he learned it. An indescribable sense of wonder coursed through Arthur, and even he found it hard to believe that he could achieve such incredible feats in the air without wings. With a sunlit smile and head held high, Arthur exuded an infectious enthusiasm as he floated above, brimming with confidence. I did it, Soru. The sound of a sonic boom cloud manifested beneath his feet. Boom, 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 boom. But he had successfully mastered the Soru technique through his own rigorous training in less than a day. Next, he thought, would be the moonwalk. Grinning at the astonished onlookers below, he began his next endeavor. Utilizing Soru, he moved rapidly across the deck, leaving behind mere afterimages that ordinary soldiers could scarcely perceive. Whoa! Arthur exclaimed in exhilaration, freely expressing his anticipation and excitement as he accelerated through the air. Slow down, Arthur. Using Soru like that consumes a lot of stamina, Dorag cautioned from below. While Soru was undeniably powerful and an exceptional skill to learn in a single day, the stamina and muscle exertion it required could not be overlooked. The entire area above the warship reverberated with the sounds of Arthur's high-speed movements, each step creating sonic booms. Clouds of sonic booms materialized one after another, announcing to everyone that Arthur was destined for an extraordinary future. While they marveled at his prowess, the Navy soldiers aboard the ship felt a mix of envy and admiration. Yet the exuberant Arthur had no intention of halting his momentum. Having successfully executed both Soru and the moonwalk, he suddenly launched a kick towards an unknown target, harnessing the principles of both techniques. Raging kick. Arthur shouted triumphantly in midair, projecting an invigorating energy that resonated throughout the warship. Boom! A tremendous wave of cutting energy surged from his toes, slicing through the air and diagonally striking the warship's mast. Oh no! In his moment of hubris, Arthur realized his directional miscalculation, inadvertently aiming for the mast below the ship. The cutting wave shattered the mast's sturdy exterior, cleaving it in twain as it plunged into the ocean. Soldiers stationed in the lookout cried out in fear as the mast's head fell alongside them into the sea. The crew below, believing they were under attack, rushed onto the deck, fully armed, only to find no enemy in sight. You fool! Dorag shouted at Arthur, clutching his head in exasperation, swiftly using his wind manipulation to rescue the soldier who had fallen into the ocean. Arthur landed on the deck, crashing onto the splintered mast, and was immediately struck by a sharp pain in his legs, causing him to crumple onto the deck, wailing, "My muscles hurt." Arthur lamented, unable to believe how much stamina Soru consumed. Cooper stood by, stunned, watching Arthur's remarkable feat, incredulous that he could fly without wings. "Get him below deck and put him in confinement," Dorag ordered, grabbing the cramping Arthur by the leg and forcefully tossing him inside. Then commanded, "Soldiers, halt the ship and do everything you can to salvage the mast. My legs hurt so much." Arthur cried out to everyone. Fully aware that he had caused trouble, Dorag scolded him. Who told you to use Sara like that? I acknowledge that you, my dear rascal, are indeed a genius. However, even a genius, or a monster for that matter, cannot withstand such relentless consumption. As he spoke, Dorag felt that to label Arthur as a genius was to diminish him. Perhaps genius was merely the threshold he surpassed. Mastering 3 forms of the 6 powers in a single day could justifiably earn him the title of a monster. This realization clarified why the old man had always insisted that he hone his physical foundation. Dorag understood, deep down, the reason for Garp's strictness since childhood. Dorag and Major Crow swiftly utilized their abilities, soon mending the mask that Arthur had severed with a gusty kick. That night, Arthur, confined in a dark lower deck cell, sat curled up on his cot, gazing at the serene night sky through the bars. The fatigue from excessive use of the 6 powers had completely dissipated, a testament to Arthur's unique constitution and physique. After rigorous training, his muscles and bones recovered at a pace far superior to that of the average person. Suddenly, the iron-barred door creaked open as a brown-feathered figure stealthily entered. Cooper, with a live fish, weighing approximately 10 pounds, clutched in its beak, waddled into the cell. Cooper, 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 it called out, hoping to find Arthur among the various cages that an eagle with a fish in its mouth had just barged in. Hey, eagle, come here and share that meal with me. Cooper merely glanced at the others, dismissed them upon realizing they were not Arthur, and departed. Cooper, Arthur called upon hearing its voice. What brings you here? Are you also being confined? Upon recognizing Arthur's voice, Cooper quickly approached the cage, using its keen hearing to locate him, and shoved the fish through the bars. Ha ha, is this for me? Arthur exclaimed, quickly discarding the harmful parts and devouring it. Cooper, it said, wings crossed over its chest, addressing Arthur. Having developed a disciplined habit alongside Arthur, Cooper was a self-disciplined eagle, with food at hand, which signified a replenishment of nutrition. Arthur resumed his training within the confines of the cage. Ha ha, Arthur, you've been confined on your very first day in the Navy, and you still plan to train? How foolish. No matter how hard you train, you'll never match those formidable warriors on the sea. A bandit from the village of Canola mocked him that you're merely cannon fodder. Just enjoy your meager salary and live your life. This individual had once witnessed the terrifying realities of the world beyond the seas. Continuously ridiculing Arthur, Arthur paid him no heed, focusing instead on his training, undisturbed by the external noise. Meanwhile, in Dorag's office, he had already informed his father, the Navy hero Garp, about Arthur's astonishing performance earlier that day. It was said that 7 years prior, he led the Navy to defeat the notorious Rocks pirates, rescuing the celestial dragons on the island, thus earning the title of Navy hero. Upon noticing Arthur's indifference, the bandit felt that Arthur was merely putting on airs and retorted, "You little brat, I'm speaking to you." Arthur paused his training, casting a cold glance his way, and remarked, "What could I possibly discuss with an insect like you? Your words are nothing more than the incessant buzzing of flies in my ears. No matter how much you squawk, the disparity between us is glaringly evident." The bandit was rendered speechless, as if the truth were laid bare before him. This man had achieved nothing of note in his life, and had been captured by the Navy, relegated to a life of futility. Lacking both strength and talent, he had squandered his existence indulging in debauchery and consorting with countless women, rendering him worthless in Arthur's eyes. "What's wrong? Speak now, and yet you find yourself at a loss for words." Arthur shot him a disdainful glance, utterly contemptuous of such individuals. "Enough of your prattle." The bandit, feeling defeated, crouched in the corner of his cell, consumed by regret. Seeing the man wallow in despair, Arthur continued with his training. He had merely broken the mast by accident and was confined as punishment, unlike those destined to languish in prison for a lifetime. Soon enough, Arthur forgot about him, focusing on his push-ups, contemplating, "If I fully master the 6 powers, I will be but a step away from learning hockey." It must be so, especially the iron body technique, which seems to have been developed as a technique under hockey, the very foundation of hockey's hardening. The iron body is derived from hockey. Though this is merely Arthur's conjecture, he perceived that the underlying principles were similar, both capable of hardening the body and bestowing the user with an iron-like resilience, impervious to bullets. However, hockey required a higher level of mastery, surpassing the hardness of iron body. But how does one learn iron body? Is it merely accelerated blood flow that enhances muscle movement? Arthur experimented throughout the night, but failed to perceive any surge of heated blood within him. He could not discern how to quicken its flow or augment his muscle activity. Forget it. I shall focus on refining what I have already learned, while the rest will come in due time. Arthur firmly believed that he could fully master all techniques of the six powers. The deck of the warship became Arthur's training ground during these days of return. He did not stand guard, nor was he assigned any duties. Unlike ordinary soldiers or newly inducted recruits who endured rigorous training and strict military discipline, he engaged in relentless training, preoccupied with the impending battle. Days passed, and under Dorag's abilities, the warship returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line in just 2 days. The Grand Line, a sea not far from the Justice Gate, the entrance to the three great world organizations. Arthur gazed at the towering Justice Gate, shrouded in clouds and seemingly endless. His awe was palpable. Who could have constructed such a gate? Standing on the deck beside Dorag, he inquired. Before them lay a vast whirlpool, the currents raging like untamed stallions, surging tumultuously. The immense whirlpool shimmered in deep blue, merging seamlessly with the sky, reminiscent of an abyss. Arthur, overwhelmed, stared ahead, for the first time truly sensing the boundless expanse and power of the sea. Perhaps it is the work of deities, Dorag remarked, noticing the expression of astonishment on Arthur's face, a smile spreading across his features. I am an atheist, Colonel, Arthur replied, regaining his composure and turning to Dorag. To me, all deities are but creations of humanity as admiration and reverence for others, a belief born from the adulation of heroes conceived in our hearts. This belief, this theoretical conjecture, holds true in any world. Without faith, humanity will inevitably succumb to nihilism. Thus, we must forge our own beliefs and goals to lead fulfilling lives. Dorag, intrigued by Arthur's profound words, suddenly posed a question. Then, what is your belief? Atheists possess no beliefs. Arthur promptly responded, if I must claim one, my belief is in myself. Having arrived in this world, Arthur had witnessed countless news articles since 1484, the day the World Economic Journal was established by Morgan. He dutifully awaited each publication to glean information about the outside world. Through these papers, he uncovered the harsh reality of this world, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Arthur was convinced that only by becoming powerful could he live freely and address the many regrets within him. He pondered whether his decision to set sail with Dorag at the age of 14 was the right one and what future paths awaited him. For he was utterly unfamiliar with everything about this era. He knew nothing. Relying solely on oneself, one can achieve nothing, Dorag advised Arthur. Just as the Justice Gate began to open slowly ahead, the currents grew even more turbulent as two warships emerged from the Marineford waters, those of Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Borsalino, whom they had been waiting for. The three great Navy monsters had gathered, and thousands of Navy soldiers on the three ships erupted in cheers that we are about to set sail with them to hunt down pirates. The infamous Golden Lion pirates. This could be my chance to make history. They were all former disciples of Admiral Zifa, and this mission was bound to lead to their triumphant return. The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring high, as they fervently wished to stand out like these monstrous colonels one day at a times. Those capable of distinguishing themselves among them seemed almost ethereal, while the majority would inevitably become mere cannon fodder, perishing on the front lines of opposition. Arthur was suddenly taken aback, pondering, have they already consumed the devil fruits? If so, does this mean the squad possesses Forlogia types, Forlogia devil fruits, 3 of which are of calamity level? What does this signify? It implies that unless the enemy wields Haki, they are destined to meet their demise. Even with Haki, it is uncertain if they could contend with such prodigies. Arthur felt a sense of assurance regarding this mission. Despite his strong prejudices against Sakazuki, he never perceived him as weak. As the 3 warships drew near, Colonel Sakazuki stood at the prow of his vessel, inquiring of Dracule. Dracule, I heard you've been recruiting a monstrous rookie during your recent East Blue patrol. Dracule's warship occupied the center, while Sakazuki's was to the left and Borsalino's to the right. The trio of ships sailed in unison towards the destination of their grand voyage. The fierce sea winds howled, violently billowing the sails of the 3 vessels and hastening their journey. To the right, Borsalino, witnessing Dracule's activation of his powers, enviously remarked, what a remarkable ability. If only lasers could do the same. Lasers can only explode. Right, Colonel Borsalino. The soldiers aboard the ship cast him blank stares, to which he responded, I see. It seems I shall have to rely on my own swift movements. Arthur remained a silent observer, noting that the current relationship among Dracula, Borsellino, and Sakazuki appeared rather strained, each holding their own defiance and individuality. Dracula did not respond to Sakazuki's words. Just then, Sakazuki keenly sensed Arthur's presence aboard Dracula's ship, drawn to the aura emanating from him. Arthur's gaze was sharp and resolute, fixated on the seemingly youthful yet cold-faced Sakazuki. Draped in a cloak of justice, Sakazuki wore a gray hoodie, long trousers, and casual shoes. His navy cap was pulled low, nearly obscuring his expressionless, icy visage. Having traversed to this point, Arthur felt compelled to engage in rational contemplation. Adopting a dualistic perspective, Sakazuki was now a comrade in the same faction. He could not allow his prior extreme biases to lead him to actions detrimental to his own interests. Arthur bowed respectfully to Sakazuki, stating, "It is an honor to meet you, Colonel Sakazuki. If you do not mind, I would like to spar with you." Sakazuki offered no further acknowledgement, viewing Arthur merely as a rookie unlikely to survive. As for sparring, he dismissed the notion. He did not favor aimless engagements with novices. "Arthur, if you wish to spar with him, it would be prudent to reconsider. With your current combat experience, you would be severely injured in an instant." Dracula interjected, observing Arthur's expression. Arthur, however, was unconvinced. Regardless of his lack of experience, he had mastered the techniques of shave, moonwalk, and gale, and believed he would not be easily overwhelmed. The 6 techniques held a lofty status in Arthur's mind, and he did not think he could be bested after 2 days of training with Dracula. Borsellino, who had been watching Arthur intently, suddenly teased, "How frightening. A spirited youth. Have you learned hockey yet?" "No." Arthur shook his head. "Then perhaps you should keep your mouth shut, young man. It could lead to your demise," Borsellino advised. Clad in a yellow casual shirt and knee-length shorts, topped with a navy cap, he exuded an air of nonchalance. It seemed that at this moment, Arthur had become the focal point of all the naval soldiers. News of his mastery of the 6 techniques on his first day had spread throughout the Navy, and he was even dubbed Dracula's apprentice. Arthur regarded this with indifference. After all, if someone taught him skills and spent time training with him, it was not unjust to refer to them as a mentor. Cooper, the creature, cowered behind Arthur, intimidated by the aura emanating from Sakazuki, gripped by a fear that any provocation could lead to its swift demise. Arthur reassured it, "Do not be afraid, Cooper. I will not allow anyone to harm you." Cooper was the only being Arthur truly cared for. To call it family would not be an exaggeration. Should anyone dare to harm it, Arthur would be consumed by rage. Yet, the truth remained that even ordinary individuals could not match Cooper. Despite not having learned any techniques in recent days, it was not a foe to be trifled with. Sakazuki shifted his gaze from Arthur, his tone grave as he addressed the group. "If we do not provide support to the branch being attacked by the Flying Sky Pirates in the Grand Line, our naval territory will soon fall into the hands of pirates." Upon hearing this, Dracula, who was accelerating their speed, retorted with irritation, "Am I not already speeding up? We should arrive in about half a day. What's your rush? Besides, you will likely unleash your abilities and cause substantial casualties before we even reach the coast, right?" The two shared a contentious relationship, yet after Dracula's sharp retort, Sakazuki fell silent. Choosing not to respond further in Sakazuki's mind, even amidst conflicts among comrades, there should be no room for bias during a mission, nor should trivial disputes matter. Curiously, Arthur inquired, "What is the matter between you two?" "Colonel," Dracula glared at Sakazuki, replying to Arthur, "I do not like that man. He is deeply dark and cold-hearted. Though undeniably a soldier of absolute justice, in many of our missions together, there has never been a single survivor under his command." Hearing Dracula's account of their discord, Arthur quickly turned away from the ship's bow, settling onto the deck in silence. That it was now 1 p.m., and in approximately half a day, the first battle would commence. Arthur began to envision himself engaged in fervent combat against foes. Reminiscent of the animated tales he had once watched, A Traveler Without a System, he was compelled to think rationally. Even though this mission aimed at suppressing the pirate captains expanding under the banner of the Golden Lion, he recognized the gravity of the situation. He had no knowledge of the strength of those pirate captains. Understanding they would reach their destination in half a day, Arthur felt a heightened sense of tension throughout this day. He displayed his firearm to Cooper, warning, "Cooper, when you see this, do not engage, understood?" I cannot bear the thought of you being shot due to a misunderstanding, and no matter how formidable Kuber might be, it could not withstand the harm inflicted by bullets. Such anxiety was a first for Arthur since his arrival. For 10 years in the East Blue, he had led a life of tranquility to enter the battlefield. Such a notion was foreign to him. Before his arrival, he had merely been a fitness enthusiast, a laid-back individual. And how could he not feel apprehensive? What troubles you, Arthur? You seem rather uneasy, Dracula observed, kneeling beside him and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Arthur replied uncertainly, I don't know. It feels as if this first mission could easily lead to death, yet I am quite resilient, so I should be fine. Dracula produced a wanted poster and handed it to Arthur, deeming it essential for a genius to take good care of himself. Otherwise, should he fall in battle, the loss would be substantial. He pointed out to Arthur, the man on this wanted poster is named Apollo, and he is my target for this mission. We will not be fighting alongside Borsellino and Sakazuki on the same island, not fighting together. Arthur had assumed they would all collaborate in combat. Our destination is the Aver Sea, the region where the Golden Lion pirates are most active. There are many close-knit islands there, along with several bases established by our Navy to safeguard the local populace. They also serve as supply points for the Navy. The primary objective is to prevent the Flying Sky pirates from seizing control of the nearby bases, thereby ensuring the Navy retains its hold over that region. Do you understand, Arthur? Arthur stared in astonishment at the wanted poster in his hand, which displayed a staggering bounty of 370 million berries for a pirate. This was a figure that had nearly reached 400 million over 30 years ago. Curiously, he turned to Dorag and inquired, is this person a remnant of the Rocks pirates? Dorag nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is now the captain of the 14th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates. If the battle does not go in our favor, we merely need to annihilate his crew. Such a fearsome adversary was merely a training target for Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Colonel Dorag back in their day. Shouldn't individuals of this caliber warrant the involvement of top-tier forces like Garp and Sengoku to subdue them? Doubts began to creep into Arthur's mind as he glanced at the three men nearby, pondering just how formidable they must have been in their youth. Just days ago, he had been effortlessly defeated by Dorag's 2 punches. Possessing strength greater than Dorag's had yielded him no advantage or threat. Earlier, when Borsellino mentioned hockey, Arthur reflected that they must have mastered it by now. Witnessing the astonishment on Arthur's face, Dorag felt he had revealed too much too soon. Fearing it would instill dread in him, with an awkward smile, he reassured, rest assured, you are still far too inexperienced to confront such a foe. Too soon, Arthur struggled to comprehend. Although he appeared anxious, he longed for the chance to engage. What must I do? Dorag assigned him a task, go prevent other pirates from attacking the base on the island, but exercise caution. Intelligence can sometimes be unreliable. If you encounter a formidable opponent, use the 6-style shave to escape. I do not wish for a rare talent like you to be lost. The warship departed the triangular flow waters, sailing at full speed towards its destination, the Aver Sea, around 9 p.m., in the Aver Sea of the Grand Line. The naval base known as Lionheart Island was illuminated by the fierce flames of battle, with approximately 4 large pirate ships anchored along the coast. The darkness of the night obscured visibility. They were launching an assault on the naval stronghold on the island. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed across the coast as the Navy valiantly resisted the pirate onslaught. On the deck of one pirate ship, a blood-soaked pirate rushed to a towering, burly man. Captain Apollo, naval reinforcements have arrived, about 3 ships, and one is heading our way, less than 400 meters off the coast. A fierce storm howled from the warship, and the battle-scarred man, exuding an air of authority, disdainfully glanced at the distant naval vessel. That bastard, the son of Garp, has come. He selfishly seized one of our treasures in God Valley and gave it to his own son. The earlier storm was a warning from Dorag to the pirates. Feeling the violent winds buffeting the massive ship, Apollo seethed with rage at the overwhelming natural force that the Navy had harnessed. What should we do? If he unleashes his devil fruit powers to their fullest, our forces cannot withstand the toll. Just then, amidst their conversation, Apollo's transponder snail rang. He answered it to hear a deep voice. Apollo, the Navy has dispatched 2,400 soldiers, along with 3 natural-type monsters. Be careful. We are already being targeted by the magma demon. The mention of the magma demon, Sakazuki, shocked Apollo. Moments later, a resounding roar interrupted the call. Apollo gazed up at the sky above an island engulfed in flames. Countless magma fists erupted from Sakazuki's warship, soaring into the night clouds and raining down upon the island like the apocalypse. Indiscriminately bombarding it with fury, screams echoed from the island, reverberating through the ears of those on the nearby islands. Arthur's pupils widened as he followed the trajectory of the magma fists, astonished by the scene before him. Was this not Sakazuki's meteor volcano? Even before landing on the island, he had unleashed such a large-scale bombardment, disregarding the safety of his allies. He reflected, now realizing that Dorag's earlier assessment of Sakazuki had been far too lenient. Sakazuki, taciturn by nature, would not engage in petty disputes with his comrades, no matter what they said about him. Once he had made a decision, his ruthlessness towards enemies could only be described as extreme. As he showed no mercy even towards allies and civilians, the sky was painted a fiery red as an endless barrage of magma fists fell like rain. They descended upon the island with searing heat, igniting the coast in a raging inferno, boiling the seawater. Structures and both pirates and navy personnel on the island were engulfed by magma. Buildings were obliterated in an instant, and a great fire consumed everything. Help! This is hell! It's so hot! Stop! Colonel Sakazuki, we are comrades. Panic erupted among the island's inhabitants as they fled in all directions, their screams and cries intertwining. The relentless onslaught of magma fists fell as if passing judgment, mercilessly destroying everything on the island. The earth trembled, and the air was thick with smoke and acrid scents. The entire sea was shrouded in an atmosphere of fear and despair, devoid of life. The once vibrant island had instantly transformed into a hellish inferno. This has gone too far, Sakazuki. Borisolino, holding the transponder snail connected to Sakazuki's warship, gazed at the sky with a calm demeanor, as if accustomed to such scenes. While there may be some collateral damage, we cannot allow any evil to escape. We must deliver a devastating blow, Sakazuki replied, showing no signs of easing the bombardment on the coast of Lionheart Island. The cannons of the pirate ships fired in unison at Dorag's warship. However, they were swiftly sliced apart by a fierce gale, posing no threat to the naval vessel. Dorag bore witness once more to Sakazuki's ruthless methods and angrily exclaimed, "That cold-blooded man has started again. There are many innocent civilians on the island. What is justice in the Navy? Built upon slaughter." Arthur was left with a profound impression of Sakazuki's actions, that a man devoid of emotion. His heart seemed consumed solely by duty, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment upon another island under pirate attack. Suddenly, the warship Arthur was on was lifted into the air by the tempest. Dorag leaped from the ship, floating midair as he directed Apollo on the island. "Crow, I will ensure you safely breach the defenses. You lead the soldiers to eradicate and capture all the pirates on the island." He intended to face Apollo alone, buying time for everyone else to suppress the pirates. "Understood," Major Crow responded, gathering 800 soldiers on the deck. The warship, under Dorag's guidance, smoothly descended toward the heart of the island's town. Quickly, split into 8 small teams and secure the various defensive points of the town. For justice, crush the pirates. Fully armed and wielding his gun, Arthur leaped down from the warship. He stood in the town center, surveying the surroundings, and discovered numerous pirates brazenly pillaging, robbing, and coercing women. In war, women had become commodities. Frantically seized by the pirates, Arthur! Major Crow, noticing Arthur in a daze, rushed to his side, calling out loudly. Upon entering this battlefield, Arthur was met with ringing in his ears and a surge of anxiety. It was his first time on the battlefield, and he was uncertain of what to feel. It felt as if he were confronting fear for the first time, stepping into the mountains of the East Sea's canola flower village in search of food. Facing the terror of powerful beasts, the Navy on the island was nearly defeated, and if reinforcements did not arrive soon, it would be overtaken. As the Raptor Cooper trailed behind Arthur, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Major Crow noticed Arthur's silence. Using his abilities, he conjured a crow to pin him to the ground. He then commanded the other soldiers, all officers of the 8 teams, heed my orders. Spare no effort in driving away and capturing the pirates who are wantonly abusing civilians on the island. If an officer falls, a lieutenant will take their place. If a lieutenant falls, a sergeant will step up. Do you understand? Understood, Major Crow. The Navy soldiers heading into the various districts echoed in unison. At all costs, protect the civilians. We are not like those scoundrels on Sakazuki's ship. Colonel Crow issued an inspiring command. In that moment, all the soldiers at the headquarters of the Dorag fleet felt as though they were fighting for their own responsibilities. battling to protect others and to uphold the justice that lay behind them. Each individual swiftly made their way to their respective battlefronts, engaging in fierce confrontations with the pirates. Arthur momentarily froze, shaken from his fear, but quickly steadied himself with his innate adaptability to the environment. Arthur took a deep breath, his senses overwhelmed, yet he soon acclimated to the cacophony of gunfire and chaos. Seeing Arthur regain his composure, Colonel Crow urged him towards the nearby naval base engulfed in flames. "Arthur, accompany me to the naval base for support. The others will handle the pirates within the town." "Cooper, stay by my side." Arthur's fear of firearms lingered vividly in his mind. Even after a decade of training in the world of the Pirate King, he doubted his body could withstand even a few shots. He shielded Cooper as they sprinted after Colonel Crow towards the ravaged naval base on the island. Cooper hopped along the ground, using his talons to propel himself, keeping pace behind Arthur, relying on his eagle-like acute senses of hearing and sight. He remained vigilant against any sudden human ambush. Colonel Crow noticed Cooper's unusual behavior. His eyes reddened, and veins bulged on his forehead as he exclaimed, "I have told you before, I do not like chickens." Arthur lowered his gaze, sprinting alongside Colonel Crow through the streets of the naval base. "He is an eagle, Colonel Crow." Upon hearing this, Cooper's expression darkened, and disregarding Arthur's warning, he spread his wings and soared into the night sky. Surveying the entire island with a stern gaze, Colonel Crow, witnessing the bird take flight, pointed at Cooper, declaring, "That is indeed an eagle at the Lionheart Island Naval Base." Several robust pirates radiating an aura of dominance mocked the bloodied base commander amidst the flames. Taunting, "What has happened to the Navy of this era? Lacking in hockey, devoid of the six powers, it seems you have grown rusty from lingering in a peaceful environment for too long. Ha 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 ha." The base commander of Lionheart Island gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing he had exerted his utmost effort to resist them. The soldiers tasked with safeguarding the island had nearly all perished. Feeling heartache for his subordinates, he smiled at the pirates. "Though we may not be the elite from headquarters, the world will remember how valiantly we resisted the evil pirates." After the pirates ruthlessly dispatched the base commander, they were drawn to the intense crimson fists of Sakazuki from the sea beyond the island. His techniques gradually transformed from colossal magma fists into hellish red hounds, plummeting from the sky onto an island near Lionheart Island. "What is that magma kid's ability? It seems he has further developed his powers." A man named Lake observed the sky beyond the island. Volcanic ash drifted down onto Lionheart Island, a testament to the terrifying nature of Sakazuki's abilities. With the monsters of the new generation of the Navy arriving, you are all doomed." Despite his injuries, the base commander wore a provocative smile directed at the pirates. The phone snail on Lake's person rang, prompting him to discard the lifeless body of the pierced base commander and immediately answer the call. The phone snail mimicked the voice and expressions of Apollo, proclaiming, "Lake, the three nature-type monsters from the Navy headquarters have come to assist. Carp's son has already breached our island. I need you to annihilate them all." The sound of fierce combat echoed from the other end. It was Dorag fiercely clashing with Apollo. "That I understand the Navy headquarters has sent reinforcements." "Captain Apollo," Lake acknowledged. Hearing that reinforcements were from the Navy headquarters, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Ever since Zephyr retired from his position as admiral to become the chief instructor of the Navy, the soldiers he trained at the headquarters had turned out to be formidable individuals, far superior to those stationed at the island's naval base. With his bare torso adorned with powerful muscles and numerous battle scars akin to those on Apollo, he appeared to be an imposing figure, exuding raw strength and a fierce demeanor, as if imbued with the essence of many lives. "Carp's son? The one who conjured storms at sea, causing us great distress. Lake, 2 Navy personnel are approaching this way. It seems to be that volatile Crow." A pirate stationed at the lookout tower behind the naval base's gate spotted Arthur and Crow rushing towards them. "Is it Carp's son?" Lake inquired, moving towards the entrance of the naval base, addressing his subordinate at the lookout. "No, it's his lieutenant, Crow. Carp's son must be engaged in battle with Captain Apollo. There's a fierce commotion over by the shore of Lionheart Island." The lookout pirate replied, just as he noticed an eagle circling in the sky. Cooper spiraled in the air, emitting sharp cries of Cooper, seemingly preparing to lock onto a target. "What is that? Battles are erupting on this island. And yet an animal dares to circle above?" the pirate thought, peering through his binoculars at the circling Cooper, puzzled in the midst of human conflict. Neither birds nor land creatures would dare to approach. This felt amiss to him, and in the blink of an eye, the circling Cooper dove towards him at blinding speed. The pirate instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist, only to realize the opponent was far too fast. It was already too late. Below the lookout tower, just as Lake was about to push open the base's gate to engage in battle, a thunderous crash echoed as the towering iron gate was violently dented and hurled towards him. Lake swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, watching the massive gate smash into the structures within the naval base, creating a gaping hole. Lake was astounded by such force. Crow lacked such power. He hardly fought with his fists. Lake mused as he saw two figures emerging from the dust cloud before the gate. Arthur clenched his fists, his heart racing as he cautiously stepped into the pirate's line of sight. Cough, cough. That entrance was far too violent. Arthur, Crow appeared behind him, sweat trickling down from his forehead, once again astonished by Arthur's brute strength. Colonel Crow surveyed the naval base square, quickly spotting the bloodied corpse of the base commander. We have arrived too late. Suddenly, a pirate's scream echoed from the lookout tower. Ah! The pirate atop the lookout tower was sent flying like a cannonball by Cooper's Talon strike, crashing into the base square and creating a deep crater. Cooper spread his wings in a display of dominance, standing atop the lookout tower and angrily screeching, "Cooper, I am not a chicken." Lake glanced back at his fallen subordinate, bewildered. "What happened? You were kicked down by a chicken." "Lieutenant," cough cough, "that eagle is no ordinary eagle." The pirate who had been struck down by Cooper's Talon revealed 6 penetrating wounds across his chest, with 2 distinct Talon imprints, before collapsing onto the uneven ground. Motionless, Cooper. Hearing this, Cooper, unable to contain his fury, let out another roar and dove towards him, intent on tearing apart those who dared insult him. "You think I'm just any beast?" Lake's eyes reddened as he witnessed Cooper rapidly approaching. His demeanor shifting dramatically. Consumed by rage, Cooper disregarded everything and lunged forward with a claw aimed at Lake. After training alongside Arthur for so many years, he had yet to encounter a human capable of matching him. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire naval base. Sensing the presence of the man before Cooper, Arthur raced towards him, urgently shouting, "Come back. That man is not someone you can handle." The distance between him and the man named Lake was still over 10 meters, rendering Arthur unable to reach Cooper in time to prevent the impending clash. With his speed insufficient, he could no longer avert the catastrophe. Drawing from his years of hunting in the wilderness, he assessed that the man named Lake was a formidable predator. It has been a while since I've seen such an impulsive newcomer. Crow thought to himself, transforming into ash and charging at Lake with incredible speed, directly piercing through his body and those of the surrounding pirates. The ash coalesced into formidable black swords upon the ground. Soaring rapidly from the ground, he pierced through the bodies of those pirates. In an instant, the underlings beside Lake were dispatched by Captain Crow. Only Lake himself, at the moment the colossal sword ascended, managed to deflect it with his fists, effortlessly absorbing the blow. Cooper's powerful kick aimed at Lake's talons was also intercepted, landing upon a massive black ash sword. Startled, it looked up, realizing it could not shatter the coal gray blade, and spread its wings to continue soaring into the heavens. Obelisk of coal. Captain Crow materialized behind the pirates, his hands crossed in a striking pose as he unleashed his move. "Long time no see. You frenzied scoundrel. Your strength has grown even greater since our last encounter." Lake greeted Captain Crow, immediately launching an assault upon him. "You ought to comprehend that even when your stamina is depleted, you will never lay a finger on me, Lake." Captain Crow allowed his body to become ethereal, showing no fear of the domineering man before him. The two clashed head-on. Arthur, holding a gun, followed Lake's movements with the barrel and his gaze, attempting to shoot him amidst their confrontation. Crow, possessing the coal fruit, a Logia type, should be immune to collateral damage. Arthur fixated on the imposing figure of Lake, aligning his eyes with the gun's muzzle. Bang! Seizing the moment during their battle, he pulled the trigger as the bullet was fired. Lake turned to the source of the sound, extending his palm toward his face with astonishing speed. Lake, the bullet's speed appeared as if in slow motion. Attempting to neutralize the bullet's impact with his palm, Arthur analyzed Lake's action. Yet, the next instant revealed something beyond his expectations. The palm shielding Lake's face appeared as if clad in the skin of molten steel, enveloping his forearm. In an instant, it cooled down. This familiar scene caused Arthur's eyes to widen in disbelief. Could it be armament hockey? Ding! A crisp sound echoed as the bullet struck Lake's palm, creating sparks akin to steel, effortlessly neutralizing the bullet's force. Indeed, on the battlefield, one must fight with abandon. Lake let out a roar filled with fervor. After blocking the bullet, his arm clenched tightly, swinging toward the mass of black ash elements before him. Captain Crow, who had thought himself invulnerable as a Logia user, found himself momentarily panicking at the sight of Lake's colossal black fist. This is armament hockey. A wave of unease and crisis surged through Captain Crow, shattering his composure as Lake's sudden display of power took him by surprise. Quite astonishing. I sent it, Crow. Lake's fist struck Crow's solid form with a resounding blow. Cough. Immediately, Crow spat blood from the force of the terrifying impact. Pained groans escaped his lips, mingled with the warmth of his own blood. Pain and fear swiftly invaded Crow's mind, his body hurtling through the air in a straight line toward the nearby blazing Navy base. Boom! As the dust settled within the structure, Captain Crow, in Arthur's shocked gaze, appeared to have lost all combat capability, blood spilling from his mouth onto his chest. Leaning against the cracked wall, he slumped to the ground. Utterly devoid of resistance, this guy just incapacitated the formidable Captain Crow with a single punch. Astonishment etched across Arthur's face. He nervously tightened his finger on the trigger. Ha! Crow, do not presume that we pirates do not grow stronger. Under the tutelage of our captain and Lord Shiki, I have mastered armament hockey to combat you Logia monsters. Lake, without even glancing at the bullet fired by Arthur, relied solely on his hearing to gauge the bullet's approach. Then he extended his forearm, enveloped in hockey, effortlessly deflecting it away. Arthur, undeterred, continued to pull the trigger. In his worldview, firearms were something all humans should fear. Yet, the stark reality before him shattered that notion. It was you who smashed open that heavy door moments ago. Wasn't it? Lake approached Arthur with an air of confidence, pointing at him and stating, I must admit, I was genuinely astonished. I thought it was Crow who had grown stronger. His expression shifted to one of disappointment as he continued. I never expected it to be a stranger who did it. Who are you? A new force sent by the Navy headquarters? Or perhaps a new disciple of Zephyr with the mastery of armament hockey? Lake's confidence was palpable. Although merely at an elementary level, it was sufficient to easily counter less formidable Logia-type users such as Captain Crow. Cooper soared above, surveying the situation below, feeling an inexplicable sense of fear. After firing all the bullets in his gun, Arthur reached for the ammunition pouch at his waist, preparing to reload, his face filled with disbelief. Observing Arthur's flustered demeanor, the battle-hardened Lake instantly discerned he was devoid of any combat experience. A rookie? Lake pondered, furrowing his brow. If he truly is a rookie, how could he have smashed open that heavy Navy base door earlier? After several seconds of contemplation, Lake ceased his musings and swiftly closed the distance. Throwing a punch at Arthur, with no time to reload, Arthur had no choice but to discard his firearm and unleash his own punch against Lake's hockey-imbued fist. Boom! The collision of their powerful punches sent a shockwave, creating a sonic barrier that expanded behind them. What? Lake exclaimed in shock, gazing at the diminutive figure before him who had managed to withstand his hockey-infused strike with mere flesh, but bones ache. Arthur, enduring the collision for several seconds, felt the pain in his hand gradually sap his strength, letting out a pained wail. The hardness of their punches was on entirely different levels. This was not mere sparring. And the opponent was using all his might, enhanced by the hockey that Arthur lacked. You nearly scared me to death. Lake, shaking off his astonishment, looked at Arthur, whose face was contorted in agony, and laughed uproariously. I thought you were some sort of monster. All brawn and no brains. How could a mere punch compete with the hockey I have diligently trained to counter Logia users? With that, Lake opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying battle cry, utilizing his free left arm to deliver a devastating hook to Arthur's face. That fist was larger than Arthur's entire head. Following that, witnessing Arthur's strength wane from injury, Lake's right punch broke through Arthur's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. So resilient. Lake marveled at the sensation, feeling as though Arthur's body had been tempered through some rigorous process. Lacking combat experience, Arthur was momentarily stunned, losing consciousness as his body soared into the air. Lake sent him flying, crashing through the outer stone wall of the Navy base. Captain Crow, witnessing the injured rookie Arthur, attempted to rise and assist, only to find himself utterly immobilized. He could not move. helplessly watching as Arthur endured the tremendous impact against the stone wall. Cooper, seeing Arthur hurt, anxiously dove toward Lake, hoping to ambush him and kick him away from Arthur. It swooped down, talons clenched, aiming for Lake's neck as if hunting for prey. Lake sensed the impending danger, turning to face the descending Cooper. "You little creature, you dare come again. So, your master is this Navy lad, huh?" Facing Cooper's assault, Lake calmly threw a punch in its direction. The moment their talons met his hockey-infused fist, Cooper realized it stood no chance against the overwhelming force of this human. In an instant, it was sent hurtling away into the sky. "What is happening?" Arthur, wedged against the wall, regained his senses, shaking his head as blood dripped from his chin. "Why did I lose consciousness just now? What is the nature of these people in this era? Aren't they typically just lackeys? Easily dispatched by someone like me? A time traveler?" He contemplated the idea of tearing his limbs from the wall to stand once more before that man. His hunched frame quickly straightened again, and upon lifting his gaze, he realized that the pirate, who had seemed so diminutive moments before, now loomed before him like a monstrous beast. An aura of death radiated from him, fixating his stare upon Arthur. This sensation was reminiscent of his initial ventures into the wilds, where he sought game to stave off hunger, only to encounter a colossal predator, instinctively yearning to flee for his life. "Ha!" Lake roared to the heavens. "Do not underestimate the remnants of the Rock's pirates. We are now the formidable warriors under the leadership of 1st Division Captain Shiki." Arthur, dizzy and confused, wiped the viscous liquid from the corner of his mouth, only to discover it was his own blood. The sight of his own crimson essence widened his eyes in shock, his breath quickening, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. It was not fear that gripped him, but the dawning realization of his injury, as adrenaline surged through his veins. "That I will die. He will kill me and devour me." Thoughts of dire outcomes flooded Arthur's mind. Instinctively, he reached for the hilt of the knife at his waist. Yet he hesitated. Lake, reveling in the scent of Arthur's fear, suddenly noticed the trembling youth beginning to regain his composure. Years of combat experience stirred unease within him, and as he decisively swung his fist to deliver a fatal blow, a resounding crack echoed to Arthur's hands. Seemingly frail, gripped Lake's iron-like fist with astonishing strength, halting the attack. In that moment, Arthur comprehended that he had not always resided in the peaceful East Blue. He had been at war with the ferocious beasts of the mountains since childhood, fighting for survival at every turn, teetering perpetually on the brink of death. At this juncture, with his life threatened, he instinctively regarded Lake, the pirate vice-captain, as a beast to be vanquished. "How can you possess such immense strength?" "I am truly curious," Lake exclaimed, astonished to see Arthur, who moments ago appeared as a lamb to the slaughter, suddenly transform into a figure of unwavering resolve. He strained against Arthur's grip, realizing that without exerting himself, he found it nearly impossible to move. "Cooper, where have you gone? Come assist me." Despite his awareness of his limitations, Arthur felt he could not face this foe alone. He summoned all his strength to withstand Lake's punch. While his legs surged forward in a rapid arc, raging foot, a slashing wave erupted from the tip of Arthur's foot that Lake's eyes widened in alarm as he coiled his hockey around his hands, shifting it to his chest in preparation for defense. Unable to extricate himself from Arthur's formidable grasp, the impact of the raging foot collided with Lake's hockey-clad chest, propelling him from Arthur's vicinity and crashing him into the nearby naval base's second floor. "Cooper!" Arthur knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath and spitting blood. In those fleeting seconds, the injured Cooper, responding to his call, clumsily descended from the sky, landing atop Arthur's shoulders. "Do not act recklessly." "Cooper," Arthur cautioned, glancing into its eyes. Cooper understood that this was no ordinary skirmish. His sharp gaze had turned serious. Together, they beheld Lake, emerging from the smoke, towering over 4 meters tall, resembling a small giant, wiping the blood from his mouth, and approaching them with palpable excitement. This pirate possessed the power of armament hockey, albeit seemingly at a novice level. Yet, one careless moment could spell their demise. "Cooper, heed my warning," Arthur urged once more, fearful of Cooper's impulsiveness. He glanced at the injured Lieutenant Crow, listening to the fierce gunfire erupting from the town behind them, concluding that reinforcements were unlikely. A brutish hawk and a seemingly inexperienced naval recruit could not possibly hope to defeat a seasoned veteran. Lake wiped the blood from his lips, The earlier raging foot had inflicted internal damage. Ecstatically, he bellowed, "What a joke! I am destined to become a core member of Lord Shiki's dominion over the world." The blood trickling from Lake's mouth attested to the formidable power of the Navy's six forms raging foot. However, such techniques consumed considerable stamina. It seems your haki is still rudimentary, merely a beginner's level. Arthur taunted softly, "You are not nearly as formidable as you appeared." That moment, Lake sensed a remarkable shift in Arthur's aura. The steadfast resolve in his eyes glimmered with a cold intensity. As though he were a truly ferocious beast fixated on its prey, Lake felt himself become the hunted. What is happening? Why does this fellow suddenly exude the aura of a strong adversary? Anxiety took root within Lake's heart that he dared not approach Arthur. Halting more than 10 meters away, standing rigidly in place, locked in a silent standoff with the unwavering youth, Arthur's demeanor grew grim. The concern for his own life pushed him toward a frenzied state. Lake broke the silence, taunting, "Navy brat, your body trembles so violently, and you think you can defeat me? I merely need to endure until Apollo defeats Cap's son. When that moment arrives, you shall appear as powerless as a mere ant before Captain Apollo." Arthur knew nothing of Apollo's standing within the Rocks Pirates. Previously, Apollo may have been an inconsequential figure, yet he had now risen to become the captain of the 14th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates. Seizing the moment, Arthur's leg muscles erupted with power as he charged toward Lake with blinding speed, declaring, "You have no chance of victory. Once Cooper and I truly join forces, you are no match for us." Lake, incensed by this proclamation, felt his muscles tense as he bellowed. Arrogant, he surged forward, unable to tolerate Arthur's audacity, who had transformed from a lamb into a roaring lion. As they closed the distance, both unleashed their fists in a brutal clash, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Cooper, perched atop Arthur's shoulder, directed all its might toward Lake's neck. Lake channeled all his strength into his right fist to engage with Arthur, finding himself unable to evade. Arthur endured the excruciating pain coursing through his fist. Refusing to retreat even a step, he fought with unwavering resolve to protect his life, determined to defeat the beast before him. Cooper's beak pierced Lake's neck, eliciting a grimace of agony from him, causing the force of his collision with Arthur to diminish. In that instant, Arthur's fist broke through Lake's defenses, landing a decisive blow to his abdomen. The impact reverberated, muscles rupturing around Lake's midsection, sound waves expanding as his body buckled. Under the immense force, he convulsed, blood spewing forth, losing control over his own body as if crushed by 100 tons of weight. Cooper soared before Lake, talons striking his face, leaving it bloodied and mangled. "Ah!" Lake cried out in disbelief as his advantageous position was overturned in an instant. Arthur had no intention of halting his assault. Denying Lake any chance to breathe, he utilized the six forms shave to swiftly appear before him. Launching a powerful punch toward his chest, bang! Another explosive punch pierced through Lake's torso, contorting his features in agony as blood gushed forth once more. Boom! Boom! Hiss! Arthur relentlessly assaulted Lake, while Cooper's claws tore into his upper body. Each punch fell like rain, solidly landing with an earth-shattering force. Lake, battered and reeling, could scarcely retaliate under the onslaught. These relentless strikes, each aimed at shattering his opponent's defenses, echoed with the sound of thunderous collisions. Lake's once robust physique endured a torrent of blows, collapsing to the ground, covered in bruises, resembling a lifeless husk kneeling before Arthur and Cooper. Seeing the pirate vice-captain now powerless to resist, Arthur stood before Lake, a low growl escaping him, his mouth agape, saliva splattering onto Lake's face. He was in a frenzied state, akin to a beast ready to devour its prey. "The Navy has recruited such a creature as you." "How amusing," Lake gasped, kneeling on the ground, his body twisted and barely clinging to life, managing a bitter smile. "You must be eliminated as a threat." Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of his own defeat, scarcely able to recall the events of the past 2 minutes. An overwhelming agony pervaded his entire being, as if his flesh were ablaze in the very air itself. Incredulous, he grappled with the reality that his newly acquired armament haki had succumbed to a seemingly juvenile adversary. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. Rayleigh lay immobile, his consciousness the sole remnant of his awareness. Arthur soon regained his resolute gaze, hands in pockets, exuding an air of cold superiority as he addressed Rayleigh. "Through this battle, you have illuminated a truth for me. When Cooper and I combine our strengths in combat, Individuals of your caliber are relegated to the role of mere punching bags. Cooper's bloodied claws gripped Arthur's shoulder. His sharp gaze fixed on the pirate before them. The mention of Major Crow struck a chord within Arthur. His fists throbbed with residual pain as he secured Rake with iron chains. Then proceeded to the quarters where Major Crow had taken refuge, anxious to ascertain his condition. I am unharmed, Arthur, merely caught off guard by a sudden strike while my body was in a state of relaxation. Major Crow replied, his injuries gradually mending. The unexpected manifestation of Rake's armament hockey had caught him unawares. This encounter had also illuminated his own shortcomings, prompting a need for enhanced physical conditioning and training. Furthermore, he realized that when Arthur's life was endangered, he transformed into a ferocious beast, unyielding in his resolve to vanquish foes, yet remarkably composed. Such a talent, should he survive his missions, would undoubtedly flourish within the Navy. However, as Drag sought to distance himself from the Navy's ideals of justice, he too began to question the very essence of that justice. It seemed as though the upper echelons were training ruthless killing machines under the guise of missions. Frequently, he found himself lamenting his own inadequacies, never feeling truly powerful. Upon confirming Major Crow's well-being, Arthur made his way to the plaza outside the base, retrieved his firearm, and loaded it with bullets. For this was the world of the Pirate King, where monsters and prodigies thrived. This battle had made it painfully clear. Was it truly so arduous to defeat a mere underling of the Rocks Pirates? Or perhaps there were no true weaklings among the ranks of the Rocks Pirates? Arthur's heart brimmed with reflections. This skirmish had imparted profound lessons and insights. In this world, even after enduring grievous injuries, one could still rise and retaliate. The human body's resilience far surpassing that of the denizens of Blue Star. Through sheer physical tenacity and an unquenchable thirst for survival, Arthur had managed to overcome his opponent. He was determined not to succumb to an unnamed foot soldier, for his ambitions of navigating the world of the Pirate King remained unfulfilled. At the Navy base on Lionheart Island, the ground was strewn with the corpses of both Navy and pirates, and Arthur stood amidst the carnage. He gazed towards the distant islands, where explosions and volcanic eruptions echoed. The blast from the glistening fruit and the ash from the lava fruit cascading upon his face. With his weapon slung over his shoulder, he turned to Major Crow and inquired, "The coast remains embroiled in combat. Major, what must I do now?" "Arthur, you may assist the other soldiers. I must retrieve vital documents from the base," Major Crow instructed before clutching his wound and disappearing into the depths of the damaged headquarters. Only Arthur and Cooper remained in the plaza. They stood in silence for a moment. "Cooper," Arthur queried, "what shall we do next? What else is there to do?" "I have joined the Navy to learn the 6 styles. I must go to the town to combat the pirates and protect the civilians." Arthur quickly steadied his emotions and, accompanied by Cooper, ventured towards the gunfire that echoed through the town, hearing the anguished cries of the civilians. "Cooper, there is still a pirate feigning death in the plaza." "Arthur, he is the one I just kicked away," Cooper pointed out, prompting Arthur to pause, draw his weapon, and aim at the pirate who lay partially embedded in the ground. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 4 shots, methodically incapacitating the pirate's arms and legs to prevent him from rescuing his defeated subordinate. It seemed he possessed a din-din mushy. Arthur reloaded his weapon and returned to Rake's side, discovering a din-din mushy on him before making his way towards the tumult of wind and fire that engulfed Lionheart Island's town. Not just here, but the surrounding islands had all descended into a hellscape. On the coast, Drag was locked in a fierce confrontation with Captain Apollo of the Flying Sky Pirates, who had launched an assault on Lionheart Island. "Monkey D. Drag, I trust my subordinate has annihilated all your men on the island," Apollo boasted, his posture unwavering as he engaged Drag in a physical duel, ever vigilant against Drag's potential ambushes using his Logia powers. He did not unleash his full might, instead waiting for news from his subordinate Rake. Observing Drag's facial expressions provided him with a sense of pleasure and satisfaction, as well as a means to humiliate his opponent. However, after an extended clash, Apollo noted a considerable evolution in Drag's combat prowess compared to their last encounter. "Damn that carp and his lineage. His growth rate is astonishing," Apollo seethed, cursing the name of Monkey D. Carp in his heart. In the face of Apollo's provocations, Drag remained resolute. "If I cannot trust my own subordinates, who can I trust? As long as Shiki is absent, none shall save you. Surrender now." Their fierce struggle continued unabated along the coastline. Meanwhile, Arthur, having vanquished Rake in the town, sent Cooper soaring through the air to seek out civilians in need of rescue. "Help! Someone save the child in my arms. Please, anyone. Come quickly." Arthur passed a house engulfed in flames and witnessed a woman clawing her way out of the basement, desperately attempting to shield her child amidst the inferno. Her leg was trapped beneath a burning beam, yet she clung tenaciously to the infant. Upon witnessing this, Arthur rushed in to rescue her. Before continuing his search for others in peril, he saved children unable to help themselves and adults charred by the flames. Tending to both the living and the deceased, Arthur tirelessly rescued civilians on Lionheart Island, yet the once bright light in his eyes dimmed under the weight of such tragedy. After witnessing the brutal realities of the world beyond the East Sea, his perceptions were irrevocably altered. Kneeling down, he gently placed a wounded child onto the town streets. This is the world beyond the East Sea, or perhaps this is merely the hidden truth and harsh reality within the realm of the Pirate King. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Arthur from behind, narrowly missing his back and striking a nearby burning structure. Damn it! I missed. The pirate prepared to fire again, only to discover his handgun was out of ammunition. Arthur swiftly turned, alert to the threat of the pirate attempting to ambush him. As the pirate reloaded, Cooper swooped down from above, seizing the pirate's neck with his claws. The sharp talons penetrated deeply, and Cooper lifted the pirate high into the air before letting go. Thud! The pirate fell lifelessly at Arthur's feet. Arthur, regaining his composure as he surveyed the fallen pirate, shifted his gaze towards the sounds of battle emanating from the shoreline where the pirate ships lay anchored. "Cooper, go assist the townspeople. I will check the coast." Cooper circled overhead, responding with a cry. Arthur's mission was to join Drag in vanquishing the pirates of Lionheart Island. The pirates on the nearby islands were entrusted to Sakazuki and Borisolino. In truth, he was merely a fledgling sailor, tasked with fulfilling his duties and combating minor pirates. Yet, as the conflict dragged on, the casualties continued to mount as Arthur traversed the streets of the town. He bore witness to the numerous corpses of Navy soldiers. Feeling an urgency to bring this to an end, he dashed through the streets, his demeanor grave, unwavering in his resolve that he pondered. It seemed only reasonable that the unknown remnants of the Rock's pirates had aligned themselves with the Golden Lion. After the events at God Valley, the future emperors were likely hiding, clandestinely expanding their power. Only the Golden Lion Shiki had inherited the audacious ambition of Rocks to unify the world. Nearly 7 years had passed since then, and only Shiki had remained active upon the seas, where have figures such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom vanished too. Arthur pondered the maritime events of recent years in his mind, when suddenly, a throng of pirates engaged in fierce combat with naval soldiers surged onto the street ahead. He fixed his gaze on the approaching pirates, clenching his fists tightly. More Navy reinforcements arrived, sending another soldier to intercept him. Before the pirates could devise a strategy, Arthur, drawing near, sent a pirate towering around 2 meters into the sky with a single punch. As if he were a fearsome beast, unstoppable. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed the Marine 6-style Gale Foot, swiftly aiding other soldiers and clearing the beleaguered pirates in front of them. "You truly are like a monster. Arthur, the pirates we struggled against for so long were effortlessly subdued by you. What is the situation at the naval base on the island, Arthur?" Arthur remained silent, his breath steady and his gaze resolute as he sprinted towards the coast where Dracul Mihawk was located. The soldiers watched him, akin to a speeding superhero, as he vanished from their sight in an instant. What a fortunate era we have encountered, Arthur mused, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. "For everything I desire, I must relinquish all else to grow stronger." The waves at the coast surged and roiled unpredictably. The fierce battle between Apollo and Dracul was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of anguished cries from above in the night sky. Both combatants repelled each other, creating distance as they turned to investigate the source of the screams. Apollo glanced at the figure plummeting from the central sky of the island, laughing heartily. "None of your subordinates could achieve such a feat. Caps.son.it must be Lake mercilessly slaughtering your men within the island. Ha." Dracul, unfazed, activated his powers to send a figure soaring through the air, manipulating the wind elements to bring the individual before him. Upon realizing it was a pirate, a smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps. Just a couple of days ago, I recruited a promising new recruit." Observing the pirate in Dracul's grasp, Apollo's smile swiftly faded. "What is happening? Lake should be decimating those damned Navy soldiers on the island, right? He just mastered the armament hockey. He couldn't possibly be defeated by that crow, could he? A sense of foreboding filled Apollo's heart. Thud. A series of pirates were hurled into their vicinity from the air. Apollo, seeing that they were all his subordinates, grew increasingly serious and retrieved his transponder snail to contact his comrades on the island. Dracula, standing before him, did not intervene, equally curious about the situation on the island. Bring. As Apollo connected the call, another voice rang out from a nearby dock entrance, linking to his transponder snail, in the pitch-black street. Arthur held the transponder snail he had just activated in his right hand, while his left hand gripped a pirate sporting a face marked by his punch as he approached the two. Lake? Upon seeing this, Apollo's first thought was of his subordinate, yet the figure before him bore too great a disparity in stature. I have always believed that by maintaining kindness, I would step into this world with less hostility directed toward me. Upon reaching the coastline where the two stood, Arthur spoke in a calm tone. Dracula, upon recognizing Arthur, joyfully inquired, Arthur, what is the situation on the island? In stark contrast, Apollo's expression darkened as he beheld the familiar transponder snail in Arthur's hand. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously. Why do you possess Lake's transponder snail? You little navy brat. Are you referring to that nearly 4-meter-tall muscular pirate vice-captain? I thoroughly thrashed that guy, though he still clings to life. Arthur declared, tossing the transponder snail into the air towards Apollo. Apollo caught the transponder snail and verified it was indeed Lake's. Another pirate figure was thrown by Arthur onto the ground before him. I have incapacitated nearly all of your subordinates, Arthur said, retrieving a bounty poster from his backpack and slowly reading. Beast Apollo, bounty of 370 million. That is you. I senti it? Arthur, do not be careless. Seeing Arthur speak to Apollo with such a casual demeanor, Dracula felt a twinge of concern. After engaging with Apollo for so long, he understood that the opponent appeared to be handling the situation with ease, as though there were still hidden powers yet to be revealed. Arthur, now fully focused, disregarded any concerns. He was exhilarated to the point of trembling, his fighting spirits soaring. Additionally, having witnessed the devastation in the town, he was desperate to conclude this battle and immerse himself in the training of the 6 styles. Each passing second meant another life lost, as the situation on the island had become overwhelmingly favorable to the Navy. Colonel Dracula, all we need to do is defeat this guy to end this fight. Right? Arthur thought. Since he chose to join the Navy to learn the 6 styles, he believed that as a soldier, it was his duty to protect civilians and the populace, simultaneously, through this battle. He realized the tremendous innocent casualties that Sakasuke's earlier bombardment would cause on the island. Gale foot. Arthur unleashed a kick towards Apollo, whose stature exceeded even that of Lake's. Even before combat commenced, Arthur sensed that their strengths were not on the same level. So you defeated Lake, did you? Apollo's expression darkened, casually shattering Arthur's gale foot with a punch in midair. Indeed, Arthur replied, lowering his voice as their eyes locked. He felt a shock. The fact that Apollo could easily dismantle his gale foot, capable of injuring a pirate vice-captain, was astonishing to in an instant. Apollo appeared before Arthur. His massive form exuded an overwhelming pressure, just as his moniker, the Beast, suggested. That Apollo's fist, charged with the might of thunder, surged forward. The force was tremendous, compressing and exploding the surrounding air. That a powerful shockwave surged toward Arthur's face. Good grief! Arthur's eyes widened as he exerted every effort to evade. However, Apollo's speed surpassed his imagination, leaving him no choice but to clench his fists and brace himself for a full-force counterattack. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided. Within seconds, Arthur's strength was overpowered by Apollo's combination of hockey and brute force. The hockey reinforcement grants him slightly greater strength. I cannot match this guy. In that moment, Arthur felt as though the world had frozen around him, with only Apollo's formidable hockey-coated fist crystallized in his sight. The next instant, a gentle breeze arrived before Apollo's fist, swiftly coalescing into a wind wall that would mitigate the damage. Bang! Apollo's fist shattered through the wind wall, delivering a crushing blow to Arthur as he taunted, "Consider this a gift from my subordinates, a token of thanks to you, brat." Arthur coughed up blood, his body driven into the sandy shore by the force of the massive fist. Suddenly, a ferocious whirlwind, akin to 1,000 blades, assailed Apollo's body. Merely possessing hockey does not guarantee victory over me. While I too wield hockey now, Apollo, it suffices to rely solely on my devil fruit abilities to defeat you. After learning of the situation on the island and witnessing Arthur, now wounded aboard the battleship, Dracul summoned the full might of his devil fruit powers. A fearsome tornado quickly materialized on the sea near Lionheart Island, transforming into the shape of several eastern dragons as they surged towards Apollo. That wretched son of Carp. The violent winds caused the ships docked at nearby islands to sway violently, with masts on multiple pirate vessels snapping under the strain. Your ability to summon storms was originally ours, you accursed Carp. Apollo was taken aback by the tempest that Dracul conjured in an instant. That moment, even with his body enveloped in hockey, he could not withstand the overwhelming force and had to fully activate his hockey for passive defense, attempting to find a breakthrough to reach Dracul. Damn that Carp's son. Apollo roared in pain as he was struck by the elemental wind dragons. Are you not afraid that your exertion will harm the innocent civilians on the nearby island? In theory, hockey can counter the abilities of devil fruits, but that remains merely a theoretical notion. In the heat of battle, if one's hockey lacks sufficient strength and has not been adequately honed, it is more likely to be overwhelmed by the powers of the devil fruits, the nefarious pirate. Reveling in the carnage of slaughter should spare me the flowery words. Your era has come to an end. Remnants of the Rocks Pirates. As Dorag unleashed his powers, a grave seriousness enveloped him. Around him, numerous wind dragons howled across the sea, astonishing all who inhabited the nearby islands. Waves surged to towering heights, crashing toward the surrounding isles like a cataclysmic flood. Such a terrifying technique was no less destructive than Sakazuki's meteoric volcanic assaults on the islands. On a small island near Lionheart Island, Sakazuki, bloodied and battered, observed the turmoil on Lionheart Island and the tumultuous sea. He stood with his foot planted on a severely burned pirate captain, wielding a wild sword over 2 meters long. The island's landscape resembled the ashen aftermath of a volcanic eruption, littered with molten rock and countless corpses. Who, then, is the true pirate? Sneered the magma-laden scoundrel, the pirate beneath his foot, taunting him. As long as I can eliminate scum like you, what does it matter if a few innocents must perish? Sakazuki's rage flared as he swiftly ended the pirate's life with a single stroke. The fierce winds cooled the island's searing magma, gradually solidifying it into rock, spreading across the entire isle. Barely a moment after completing his task, a soldier braved the howling winds to approach. Colonel Sakazuki, our vessel and the pirate ship have both been sunk by Colonel Dorag's powers. Following the demise of the pirate captain on his island, Sakazuki made his way to the coastal edge, gazing through his telescope towards Lionheart Island. Once Dorag's abilities are unleashed, they cannot be halted. After a considerable while, as dawn approached, the storm over the sea near Lionheart Island began to subside. Dorag, having exhausted immense stamina, approached the imprinted Arthur, who lay embedded in the ground, gazing at the snoring Arthur within the pit. He paused. This fellow possesses remarkable physical resilience, managing to sleep in such conditions, he mused to himself, reaching down to lift Arthur from the hole, blood-drenched Arthur's body, snapping him awake. Yet, to Dorag's eyes, he did not appear as dreadful as anticipated. Quickly regaining his composure, Arthur brandished the weapon slung across his back and addressed Dorag. If my gun is broken, you won't make me pay for it. Will you, Colonel Dorag, as long as you are unharmed? Dorag maintained his serious demeanor, observing Apollo, who had been thrust into the island by the force of his abilities. Apollo slowly rose from the ruins, bearing various injuries, and grinned menacingly at Dorag. Heh, I'm still alive, son of Garp. Upon hearing Apollo's voice, Arthur swiftly turned toward the town harbor, pointing at Apollo. He can still stand, Colonel. With a thud, Dorag's powers had taken their toll, rendering him increasingly fatigued. Coupled with the exhaustion from earlier battles, he needed a moment to recuperate. He inwardly cursed. I need to rest for a bit. Damn it. Facing off against 370 million worth of pirates. Dorag felt the strain acutely. Though the techniques of the devil fruits were dazzling, their underdeveloped nature rendered them less effective. Had they been sufficiently mastered, the time taken to execute that last move would have sufficed to eliminate Apollo. He lamented, realizing that perhaps he should have resisted his father's grueling training. As Apollo rose from the ruins, he approached Arthur. You little bastard. That was my full force strike just now. Why are you still on your feet? Apollo's eyes bulged with rage, his body marred by bloodstains, the ground beneath him soaked in crimson. Why? Arthur scoffed, offering a derisive smile. Because I refused to succumb before the battle concludes. Earlier, Apollo had been at full strength, and Arthur had no means to defeat him. Now, weakened by Dorag's overwhelming attack, he resolved to retaliate, acknowledging that his current combat prowess without a sword was far from formidable. Relying solely on his fists against a battle-hardened opponent like Apollo was a likely path to death. He felt fortunate to have discerned his capabilities through this conflict. Suddenly, a throng of injured soldiers rushed in, encircling him with their weapons drawn. "Surrender, Apollo. Your crew and ship have been utterly annihilated by our navy. Do not resist futilely." Arthur maneuvered through the crowd to stand before Apollo, gazing up at his disheveled state, mocking, "You were so formidable just now, and now look at your pitiful condition. Heh, you too." "Navy brat," Apollo retorted, revealing a similarly disdainful smile. Defiantly surveying his surroundings, he understood that in his current state, he was likely to be gunned down, yet capitulating would likely lead to his demise at the hands of Shiki. The failure of their mission to seize the Navy's stronghold in the Aver Sea would undoubtedly not be tolerated by Shiki. "Listen, fellow Navy comrades, hold your fire for now. I wish to have a word with him," Arthur interjected, halting the Navy soldiers aboard Dorag's ship. He noticed their somber expressions, as many familiar faces from just 2 days prior were now absent. The soldiers glanced at Dorag, who knelt, resting. Dorag nodded in agreement, permitting Arthur to proceed. The soldiers then retreated from the area surrounding Arthur and Apollo, forming a circle to grant the two space. They grasped that Dorag aimed to cultivate a rare talent such as Arthur, one with a distinct personality and independent thought. The flames on Lionheart Island had been extinguished by the force of Dorag's earlier attack, amidst the rumbling thunder and lightning along the island's coast. All eyes were drawn to the confrontation between Arthur and Apollo. The torrential rain drenched everyone, and they stood, soaked, watching the clash unfold in the aftermath of the storm. Many soldiers continued their rescue efforts, with both pirates and navy suffering casualties. "Can you hear the cries for help in this town?" Arthur, drenched in blood washed clean by the rain, approached Apollo and struck him forcefully in the side, inquiring, "Have you heard those pleas?" Despite his injuries, Arthur's punch retained much of its power, landing solidly and sending a weakened Apollo stumbling back, clutching his side with a pained grin. "Ha ha ha. What are you referring to, little brat?" That wicked grin stirred anger within Arthur, who furrowed his brow. "I mean, have you heard the pleas of those innocent civilians?" "Ha ha ha." Apollo laughed maniacally upon realizing, "Are you jesting with me? Speaking of such things, I am a pirate." With that, Apollo charged at Arthur, unleashing a punch larger than Arthur's entire frame, forcing him backward. Arthur raised his hands defensively, bracing himself. "You bastard Navy, is this the trivial question you asked to duel me?" "It is precisely because I am with the Navy that I pose these inquiries." Arthur's feet slid across the ground for nearly 7 or 8 meters before he steadied himself, bellowing, "Otherwise, you would have been reduced to mere fragments by now, beast." His righteous demeanor radiated, and had he not accompanied Dorag aboard to witness this world, he would have remained oblivious to its bloody reality. Ridiculous, Apollo deemed Arthur's questions juvenile, wiping the blood from his lips and clenching his fists as he charged forward. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, the powerful will always trample the feeble. The weak are merely toys for the strong. Do you understand what that means, you hairless child? Hearing these words, Arthur's expression darkened, and he ceased to respond. It was as if he acknowledged the truth in Apollo's statement. In this world, possessing absolute power indeed seemed to grant one the ability to act with impunity. Yet, as a member of the Navy, he was bound to uphold justice and confront Apollo. The two engaged in close combat, with weakened Apollo throwing a punch at Arthur, contemplating that at least taking him down would provide a worthy companion in death. However, in the next moment, Arthur deftly sidestepped the massive fist, grasping Apollo's thick forearm with his left hand. Arthur struck down with his right elbow. The sound of a bone snapping rang out, crisp and clear. Apollo's body convulsed, and the excruciating pain of broken bones forced him to emit a wretched scream. His face contorted into a mask of agony. His already frail physique buckled, bringing his towering form of 5 meters down to a height less than that of Arthur. Witnessing this, Arthur clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a flurry of furious punches upon Apollo's face, repeatedly chanting, "Let us see who falls first." In a bid to preserve the honor of his flying pirate crew, the beasts, Apollo swung his other arm in a futile attempt to strike back at Arthur. However, he soon succumbed to Arthur's relentless assault, his head taking a barrage of violent blows until he ultimately lost his capacity to resist. From dawn until the break of day, Apollo endured a one-sided beating that left him unconscious. Sprawled upon the ground before Arthur gazed at Apollo, his body battered and bruised. He pondered, "I simply cannot fathom why some individuals derive pleasure from mercilessly slaughtering the innocent, especially after experiencing it firsthand." The weight of such a reality is truly burdensome. Is the price of growth to be paid with my hopes and fervor? No, I shall never become that kind of person, that I will steadfastly maintain my kindness and the original intent to grow stronger. Otherwise, with over 30 years until I can reunite with Luffy and the others as they set sail, how could I possibly endure such a long wait, with the mission at Lionheart Island accomplished? The battle came to a close. Navy soldiers approached the unconscious Apollo, swiftly securing his hands and feet with iron chains. Account for the casualties. Contact Colonel Sakazuki and Colonel Borsalino to ascertain whether their mission objectives have been completed. If not, do they require assistance? After binding all the pirates in the central naval prison of the town at Lionheart Island, Drago brought forth all the supplies. In the now ruined town square, he established a simple relief station for the civilians. As morning broke, the storm subsided. After tallying the casualties and the number of captured pirates, the Navy soldiers, many of whom were wrapped in white cloth, received new orders. Noticing Arthur's absence from the relief station, Drago inquired of his subordinates, "Where is Arthur?" "He is atop the church bell tower." One soldier pointed towards the highest structure in the town, where Arthur sat alongside Cooper. "The other areas are awaiting our arrival." Should the colonel go? Indeed, and we must also consider Sakazuki and Borsalino, as their ships were swept away by the storm. Upon learning of Arthur's location, Drago made his way towards him, stating, "No need. They must have already notified headquarters for reinforcements, as well as the nearby patrolling warships. We need not concern ourselves with them." At the peak of the church on Lionheart Island, Arthur leaned against a rectangular stone pillar above the great bell. Meat in hand, gazing at the tranquil morning sea beyond the island, to admire the mountains and waters in solitude, to listen to the wind and rain in peaceful slumber. Guests come and go. Day by day, flowers bloom and wither, year after year, Arthur murmured softly, reflecting on his experiences over the past decade. He gazed out at the sea and the remnants of the town below, unable to bear the sight of such devastation. He never expected to encounter such horrors on his first voyage. Could this truly be the norm in this world? Arthur found himself questioning, considering Luffy's protagonist aura, which seemed to attract mostly fortunate circumstances. If I remain in the Navy and am to face such occurrences every few days, I fear I will soon depart from their ranks. Cooper, having never witnessed such emotions in Arthur, perceived it as a precursor to a transformation following profound experiences. It nestled its head under Arthur's arm, spreading its wings to embrace him, comforting the visibly distressed youth in its own way. "You have saved many lives, Cooper." Arthur bit into the meat in his hand, wiping the grease on its feathers. "Cooper, I am here to comfort you, not to be your napkin." As they consoled one another, Drago climbed up from below the church, sticking his head out to observe the two atop the bell tower with a vacant expression. "Hey, Arthur, you still have this interest?" Startled by Drago's sudden appearance, Arthur instinctively pushed Cooper away to avoid misunderstandings. He hurriedly explained, "What is it, Colonel? And please, don't get the wrong idea. He is male." Cooper, equally startled, flapped its wings in annoyance at Drago. Observing Cooper's reaction, Arthur felt an unexpected joy at Drago's treatment, devoid of any semblance of authority. This reminded him of Luffy, and he understood why Luffy had inherited his genes. My apologies, Arthur, for interrupting your tranquility. A new mission has arrived. We are to mobilize to Punk Hazard to retrieve a few experimental subjects from Mariewa. Drago relayed the mission details to Arthur after the previous night's battle. He regarded Arthur as a responsible young man with a strong sense of duty. "This is not tranquility. Cooper and I are invaluable partners, understand? But, Punk Hazard, that island's name rings a bell." Arthur recognized it as the site of an intense 10-day battle between Akainu and Akiji, which ultimately transformed the island into a polarized realm of extreme cold and heat. As for the specifics, Drago ascended the bell tower, sitting beside Arthur and Cooper as they gazed out at the sea. "Have you heard of the MADS Illegal Scientific Research Group? It's often reported in the news." It. Arthur was quite familiar with MADS, the organization led by the renowned scientist Vegapunk, known as the most powerful scientific body in the future world. He recalled an article he had seen about a perfect clone being developed, although the news had quickly been suppressed by the world government's overwhelming authority. "Yes, I've heard of it. They are led by the infamous Lone Shark. Dufeld, right?" Upon hearing this, Drago widened his eyes, surprised by Arthur's knowledge. "The government and the Navy have invited those self-proclaimed peace-loving lunatics to the island to conduct scientific research and experiment with some subjects. The primary objective of this mission is to escort two individuals with rather unique physical traits, though we lack detailed intelligence on them. Arthur sighed, feeling the morning sea breeze wash over him. Alas, what kind of navy have I joined? Just as I finish a weighty task, I am dispatched to another. Is it too much to ask for a day or two of respite, dear Colonel? He lamented, expressing his grievances about the lack of breaks, likening it to being a mere labor. We will rest for a day, awaiting the supply ship's arrival tomorrow, and then we shall set forth. Drago reassured Arthur, your accomplishments from this mission have already been reported to headquarters, and many of the civilians rescued in the town are singing your praises. Arthur's face flushed with embarrassment at the thought. Dismissing it with a wave of his hand, I wish to eat dumplings, Colonel. He was not fond of accolades and had no desire to be hailed as a hero, yet it seemed the aura surrounding him was inescapable. Ha ha ha, let us wait a moment and see how the higher-ups decide to promote you. Drago chuckled, patting Arthur's shoulder. In the annals of Navy history, no rookie has dared to confront a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. You were the first. What about Carp? Arthur curiously inquired about Carp's exploits. Old man, Drago paused at the mention of his father. It seems he has not either. He believes solely in his fists, according to Vice Admiral Garp. He has never used firearms since joining the Navy. Then how long would it take for Vice Admiral Carp to deal with a pirate like Apollo? Arthur asked, his curiosity piqued. Drago contemplated, stroking his chin as he replied. Well, regarding Apollo, it depends on the old man's mood. If he chooses to toy with him, he could spend an entire day. And if he doesn't toy with him, Arthur's eyes widened in intrigue. After all, he admired such characters. How could he not feel excited? He was a true fan of the sea. With a single punch, a self-important killer like Apollo wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Dorridge spoke slowly and deliberately. It seemed that 30 years later, Carp had truly aged. In this era, he was at the peak of his youth, was he not? Arthur mused to himself, hoping to meet him in person. The two engaged in lively conversation. And before long, they returned to the town. Arthur's heroic act of saving lives the previous night had garnered considerable admiration, moving the common folk of Lionheart Island to tears. Look, it's that eagle. It rescued me from the inferno. Upon hearing the refugees' heartfelt praises, Cooper joyfully tucked away his wings and pranced over, dancing around them, eliciting faint smiles amidst their sorrow. Ha! I often hear people say, Arthur gazed at the beloved Cooper with satisfaction. Standing behind Dorridge and remarked, whether human or animal, those who grow up alongside someone tend to mirror their character and demeanor. I am now acutely aware of this. Just like you, Dorridge complimented, sensing the righteousness within Arthur's heart. Yet, he seemed to notice that Arthur preferred solitude, as he was able to converse joyfully with him yet had little interaction with others aboard the ship. It appeared that he had only engaged with him and the Crow. Hardly speaking with any of the other soldiers, Major Crow swiftly received news from headquarters, crafting a crow from coal ash and sending it to Dorridge on the ship. That was handled quickly. The headquarters certainly takes care of geniuses. Dorridge received the document from the Crow's beak and, upon examining its contents, addressed Arthur. Dorridge, if this individual truly possesses the extraordinary abilities mentioned in your combat report, you shall temporarily be promoted to sergeant to assess his capabilities. No need for observation. I lack the ability to lead in battle. Arthur promptly declined, fully aware of his own limitations, apart from himself. He could not change anyone, nor did he wish to, and he had no intention of becoming anyone's superior. He simply wanted to humbly learn and gradually enhance his own strength. Dorridge, perplexed, replied, you were promoted 5 ranks in one battle. Are you out of your mind? There's a salary involved. How much? Arthur perked up at the mention of salary. 10,000 berries. I could earn far more selling game and other goods. That amount is utterly unsatisfactory. Arthur expressed his extreme discontent. Even to the point of disdain, he could easily obtain 10,000 from any island rich in resources, towns, and villages, unless the inhabitants had an aversion to game and meat. He found it inconceivable that such an island could exist. What do you wish for then? Dorridge, noticing Arthur's dissatisfaction, sought to appease him. Arthur, who had maintained strict self-discipline for over a decade, found it somewhat difficult to voice his desires. Leaning closer to Dorridge, "Sire," he whispered, "if only I could find a beautiful young maiden." "I'm afraid we cannot discuss such matters during a mission," Dorridge interjected, abruptly placing the document back into his hand and pushing Arthur away. He then proceeded to the relief station to attend to his duties. Disappointed, Arthur gazed at the document in hand, his expression clouded with frustration. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, shouting at Dorridge, "I'll find a way, you virgin. Cooper, virgin. Dorridge's dignity felt insulted, and he exuded an invisible aura of menace. So now you're ready for a duel. Huh. Arthur felt a twinge of fear. He was still no match for Dorridge and had to change his request for a reward. Sigh. Dorridge shook his head at Arthur, then brought a pot of iron sand before him. First, insert your finger into this for a few days. Let me assess your foundational skills, and I'll teach you the finger gun technique. Finger gun technique? Arthur tilted his head in confusion. I dare say my finger and wrist strength may surpass yours. Colonel, what did you say? Dorridge turned to Arthur with a serious gaze, finding his claim rather boastful. I'm speaking the truth. The difference in our strengths isn't that significant. As long as I grasp something with all my might, I won't release it unless I perish. Arthur was not exaggerating. He was merely stating his reality. Thud. Dorridge, intrigued, fetched a wooden barrel from the town and assumed a posture for an arm wrestling match. Glancing at Arthur, care to give it a try? Very well. Arthur stepped forward and grasped his hand. This act immediately ignited a flicker of amusement among the soldiers and injured civilians lying in the medical tents. Providing a moment of levity amidst the heavy atmosphere, the two exerted their strength simultaneously, and within 2 seconds, Dorridge, whose wrist was locked against Arthur's, realized that Arthur's wrist was as unyielding as steel, seemingly glued to his palm. Astonishingly, despite the fatigue from a night of battle, Dorridge's raw strength could not surpass Arthur's. Your swordsmanship must be astonishing, Arthur, Dorridge inquired earnestly, eyeing the sword at Arthur's waist, which had remained untouched. I adhere to self-restraint. I absolutely refrain from drawing it unless absolutely necessary, Arthur replied, deliberately conceding in the arm wrestling match to Dorridge. This provoked cheers and jubilations from the troops and civilians alike. I shall take a brief rest, Colonel, Arthur announced as he climbed aboard the ship and made his way to the quarters. He collapsed onto the hammock he had fashioned, staring at the ceiling while reflecting on the battle from the previous night. At this moment, Arthur's heart was shaken by the extraordinary power of the devil fruit, wavering his resolve to remain unremarkable. Who wouldn't desire such power that could transcend levels of combat? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the instructors convened to discuss Arthur's combat report, but on the stage stood a middle-aged man with purple hair and an unkempt beard, exuding an air of disdain. His name was Zephyr. A few months prior, he had been an admiral, but after the murder of his wife and child by pirates who harbored a vendetta against him, he had retreated from the front lines to focus on nurturing talent. He stood tall, tilting his head as he addressed the assembly. As per tradition, I shall mentor any exceptionally gifted individuals. Does anyone have objections? Some officers, unwilling to concede, rose to counter. Zephyr, you've only been an instructor for a year and have already trained so many prodigies. Surely we should have a chance to mentor a generation of talent as well. Exactly. Another officer chimed in, followed by a third. Talent cannot always be yours, Zephyr, even if you were an admiral just months ago. Let's settle this through a duel. Zephyr stood up from the conference table, flashing a wide grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. Bring it on. I'll handle all of you in an instant to save time. The instructors fell silent at his bold proposal, each hesitating to confront someone who had faced the Rocks pirates, the Roger pirates, and those notorious pirates who vanished after the battle at God Valley. What's the matter? Aren't some of you saying I've become a hopeless drunkard and can no longer compete? Zephyr taunted as he noticed their reluctance to speak, that I must go train new recruits. I shall take my leave now, Zephyr. You arrogant fool. So you think your strength grants you license to do as you please, huh? You're something else. The instructors departed, leaving Zephyr alone, studying Arthur's information. That I hope this evaluation is not merely a facade created by your subordinates. Dorridge, that I have been searching for someone like this for quite some time. Dorridge had transmitted every word of the conversation between Arthur and Apollo during their brawl the previous night to the Navy headquarters without omission. The sense of justice and duty articulated by Arthur deeply resonated within Zephyr. It seemed this individual was precisely the one he had been desperately seeking, so different from the overly aloof and lethargic personalities he had encountered before. Ah, Zephyr, a woman with hair streaked in black and white entered the conference room. You remain as stubborn as ever. Did you scare everyone away again? What can I say, shall he? Right now, I am singularly focused on cultivating a hero who can change the tide of history. They are about to be dispatched to Punk Hazard, tasked with transporting Kaido and an experimental subject named Abel, hoping that nothing goes awry along the way. Tsuru recounts to Zephyr the next mission concerning Drago, which causes Zephyr's expression to change dramatically. Kaido? The one from the Rocks pirates? Indeed, it is said that the individual known as Abel hails from the Lunaria tribe. Zephyr cannot help but smile and inquires. Does Garp know? He does, but he couldn't care less, stating that this is merely a process for his son to become a formidable member of the Navy. Saru responds to Zephyr's question, researching two beings that surpass humans in biological aspects, and gathering that group of mad scientists from MASD. What exactly do the celestial dragons intend to accomplish? What do those 5 old men desire? Regardless of their intentions, it has nothing to do with us. Saru calls Zephyr to rise and leads him outside. Zephyr, clutching a bottle of potent liquor and appearing somewhat inebriated, follows Saru. Don't be like that, Saru. I can manage on my own. Zephyr, you are a man with stories. But you cannot squander yourself like this every day. Sengoku has returned and asked me to take you to the marshal's office for a meeting. Sengoku? Upon hearing that name, Zephyr instantly becomes more alert. This must be related to the mission in the Ever Sea. Haha, those kids are doing quite well. Saru is not surprised that Zephyr has deduced the nature of this meeting. After all, a few years ago, he was a vice admiral at the pinnacle of the Navy, a period filled with tales. The two arrive outside the office of Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Zephyr immediately gently brushes off Saru's support, tidies himself up, and strives to present himself more like a soldier rather than a disheveled drunkard, before opening the door and walking in. You're here, Zephyr. Upon entering, a remarkably muscular man with black hair greets him. Within the Fleet Admiral's office, several formidable men with a strong presence sit beside the marshal. Zephyr instinctively walks in and takes a seat next to a man with an afro and glasses. Since your retirement, all responsibilities have fallen upon my shoulders. Zephyr, the man in the black suit states, crossing his arms. He is Admiral Sengoku, the current commander of the entire sea. Spare me, Sengoku. I'm no longer capable. Zephyr replies with a smile, dismissively that at present, he wishes to devote himself entirely to nurturing the next generation of strength. Let us begin. The Golden Lion intends to lead the remnants of the Rocks pirates to attack the naval bases surrounding the Ever Sea. Sakazuki interrupts their reunion and begins to call the assembly to order. I've heard that bastard Shiki is searching for some historical text. Zephyr, drawing upon his knowledge of recent events at sea, speaks up first. Does that sea area even contain such a thing? The government has prohibited any inquiries into historical texts. The intelligence is certainly not erroneous. Hence he has been at odds with Roger and his crew. Indeed, Garp has just been dispatched to separate their direct confrontation. Sakazuki shares what he knows with the group. The Roger pirates are also in pursuit of historical texts. Before the battle at God Valley, Roger had already traveled the world with his crew. He discovered that there exists a hidden ultimate island, which can only be reached by gathering 4 red historical pointers. But why are they clashing? If those ruffians truly cause a ruckus, it is the civilians who will suffer. Saru expresses her confusion, noting that after that battle, the Roger pirates gained immense notoriety. Even Morgan used the World Economic Journal to proclaim this era as the age of the Roger pirates. According to my intelligence, there are also some unreliable rumors that bastard Shiki has been recruiting the scattered remnants of the Rocks pirates from around the world and is gathering powerful weapons. Sengoku solemnly shares what he knows. Being the sole commander under the current fleet admiral, he has interacted the most with the flying pirate crew. Those troublesome individuals must be dealt with one by one. Sengoku, Sakazuki slams his hand on the desk, looking resolute. I will absolutely not allow that pirate crew to rise again. Sengoku points to Zephyr beside him in response. We still lack formidable combat power to achieve that. Admiral Sakazuki, the Navy currently requires a comprehensive recruitment drive to gather a pool of promising candidates to train and guide this man. Sakazuki agrees that this proposal must be executed, acknowledging that the current Navy lacks the combat strength to face the impending storm. I will initiate a grand recruitment campaign across the world. Sengoku, I command you to reinforce the Ever Sea with additional troops and redeploy 3 base commanders upon your return to the Grand Line. Assist me in investigating the whereabouts of Edward Newgate, whose traces have been elusive all these years. Sakazuki issues orders to the assembly, having received the Celestial Dragon's absolute command to eliminate all remnants of the Rocks pirates. No, I have not seen him either, Sengoku continues. However, there have been rumors recently in the Grand Line about an island experiencing frequent seismic activity that I must investigate. The high-level Navy meeting continues to discuss the future direction of the seas, and everyone feels the turbulence of the era. Zephyr, somewhat impatient, interrupts the discussion regarding the progress of the era and the motivations of the pirates, stating, could it be that Shiki has set his sights on ancient weapons, seeking to find them to dominate the world? Upon hearing this, the room falls into stunned silence as everyone turns to Zephyr, acknowledging the validity of his hypothesis. Report: Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. A transport ship carrying explosive rocks bound for the New World has been targeted by the flying pirate crew. A soldier rushes into the office to deliver the urgent notification. What? Sengoku's expression turns astonished, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Explosive rocks are a type of explosive capable of matching the power of ancient weapons. Acclaimed as a weapon of ultimate destruction on par with the three ancient weapons, this peculiar rock explodes violently upon contact with oxygen, its power rivaling that of a nuclear bomb. That transport ship is carrying 10 explosive rocks, enough to obliterate an island. Sakazuki appears restless, his face filled with dread. As everyone loses their composure, only Zephyr remains disdainful, speaking with an unsettling calmness. What would that guy Shiki do if he obtained such a powerful weapon? He could do anything to fulfill his ambitions. Sakazuki suddenly rises, his expression grave as he issues orders. Relay to all naval vessels, no matter who it is, they must assist the ship transporting the explosive rocks. We absolutely cannot allow that weapon to fall into the hands of the Golden Lion Shiki. In the central ship cabin of Lionheart Island in the Ever Sea, the brilliant red light of the sunset streams into the cabin where Arthur resides. Arthur yawns, feeling a wave of soreness wash over him, stiffening his body. Damn it, did yesterday's intense battle leave him in such a state after finally relaxing? Rubbing his eyes, he turns over to see a figure with an eagle's head fast asleep on his hammock. All must be eradicated. Drago, why did you imprison them? At that moment, an infuriated voice, filled with anger and hatred, echoes from outside the cabin, waking the slumbering Cooper. Cooper, this voice belongs to Sakazuki, who must have stepped outside to investigate. Arthur dons his naval cap and notices a plate of dumplings on the table beside the hammock. He picks it up and leaps from the hammock to check the situation outside. In the waters near Lionheart Island, several naval vessels brimming with supplies are diligently aiding the civilians on the nearby island. They will be taken to Judicial Island for trial and then publicly executed before the eyes of the world. This also provides some accountability for the civilians at sea. You must calm down, Sakazuki. Arthur strides to the front of the naval ship's deck, plopping down on the bow and gazing below at the argument between Drago and Sakazuki. Upon seeing the intensely murderous Sakazuki, he suddenly points to the island where the mission is underway and speaks. Is there anyone alive on that island, Colonel Sakazuki? At this moment, Arthur's eyes are sharp, and he has long shed any drowsiness. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki looks up at Arthur on the ship's bow. New recruit, what did you just ask? Staring into those eyes filled with endless hatred for pirates, Arthur shows no fear and maintains a steady gaze. That I asked, Colonel, are there any survivors on that island, including civilians and the Navy on the island? In Arthur's mind, Sakazuki is a naval officer willing to indiscriminately slaughter civilians to accomplish his mission, extreme, yet efficient. Cooper instinctively retreats behind Arthur, trying to evade Sakazuki's terrifying gaze. The pirates on the island have been completely annihilated. The mission is accomplished. Sakazuki remains unflinching, calmly responding to Arthur. And what of the civilians? Sacrifices are inevitable if the pirates are to be eliminated. Sakazuki, growing impatient, speaks rapidly. If we let them go unchecked, how many more will suffer at their hands? Such questions make Sakazuki feel as though Arthur is deliberately trying to challenge him in front of everyone. Arthur, feeling displeased with him, rationally continues to inquire. I am not asking about others. I merely wish to know how many civilians still survive on that island. What are you protecting, Captain Sakazuki? Sakazuki gazes intently at Arthur, certainly unwilling to disclose the grim truth in front of the public on Lionheart Island. Such revelations would incite panic. Enough, do not speak further, Arthur. Seeing the tension escalate between the two, Drago immediately interjects. We have received new orders. There is no point in arguing. A group of soldiers rushes toward the island's center. Report. The warship escorting the prisoners has arrived at the coast. Colonel Drago, please hand over the members of the 14th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates for transportation to Justice Island. Form up. All injured personnel return to recuperate. The rest board the warship. With a grand gesture, Drago conjures a gust of wind to forcibly move the warship from the center of Lionheart Island to the coastal dock. Am I a saint? Arthur ponders alone, quickly dismissing the notion. No, I am not. I am a normal person, but if I endure such tasks daily, I shall soon become anything but normal. He gazes at the nearby island, which was once a town but has now transformed into a landscape of volcanic rock. Anyone familiar with Sakazuki's methods should understand the horrors that have unfolded on that island. Arthur ceases his questioning, silently vowing never to involve himself in such matters again. After mastering the 6 styles, he decides to part ways with the Navy, an organization that weighs heavily upon him. His goal? Punk Hazard. As the warship descends toward the dock, Arthur carries a crate of supplies from another vessel to Drago's ship. He observes the pirates they defeated and captured last night being escorted to another ship designated for prisoners. Drago, arms crossed over his chest, offers Arthur a firm, encouraging expression as he passes by, a look that conveys high expectations from a superior. Humph. Arthur reacts with disdain, locking eyes with him, annoyed by Arthur's reaction. Drago retorts, "You little rascal, what is that expression? I have high hopes for you." "Colonel, every person has their fate. Survival of the fittest," Arthur replies, before moving on with the supplies. "Arthur, what do you mean by that?" Drago retracts his hopeful expression, sensing something unusual in Arthur's demeanor, one not typical of a 14-year-old. "Nothing at all. Let us hurry to the next target," Arthur responds to Drago. Soon, the warship is fully supplied. Drago personally checks the remaining troops available for the next destination. 800 personnel, but only 371 remain, including himself. On the deck, Drago scrutinizes a document in his hand. This number is sufficient to escort the experimental subjects. It should only take about 2 days. Balancing a cast iron pot on the deck, Arthur begins furiously inserting his fingers into it, preparing for training in finger pistol techniques. He possesses the foundation of wrist strength and finger dexterity. Yet he feels incapable of piercing through someone's body with a single finger. As the warship slowly departs from the dock at Lionheart Island, Arthur, absorbed in his training, suddenly looks up to see a dark island in the distance. The island is covered with volcanic rock, and some bubbling lava still seeps from the ground. Some black statues, posed as if fleeing, remain undestroyed. "This has nothing to do with me," he thinks, feeling distressed by the values he held before his arrival. Arthur lowers his head, choosing to ignore the sights and continue his training. What was once a beautiful sunset now feels unsettling. The events of this world defy logic. He must quickly discard all those ideologies and beliefs. After mastering the 6 styles, he will peacefully sever ties with the Navy. With his 5 fingers forcefully thrusting into the iron sand, he gradually transforms himself, believing that one should act in accordance with their role and avoid attracting undue attention. His speed in striking the iron sand increases, the evening glow gradually fading as sweat drips from his body onto the ground and into the sand pit. His fingers become raw and bloodied, driving him further into frustration. "Damn it!" Arthur suddenly erupts in anger, kicking over the iron sand in front of him. "Why can I not calm my mind as I usually do? Sergeant Arthur." The soldiers, having learned of Arthur's recent promotion, address him differently now. Arthur grits his teeth, glaring at them, exuding an aura of a beast unleashed. "It's nothing, Sergeant. I merely wanted to ask how you were feeling. Are you unwell after the battle?" The soldier's concern helps Arthur regain his composure. He ignores them, gathers the iron sand on the deck, and heads back to a makeshift bathing area with Cooper. In this era filled with monsters. "I seem to count for nothing, Cooper," Arthur mutters, prodding at Cooper's feather with a troubled expression. Cooper, with a bubble-covered feather, points to the blade that is never far from Arthur's side, calling out, "Cooper, you could use that knife." Arthur. Cooper is a small, white-headed eagle, 10 years old, the only one privy to Arthur's secret. The knife at his waist is a sharp blade that appeared by chance when he crossed over. He refrains from using it, as he does not wish to take a life. I feel I am not yet ready for that, Cooper." Arthur pauses from stroking its back, drawing the blade from his waist. The blade, over a meter long, is a light blue, adorned with exquisite patterns resembling snowflakes. At first glance, its quality is extraordinary, yet Arthur knows not its true worth. He only understands that even when he strikes the middle of the blade with immense force, it merely bends slightly, indicative of its remarkable resilience. In Arthur's hands, it feels substantial and comfortable, as if tailor-made for him. Its sharpness is unparalleled. After the first real combat on Lionheart Island, he sensed that ordinary hockey could not withstand its edge. In battle, he becomes exhilarated, frenzied, risking unintentional manslaughter. Arthur does not desire to kill, yet he indeed harbored murderous intent toward Apollo last night, striking with lethal force. The black hilt, the intertwining black and blue pattern of the handle, the light blue blade, and the snowflake-like etchings all suggest that this weapon is no ordinary tool. Should it be sold at market price, Arthur foresees that this single knife could grant him a prosperous life in the world of pirates. Yet, that elusive lifestyle is not his aspiration in this new world. Sergeant Arthur, the colonel requests your presence in his office. The soldier calls out from the staircase leading to the middle deck. Understood, Arthur replies, returning the knife to its sheath. Hurry, Sergeant Arthur. The colonel seems to have an urgent matter to discuss with you. The soldier finishes and returns to the upper deck. Arthur continues to caress his knife, focusing intently on it. I still have not named it, Cooper. Most of my techniques revolve around swordsmanship, yet I feel I am still unable to unleash its true power. Suddenly, Cooper recalled the times he spent hunting game with Arthur in the Canola Flower Village's forest. Arthur, employing his instantaneous movement technique, swiftly dispatched those delectable beasts, causing them to shudder violently. The blinding speed of his strikes rendered even its eagle-like reflexes incapable of discerning the action. This was merely one of the two combat styles Arthur wielded with his blade. The other was notably slower, fast and slow, offense and defense. As Cooper reminisced about those memories, his body trembled once more, uttering, Cooper, Arthur, perhaps you should refrain from using that for a lifetime. He swallowed hard and addressed Arthur. With a punch, Arthur struck its eagle head. Are you foolish? Even when death is imminent, should I refrain from using it? To be slaughtered like cattle? From the current practical experience, Cooper lamented that his martial arts talent was truly mediocre. After a decade of training, even defeating a subordinate of a 3 billion-strong pirate crew proved difficult. In the office of the naval captain, had we uncovered the truth we sought. In early 1490, yet another non-member nation in the North Sea met a fate akin to that of the West Sea's God Valley, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Under the serene night sky, Dorag and Major Crow were diligently investigating the elusive truth they had pursued. In the year 1484 of the Oceanic era, the God Valley of the West Sea disappeared. And upon the Navy's return from that mission, Vice Admiral Carp was hailed as a hero. At that time, 17-year-old Dorag had inquired of his father Carp about the events surrounding the God Valley, yet received no clear response. In 1487 of the Oceanic era, another non-member nation in the South Sea was similarly obliterated, with no news detailing the circumstances of its demise. Now, in early 1490, another non-member nation in the North Sea faced the same fate. Annihilated upon the ocean's expanse, Major Crow recounted all the intelligence and information he had gathered over the years to Dorag. He discerned a common thread. Each time a non-member nation vanished, the celestial dragons would embark on their annual leisure trip. Dorag contemplated Major Crow's analysis, inquiring, could there be something amiss? Crow, I suspect the old man is deceiving me, yet I yearn to know where those nations have truly gone. Outside the office, Arthur had been standing with Cooper for quite some time, listening intently to their discourse. Were they discussing the celestial dragon's hunting game, which involved the destruction of a nation every 3 years? Arthur was taken aback, refraining from knocking on the cabin door. Could this be a precursor to Dorag's departure from the Navy to form his own army, positioning himself as a leader in resisting the world government? With a resounding clap, Dorag slammed both hands on the table, rising to exclaim, I can endure the likes of Sakazuki, who would sacrifice everything for a mission, but I cannot tolerate living under the shadow of a colossal organization's conspiracy. It appears that member nations are entitled to enjoy all the bounties dispensed by the world government, while non-member nations endure wars more harrowing than hell itself. What could possibly justify this? There must be a reason, and it undoubtedly relates to the celestial dragons. I know that 6 years ago, the old man was deemed a hero for protecting the celestial dragons in the God Valley of the West Sea. Yet now, he even considers that lineage to be beastly, to be scum. You comprehend my sentiments, Crow? Dorag, driven by a fervent desire to uncover the truth and grasp the essence of the Navy's justice, suddenly erupted in anger. This was the first time Crow had witnessed him lose his temper since accompanying him from the North. It was as though he had reached his breaking point. Desperately seeking the truth, who instigated the wars in non-member nations? Who supplied them with weapons? These were the questions Dorag yearned to answer. In the midst of his seriousness, he gazed towards the cabin door's porthole, suddenly spotting a figure outside. Who is out there? Dorag inquired, his tone low and cautious. Knock, knock, knock. Arthur rapped on the door, responding, It's me, Captain. Come in. Arthur, Dorag called. Soon seeing Arthur and his eagle enter the office, they stood within. Scanning the surroundings, Dorag asked Arthur earnestly, Did you hear everything just now? Noticing the relaxed expression on his face, that it was as if he had transformed into a completely different person. distinct from the fierce warrior in battle. I did. However, you didn't summon me for the matters you were discussing, did you, Captain? Arthur replied candidly. Noticing Dorag's typically composed demeanor now tinged with rage, he continued, the warship escorting Apollo has reported that Apollo and his subordinate, Leek, perished while receiving treatment for their injuries. Dorag conveyed this newly received information to Arthur. Upon hearing it, Arthur's expression remained placid, nonchalantly asking, did someone kill them? No, they succumbed to their injuries, Dorag said, hands clasped before him. His gaze sternly fixed on Arthur. It seems they require further training in resilience and endurance. Arthur understood the gravity of the situation. In the presence of someone utterly incapable of resistance. Enduring dozens of fully powered strikes without perishing would indeed be a feat worthy of a monster. Dorag candidly informed Arthur, Vice Captain Leek died from a wound to his neck. Apollo perished from a series of heavy blows sustained while gravely injured, without even a chance for rescue. Well, he is dead now. Are you really going to plead for them, Captain? Arthur retorted, acknowledging that this was his first experience with killing. It felt no different from hunting animals. He felt no emotional turmoil, but instead inquired, did their bounty correspond to their strength? Captain? Or was it accrued through slaughter and their former pirate crew? This question prompted Dorag to ponder for a moment before responding. The bounty on a pirate requires multifaceted assessment, coupled with observation. The indiscriminate slaughter of civilians can significantly inflate the bounty. Yet, it primarily hinges on the threat posed to the world and one's inherent strength. I see, Arthur remarked, realizing that his lack of military education had left him unaware of many aspects. Killing a 3 billion bounty pirate, even a remnant of the Rock's pirates, and remaining so composed was indeed striking to Dorag. It became apparent that Arthur possessed the potential for greatness. The Navy is a vast organization. Arthur, what you overheard earlier was my quest to unearth the true purpose of remaining within this organization. After discussing Apollo and Leek's tragic demise, Dorag redirected the conversation. I don't quite understand. Captain, Arthur feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of the Navy's nature. Let me explain. Arthur, Major Crow interjected. Captain Dorag currently perceives the Navy as a violent organization of the celestial dragons, peddling weapons to non-member nations, inciting them into frenzied warfare. In this way, the celestial dragons can reap immense profits, indifferent to the loss of life, and those non-member nations that fall to ruin due to war go unreported by the news. Faced with such revelations, Arthur remained unperturbed. He believed that the affairs between nations bore little relevance to his current strength. Such matters were not within his future pursuits. As Dorag resumed his investigation. His expression grew grave, his brows furrowed. I have uncovered another inhumane operation by the celestial dragons. Every 3 years, they seemed to Dorag's voice trailed off, for the subsequent words were merely conjecture. And he dared not assert their truth. They select a worthless non-member nation for slaughter, indulging in a game of their own, making Daeus a transmigrator. Arthur was already aware of these matters. He maintained his composure. If what you say is true, Captain, what will you do? I will leave the Navy, rescue those suffering in the depths of despair, and overthrow the world government. Dorag's resolute declaration resonated with boundless fury. I cannot fathom how I could be an accomplice to such an organization. This encounter with the old man had ignited a determination within him, as if he had already found his answer. Was this truly the reason for his departure from the Navy? Arthur pondered. Then, was the subsequent punk hazard the moment Dorag encountered Vegapunk? Inform Arthur of this matter, as it is also Drag's intention to lay the groundwork for the future. Once he learns the truth, he must begin to gather strength. Arthur is the only youth he has encountered whose thoughts remain inscrutable. He has witnessed Arthur on Lionheart Island, fighting without fear of death, unflinching and resolute in his determination to utterly vanquish his foes. Arthur, Drag suddenly regarded him with an unusual gaze, as if viewing a monster. You know, if the headquarters were to discover the existence of someone like you, what methods do you think they would employ to compel you into the Navy? I don't know. What methods would they use? Arthur pondered this with curiosity. They would forcibly demand your enlistment, slaughter the inhabitants of your village, coerce you, threaten you, and even resort to cunning schemes to make you serve as a formidable naval officer for them. Ha ha, Arthur chuckled, poking his face with a hand, his laughter bordering on madness. We shall not be threatened, right, Cooper? Cooper nodded solemnly at Arthur, exclaiming, Cooper, for we have no one we care about. Ha 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 ha, don't even think about it. Drag merely wished to convey the malevolence of the government and navy to Arthur, but unexpectedly, the two of them transformed into a fit of laughter within the cabin. Are you both neurotic? No, Colonel. Upon hearing this, Arthur swiftly regained his composure and saluted Drag. Cooper, too, mimicked Arthur's gesture in salute. Get out, Arthur, you are indeed still too young. You need more experience. With a resounding crash, Drag expelled the two from his office, sending them tumbling into the narrow corridor. With a bang, Drag slammed the cabin door, casting the two out. In the dark corridor, Arthur slowly rose from the floor. We are shadow citizens. Who dares to threaten us? Cooper, I am a raptor, without human registration. Ha! Arthur wished to avoid thoughts of politics. He valued his freedom and sought to discard all burdensome matters. The battle in the Aver Sea significantly altered Arthur's worldview. He confronted those brutal realities and gradually discerned that others were indifferent to such cruelty. Why should he concern himself? Oh, Arthur, I forgot to inform you. A grand conscription is about to commence, after the Punk Hazard mission. You must return and perform well. Drag's voice echoed from within the cabin. A grand conscription, a worldwide recruitment seeking powerful combatants. And if you perform admirably, you could be promoted, perhaps even attaining a rank equal to mine. The following day, in preparation for training Arthur, Drag rose early and discovered Arthur and Cooper had already begun their regimen after last night's training. Like perpetual motion machines, they rose earlier than anyone else, wielding blades and flapping their wings on the deck. Their coordination in wielding the sword was fluid. The ease with which they swung the blade surpassed that of their punches. Drag opened the cabin door, observing Arthur swiftly brandishing a shimmering, pale blue blade. Today, the sea was devoid of morning fog, and Drag felt an inexplicable chill in the air as he poked his shoulders. Arthur. With a thud, Arthur ceased his movements, and a terrifying concentration of energy dissipated around him. His eyes were sharp as he stood still for a few seconds before sheathing his sword and turning to Drag. Colonel, it's only around 6 o'clock. Shouldn't you be asleep? If you wish to learn the 6 styles, we arrive at Punk Hazard tomorrow, and today is the perfect opportunity to teach you as he spoke. Drag approached Arthur. His gaze lingered on the blade at Arthur's waist for a moment before he slowly began. To master the finger gun technique, one must first grasp the 6 styles iron block. Possessing mere finger strength will not suffice. Arthur wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. How do I learn the iron block? I cannot accelerate my blood flow. The principle of the iron block is to hasten blood circulation, thereby accelerating muscle movement. Drag stroked his chin, contemplating how to instruct Arthur. Well, since you've just warmed up, try to feel the flow of blood within your body. Once you sense it, direct it to the limbs you wish to expand, such as your arms, fingers, chest, and even your entire body. These words prompted Arthur, who had just finished swinging his sword, to slap his palm as if enlightenment had struck him, his eyes widening as he gazed at Drag. Can anything swell and harden? Indeed, is that so? Drag observed Arthur's devilish smile, suddenly feeling something amiss, and punched him forcefully. Brat, do not let your thoughts wander into such depravity. You are merely a youth in the throes of adolescence. Depravity? Arthur smirked lightly. How is that depravity? Colonel, this is merely the interplay of biology, the union of mind and body, giving rise to the crystallization of genetic cells. Otherwise, how could you and I exist? Drag interrupted him, utterly at a loss for how to counter Arthur's reasoning. You speak with such conviction, yet I find myself without words. All right, attempt to sense your own breath and the flow of blood within you. In this world, every individual possesses a latent potential, capable of perceiving others' auras and even anticipating their next moves. To learn the iron block, one must first develop awareness. Yet, Arthur was indeed adept at sensing. When hunting swift game, he would employ the hunter's intuition to gauge the emotional shifts and alertness of his quarry. Arthur promptly complied, refraining from contesting Drag's teachings. He gradually closed his eyes, regulating his heavy breathing, and sought tranquility. Immersed in his own body, he discovered it was quite warm, yet his breath remained steady. Meanwhile, Cooper, who had been watching Arthur's actions with a dazed expression, was suddenly tapped on the head by Arthur's hand, exclaiming, "Don't just watch. Join in." Cooper reluctantly followed along, patting his head with a wing. After feeling the blood flow, he attempted to accelerate its movement. Drag, observing, held firm belief in Arthur's capabilities. Having established a solid physical foundation, learning the 6 styles would pose no challenge. The CP intelligence agency under the world government had trained individuals from a young age on a certain island to develop their physical foundations. Only to barely master the 6 styles in adulthood. One can only imagine how fearsome Arthur would be, having instantly mastered techniques such as moonwalk, shave, and gale kick. Your physical fitness and foundation are commendable. Knowing the practical methods, it should be easy for you to learn. Under Drag's guidance, Arthur swiftly discerned the key to success. Just as he hardened his index finger, he heard Cooper let out a pained cry. Following Drag's instructions, Cooper attempted to accelerate his blood flow, but his right wing seized uncontrollably, rigidly stretching out as if cramping, letting out a loud wail on the deck. Cooper, my right arm is cramping. Drag found this entirely normal. Cramping was an expected part of training the iron block. In contrast, Arthur, having successfully mobilized his blood to harden his finger, smirked devilishly. Umph. How did it go? Have you succeeded, you little monster? Drag broke into a cold sweat. Seeing the smile on Arthur's face and his outstretched right index finger, he assumed Arthur had succeeded. However, Arthur's smile gradually faded, and he began to feel discomfort. I can feel it. My finger has lost sensation. Drag sighed in exasperation as he observed the 2 foolish figures sprawled on the ground, wailing. Once you relax your bodies, it will naturally subside. Keep practicing earnestly. He returned to the cabin to attend to his task documents. Pondering, what is wrong with that fellow? Has he lost his mind after battling on Lionheart Island? Curiously, Drag turned to glance out the porthole at Cooper and Arthur, discovering that in the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from bickering to engaging in a rapid flurry of strikes with their wings and hands on the deck. The clattering of their blows resonated through the cabin corridor. Leaving Drag utterly astonished, this the iron block. Hadn't they just been cramping? How are they now utilizing the iron block to exchange blows? He was utterly perplexed by the scene on the outer deck. And suddenly a feeling of being deceived surged from the depths of his heart. After a few minutes of brawling, the 2 abruptly ceased their skirmish to engage in a contest of strength with iron blocks. Cooper, I shall fetch a gun from the armory to test your iron wings. Ha ha ha. Cooper. Oh no. Arthur joyfully dashed towards the cabin, only to be met by the disheartened and perplexed face of Dorag, who stood in the corridor, glaring at him with indignation. Colonel Dorag, what are you still doing here? Or shall I personally assess the durability of your iron blocks, Arthur? Arthur chuckled awkwardly, cautiously attempting to squeeze past him, but was seized by the collar and dragged towards the armory by Dorag. No, that won't be necessary. Please, Colonel, I merely wish to play a prank on you. I understand. Every genius has their quirks. Arthur. I was much the same under the old man's tutelage. Let us coexist harmoniously during today's 6-style iron block durability training. But I am not a genius. Dorag was both enraged and amused by this declaration, his face a mixture of fury and envy. If you are not a genius, then what am I? Cooper, save me, Arthur cried out to the outside. Cooper burst through the cabin door with a fierce kick, his face serious as he shouted, Cooper, who dares to harm my Arthur? In the next moment, he aimed a kick at Dorag, hoping to rescue Arthur, but instead stumbled directly into Dorag's other hand, instantly becoming a bewildered hawk in his grasp. The sounds of gunfire and screams echoed throughout the Dorag warship all day long. After an entire day of testing the iron blocks, both Arthur and Cooper passed with flying colors. They had laid a solid foundation beforehand, and their quick comprehension allowed them to excel in less than a week since joining the Navy. The 6 styles had been grasped to the level of 5, with only a final style of paper drawing and life restoration remaining. Once Arthur mastered these, he would be free to leave the Navy. In the New World, Punk Hazard, an explosion rocked the laboratory. Flames engulfed the central building of the island, while Cooper, adorned with a telephone bug atop his eagle head, circled in the sky, scouting the situation below. On the coast, Dorag's warship anchored by the shore. 2 experimental subjects of utmost importance to the government had escaped, seeking assistance. How many have fled? Dorag held an emergency distress call bug, listening intently for a few seconds before being abruptly cut off. Has the mission difficulty escalated again? He gazed at the telephone bug in his hand, as if already accustomed to such emergencies. That was the lightning emitted by the Conqueror's hockey. This island harbored formidable foes. Arthur gazed at the laboratory building, ablaze with flames and sporadically emitting black-red lightning, crackling ominously. He instantly recognized it as the Conqueror's hockey and sensed a powerful aura of intimidation gradually approaching him. Crow, your injuries are too severe. Leave 100 soldiers aboard the warship to guard it. After a brief analysis, Dorag calmly devised a battle plan for his subordinates. The remaining 271 will accompany me to investigate the island. Understood, Colonel, Crow replied, aware that his physical condition was not robust. Recovering from severe injuries in just 2 days was nearly impossible. All soldiers, fully armed, swiftly surged toward the island, while Arthur felt a sense of foreboding regarding this mission. In less than a week, he had gone from the East Sea to the Grand Line to execute a task. Now, he had arrived in the New World and had even been promoted to sergeant. What is the situation on the island, Cooper? Arthur inquired through the telephone bug. Cooper, I feel so dizzy, Arthur. Just now, black-red lightning suddenly appeared before my forehead, nearly causing me to faint. Cooper's voice was weak, as if it had suffered some form of trauma. Leaving it in a daze, don't exert yourself too much, Cooper. If you're feeling unwell, return to my side. Arthur was deeply concerned about its condition, having never seen Cooper like this before. Cooper, 2 humans are approaching your direction. Arthur, I'm feeling so dizzy. I can't hold on any longer. In the sky, just as Cooper finished speaking, it lost its ability to fly and plummeted to the entrance road of the island below. Cooper, I'm so scared. What is on this island? Cooper trembled involuntarily, instinctively trying to rise with its wings. However, it realized that no matter how hard it tried, it could not get up. The earlier intangible intimidation was affecting its entire body, rendering it weak and powerless. The eagle's innate sharpness and pride had vanished from its eyes, leaving behind a creature that appeared ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Stay there, Cooper. I shall be there shortly. Upon hearing Cooper's distressing condition, Arthur left the group and quickened his pace towards the island. Over the past decade, had it not been for this eagle, Arthur would likely have succumbed to madness in this world. He was gravely concerned for Cooper's safety and the fear evident in its voice. The soldiers could scarcely keep up with his swift pace, and in less than 3 seconds, he had vanished from their sight like the wind. Sergeant, my heavens, how can we possibly match that speed? Arthur, Dorag was taken aback by Arthur's sudden burst of speed towards the island, realizing, had this fellow been suppressing his true abilities all along? The astonishing velocity had indeed left him astounded. Arthur's light-footed strides made it difficult for Dorag to keep track of him. On the island, Cooper lay terrified on the ground, striving to maintain its composure. It witnessed the chaos and flames surrounding it, the sound of gunfire and exploding shells halting beneath the onslaught of black-red lightning. Soon, it spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerging from Punk Hazard. The towering figure bore a massive spiked club and sported a pair of devilish horns, resembling a robust monster with an extraordinary aura, unmatched by any beast Cooper had encountered in the wilderness. The shorter figure had white hair, a peculiar tattoo on its forehead, and a pair of black wings on its back. The 2 approached Cooper with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling through their own garden. Stopping before the eagle to scrutinize it, I am truly astonished, Abel. Never has an animal withstood my conqueror's haki. Yet this navy-hatted eagle has managed to endure. This white-headed eagle has been weakened to the point of immobility by your haki. Brother Kaido. Abel noticed the telephone bug perched upon Cooper's head and added, it seems capable of understanding human speech, Brother Kaido. This revelation piqued Kaido's curiosity further. Observing Cooper's facial expressions suggested it indeed comprehended their words. An animal that could withstand Conqueror's haki was exceedingly rare, almost impossible to find in the world. The presence of these 2 towering figures filled Cooper with a heightened sense of dread, an overwhelming feeling of despair washing over it. Hey! Kaido crouched down, smiling as he extended his palm towards the diminutive Cooper, barely over a meter tall. Would you like to be my pet and wreak havoc upon this world with me? Cooper froze, trembling, instinctively nodding its head. However, the moment Arthur's face flashed through its mind, it immediately shook its head vigorously in rejection. Is that so? Then you may perish. Kaido's expression darkened upon being denied, as he slowly lowered the spiked club from his shoulder. Had the creature been a wild raptor, Kaido might have spared it or taken it captive for training, but its navy hat signified that it belonged to someone in the navy. Unusable for his purposes, it was better off dead. Brother Kaido, be careful. Just as Kaido assumed a swinging stance, he suddenly became alert, lifting his gaze to see a figure leaping towards him, a fist aimed at him. So fast, Kaido's nerves tensed, astonished by the speed of the attack. Hiya! Arthur shouted, delivering a punch to Kaido's spiked club, pushing him back from Cooper's side. Kaido was knocked back several meters by the sudden assault, but quickly regained his footing. A look of excitement crossing his face. How amusing, a navy man in flip-flops. Cooper. Arthur. Upon catching sight of Arthur, Cooper let out a jubilant exclamation, feeling as though his life had been spared. Thank goodness I made it in time. If you dare to die ahead of schedule, I swear I'll kill you. Cooper. Arthur scolded him while cradling him in his left arm, trembling with fear from his near brush with death. Cooper wept uncontrollably, his eyes, resembling those of an eagle, streaming with tears as he clung to Arthur. Is this eagle yours, Navy brat? Kaido inquired, intrigued by Cooper. How much? I wish to acquire such a remarkable creature. Little did he anticipate that the subject of his interest was none other than the young Kaido and the future Flame Calamity, Ember, who had come to transport the experimental subjects from the P-06 laboratory. After calming Cooper enough for him to regain his ability to fly, Arthur released him back into the air. He then turned to face the two familiar figures before him, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and smiled, priceless, not for sale. The air around the P-006 laboratory was filled with the incessant sounds of explosions, the entire facility reduced to ruins, engulfed in flames. The three of them locked eyes on the main thoroughfare leading to the laboratory. Kaido slung his weapon back over his shoulder, curious about the battle-ready stance of the Navy brat in front of him. What does that posture signify? Surely you're not suggesting we engage in combat. Kaido remarked with a calm smile, and then unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Arthur. The aura surged forth from him, crashing into Arthur like a crimson storm, impacting everything in its path. The pressure bore down. Arthur fixed his gaze on Kaido, feeling an unseen weight pressing against him. The air before him crackled with dark red lightning. This force sought to shatter his will and render him unconscious. However, if even Cooper could withstand the might of the conqueror's haki, how could it possibly penetrate Arthur's iron will? Regardless of how fiercely the crimson waves surged, Arthur, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and stood resolutely in place, a smile gracing his lips as he yearned for the clash. Yet, upon observing Kaido's composure, a flicker of fear crossed his mind, as if the other could obliterate him with a single blow. How absurd! You wish to slay me, yet you inquire so casually. Arthur swiftly dismissed his fears and vanished from sight, leaving behind a sonic boom cloud before Kaido and Abel. Kaido cursed, "What a foolish fellow." Completely unaware of his own limitations, Arthur utilized the six-style shave, appearing before Abel in an instant. He threw a punch, meeting Abel's gaze with unwavering calm, showing no intent to evade. With a thunderous impact, Arthur's powerful fist struck Abel's cheek with precision. The sensation was akin to hitting a thick steel plate. Abel stood firm, unyielding against the full force of Arthur's strike. Shocked, Arthur could hardly believe that he had failed to even scratch his opponent. "Navy, have you had your fun yet?" Abel glared at Arthur, flames raging behind him. In a swift motion, he seized Arthur's face and hurled him away. The Lunalaria's physique caused beads of sweat to break out on Arthur's brow. He landed steadily, drawing the blade from his side, no longer viewing the two as mere opponents. Drawing his sword was merely a means of self-preservation, not a breach of his self-imposed constraints. Arthur's restraint stemmed from his desire to avoid senselessly harming the innocent. He sensed the looming presence of death from the two before him, entirely different from his previous encounters with Apollo and Lake. A swordsman. Are you? Abel observed calmly as Arthur held his sword with both hands. Turning to Kaido beside him, "Brother, allow me to handle this one. Feel free to unleash your chaos. I shall protect you," Kaido replied, eager to witness the strength of the Lunalaria, choosing to observe from the sidelines. As Kaido assessed Arthur, a smile faded from his face. He realized that Arthur emanated a concentrated aura, a powerful presence he had never encountered in any swordsman or formidable foe before. What is this? He exudes a tranquil yet lethal aura, Kaido pondered, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, they had ample time to play on this island. This moment, Arthur was not on Lionheart Island to gauge his strength, but was fully prepared to unleash his true abilities for survival. His instincts had not betrayed him. The fear he had felt earlier was justified, for his adversaries possessed both the motive and the capability to terminate him in an instant. You have no intention of attacking. You Navy brats seem quite young. How old are you? 14, Arthur replied coldly, maintaining a resolute stance with his blade, revealing no signs of vulnerability. Cooper, Arthur unsheathed his sword. In the air, Cooper sensed a familiar yet chilling aura and turned to look back. He is merely a year younger than me. What a pity he is a Navy brat. Abel charged toward Arthur, bellowing as his massive blade descended towards him. The blade plummeted rapidly, poised to strike Arthur's forehead in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur erupted with astonishing power, wielding his sword to deflect Abel's weapon, shouting, "Dragon strike." His strikes were swift yet controlled, heavy yet agile. Boom! In an instant, Abel was caught off guard, finding his sword and arm repelled by an overwhelming force. His body wobbling as he leaned backward, a whirlwind of sword energy surged before him, creating a sonic barrier as Arthur's blade met his weapon. Has he lost his balance? Abel exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom the reality before him. Chasing light. As Abel lost his footing, Arthur triggered a combo he had painstakingly honed over a decade, slashing diagonally from Abel's right shoulder to his left abdomen. Ugh! Abel let out a roar, succumbing to the immense force of the strike, his body crashing down to the ground. Boom! Arthur's blade pinned him to the earth, causing the surrounding ground to sink and crack violently. Is this lunalaria physique truly impervious to harm? Arthur marveled at Abel beneath his blade, astonished by the resilience of the lunalaria. Gathering all his strength, Arthur prepared for a second explosive strike, unleashing it upon Abel's body. Yet he found himself unable to inflict even the slightest injury. The flames on Abel's back roaring fiercely. It seemed that, in terms of technique alone, he had managed to apply pressure. Seeing this, Arthur delivered a lateral kick, sending Abel sprawling away from him. Abel quickly regained his footing, terror etched on his face as he gazed at Arthur. It seems you cannot wound me. This guarantees your defeat. Breathing heavily, Arthur maintained his defensive stance with his sword still raised. Stand down, Abel. At that moment, Kaido approached with a serious expression, intervening to block Abel, who had intended to charge at Arthur once more. What's the matter, big brother Kaido? Abel asked, bewildered, recalling Kaido's earlier encouragement for him to duel. Had he used haki earlier, you might have been cleaved in two, Kaido remarked. However, it appears he has yet to embrace haki. Kaido believed that this Navy brat should not be allowed to live, as he would inevitably pose a significant obstacle to his future. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Arthur would not linger within the Navy for long. Having mastered the 6 styles, Arthur would naturally resign. Kaido's words heightened Arthur's vigilance. He could only hope that Dorag would arrive swiftly. The duel had only spanned a minute thus far. Navy brat, may I propose a condition? Kaido said, once more lifting his weapon from his shoulder, addressing Arthur. What is it? Arthur replied cautiously, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Any movement or gesture from them would trigger an immediate response from Arthur. He merely had to endure until Dorag arrived, a means of sparing your life. Relinquish your weapon and accompany me to join the ranks of pirates. Do not waste your talents serving the government. Hearing Kaido's conditions, Arthur contemplated the prospect of joining his ranks, which would undoubtedly elevate him to at least the position of a vice-emperor in the future. Such a proposition was indeed tempting. Kaido was known for his amiable and tolerant demeanor towards his subordinates, providing ample room for growth. After a moment's hesitation, Arthur coldly and resolutely declined, stating, You just attempted to slay my hawk. I must respectfully refuse your offer. What a pity, Kaido remarked, the purple lightning crackling from the spiked club in his grasp. Arthur's brow furrowed tighter as he sensed this bizarre phenomenon emanating from Kaido's body, affecting the surrounding climate and environment. Is this haki? It must be. Arthur had no intention of evading. He sensed that the intensity of the attack was within his capacity to withstand. The frequency of the lightning on Kaido's shoulder quickened. He concluded his charge. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he swiftly materialized before Arthur, swinging down with lethal intent. Thunderbagwa. Arthur positioned the blade in his hands defensively, ready to deflect the impending strike. The clash resounded. A terrifying shockwave erupted between their weapons, warping the terrain in an instant. This world does not welcome the weak. Witnessing his Thunderbagwa being halted by Arthur's blade ignited an unwavering resolve within Kaido to recruit him at all costs. Arthur, displaying a stoic demeanor, his slender arms straining as though they might burst, calmly replied. Indeed, in the next moment, Arthur's immense strength surged to an astonishing degree that left Kaido in disbelief. With a resounding crash, the blade in Arthur's hand rebuffed Kaido's spiked club. What? My balance has faltered. Kaido was momentarily taken aback, his body tilting backward as it mirrored Abel's previous stance. He turned to face forward. Arthur had already leaped into the air, descending rapidly toward him with a swift strike. This is why I set sail in pursuit of greater strength. The blade slashed diagonally across Kaido's chest. And as Arthur landed, astonishment washed over him. He thought, this can't be. His physique is even tougher than Abel's. Kaido staggered back from Arthur's attack, shock etched on his face as he bore the spiked club. The physical prowess of these individuals was utterly astounding to Arthur. It was akin to striking at someone bare-skinned, yet failing to inflict even a scratch upon them. Truly monstrous. Hey, big guy, don't interfere in someone else's battle. Even with haki, your current strength cannot possibly harm me. Kaido's expression darkened at once. Abel held immense confidence in his lineage and physique, and rightly so. My apologies. I merely recalled some individuals who caused me great pain the moment he struck you. Regardless of whether it was an illusion, Kaido felt compelled to intervene. Yet now it seemed he had underestimated the terrifying resilience of the legendary Lunaria tribe. It appeared even harder than his own body. Weren't you also struck? Stand aside. I'll handle this myself. Abel charged at Arthur once more. That moment, Arthur's breathing quickened noticeably, a clear indication that Kaido's earlier blow had significantly drained his stamina. How bothersome. Why is it that every time I venture out to sea, I encounter monstrous beings like you? Arthur grumbled, gritting his teeth as he engaged Abel in fierce combat. The blades clashed in a contest of raw strength. Devoid of any particular technique, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage, trouble approaches. Kaido sat upon the ground, observing the duel, and turned his gaze to the horizon, spotting the earlier hawk accompanied by hundreds of naval soldiers rushing towards them. You are Kaido, led by Dorag. Standing before the hundreds, upon recognizing Kaido, he refrained from ordering an attack. Indeed, Kaido replied with a smirk, unleashing his conqueror's haki upon the navy soldiers behind Dorag. In an instant, all 270 troops led by Dorag fell unconscious. Observing his entire contingent incapacitated, Dorag remained unfazed. Could it be that the experimental subjects being transported are you? Dorag analyzed the distant Peach 006 base engulfed in flames. No wonder the headquarters withheld details from me. And a trade was made as well. Kaido suddenly pointed at Arthur, who was locked in combat with Abel, and curiously inquired, "Is that young man one of your soldiers?" Dorag, I could allow your departure, but let this battle come to an end. Kaido. As a colonel, Dorag had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Should he clash with Kaido, it would be his men who would suffer the consequences. With only two adversaries before him, both formidable in their own right, allowing them to continue would yield no glory for his soldiers, nor any prospects for promotion. Sacrificing them would be utterly futile. Whether he could defeat them was still a matter of contention. That simply will not do. Kaido firmly rejected. We are both leaders. Bear witness to my recruitment of the legendary race and let this duel with the young man conclude. Dorag quickly noted the legendary race, his attention drawn to the white-haired youth's black wings. The flames flickering between those wings were reminiscent of a rare race once residing on the Red Soul continent. Now nearly extinct, the Lunaria tribe. Their bloodline could generate fire within their bodies, possessing a certain offensive capability. When the flames extinguished, their speed would significantly increase, albeit at the cost of their defensive capabilities. They could survive in various environmental conditions within nature. Legends spoke of them as gods. What do you intend to do, Kaido? Dorag inquired, astonished. The Rock's pirates have been vanquished. Why not live quietly in seclusion? Wah! Kaido scoffed, replying, and how shall we erase the hatred toward the world government? Personal vendettas, Dorag knew, could not be swayed. He understood Kaido's history. Approximately 15 years ago, the 14-year-old Kaido caught the attention of the world government due to his formidable talent. Under the pretense of the Ica kingdom joining the world government, they demanded the kingdom surrender Kaido to serve in the navy. Unwilling to become a political tool, Kaido was forcibly apprehended but escaped to the sea. Becoming a pirate, from that moment on, his resentment toward the government festered within him. If you wish to prevent your subordinates from dying in vain, remain silent, Dorag, and watch quietly, Kaido warned sternly. He harbored a deep disdain for the navy. With a thunderous roar, Dorag swung his arm, summoning a fierce wind that swept toward the devastated experimental base within the island, quenching the flames in an instant as a storm began to brew overhead. That devil fruit was Captain Rock's treasure. I never expected you would consume it. Kaido was not surprised by Dorag's abilities. He had long known the immense terror that treasure of devil fruits possessed. Capable of upending the current reign of the celestial dragons, regrettably, it had ultimately been seized by the celestial dragons, becoming a coveted asset among various factions. That blade not your self-restraint, Dorag mused. Watching Arthur's battle, recalling her words, they were all quite young, yet he never anticipated encountering someone at the same age capable of clashing with a member of the Lunaria tribe to such a degree. Both Kaido and Dorag gazed at the ongoing conflict, where blades intertwined relentlessly. Should they engage, it was highly probable neither would gain the upper hand. However, Dorag was more concerned about his men, somewhat intimidated by Kaido's reputation. and thus chose to remain a mere spectator. Meanwhile, Arthur's hands danced as he gazed upward at the massive blade. With each block, he effortlessly deflected Abel's strikes without exception. Arthur's breaths grew heavier, having taken Kaido's blow. He had scarcely any time to recover before re-engaging in battle. Why do you solely focus on defense, playing clever tricks? Abel, growing frustrated with his relentless assaults, realized that no matter how forcefully he swung his blade, it would always be repelled. In that overwhelming concentration and focus, he found no openings in Arthur's defenses. With the flames raging behind him, Jean ignited the blade of his sword and launched a powerful strike towards Arthur. As he beheld the sinuous, fiery blade hurtling towards him, a hint of discomfort surfaced on Arthur's otherwise composed visage. He deftly sidestepped Abel's assault, leaping back a considerable distance to create some space. Arthur addressed him, "Despite exerting such tremendous effort, I find myself unable to inflict any harm upon you. Why engage in combat when I have yet to uncover a flaw?" Abel, taken aback, realized that Arthur's thoughts mirrored his own. Both were intent on seeking the other's vulnerabilities. A smirk crept across Abel's face, tinged with condescension. "What a pity! Your sword cannot wound me. Thus you shall never triumph over me. Every formidable entity harbors a weakness. Do not hastily conclude based on a lifetime of experience." "I do not," Abel retorted, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles towards Arthur with a sweep of his ebony wings. Arthur's keen gaze discerned a pattern amidst the chaos. With each fireball conjured, he noted a subtle waning of the flames behind Abel. As the fiery projectiles arced through the tempest, Arthur skillfully deflected them with his blade. Sensing Arthur's awareness, Abel extinguished the flames on his back, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Where has he gone? Arthur felt a palpable absence of presence, maintaining his stance as he continued to parry the incoming fiery bullets. Suddenly, Abel reappeared behind him, the night casting a colossal shadow over Arthur. With a sharp clang, Arthur deflected the last fireball, his eyes widening in alarm as he realized the looming shadow was not an illusion. In a flash, he activated a newly learned technique, hardening his entire back with an iron-like defense. "It is over," Abel declared decisively, bringing his blade down from behind Arthur. In the distance, Dorag attempted to intervene, but was halted by Kaido wielding his spiked club. "Warning, if you interfere, I will slaughter you and every marine behind you." "Do you truly believe I fear you, Kaido?" Dorag countered defiantly, yet he hesitated, knowing that engaging would mean sacrificing his subordinates for Arthur's sake. Just then, without a moment's pause, Cooper surged forward towards Arthur. "Cooper," he called. But Cooper disregarded the warning, launching himself towards Abel with all his might. "And you too, Eagle." Kaido's conqueror's haki surged forth, targeting Cooper. The animal instinctively succumbed to the overwhelming force, its wings stiffening in fear as it chose Arthur over its own survival. Though it crash-landed, it remained conscious, unable to move. The blade sliced through Arthur's hardened defense, blood immediately seeping from the wound on his back. This was the first time he had endured such a heavy blow in this world. More agonizing than any punch could inflict, a deep gash marred his back. "Still standing?" Abel taunted, his blade aimed at the ground. Not seeing Arthur fall, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Arthur bent at the waist for several seconds, his expression of endurance gradually shifting. Suddenly, the blade in his hand underwent a transformation, an icy aura emanating from it, dripping onto the ground beneath him. The surrounding earth began to freeze, a wave of cold air sealing the gaping wound on his back, staunching the flow of blood. "Cold air?" Dorag exclaimed, astonished, as he prepared to intervene upon witnessing the peculiar scene at Arthur's feet. He a devil fruit user? Kaido pondered, glancing at Dorag, perplexed. Sensing impending danger, Abel swung his blade towards Arthur, determined to end the battle in a single stroke. As the blade whistled through the air, Abel was taken aback to see Arthur vanish from his sight. Utilizing a silent, instantaneous movement, Arthur appeared behind Abel. Laughing triumphantly, "I knew this blade was extraordinary." He slashed downward at Abel. "Gone." Abel, regaining his composure, ignited the flames on his back, preparing to withstand Arthur's strike. The force of Arthur's blow landed on Abel's left wing, akin to striking steel, sending shockwaves through Arthur's body. Still unable to inflict damage, just moments ago, it felt as if the blade had awakened, yet it should have been able to harm him. Arthur was bewildered. He observed a thin layer of frost enveloping Abel's left wing, the flames therein flickering despite the torrential rain. The chilling aura spread across Abel's wing, rendering it stiff and painful. How excruciating, Abel uttered. A low groan escaping his lips. Is this the power of that blade? Dorag marveled at the climatic changes surrounding them. Under the influence of Arthur's icy aura, droplets of rain around Abel crystallized, cascading down upon him. Is it over? Arthur snapped back to reality, exerting force to push Abel back several meters. The ground beneath Abel was gouged as he skidded to a halt. What do you mean? Over. I have always proclaimed my resilience. Arthur approached Cooper, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Kaido. From a distance, he unleashed the cold energy from his blade, sending a chilling strike towards him. Kaido nonchalantly blocked it with his spiked club, only to find his weapon rapidly enveloped in frost. The icy tendrils spread to Kaido's hand. The excruciating sensation coursing through him, he furrowed his brow, on high alert, contemplating. What is this? This is the second time. I was polite and respected your invitation, Kaido. Arthur roared in fury, his murderous intent and blade aimed squarely at Kaido. Did you truly believe your self-assured demeanor would remain unshaken? With that, Arthur hoisted Cooper onto his shoulder, resembling a hawk's perch, ensuring it held on tightly. In a sudden burst, Dorag, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, struck Kaido's face with a hockey-infused punch. Kaido's body hurtled into the nearby forest, snapping several large trees in his wake. I've long been displeased with you, Kaido, Dorag shouted. Observing this, Abel thrust his black wings forward, soaring towards the forest. Alarmed, Kaido, brother. Seizing the opportunity, Dorag harnessed his powers to summon a gentle wind, whisking the unconscious soldiers back to the coastal warship. Arthur, we must retreat now that we can consider the mission a failure. As he activated his abilities, Dorag added, Kaido is a formidable opponent. We cannot hope to defeat him. We will be worn down to nothing. Arthur, filled with rage, struggled with the rational decision to retreat. The two of them dashed towards the warship anchored offshore, planning to visit Punk Hazard once Kaido departed. Meanwhile, Kaido's roar echoed across the island, a violet lightning bolt striking the forest he had flown towards. That a colossal azure dragon soared from the island, ascending into the night sky. Enough of this. Arthur boarded the warship, preparing to set sail, as soldiers who had fainted on the deck began to awaken. But, Sergeant, your back is exposed to the bone. The medic gasped, horrified at the ice-encased wound on Arthur's back. That a man is most striking when battle-worn. I am not a delicate maiden, Arthur dismissed, brandishing his blade towards the sky. Besides, the fight is far from over. The ship's sails billowed as they ventured into the ocean. Dorag stood resolutely on the deck, his gaze sternly fixed on the sky where Kaido loomed. Prepare for a shipwreck. I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. Upon the deck, Arthur shed his tattered garments, remnants of a fierce battle. Bare-chested, he raised his blade skyward, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. His lithe physique, sculpted and refined, was akin to a masterful statue. As the rain washed away the blood that adorned him, standing at a height of 189 centimeters, he appeared to weigh little more than 70 kilograms. Yet, the latent strength within his sinewy form surpassed all expectations. Goo goo goo. The throat of his companion, Cooper, emitted a tremulous sound of fear, having grown alongside Arthur in the East Sea. It had never before encountered such a colossal and formidable creature. Fear not. If it comes to it, we shall embrace death together, Arthur reassured him. All those arduous training sessions were for moments like this. Chill frost coiled around the blade in Arthur's grasp, accumulating and swirling with increasing velocity. In this moment, the weapon seemed to gather immense power with each passing second. Before him stood Monkey D. Dragon, his aura radiating might as he harnessed the power of the devil fruit, summoning furious winds to churn the ocean beneath him, conjuring a tempestuous water dragon poised to counter Kaido's fiery breath. Above, amidst the tumultuous storm clouds, the azure dragon form of Kaido trailed closely behind the battleship, gathering its breath in a display of wrath. We are at sea, brother Kaido. Let us obliterate them in one fell swoop, Abel declared, unleashing a fiery slash toward Dragon's vessel. Monkey D. Dragon, you were quite the adversary back in the day, weren't you? The dragon's breath surged forth like a torrential inferno, barreling toward the ship. Why is it that those who once suffered my wrath now seek vengeance upon me? Dragon's mighty hand waved, sending forth a colossal stormwater dragon to intercept Kaido's attack. The transparent storm dragon collided with Kaido's fiery breath, neutralizing each other's force in a stalemate. Caw, block that flame slash from the Lunarian, Dragon commanded his subordinate, the Crow Colonel. The flames at that temperature would ignite coal in an instant. Colonel, the crow replied. Apprehensive of the flames, for he was a user of the natural type coal fruit, the two elements countered each other, and the pain from his injury sustained 2 days prior still lingered, before Dragon could finish his thought. He witnessed Arthur employing the 6 styles Soru and Shuanpa, charging toward Abel's fiery slash with his sword drawn. Arthur, he shouted in alarm, that I'm off. The thrill is too great. This world demands battle. Arthur exclaimed as he ascended into the sky. As he neared the fiery slash, it transformed into a gaping maw of flame under Abel's command, seemingly intent on engulfing Arthur with a decisive stroke. Arthur propelled himself forward, declaring, I shall carve a hole for you both. How dare you frighten my eagle? In an instant, the clash of frost and fire ensued, extinguishing the fiery attack with the intense cold emanating from his blade, solidifying it into an icy sculpture that plummeted into the depths below. So swift, Abel marveled, perceiving Arthur's speed as mere afterimages, a chilling aura piercing through his assault. Arthur breached the fiery attack and found himself directly above Kaido's colossal head. With his sword raised high, he swung downward. Don't cover my eyes, Kuber, Arthur shouted, as Kuber frantically shielded his eyes with its wings, startled by the sight of the 1,000-meter-long azure dragon before them. Boom. Abel deflected Arthur's blade with his own. In that moment of confrontation, Arthur unleashed a surge of strength, pushing his limbs to their utmost limits. Ugh! The immense force caused Kaido's dragon form to falter, extinguishing the fierce breath. What are you doing? Abel, you are of that legendary lineage. Why is it so difficult to contend with a mere boy a year your junior? Abel, fueled by his deep-seated resentment towards the Navy and the government, unleashed a tempest of flames around him, enveloping Arthur in a violent blaze. With a resounding crash, Kaido, deprived of his breath, was struck squarely by the stormwater dragon, momentarily dazed as his massive form plummeted toward the ocean below. Arthur, even the scattered remnants of the storm could not quell the flames engulfing Abel, who forcefully repelled Arthur. Off balance, Arthur leaped onto Kaido's back, gazing at the now frenzied Abel. The protective chill of his blade shielded him from the flames. In this fierce conflict, he began to grasp why Kaido would eventually be lauded as the strongest across land, sea, and sky. He was astonished, as if awakening to a fantastical realm, perched atop Kaido's azure dragon form. He faced the fiery disaster. Abel, a year his senior. Kaido, steady yourself, Abel commanded, as 5 colossal fire dragons surged forth from around him, aimed at Arthur. I shall eliminate him now. Kuber, the creature perched upon Arthur's shoulders, observed. Noting the tremors of fatigue beginning to shake his companion's form, Arthur gazed through the inferno, fixating on the enraged Abel, as he slowly sheathed his blade. Gather strength, as his words fell, Arthur concentrated all his might into a single point. His aura exploding with intensity. Drawing upon the last remnants of his energy, he assumed a forward-leaning stance. If this strike cannot wound you, it seems I must learn hockey, Arthur resolved, allowing his body to settle before vanishing in a flash. His form akin to a shooting star as he pierced through Abel, who stood several meters away. The 5 fire dragons were cleaved in two, instantly solidifying into ice sculptures that cascaded into the ocean below. Abel, Kaido sensed a terrifying impact upon his form. Concern for Abel washing over him, he had witnessed the recent exchange through his observation hockey, yet doubt lingered about Abel's condition. Crack! The blade Abel wielded to fend off Arthur's assault fractured in two. A deep indentation marred his chest, yet no blood flowed. Standing motionless in place, the biting cold rapidly spread across his torso, which he fought to extinguish with flames. The blade broke. What transpired? My chest aches. As if unfazed, Abel regarded Arthur, who emanated an aura of dread. That a sidelong glance revealed Arthur's shadowy figure, wielding his blade like a monstrous apparition. Turning fully, he beheld the blood that stained Arthur's body. Enough fighting. Let us depart. Kuber. A calm expression belied Arthur's trembling eyes. In the throes of battle, he had executed his most potent sword technique, a single strike that had felled countless beasts in the forests, but now it had failed to harm the man before him. Warara! Kaido, realizing Abel bore no injuries, no longer underestimated the lineage of the Lunarians. That he laughed heartily, addressing the creatures beneath the waves. Kill him, Abel. That fellow appears composed, yet his inner turmoil is palpable. One decisive blow now, and he shall not rise again. Abel, heeding Kaido's words, approached Arthur, scrutinizing him closely. You are indeed an anomaly, but you've chosen the wrong side. Acknowledging Arthur's prowess, he unleashed a strike with his black wings, sending him hurtling from Kaido's back. In that moment, Arthur plummeted toward the ocean below, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of human resilience, harder than steel. Bad wind, Kaido commanded, employing his massive dragon form to create a swirling vortex. The dragon's body spun like a top, absorbing the tempest summoned by dragon, unleashing a multitude of slashes that rained down upon the sea. The warship succumbed to the onslaught of countless vicious winds, while Dragon and the Crow hovered above, exerting their utmost efforts to rescue those aboard. "This is a farewell gift, Dragon," Kaido bellowed, as he and Abel departed the area. Arthur, witnessing the ship's descent into the depths, thought to himself, "My 100,000 berries remain in the hold. Cooper, fool, look at what state you're in, and yet you still concern yourself with money. Go assist the Navy in rescuing some people." "Cooper, did I have no issues," Arthur declared with unwavering resolve, despite the severity of his injuries, which were the most he had sustained since arriving in this world. Nevertheless, he felt that he was still within the bounds of endurance. Unaware that his strength had completely waned, Cooper swiftly transported Arthur to the coast of Punk Hazard before proceeding to assist with the rescue efforts. At the coast of Punk Hazard, Arthur sheathed his blade and wandered into the nearby woods. His gaze vacant and a smile of exhilaration gracing his face, he sought a safe haven to rest for a while, awaiting Cooper's return. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not compete with the innate advantages of lineage. His vision began to blur as he muttered, "Some possess invincibility through their crossings, others are laden with external enhancements, yet what do I have? It seems that apart from this blade, I have lost everything." As he walked, his body swayed increasingly, until he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground, holding his sword as he rested. "Let us take a breather," he said, recalling the moment he deflected Kaido's thunderous attack. Feeling as if his body was about to explode, the subsequent battle was sustained solely by sheer willpower. With his eyes closed, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness, appearing as though he were merely resting. Before long, two figures emerged nearby. One was a woman with short golden hair, clad in revealing attire, wielding a firearm. The other was a man with an enormous head, grotesquely disproportionate to ordinary humans. "That a truly terrifying young man," the massive-headed individual remarked, having engaged with the experimental subjects of that tribe. The woman raised her gun, a seductive smile on her face as she aimed at Arthur. "Beach Punk, he appears to be unconscious. Should we eliminate him? He seems like a significant threat." "Stand down, Bajin. He is a Navy officer," Beach Punk replied, halting her actions. "Then shall we take him to the laboratory for examination?" Bajin suggested, glancing at Beach Punk. "I share that sentiment," Beach Punk said, stepping out from the underbrush to examine Arthur's wounds. "The flesh around the wounds has completely frozen. Is he a devil fruit user?" Bajin inquired curiously. "I cannot say for certain. We will determine that upon examining his blood," Beach Punk replied. At the coast of Punk Hazard, hundreds of soldiers were rescued, yet Drago could not find Arthur. Cooper, who had just rescued numerous soldiers, anxiously leaped in search of him. "Cooper? Cooper, where is Arthur?" To him, Arthur was akin to family. Without him, he felt like an eagle devoid of its soul. "Do not fret, Cooper. Given his nature, he likely ventured off somewhere. He must still be on this island," Drago reassured him. However, Cooper could not heed any words, his gaze resolute as he soared into the sky, scanning the island for any sign of Arthur. How is it that an eagle shares such a temperament with humans? Drago mused, subsequently commanding the Crows to dispatch over 20 soldiers to scour the entire island. With the warship sunk and all supplies lost, he needed to sustain his 370-member crew and would have to seek assistance from the laboratory on the island. Within the Punk Hazard PH-001 laboratory, Arthur was brought to the lab by Beach Punk and Bajin, placed upon the examination table as they extracted some of his blood and cells for analysis. "This is astonishing. His cellular activity surpasses that of an average human by several hundred times. It's remarkably vibrant," Beach Punk exclaimed, observing Arthur's cells through the microscope, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of research. However, such research required substantial funding and time. "Several hundred times?" Bajin gasped at the figure, incredulous, as she stood beside a container housing a younger version of herself. Within the entire MADS organization, Bajin was the only one idling away. The cost of this was her contribution to cloning technology, successfully creating a clone, though still dormant in the nutrient container. Soon, they heard Arthur snoring, a sound that filled them with envy and fervor. Possessing such genetic cells, his aging, lifespan, and growth rates were bound to exceed those of humanity. As the leader of the MADS organization, Punk's zeal for science had reached a frenzied pitch. He yearned to dissect Arthur's body for an in-depth study. But alas, he was a Navy officer. We have conducted research on animal-type devil fruit users, and even they do not possess such attributes, Bajin marveled. Indeed, ordinary cells perish within hours when exposed to air. Punk continued conversing with Bajin. This individual's cells not only survive, but also exhibit self-healing properties. Hey, Punk. Bajin's envy intensified, and she fixated a wild gaze upon Punk. Why don't we dissect him and sell his parts? What? Punk exclaimed, astonished by her suggestion. The wealthy across the globe yearn for longevity and enhanced vitality. By utilizing his blood and cells for injections, we could amass a fortune. Just give me a shot. My skin is already beginning to wrinkle, Bajin, ever the avaricious woman, proclaimed, her demeanor growing increasingly manic and uncontrollable. However, Punk promptly rejected her, warning, be cautious with your words. This trivial injury is nothing to him. He is likely exhausted and merely resting, fully aware of our conversation. You think he can hear us in this state? Bajin suddenly glanced at the snoring Arthur on the examination table, a wave of terror sweeping over her. Causing her to take a few steps back, he appeared like a monster, lying unconscious. Punk and Bajin misjudged the situation. Arthur, enveloped in a sleep akin to that of an infant, was oblivious to their discourse. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the man possessed a physique reminiscent of a normal human, yet remarkably impressive. Bajin approached the examination table, reaching for Arthur's waist where his scabbard hung, swiftly retrieving it and drawing the blade for appraisal. What a stunning snowflake pattern. This must be worth a fortune. Punk, have you determined whether he is a devil fruit user? No, his blood lacks any trace of devil fruit factors, Punk confirmed through the testing apparatus, revealing that Arthur was not a devil fruit user. Is that so? Bajin's expression turned to one of shock, her eyes widening as she gazed at the blade in her hand. Could it be that the ice powers rivaling those of a devil fruit stem from this sword? She clutched Arthur's blade to her chest, treating it like a precious treasure. Come now, Bajin, can you not rid yourself of that greedy disposition? You truly are a slave to money, Punk shouted at her. To even consider selling such a treasure? If that blade indeed possesses powers related to extreme cold, it would be priceless. Once word spreads, how many would risk their lives to seize such a treasure? Greed is a woman's nature. You, devoid of taste and solely focused on scientific pursuits, simply do not understand, Bajin retorted dismissively. Our thoughts do not align, Bajin. After parting ways with Whitebeard, you have wandered aimlessly. Do you not fear his wrath upon discovering your actions? Ha ha! Bajin laughed alluringly, her mirth resounding. What purpose does it serve to dwell on the past now that we have parted ways? Lingling, little Whitebeard, Garoliosha. Regardless of our past connections, once separated, there is no longer any entanglement. Lingling traverses the seas in search of formidable creatures to merge with, aspiring to birth a powerful bloodline. That scoundrel Shiki has perfectly inherited Captain Jybek's ambition, seeking dominion over the world. That Whitebeard's character suggests he is amassing strength in the shadows. Ever since he consumed that fruit, he has vanished from sight, and John, with his silver axe, continues to live the pirate life on Hive Island, where the Navy dares not stir trouble. Even now, she still possesses an enchanting allure. Those signs of aging have begun to manifest. Upon hearing Bacon's words, Vegapunk gained a rudimentary understanding of the whereabouts of the members of the Rocks Pirates. Are you not being a tad selfish? You wish to claim everything is your own. I shall not transform your clone into your original's character and appearance, Vegapunk remarked about Bacon. With her eyes closed and an indifferent expression, Bacon replied, do as you please. Once she grows up, she will no longer be me. At that moment, Arthur, having slumbered for several hours, suddenly pressed his forehead and slowly sat up from the laboratory bed, exclaiming, it hurts. Where am I? The first thing Arthur did upon awakening was to reach for his left waist. As his hand roamed, he discovered that, aside from the bandages enveloping him, the familiar sensation of the knife's hilt was conspicuously absent. Standing before Arthur, Bacon opened her eyes in astonishment, clutching Arthur's sword and gazing at him in disbelief, wondering, after sustaining such grave injuries and losing so much blood, how can he awaken in less than 4 hours? As Arthur turned his neck in search of the blade, he caught sight of Bacon, heavily made up, holding his sword's blade firmly against her bosom. This person Stussy? Arthur's heart raced, soon realizing the stark contrast between their appearances. This woman before him bore a closer resemblance to an aged clone of Stussy. He quickly deduced that she must be Stussy's original form. Observing Arthur's stern expression, which emanated an aura that instilled dread in ordinary individuals. Bakken attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted as Arthur reached for the sheath of the knife nestled against her chest, saying, "Please return it to me." Bakken had no time to react, as Arthur forcefully snatched the blade from her grasp. "What a brutish fellow! You won't win a woman's affection this way." Bakken suddenly adopted a playful tone, attempting to tease Arthur. Arthur glared at her with disdain, casually stating, "Auntie, this is our first meeting. Do not act as if we are well acquainted. I'm not your type, Auntie." Bakken felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being bristling with indignation. The impact of those words was utterly devastating. She immediately countered, "Hey, before you stands a slender, sweet, mature young lady. How old are you now?" Arthur could easily discern the heavy makeup on Bakken's face. With hands on her hips, she tossed her golden hair and declared, "A woman's age is not something one should casually disclose. At 45, you are practically a grandmother in comparison to me." Vegapunk, who was analyzing Arthur's blood, suddenly interjected. This statement pierced Bakken like a sharp blade. Arthur looked at Vegapunk, momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Is this person Vegapunk?" "Vegapunk, have you lost your mind?" Bakken shouted at him, her face marred with the wrinkles of aging as she fumed. "Why divulge my age to a child? I am merely 14, barely a week past my birthday. You are 45, a full 31 years older. I cannot fathom how you consider yourself a young lady." Arthur, being rather blunt towards those he disliked, remarked. Hearing that, Bakken became as if struck by a thunderbolt. Frozen in place, soon, her legs seemed to lose strength, and she collapsed to the ground, frantically pounding the laboratory floor with her hands. "Could you refrain from uttering such hurtful words? I am, after all, the ideal type for many men. Do not believe that big-headed monster's words." Although wounded, she still attempted to display a youthful demeanor in hopes of teasing Arthur, curious about his reaction, faced with a woman 31 years his senior attempting to act cute. Arthur remained expressionless, shaking his head as he surveyed his surroundings. "Hey, disrespecting women like this will bring upon you divine retribution." Bakken, seeing her attempts at flirtation ignored, was utterly furious. The inherent competitive spirit of women surged within her mind. Having just learned of Arthur's genetic cell from Vegapunk, she began to harbor thoughts akin to those of Charlotte Linlin. Wait a moment. Bakken suddenly shifted from rage to a dazed expression as she gazed at the awakened Arthur. "In the future, I will age, but for now, I still possess some allure. If I were to utilize this fellow's genes to create a child with such terrifying cellular vitality, wouldn't that allow me to maintain my youth indefinitely?" She contemplated seducing the young Arthur, intending to engage with him, and then using the offspring's cells for research, thus eliminating the need to seek out others or search for a devil fruit that could reverse aging. Bakken bit her finger, her lipstick-coated lips curling into an increasingly excited smile as she scrutinized Arthur. It seemed that due to the battle, Arthur had exhausted himself and fainted, as he reflected on the events from hours prior while examining his own body. The bandages enveloping him prompted a frown. "I've already wrapped myself in this supreme bandage twice. What sort of magic does it possess? Do you wish to engage in something extraordinary with me? Something that will help you better understand women?" Bakken approached Arthur, casting him a flirtatious glance. Her alluring demeanor seemed to reveal a glimpse of what Bakken might become 30 years hence. "I generally do not strike women." Arthur replied with a serious expression, locking eyes with Bakken, utterly uninterested. He warned, "But should you continue to present yourself in that manner, I might just turn you into a pig's head. Completely hopeless. This fellow is beyond saving." Bakken thought as she abruptly stepped away from Arthur. She believed Arthur to be mentally unstable. Any normal male would be unable to resist such a situation. Arthur paid no mind to Bakken. However, he knew that her clone would undoubtedly be swayed. Feeling the power coursing through him, he recognized that, much like after the battle on Lionheart Island 2 days prior, he could distinctly sense his own growth. Indeed, once ordinary training reaches its limits, one must seek methods to break through. "If I accumulate little by little, after 30 years, I too will be a formidable force," Arthur mused. Meanwhile, Vegapunk observed Arthur's expression, sensing that he was entirely unaware of his own body. However, he had merely taken advantage of Arthur's unconsciousness to bring him here for research. He had no intention of disclosing that information. Having just extracted Kaido and Abel's bloodline factors, he was engaged in new research and development, which might take 10, 20 years, or even longer. He lacked the capacity to conduct experiments on Arthur. Vegapunk. Bakken approached Vegapunk, who was engrossed in studying Arthur's blood, and delivered a punch to his head. Vegapunk fell to the ground. Cradling his head, Bakken, what are you doing? If you ever dare to disclose my age again, I will reveal your secrets to the world government, ensuring your funding chain is severed, Bakken warned him. Bakken, you are far too rough with me. The leader of this organization, you are 12 years my junior and ought to show respect to your elders. You are merely a woman idling at MADS. I, as the leader, must extend you respect. Do not jest. Were it not for my connections, Kaido would not have so readily handed over his blood. He destroyed the PH-006 laboratory and abducted a Lunarian youth, causing significant losses. But did you not obtain their samples? Arthur listened to their quarrel while searching for food in the laboratory, feeling ravenous and in need of nourishment. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the experimental facility, prompting Vegapunk to rush to the monitoring room, where he observed a throng of Navy personnel outside the laboratory door. Is that Carp's son? Bakken exclaimed in shock as she gazed at Sabo and the group of Navy officers. A pirate. She instinctively felt a tinge of fear towards the Navy. Do not worry. As government-hired scientists, the Navy will not lay a hand on us, Vegapunk reassured Bakken, attempting to soothe her anxiety. The world government had employed the entire organization. And on Punk Hazard Island, only he and Bakken remained. Do not worry. Vegapunk, Kaido, and that Lunarian have already fled this place. Our research has come to an end, Bakken warned Vegapunk. If this batch of Navy personnel receives an arrest order, these mad scientists who have committed crimes across the globe will undoubtedly be apprehended. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk found no fault in it either. They were merely engaged in a hierarchical employment relationship, not wholeheartedly loyal to the world government. This time, the government had disbursed a substantial amount of funds for them to research Kaido and the Lunarian race, resulting in the development of astonishing technology. The bloodline factor could be utilized for the benefit of the seas or for the creation of devastating weapons. The technical documents had already been submitted to the government and other members of the MADS organization, which led Vegapunk to begin harboring concerns. The truth was soon validated. The following morning, upon arriving at Punk Hazard, Dr. Vegapunk found Dr. Dorag seeking assistance outside the PH-001 laboratory. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi on Dorag's person began to ring. The Den Den Mushi ringing? How could it be at this moment? Dorag held the Den Den Mushi in his hand, his face filled with confusion. What command could it possibly convey? After a brief silence, the Den Den Mushi opened its mouth to relay the order from above. Monkey D. Dorag, we have received intelligence regarding your mission's failure. The higher-ups commanded, we require you to immediately apprehend the leader of the MADS organization. Vegapunk and Miss Bakken. What? Dorag exclaimed, taken aback by such orders, further perplexed as he inquired, I have yet to report. How do you know? Hours earlier, the naval base near Punk Hazard had been attacked by Kaido, leaving it engulfed in flames, with the island's assets and naval vessels plundered by him. They are the very subjects of your mission, and thus your task can be deemed a failure. Enraged by this revelation, Dorag shouted into the receiver, then why did the headquarters not disclose the full details when assigning the mission? To prevent the soldiers from becoming anxious and developing a state of psychological unrest, thereby ensuring mission efficiency, came the swift explanation from the Den Den Mushi. This undoubtedly meant that the ordinary soldiers at headquarters were sent to face an insurmountable foe while remaining blissfully ignorant. It was tantamount to a death sentence. At that moment, Dorag found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion regarding justice. What, indeed, is justice? Suppressing his inner fury, he composed himself to accept the task that in order to atone for my past failures. I implore you to complete this mission. Having grown disillusioned with the naval hierarchy, Dorag continued speaking into the Den Den Mushi. I require reinforcements. My warship was sunk by Kaido during this battle. Reinforcement request received. Please await the arrival of the warship at Punk Hazard, came the response. After the call ended, all present soldiers appeared pale and astonished, as so it was. They were merely pawns, sacrificed to fulfill the ambitions of others. The remnants of the Rock's pirates had confronted them twice within a mere week. Hearing the soldiers' words, Dorag felt a sense of unease, causing him to waver on the orders of this mission. What was the true nature of this command? Could it be that Vegapunk had uncovered something of great significance? Dorag pondered. Inside the laboratory, The indecisive Vegapunk and Bakken deliberated whether or not to open the door for Dorag. Outside the monitoring room, Arthur had mysteriously unearthed a large box of apple pies, leaning against the door and eavesdropping on their conversation. "Hey, that's my food, kid," Bakken scolded, her irritation palpable upon discovering her provisions had been rifled through. Arthur cast a glance at the fuming Bakken and then at the sizable bite he had taken from the apple pie, a grin suddenly breaking across his face as he replied, "Oh, it's mine now. In merely a few days at sea." He had realized that disregarding excessive notions of righteousness and morality made life significantly easier. "Fine, but if you eat it, you owe me a favor." Bakken's demeanor shifted dramatically. She licked her lips, gazing at Arthur. "Don't even think about it, Bakken. I'm not interested in older women." Arthur firmly rejected her, oblivious to her intentions. "Hey, kid," Vegapunk turned his gaze towards Arthur. As one of his subordinates, "Do you know what kind of person Dorag is?" Arthur replied promptly. "He is quite contradictory. We've only interacted for 4 days. However, I've inadvertently learned that he has begun to question the justice of the Navy." Before they could respond, the heavy door of the laboratory was forcefully smashed open by Dorag. Alarms blared throughout the base once more, and upon witnessing this, Vegapunk remained remarkably calm, while Bakken grew restless. "I don't want to be arrested. I'm leaving. Suit yourself, genius." Bakken hastily gathered her belongings and darted towards the laboratory's rear exit without a moment's hesitation. "Bakken, if you leave, what will happen to your clone?" "Handle it as you wish. That being is not me. You can set whatever program you like." Bakken exited the laboratory. Arthur observed Bakken's retreating figure, perceiving her inherent selfishness. He then turned his attention to the naked Stussy encased in a nutrient solution nearby. Contemplating, this woman is so irresponsible towards her clone. Is she selfish? No wonder her future clone will find herself in a state of confusion. The disheartened army of over 300 began entering the laboratory, gradually making their way to the hall and supply depot for resupply. "All troops, stand down. I'll check elsewhere," Dorag instructed, organizing the soldiers while intending to search for Vegapunk alone. However, a soldier stepped forward. Concern etched upon his face. "But Colonel, what about our mission?" Mission? Dorag's mind was far removed from any such task. He was far more curious about why this mission involved transporting Kaido and that legendary race. Why hadn't they been informed of the specifics? He resolved to confront Vegapunk for clarity regarding this conspiracy. "Listen, everyone. If we continue executing missions under the veil of ignorance, sacrificing ourselves for the ambitions of the world government, we might as well forget the mission and enjoy the present." As the highest-ranking officer present, whatever Dorag said was law. The crowd fell silent, bowing their heads, acknowledging the validity of Dorag's words. It was better to relish the present moment in the laboratory. Having finished his apple pie, Arthur made his way from the monitoring room to a more spacious area of the lab. Although his body still ached slightly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Gazing at his hand, Arthur attempted to channel the energy flowing through his veins. In an instant, a layer of pitch black, iron-like hockey enveloped his wrists. This power felt as if it had possessed him, rendering his skin indistinguishable from steel. "Is this the basic level of armament hockey?" Arthur mused, pleasantly surprised by the significant gains from this battle. Yet, he realized he could not fully master it. The hockey flickered on his hands, elusive and intangible. If it were an ordinary person in this world, they might think something was amiss with their body. However, as a time traveler, Arthur recognized many familiar phenomena, objects, and powers at a glance. Beginning to grasp hockey, he wasn't particularly astonished. After experiencing 2 battles, he felt that possessing hockey did not guarantee victory over those devoid of it. For instance, himself, he had taken a hit from Kaido's Thunderbagwa at the age of 28 without hockey and had endured the hockey-infused punches of Lek and Apollo at Lionheart Island in the Aver Sea. To him, hockey merely served as auxiliary strength. For instance, it proved quite effective against certain Logia-type abilities. After 10 years, it was only now beginning to manifest. It seemed hockey was at the average level of Wano residents. Further practice was required. Arthur attempted to swing his fist, feeling something peculiar. It was as if nothing had changed, merely a layer of hockey coating his skin. He struck his fist against his palm, discovering it was immensely hard, harder than iron by a whole level. Most importantly, he realized he needed to focus on observation hockey. Suddenly, Arthur was struck by a thought. Had he built such a strong foundation? He was learning techniques swiftly. Why not try my hand at mastering observation hockey? Suddenly enlightened, Arthur closed his eyes. Gradually, he recalled the profound teachings of Rayleigh, urging himself to perceive the surrounding environment with his eyes shut. Arthur practiced diligently, attempting to locate the exit of the laboratory without sight. At that moment, Vegapunk emerged from the monitoring room, observing Arthur stumbling around the laboratory hall with his eyes closed. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you doing, Navy boy?" "Practicing kinbunshiku." Arthur sharply turned to face him, pointing. "Am I mistaken? You should be standing outside the monitoring room." "That is not kinbunshiku. It is merely sound recognition," Vegapunk scoffed at Arthur, then quietly awaited his fate. Indeed, there were times when he relied on intuition, managing to evade certain attacks with his eyes closed. Arthur began to train, previously consumed by concerns for survival and life. Now, following battles that felt as if they had awakened latent potential, he started to rapidly ascend with newfound strength. "MADS leader, Vegapunk." Dr. Monkey D. Dragon's voice echoed down the corridor, and he soon appeared outside the laboratory where Arthur and Vegapunk stood. Dragon gazed at them, initially shocked to see the unfazed Arthur, and expressed concern. "Arthur, are you injured? Aside from a dull ache, I seem to be fine," Arthur replied, well aware of his body. His recovery abilities were swift, though this time, scars remained. "That is good to hear," Dragon remarked, his concern dissipating as he turned his attention to Vegapunk. As rumored, he had a thick mane of short brown hair that seemed glued to his large head. "I have heard tales of you, Vegapunk. Consuming the brain fruit has led to your brain's current expansion, has it not?" Dragon approached Vegapunk, eager to uncover what research he was conducting within these walls. Why was Kaido here? The only known surviving Lunarian youth. Why was he present as well? What sort of research was the world government undertaking? Monkey D. Dragon, should you wish to apprehend me, you would lose a scientist capable of altering the world, Vegapunk said, encountering Dragon for the first time. A flicker of fear crossed his face at the sight of the stern man before him, yet he did not flee. "I have just received orders from headquarters. The higher-ups want me to arrest you, Vegapunk," Dragon stated firmly, his brow furrowing as he queried. "As long as you inform me what the world government has employed you to do here, I may consider sparing you." He was baffled, gazing at Vegapunk, awaiting his response. "I utilized Kaido's blood, along with that of the Lunarian named Abel, to create something known as the lineage factor." Vegapunk, for his own safety, resolved to explain everything to the man before him. "Lineage factor? Is that yet another weapon of war?" Dragon inquired, perplexed, as he harbored a disdain for conflict. "You might truly believe that this technology represents an unprecedented discovery, once completed and revealed to the world. It could plunge everyone into panic," Vegapunk declared excitedly, his obsession with scientific advancement reaching a fever pitch. The lineage factor was the pinnacle of his current technological achievements. "What precisely does it do?" Dragon asked, astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "It can be applied across various fields, such as improving inferior genes and bloodlines. More importantly, it can replicate the abilities of devil fruits, although I have yet to commence practical application." "This is merely my hypothesis. You mean to say it can transform the unique abilities of devil fruits into replicas?" Their exchange continued, with Arthur showing little interest, swiftly departing the laboratory with his sword in hand. He addressed Dragon. "Colonel, this matter holds little relevance for me as a sergeant. I shall take my leave now. Q-Bar might have gone mad searching for me." After a moment of waiting, Dragon, still engaged in conversation with Vegapunk, paid no heed to Arthur. Thus, Arthur exited alone, recognizing that these scientific affairs bore little connection to his aspirations. What he sought was strength, not mutation. The pursuit of swordsmanship, physical prowess, and hockey was his true aim. The battles from 2 missions had made Arthur acutely aware that in this world, physicality was paramount. Everything else belonged to technique, including his use of swordsmanship to counter others. Deflecting Kaido and Abel's strikes were merely techniques. "After sustaining 2 heavy blows, I can still move freely. I seem to have underestimated my own physique." Arthur leisurely made his way from the laboratory, placing his palm before his mouth and whistling forcefully. The sound quickly reverberated across Punk Hazard's central region. Q-Bar, who was searching for Arthur atop the island's highest point, recognized the familiar whistle and immediately dove from the peak of Punk Hazard toward the pitch 001 base. "Q-Bar," he called out, soaring above the laboratory. "Here," Arthur responded, standing in the open space outside the laboratory and waving at the sky. Q-Bar's beak and talons were stained with hot blood, evidence of a beast he had hunted on the island to satiate his hunger. Upon spotting Arthur, Kubar frantically returned to his side, repeatedly nudging his face. "All right, come with me. I need you to assist me in my training." Arthur placed Kubar on his shoulder and ventured into the dense forest beyond the laboratory. Having awakened his Pusashoka haki, Arthur resolved to train his Kenbunchika haki, devising the best method to do so by blindfolding himself and allowing Kubar to attack him continuously. At the summit of the Red Soul continent. Shrouded in ethereal mist, the scenery was enchanting. The vast green belt of forest housed numerous castles inhabited by celestial dragons, the pinnacle of everyone's dreams, the holy land Mariawa. Within the hall of the Pangu Castle, the 5 elders convened. Before them stood a Navy intelligence officer draped in a cloak of justice. "Regarding the arrest of Vegapunk, we have already dispatched the son of the hero Garp," the officer reported to the 5 elders. "Dragon, is it? As long as he remains on Punk Hazard, Vegapunk will find it impossible to escape," one of the 5 elders remarked. The officer continued, "Colonel Dragon's warship was sunk in battle with the experimental subjects, and we need to send a naval vessel for support. Has Kaido escaped? How unfortunate for that ultimate bioentity," another elder lamented. "Very well, let's send a CP0 agent to retrieve them. We must ensure Vegapunk's safe capture." The 5 elders deliberated, intent on securing Vegapunk, so they could utilize his knowledge and talents. "Who shall we send for escort?" the Navy soldier inquired of the 5 elders. Currently, the CP's secret intelligence agency has numerous promising candidates undergoing training, but those available are limited. "Send Jernica. That individual excels in the 6 powers and is considered formidable within CP0." The intelligence officer did not depart, but instead produced a report detailing Arthur's battle and handed it to them, exclaiming, "There is a surprising discovery from this mission, 5 elders." The 5 elders accepted the battle dossier, their expressions shifting as they perused its content. The youth mentioned in this dossier had demonstrated astonishing performance during the recent battle, having engaged Kaido only 5 days after joining the Navy. "Marshal Steelbone Kong decided to share his information with you for your consideration." The 5 elders, upon seeing such intelligence, were visibly taken aback. "A swordsman, engaging Kaido in a stalemate. Is that true? Did Dragon recruit such a person? If the records in the document are accurate, this individual is a talent worthy of cultivation. However, we must first ascertain his loyalty to the Navy and government. Without a doubt, the world will soon embark on a major conscription. Let us observe him for now." The 5 individuals reached a consensus, believing that Arthur's age is neither too young nor too old. At 14, he has already developed a gradual sense of self-awareness, making it unwise to instill governmental ideologies in him or to mold him into a cold-hearted being. The document evaluates Arthur as a fervent-hearted boy of justice, concerned for the welfare of the common people, with a kind heart. This assessment is based on Arthur's words to the civilians and Akainu on Lionheart Island. Punk Hazard is shrouded in rain and mist permeating the forest. After a night of torrential rain, the island appears rejuvenated, teeming with life. Beneath a colossal tree, Arthur is honing his observation haki under the guidance of Kuber. He sways his body, taking deliberate steps on the muddy ground, successfully evading Kuber's talon strikes each time. "Kuber," he quips, "why can't you land a hit? You're clearly attacking while I'm keeping my eyes shut." Kuber is astonished, having anticipated an opportunity to pummel Arthur, yet has failed to strike him even once after training since dawn. After evading for so long, Arthur seems to grasp that observation haki requires one to cultivate inner calm. While dodging Kuber's relentless attacks, he articulates, "It is about quieting the mind and enhancing one's senses through mental focus to detect the opponent's presence before evading." Kuber, caught off guard, appears to comprehend, yet remains perplexed. Simply put, it involves amplifying an animal's instinctual sensitivity to danger and exerting control over it. Arthur's confidence in his understanding seems profound, for he has lived within a food chain for the past decade, constantly attuned to the risks of being preyed upon by other creatures. That it is noteworthy that some individuals spend their entire lives unaware of possessing such power as haki, yet he has discerned and begun to master it effortlessly. The ability to keenly sense another's aura is named observation haki. Once this ability is heightened, one can perceive the location and number of enemies beyond sight, as well as predict their next actions. Observation haki is intricately linked to the psyche. It requires composure to be effective, as it cannot be utilized in a state of emotional turmoil or irrationality. This perfectly aligns with Arthur's tranquil demeanor when confronting any challenge. Recognizing the importance of strength, he finds learning these skills not particularly difficult. It merely demands time for familiarity and mastery. As daylight gradually breaks, a flock of seagulls flies over Punk Hazard. Arthur suddenly opens his eyes wide, pointing at the seagulls in the sky, and instructs Cooper, go fetch a newspaper. Cooper, with a powerful flap of his wings, Cooper darts towards the seagulls. The flock, seeing the white-headed eagle, assumes it is hunting them and promptly scatters. One particularly slow seagull finds itself ensnared mid-air, staring blankly at the white-headed eagle also donning a hat. Cooper, robbery. Hand over a newspaper. Faced with the threat, the seagull reluctantly relinquishes a newspaper, grasping it in its beak and delivering it to Cooper. Oh, I've seen humans commit robbery, but never an eagle stealing a newspaper. After squawking, Cooper allows the seagull to fly away. Cooper returns to Arthur's shoulder, clutching the newspaper, and places it into his hands. As long as it is not a newspaper sold within the confines of Civilization Island, Arthur can read it for free without spending a penny. Let me see. What has transpired in the new world? Arthur unfolds the newspaper, his brow furrowing immediately. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, has joined forces with Roger to combat the Golden Lion, resulting in the latter's failure to seize the world government's secret weapon. Leading to his humiliating retreat, the world government has intensified restrictions on the exploration of historical texts, with the threat of arrest as criminals for those who defy this order. Don Quixote homing, having abandoned his celestial dragon status to live among the common folk, finds his existence in the North Sea far from pleasant, becoming the subject of public scorn. His wife has passed away, and his 2 sons, desperate for survival, resort to scavenging for food at the Grand Line. The military kingdom of Jarlsberg has birthed a 13-year-old war hero named Douglas Barrett. 2 days later, amidst the fog-laden seas of the New World, a warship flying the flag of the world government approaches the shores of Punk Hazard. The flag is marked with a cross, adorned with circles at each end, and in the center, at the bow, stands a youth named Guernica, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. His visage resembles a white mask, with one black and one white eye, the right bearing a scar, and he dons ear coverings reminiscent of a robotic apparatus. Aside from his youthful appearance, the rest of him seems altered and scarred. He holds a permanent pointer documenting Punk Hazard Island and gazes towards a gathering army on the coastal shores. Where are the Vegapunks? Scanning the crowd, Guernica fails to find any sign of the Vegapunks. Apart from Dr. Vegapunk, Kuro, Arthur, and over 300 Navy headquarters soldiers, the majority of whom are bandaged and appear gravely injured, there is no trace of them. The warship swiftly docks, and Dr. Vegapunk approaches Guernica with a smile. Initiating conversation, Monkey D. Dragon, what on earth is happening? Guernica inquires again. Realizing the target individuals for their mission are indeed absent, he regards Dr. Vegapunk with a cold stare, filled with suspicion. The mission target has escaped. We suffered significant injuries from Kaido and the Lunarians, rendering us unable to complete our objective. Escaped? Punk Hazard, as a hub for technological research, possesses no warships or vessels. Even if there were, it would be impossible for Dr. Vegapunk to flee. Given his abilities, Guernica is furious. Such a failure will invite reprimands from superiors. Are you joking? Although Guernica is enraged and vents his frustration at Dr. Vegapunk, he recognizes that he cannot overpower him. I am not jesting, D. Oh, you only see the mission and disregard our battered bodies. Dr. Vegapunk retorts, defending his subordinates. Soon, Guernica, through a close inspection of the crowd, notices a youth of similar height to himself, marked by a chilling scar on both front and back, quietly observing him. After 2 days of recovery, Arthur's wounds have begun to scab. The scars that will remain forever are a stark sight. Did you obtain the research results? Guernica inquires. When we received the mission to search the laboratory, we found no one. Sensing Dr. Vegapunk's growing anger for his subordinates and the tension between them, Guernica ceases to press further. They must silently accept the outcome, ordering all Navy personnel to board the warship. Upon boarding, Arthur and Cooper rush to the cafeteria window, their faces alight with joy as they call to the chef inside. Hey, do you have dumplings? Could you make me a bowl? Cooper, I want raw meat. Arthur translates Cooper's request to the chef. It soon becomes apparent that the chefs inside wear expressionless faces, their demeanor cold as they begin preparing food for them. This leaves Arthur puzzled, furrowing his brow in confusion. They feel alive, yet they seem as robotic as can be. Before long, Arthur is presented with a large bowl of dumplings. While Kuber eagerly devours a bowl of raw meat, the Navy is not a place for humans. 2 missions nearly cost me my life, yet the food is solid. Arthur quickly shovels his favorite fish dumplings into his mouth. Meanwhile, Kuber gulps down raw meat, and the two find unprecedented relaxation. After the meal, Arthur takes Kuber to the deck, where they enjoy the sea breeze, gazing out at the vast ocean. How much have you two eaten? Dr. Vegapunk emerges from below deck after submitting the mission report, noticing their plump figures and scolding them for becoming 2 chubby boys. Arthur burps and replies, 1 bowl. Arthur, I have made arrangements for you. Dr. Vegapunk says as he approaches Arthur from behind. Upon returning to Marineford, someone will provide you with instruction. Who, Black Arm Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, has transitioned to become the current overall instructor of the entire military. The name Zephyr resonates profoundly with Arthur. Is he the one coming to teach me? Arthur's face was a canvas of anticipation as he sought confirmation. Dorag nodded. Continuing, the Grand Recruitment will host a martial arts tournament on the training islands near Marineford. Based on your rankings and performance, you may be directly promoted to an officer. If your potential is harnessed by Admiral Zephyr, it could very well skyrocket in the next 2 months. To this day, Dorag had never encountered anyone like Arthur, who appeared utterly ordinary, even bare-chested at that moment, yet possessed potential rivaling that of Kaido and the Lunarians. This insight had come from Vegapunk, who revealed that Arthur's cellular activity surpassed that of Kaido and a boy named Abel, explaining his remarkable strength despite lacking any formal training. However, Dorag was more concerned with Arthur's approach to the training method of paper drawing than the Grand Recruitment itself. Arthur, seemingly oblivious to its significance, inquired, I feel as though I am perpetually on edge, unable to relax my power as you suggested. This was tied to Arthur's habits. To learn paper drawing, one must be able to let go and become as fluid as water. He found it impossible, being accustomed to having his strength permeate his body at all times, always ready for battle. Dorag, Arthur said, finding it difficult to assess this predicament after contemplating with his chin in hand. Dorag replied, it seems you may not be suited to learn the 6 styles of the Navy, or rather, you may not be able to master them in their entirety. Previously, Arthur had grasped the 6 styles in a single day. Yet after 2 days of attempting to learn them at Punk Hazard, he was still struggling. Dorag had investigated and discovered that Arthur's nerves were always in a heightened state of alertness, preventing his body from relaxing, which was in stark contrast to the very essence of paper drawing. What should I do? I joined the Navy specifically to learn the 6 styles, Arthur exclaimed, growing anxious. What do you mean I'm unsuited to learn them? Arthur, your mastery of the 5 styles is already impressive. Paper drawing holds little benefit for you, Dorag replied, gesturing with his fingers in the shape of dragon claws. Your finger strength is remarkable. Perhaps I could teach you the dragon claw fist? The notion that he might not fully learn the 6 styles left Arthur perplexed. The primary reason for studying them was to enhance his physical prowess. Yet now he was unable to fully master the entire technique. Fine, my fingers are better suited for gripping a sword anyway, Arthur sighed, feeling somewhat dejected as he slowly departed the deck. 5 styles will have to suffice. Suddenly, he realized he had heard something familiar and whipped his head back toward Dorag. Colonel, what did you just say? Dragon claw fist. Arthur's eyes widened with renewed excitement. When we arrive at Marineford, you should seek out Admiral Zephyr for further instruction. The Navy's 6 styles are not something everyone can master completely. Mastering even 2 or 3 techniques is already commendable, Dorag explained, a sentiment Arthur understood well. Yet, the dragon claw fist was a physical technique. Surely he could learn that? Before that, please teach me the dragon claw fist. Eagerly, Arthur compared Dorag's dragon claw fist to Kubo's eagle claw, and his expression shifted, feeling somewhat odd. The stance of the dragon claw fist required the fingers to morph into 3 claws, with the pinky and ring fingers curling together while the middle and index fingers did the same, resembling a dragon's fearsome talons. But Kubo noticed Arthur's peculiar gaze fixated on his feet. He glanced down at his stout legs and then tilted his head, comparing them with the hands of the 2. Dorag was momentarily taken aback, staring at Kubo's 3 robust eagle claws, and thought to himself the words eagle claw fist. Eagle claw fist, Arthur exclaimed, voicing his thoughts. Kubo, you should learn it too. Once you master the Colonel's technique, you can rename it to make it your own. As the 3 debated, Major Crow suddenly approached Dorag. I need to take a leave to return to the North Sea. Colonel, this intense workload is quite overwhelming. The soldiers are exhausted, and I am weary too. Dorag sighed deeply, continuing, I believe I will make a trip to the full-time tree to examine both modern and ancient history. Sensing the two were about to discuss serious matters, Arthur excused himself to the deck, where he began practicing the eagle claw with Kubo. These exchanges led Arthur to surmise that Monkey D. Dorag was likely on the verge of defecting from the Navy. Major Crow looked at Arthur and nodded, quietly addressing Dorag. He is a rare genius. Colonel, if you truly intend to leave the Navy, make sure to recruit him. At just 14, Arthur had learned 5 of the Navy's 6 styles in a week, along with demonstrating potential in the mastery of both observation hockey and armament hockey. His swordsmanship was elusive, as swift as lightning. Such a prodigy was not someone Dorag could afford to overlook. 2 days later, time flew by as they returned to the waters of Marineford. The sound of steel echoed beneath the waves as the gate of justice slowly closed. After about 2 hours of sailing, the warship finally approached the Navy headquarters docks. Docking. On the deck, Guernica and Arthur were engaged in a sparring match, with the adept Guernica being thoroughly overpowered by Arthur. As the gangway was lowered, the soldiers did not line up eagerly to disembark, but stood in shock, watching the duel on the deck. What is going on? Why isn't anyone getting off the ship? Below deck, Zephyr had been awaiting news and had long been intrigued by Arthur's potential and battle reports, making the effort to witness him firsthand. Hearing the lively atmosphere on board, he was the first to ascend the gangway, only to discover hundreds of Navy personnel and government officials gathered around the two combatants. Admiral Zephyr, a soldier, spotted Zephyr, drenched in cold sweat, and saluted him in an instant, all eyes fixed on him. Parting to create a path. Eagle Claw Fist. Arthur posed with his fingers in the shape of the Dragon Claw Fist, while exclaiming Eagle Claw Fist, infuriating Dorag nearby. Hey, if you've learned my technique, you must call it by its name. Arthur, you brat. Dorag shouted at him. Finger gun. Guernica, unwilling to back down, clashed his finger gun against Arthur's claws. Arthur swiftly seized Guernica's right index finger, ensnaring it like an eagle's talon. You're stuck, Arthur exclaimed, twisting sharply. This rigidity could probably withstand even Kubo's attacks. With a crack, Guernica's finger dislocated, causing his face to contort in agony. Ugh! As Guernica let out a pained cry, Arthur followed through with a powerful left punch, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin, creating a large hole. The outcome was clear as cheers erupted for Arthur from the deck of the warship. The expressions of the government officials darkened upon witnessing Guernica's defeat, signaling that the Navy remained superior to the CP intelligence agency, despite its lesser political power. Not bad. Not bad at all. Observing the spirited youth, Zephyr approached Arthur, and the crowd fell silent. Dressed in a purple leisure outfit adorned with a cloak symbolizing justice and status, he approached Arthur, flashing a broad grin. His formidable stature and commanding presence instantly conveyed the disparity between him and Arthur. This sharp intuition was instinctive. Arthur realized he was facing a being he could not possibly defeat at this moment. Covering his nose, he grimaced at Zephyr. You smell of alcohol. Ha. What's wrong with a man enjoying a drink, kid? Zephyr laughed heartily at his remark. The soldiers on the deck broke into a cold sweat. For Zephyr was a true legend among the Navy, previously a symbol of power and strength. That a little alcohol could be an elixir, but too much could be poison. Arthur was taken aback by his imposing aura and instinctively offered a salute. But that scent of alcohol emanating from you brings an overwhelming sense of decadence, even from this distance. Upon hearing those words, Zephyr's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression as he scrutinized Arthur. Observing Arthur's spirited and confident demeanor, he was reminded of his former self. You are absolutely right, Dorag. This lad shall be entrusted to my guidance, as you wish, instructor. Our naval leave for this mission in the Aver Sea has been approved. Dorag replied, flashing a grin at Arthur before departing the warship, as if suggesting that Arthur would soon face dire consequences. What about me? Hey, Arthur called out loudly to the retreating figures. He was also a member of this mission in the Aver Sea and had sustained injuries in Punk Hazard, believing he deserved a break as well. Emerging from the cabin was Guernica, who had been bloodied by Arthur's punch, addressing Zephyr. Can we leave this warship? We are heading back. Sparring is not a duel. As long as no limbs are broken or lives lost, there is no issue. However, he is wary of Arthur's strength, having found no way to breach Arthur's defenses during their earlier exchanges. Understood. Follow me. You little brat, Zephyr replied, turning around, the words justice cloak emblazoned on his back catching Arthur's eye. The phrase seemed heavy and sorrowful, starkly contrasting with the smile that had adorned his face. Reluctantly, Arthur followed Zephyr, accompanied by Cooper. To the dock of the Maryford, the legendary Admiral, Blackarm Zephyr, was reeking of a potent and pungent alcohol scent. If I had endured what you did, as portrayed in the news, I fear I would have succumbed to madness. Arthur mused. If he could somehow remedy the regret of Zephyr's demise, perhaps he could gain a formidable ally in the future. Every action Zephyr took seemed to center around his own interests. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Zephyr suddenly halted, spinning around to glare at him with anger. What nonsense are you spewing? He shouted at Arthur before reaching out with his heavy palm to ruffle Arthur's hair. I'll bear that tragic experience alone. You, a mere brat soon to be under my tutelage, needn't concern yourself. The warmth in his words brimmed with profound sorrow for Arthur. The thought of Zephyr dedicating his entire life to the Navy only to be betrayed by a disciple he had raised was incomprehensible to him. I will never experience such a fate. Rest assured, Instructor Zephyr, Arthur said, suddenly acknowledging the man before him. The notion of sparing his life rang true. While Zephyr was reputed to be strict, he bore no resemblance to a harsh instructor at that moment. Soon, Arthur followed Zephyr to the training grounds. As night descended upon the training base's field, having been subjected to Zephyr's relentless torment all day, Arthur was utterly exhausted. His seemingly indomitable willpower and physique were on the verge of collapse. And even Cooper was too battered to rise. The severity of the training starkly contrasted with the image of a kind instructor Arthur had envisioned earlier. During the training, Zephyr appeared to transform into a different person altogether. Even if one were to perish, he would not relent in pushing the limits of your body. I will never fall in battle, Arthur declared, dragging his nearly exhausted body as he emitted faint sounds of pain. Yet he rose once more. He had lost count of how many times Zephyr had bested him that day. Heh! Zephyr observed Arthur's indomitable spirit and smiled more brightly, taunting. This is merely the first day of battle. Future encounters might extend for days and nights, perhaps even longer. This is just a test. How could we engage for days on end? Arthur replied with a wry smile, feeling certain that his current state rendered such a feat impossible. Unbeknownst to him, Zephyr had already begun to regard Arthur as his disciple. The infectious energy and charm Arthur exuded, coupled with his approachable demeanor devoid of any sense of hierarchy, were rare traits. In the contemporary Navy, certain nobles, upon learning of Zephyr's position as the chief instructor, spared no expense or connections to send their children under his tutelage for rigorous training. Thus far, Arthur was unlike any other. He dared to joke about the matters Zephyr had suppressed in his heart from their very first meeting. This boy needed a proper lesson. They stood in silence for a considerable time before suddenly charging toward one another. Their fists collided with a ferocity that shook the ground. With a resounding thud, Arthur's face was struck by Zephyr's colossal fist, bringing him to the brink of humiliation. His punch fell short, unable to graze Zephyr in the slightest. What a forgetful fool you are, still recklessly charging after a day of beating. Zephyr berated him. You are ill-suited for fistfights. Draw the sword at your waist that emanates an icy aura. Zephyr was astounded by Arthur's resilience. After enduring a day of punishment, he could not fathom how Arthur still managed to stand. Wasn't there a biological limit? His body seemed no different from that of an ordinary person, prompting Zephyr to believe he had discovered a hidden gem. As Arthur fell once more to the ground, Zephyr observed him, mentally counting. 1, 2. Just as he reached the count of 2, he saw Arthur struggle to rise from the ground, straightening his back, panting heavily, and once again tightening his fists to confront him. I will not fall, Arthur proclaimed once more. Having joined the Navy for merely a week, he understood that should he lose consciousness in battle, death would be the only outcome awaiting him. First lesson, Zephyr suddenly shouted at him. What will you do if you encounter an unbeatable foe, Arthur? There is no one unbeatable, Arthur asserted, his nerves and body having endured an entire day's worth of punishment. Now in a state of exhilaration, the pain was becoming a distant memory. Since you say so, why don't you try to defeat me? Zephyr chuckled again, intending to make Arthur submit under the moonlight. With the reckless fighting style he had just exhibited, Zephyr could see Arthur's imminent demise. The legendary admiral was before him, and Arthur would not squander such an opportunity for a spar. As you wish, instructor. Let us see. Arthur panted heavily as he drew the blade from his waist, gripping the sheath with his left hand while holding the blade aloft with his right, cautiously approaching Zephyr. He furrowed his brow, realizing that this time, the blade lacked any icy power. Zephyr watched as Arthur maintained a calm demeanor, his focus entirely directed at him, showing no inclination to strike. This struck him as odd. Swordsmen typically exuded an aura of lethal intent. However, Aside from tranquility, he sensed nothing from Arthur. After unsheathing his sword, it was as though he had transformed into another person. Arthur's deep breath resonated through the surrounding air, capturing the attention of the elite personnel in the dormitory of the training base. What is happening? That lad's aura has changed significantly after drawing his sword. In a nearby female dormitory, a girl clad in a pink short-sleeved shirt peered down at the sparring scene. Her roommate expressing surprise beside her. He is remarkably resilient, just like Kakiji, the girl in pink remarked. Kakiji? Her roommate replied, puzzled and slightly disdainful. Gun, are you enthralled? Kakiji was knocked out by Admiral Zephyr in just a few hours. Within the training base, not all elites were disciples of Zephyr. Other instructors were present for education and training, and only a select few caught Zephyr's eye. The girl in the pink outfit was one of them. It appears so. This fellow seems weak, yet has endured an entire day, Jiwan noted, somewhat astonished, having never witnessed such an unusual fighting style. As a female swordsman, in the nearby male dormitory, a seemingly average-looking man climbed up to the window, shouting toward the female dormitory, "Hey, I didn't go down in just a few hours." Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled back by his roommates, who covered his mouth on the training ground. Arthur remained undeterred by their idle chatter, continuing to move with a leisurely grace. "What are you doing?" Zephyr inquired, intrigued rather than rushing to attack. "You're not advancing. With such slow movements, do you possess some secret technique? Your brute strength is of no use to me. The disparity in power is far too great." During the era of great generals, he frequently engaged in combat with various formidable swordsmen, fully aware that one must never be careless or distracted when battling a swordsman. Otherwise, one could suffer a devastating blow in an instant. However, the current Arthur pales in comparison to those strong figures etched in his memory. Noticing that Arthur remained passive for an extended period, he charged forward, delivering a punch. "The day is not yet over. Although you are strong, you have yet to break my record for endurance." He did not exert his full strength, merely adjusting his power to match Arthur's limits, ensuring that Arthur would not incur any injury. This time, he would undoubtedly succumb and obediently fall into slumber. Zepha's fist descended upon Arthur, his heart already convinced that Arthur could no longer resist. As Zepha's powerful fist approached, Arthur suddenly drew his hands like blades, his eyes flashing. Dragon bounce, a tremendous sound erupted as, at the moment Zepha's fist struck Arthur, it was unexpectedly deflected away. The sudden surge of force astonished Zepha, causing him to lose his balance. "What?" Zepha's expression was one of shock, pondering. Did he just skillfully dissipate the force of my punch in that fleeting moment? Initiate. The ground beneath Arthur shattered under the weight of his aura as he lunged forward, brandishing his blade towards the off-balanced Zepha. All the elite observers stood in awe, unable to fathom the scene unfolding on the training ground below. The tip of Arthur's blade shot forth with incredible speed. But Zepha, sensing the impending danger, sidestepped into the air, causing Arthur's thrust to miss its mark. As Arthur's strike fell short, he turned to look at Zepha, who was equally astonished, contemplating. Can the sixth style Tekai be utilized in such a manner? I thought that attack was guaranteed to hit. Is this what it means to be a great general? Kubo, how could such a powerful human exist? Even Kubo, lying on the ground, had never witnessed anyone evade Arthur's blade. What a joke. I thought I was strong. Arthur mused, observing Zepha preparing to throw another punch in his direction. The force behind it was at least double that of the previous strike. Boom! The explosive punch landed on Arthur, driving him directly into the ground. It's over. I must admit, you are the third person to endure against me. Zepha laughed heartily, only to witness Arthur, bloodied, rising once more in less than 2 seconds. Arthur stood up again, tearing the bandages from his body, revealing his lean physique and the 2 scars from his encounter with Punk Hazard. I will not fall. Arthur's aura surged as he steadied his swaying body, intent on maintaining his standoff with Zepha. Aren't you afraid of death? Zepha, moved by Arthur's tenacity, pointed at Kubo and questioned, continuing like this is merely a display of bravado. Look at your eagle. Even it has learned to submit. If I fall, we shall all perish, Arthur replied, for he was no longer the naive traveler from Canola Village. After 2 missions, he realized that each battle felt as if he were wagering his life. Moreover, it seemed he had already died once in an effort to draw out Arthur's limits. Zepha launched another assault. Suddenly, Arthur discovered he could sense Zepha's attacking intent, his body instinctively reacting in advance. With a slight adjustment, he evaded Zepha's punch and slashed towards him. Seeing the punch miss, Zepha quickly dodged, the blade carving a gash in the ground beside him. Zifa suddenly sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing. Was that a coincidence? He chuckled, intrigued. Arthur grinned widely. Let me ask you something. Instructor, that I prefer to be called Z or Zifa-sensei. Zifa introduced himself to Arthur. Very well, Zifa-sensei, Arthur replied. Before you defeat me, could you tell me whether Kinbunchika Haki can perceive hidden beings, and those without motive? Zifa was taken aback by the mention of Kinbunchika Haki, realizing that his earlier feeling was no mere illusion. Arthur indeed utilized Haki to evade his punch. He felt an increased anticipation for Arthur and responded. No, Kinbunchika Haki can only anticipate those with murderous intent or hostility. If a person is silently lurking beside you, it is challenging to detect them. Oh, that is how it is. Arthur finally understood the rules of Kinbunchika Haki. Dispelling his doubts, Kinbunchiku is not a radar. Let me see where your limits lie. Arthur. This battle test continued for 2.5 days at Marineford, Zifa's training ground. Zifa observed Arthur, whose muscles appeared on the verge of explosion. Unable to believe that such determination existed, unprecedented, and no matter how many times he was knocked down, he would rise again to face him. Hey, go fetch me something to eat, Kubo. Arthur approached Kubo and lightly kicked him. Following the command, Kubo immediately soared over the sea in search of food for Arthur. Arthur remained vigilant with his blade, yet his gaze had dulled and lost its luster. After 2 practical battles, Arthur's endurance and stamina had significantly improved. He could scarcely believe that he had persevered for so long. It was astonishing how he could adapt and grow so wildly during a sparring match. It was difficult to imagine how much he would evolve in the next 2 months. I will not fall. Arthur let out a primal roar akin to a beast. He prepared for the next clash and anticipated the attack. I will not fall either. We are still far from that. Zifa began to mirror Arthur's words. Marshal Kong, something terrible has happened. An instructor under Zifa rushed into the marshal's office in a panic. What has occurred? Is there another war breaking out overseas? Kong, overwhelmed by recent events, was at his wit's end, fearing it was yet another conflict involving non-member states. Marshal Kong, General Zifa, and the new recruits from Drackle have been battling at the training base for almost 3 days. The instructor's face was filled with concern as he spoke to Marshal Kong. What? Kong exclaimed in shock. The new recruits have been fighting Zifa for 2 days? Marshal, you must intervene before General Zifa escalates this. Someone could get seriously hurt. The elite personnel at the training base have been granted a full 2-day holiday due to the sparring between Arthur and Zifa. That boy is truly stubborn. Only a fool would persist like that. He must have reached the very limits of his physical endurance, thought a new recruit named Kaji as he observed the 2. The ground was utterly ravaged. How many days could this sparring possibly continue? Hey, Kaji, look over there. A soldier beside Kaji patted his shoulder and pointed towards a group of female soldiers in the distance. Kaji's eyes widened as he gazed upon the scene. Jiyuan and a group of female soldiers stood not far away, watching Zifa and Arthur spar. No way, she looks stunning today. Kaji, brushing his thinning hair, resolved to confess once more. The people around Kaji exchanged glances of disbelief, collectively stating, when has she ever not looked beautiful in your eyes? The instructor Zifa and that new recruit have gone mad. Kaji stretched his limbs and surveyed his companions. Brothers, watch me perform. This time, I will surely succeed. Kaji's appearance was rather ordinary, but he possessed an unbeatable quality, absolute confidence and optimism. He took a running start and dashed towards Jiyuan's direction, then knelt suddenly, sliding on his knees and bowing his head before her long, graceful legs. What are you doing, Kaji? Jiyuan glared at him disdainfully. The instructor is still fighting that new recruit. What is this all about? Be my girlfriend, Jiyuan. Kaji shot up, shaking his average-looking face. This is my 36th confession to you, and I call it the dramatic romantic kneeling proposal. You are a good person, Kaji. However, we really are not suited for each other. Jiyuan sighed. Even after many attempts, she still found it utterly embarrassing. I will absolutely not give up. Jiyuan. At that moment, Steelbone Kong swiftly arrived at Zifa's base, witnessing Arthur engaged in a fierce battle with Zifa on the training ground. The rapidly swinging blade could not graze Zifa in the slightest. Instead, Zifa's punches occasionally landed on Arthur. Both of them wore smiles, and the new recruit's remarkable physique had reached the ears of the Gorosier. Steelbone Kong stood silently at the sidelines, arms crossed, observing. I never imagined it would be so terrifying to witness firsthand. Quick, stop them, Marshal. Someone will get killed. Zephyr maintained his composure, urging patience. The naval instructor fell silent. He had summoned Steelbone Kong to conclude this prolonged sparring session, which had endured for nearly 3 days. Yet he had not anticipated his presence as an observer. Keep pushing forward. Zephyr's uncontrollable laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Observing the indomitable Arthur wielding his sword with determination gave hope for the future of the Navy. Within half an hour, Cooper had caught 2 plump, succulent fish from the vast sea, keeping one for himself and tossing the other onto the training ground. Cooper, it squawked above the training base, alerting Arthur, who was engaged in combat with Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Arthur exerted force, creating a clash between Zephyr's fist and the blade in his hand, causing both to stagger back. Seizing the momentum, he utilized the Marine 6 styles, specifically the Soru, to leap into the air, grasping the fish and devouring it raw. Raw eating. Are you a savage? Zephyr chuckled, observing him. If you tire, the cafeteria at the training base has an abundance of delectable dishes. I am far from finished, Master Zephyr, Arthur replied, consuming the protein-rich portions and discarding the remainder. With his body replenished, he re-engaged in combat with Zephyr. This sparring session was a significant opportunity for his growth. Unlike real battles, Zephyr bore no intent to kill. He merely sought to test and exhaust Arthur's limits. He recognized that Zephyr relentlessly pushed him to his utmost, while Arthur took this chance to discover his own boundaries. The duel gradually drew the attention of the elite recruits. Those who graduated from here were at least of officer caliber, and astonishment filled every face on the morning of the 4th day. A hasty, labored breath resonated across the training ground of Marineford, where Chief Instructor Zephyr presided. The sun rose on the horizon, illuminating the sea and gradually enveloping the towering headquarters. So stubborn and serious. Are we? What is your reason for fighting, Arthur? Since the tragic loss of his wife and child, Zephyr had wallowed in despair, and it had been ages since he had experienced such an enduring battle. Coupled with over 6 months of instructing students without maintaining his own training like Garp, his physical stamina had diminished, a reality he had accepted. Though it was merely Zephyr, he utilized every means to extract Arthur's potential. Little did he expect that the young man before him, drenched in sweat and blood, would still defiantly grip the blade, standing his ground. The morning light illuminated half of Arthur's face, his eyes, dulled by exhaustion, rendering him exceedingly cold. Why do you fight? Arthur steadied his breath, responding hoarsely to Zephyr's inquiry. This battle enables me to grow stronger. It's as simple as that. I know you won't kill me, which is why I chose to discover my true limits. Due to this sparring session, the scars on both his front and back had fully split open. His body was covered in congealed sweat and a smattering of blood. 6 months prior, Sakazuki had lasted less than a day and a half against him. Yet here he was, having endured 4 grueling days, exhausting Zephyr in the process. Zephyr took a deep breath, attempting to restore his stamina. His gaze fell upon Arthur as if he were an unrelenting beast. Throughout these days of combat, he had extracted every technique and move from Arthur's 6 styles: observation hockey, armament hockey. Everything had been pushed to its limits. He could hardly believe that Arthur still stood. Their hockey and stamina seemed evenly matched at a ratio of 1 to 1. Arthur held his sword firmly with his right hand, his left pinching the hilt at his waist, aiming intently at Zephyr. I have taken this sparring very seriously. As for how I have managed to endure until now, I cannot say. As he spoke, Arthur glanced at Cooper, who stood atop a nearby lamppost. His subconscious had already designated Cooper as his protector. Years of hunting had instilled in him the belief that once he fell, there would be no hope of revival. Arthur did not comprehend why he was able to persist. He merely felt it was the fruit of his arduous training. Such physical potential, combined with an unyielding will, left Zephyr momentarily speechless, unable to fathom the strength Arthur might possess in the future. As the two collided once more, the elite recruits in the nearby dormitory awoke to observe the commotion on the training ground. Will Master Zephyr continue to teach the theory class? One wondered. How long will this continue? Zephyr, just end it with a single punch. The new recruits had spent the first day entirely as spectators. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, after attending the other instructors' classes on naval combat knowledge, survival skills, and essential training, they primarily watched the duel unfold. Impressive perseverance? Jiun mused, sitting outside on a bench after lunch, sipping a beverage while observing the combat. Hey, Jiun, you're here again. Akaji shamelessly approached her, taking a seat beside. They should be able to determine a winner today, right? Jiun swiftly stood, casting him a disdainful glance before turning back to the field. Hey, Akaji, why don't you try attacking me? Huh? Akaji paused, taken aback. How could he dare strike Jiun? he inquired. Why? I want to see how that fellow's peculiar swordsmanship deflects punches several times stronger than his own. Ji-Yun had never witnessed such unusual swordplay. As a seasoned female swordsman, she was naturally curious about the new recruit's techniques. I can't bear to, Akaji reluctantly conceded, fearing he might injure Ji-Yun. If the punch's wind were to graze you, I would feel heartache too. Ji-Yun remained silent. As a soon-to-be naval elite set to face pirates. She felt Akaji's words were an affront to her capability. I am a soldier. Are you looking down on women? She scolded, harboring a genuine dislike for Akaji's demeanor, yet reluctant to wound his pride with harsh words. Understood, Ji-Yun, Akaji replied quickly, sensing her anger. Rising from the bench, he loosened his fists, asking, how much strength should I use? Full strength, Ji-Yun declared, drawing forth her 2-meter-long sword. Gripping it with both hands. As the surrounding elites noticed the impending clash, they swiftly distanced themselves. All right then, Akaji flexed his arm muscles, his expression suddenly turning serious as he settled into a stance before Ji-Yun. Launching a punch toward her blade, Ji-Yun stared, astonished, as Akaji's fist approached her sword's edge. Gritting her teeth, she realized she could not deflect it in time. Thus, she braced herself to block, preparing for the impact. It's impossible, Ji-Yun exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Their powers were evenly matched, and soon they were both pushed back by the force of their clash. What's wrong? Did you find some inspiration? Akaji inquired. Retracting his momentum, Ji-Yun shook her head, beads of sweat trickling down her face. No, I cannot elevate my momentum and strength in that fleeting moment. Having observed the sparring between Zephyr and Arthur for 4 days, she had meticulously noted every sword move Arthur executed, uncovering a commonality. Whether defending against an attack or striking, Arthur would suddenly unleash an astonishing force, reaching the critical threshold of his physical capabilities to both attack and defend. Stop, Arthur. Zephyr's voice suddenly rang out across the training ground. The onlookers turned their attention to the sound. Arthur's breath had transitioned from labored gasps to a faint, weakened state. The two retreated a considerable distance. Locking eyes, Zephyr regarded Arthur, whose body was drenched in fatigue, exhaustion, and exhilaration, and forcibly terminated the battle. That's enough. If we continue, I fear you may truly perish. Upon hearing those words, Arthur, feeling equally disinclined to continue, became aware of his physical discomfort. It was a stark contrast to the previous exhilaration of battle. Now, he was beset by nausea and a sense of queasiness. With a swift motion, he sheathed his blade and, at a loss, surveyed his surroundings. To his dismay, he found himself the object of astonished gazes from the naval recruits, their expressions akin to that of staring at a monster. His confidence waned, and he forced himself to steady his trembling body as he made his way towards a more secluded, shadowy alleyway, murmuring to himself, I must find a place to hide and rest. Cooper, keep watch for me. Having never before endured such a taxing battle, he now comprehended the true horrors of this world. For 4 days, he had been subjected to the relentless demands of Zephyr. Although it was not a genuine combat scenario, the experience was nothing short of terrifying. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the onlookers, Arthur stumbled into a narrow alleyway of a semicircular military structure and collapsed within, losing consciousness. Cooper unfurled his wings to block the entrance, preventing the curious students from entering, and called out, Cooper, no one is allowed near. Quickly, take him to the infirmary. Why did he come to this alley alone? Surely, he's fainted. That would be expected. Zephyr approached slowly, and the crowd immediately parted to create a path. He looked at Arthur in the alley, perplexed, pondering why he would choose to collapse in such a hidden spot rather than in the open, as if he were a primitive man seeking refuge in a concealed cave after sustaining an injury. Such behavior was utterly incomprehensible, leaving Zephyr, Ji-Yun, Kaji, and the elite Navy personnel bewildered. Observing the bloodied Arthur lying alone in the alley, they felt an inexplicable sense of pity, unaware of the harrowing experiences that had shaped him. Little did they know, all of this was connected to Arthur's life since his arrival in this world. If he did not find a secret place to hide and sleep, he risked being devoured by the carnivorous creatures lurking in the woods. Cooper, he insisted, you are not to approach either. Cooper, donning his naval hat, immediately assumed a defensive posture as Zephyr approached, his instincts on high alert. You intend to protect him? Huh? Why? Zephyr chuckled at Cooper's fierce demeanor, which, despite being a seemingly simple-minded bald eagle, now took on a resolutely protective stance beside Arthur. Cooper remained silent, but in a flash, Zephyr seized him with a swift motion. He may remain unconscious for several days. He requires professional treatment and proper nourishment that I act for his benefit. Soon, Arthur was taken to the infirmary. News of this sparring match rapidly spread throughout the Navy. That night, Admiral Carp, who had been pursuing the Roger pirates overseas, returned to a shipyard in Marineford. Wahahaha. His hearty laughter echoed throughout Marineford as he docked his vessel. Senbei out. Sengoku, the youthful and exuberant Carp, laughed boisterously as he traversed the square of Marineford Bay. Heading straight for Admiral Sengoku's office, he exuded a broad spirit, brimming with vitality, his head full of dark hair, showing no signs of aging. Upon his triumphant return, Carp rushed to Sengoku's office. Flinging open the door and entering with a hearty laugh, he had entrusted the affairs of the warship to his first mate, Bogart. Get out. Carp, I'm busy with official duties. Upon entering, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from Sengoku. However, Carp paid no heed to Sengoku's scolding. Instead, he rummaged through the room until he found a fine tea to brew for himself. Don't be so cold. Sengoku, bring out the senbei. Sengoku, accustomed to Carp's antics, cast a sidelong glance at him. None for you. Carp, a young man just arrived 4 days ago from the East Blue, who fought Zifa for 4 days. Carp was about to take a sip of his tea. He was suddenly taken aback by this revelation. Staring in disbelief at Sengoku, he exclaimed, "What? 4 days?" "Indeed, he is the son of your son, Dragon, who recruited him." Seeing Carp's astonishment, Sengoku felt an inexplicable satisfaction, a smirk creeping across his face. An astonishing performance, unprecedented. Carp, who had been executing his duties overseas, was completely unaware of this development. The news has even reached the Gorosei, who have instructed us to cultivate him carefully, ensuring he absorbs the ideology of absolute loyalty to the world government. Those scoundrels are universally despised now. Carp's shocked expression faded as he sipped his tea and inquired, "Where's Dragon? What is he doing?" The fleet admiral granted him a leave of absence. He has been spending his days drinking in the nearby town. As Sengoku spoke, his pen abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on a task document on the table. "What is this? A recruitment order from the non-affiliated nation of Jaltsburg. Didn't that nation just produce a war hero? Are they in need of military assistance to continue their expansion?" Having drained his cup, Carp instantly stood up. "I must go see him. Sengoku, prepare the senbei. I shall return shortly to eat. Who will prepare senbei for you?" "You rascal!" Sengoku exclaimed, his concentration disrupted, temporarily setting aside the task document. "I am now an admiral. I can command you to do anything. Defying my orders will land you in military court. Oh, do as you please. Just remember to have it ready." Carp's voice faded as he dismissed Sengoku's admonitions. "You scoundrel!" Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk. "We are on the verge of announcing a massive conscription. You have work to do." In the late hours of the night, in a tavern on Marineford Island, a multitude of naval soldiers in civilian attire were thoroughly intoxicated. That monstrous newcomer makes me feel as though I'm not living in reality. You know, I feel the same. I managed to endure 4 days under the tutelage of Commander Zifa, an entire 4 days, and I'm only 14. Moreover, the way he fought with a blade nearly struck Commander Zifa. It was terrifying. Commander Zifa is an admiral, after all. Dragon sat at the bar, a tipsy expression on his face, savoring the taste of whiskey in his glass, upon overhearing the words of the other drunken soldiers. He maintained a calm demeanor, as if he were already aware of Arthur's astonishing test results. Hee. Dragon suddenly chuckled. "I told you that your talent would astonish the entire army, didn't I? Oh, are you facing some troubles? Drinking so much?" Carp entered the tavern and took a seat beside Dragon. The inebriated soldiers instantly stood to attention, offering him a salute filled with profound respect. Carp waved his hand, signaling them to resume their revelry. The earlier discussions regarding Arthur had not escaped his ears. "Old man, you're back from your mission?" Dragon remarked, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Carp, usually jovial in the presence of others, was now exhibiting an unusual gravitas around his son. "What, old man? Call me Dad. Speak up. What troubles you, Dragon?" Carp playfully punched Dragon on the head and ordered a drink for himself, intending to help his son address his troubles. Dragon clutched his head and, emboldened by the alcohol, gazed into his glass, stating without circumlocution, "Dad, tell me what happened at God Valley in the West Sea. I'm heading to O'Hara tomorrow, if you don't tell me." "I'll investigate it myself." Dragon's tone was grave, a sense of urgency in his quest for understanding his purpose in battle, his long-standing uncertainties deepening to an uncontrollable extent. Hearing this, Carp's expression turned serious. "Do not seek those answers. Dragon, focus on being a good Navy officer. Your talent and strength will lead you to greatness in the future." Carp, with a heavy heart, evaded the question, having faced it more than once from his son. Didn't he something called the hunting game occur there? Was it organized by the celestial dragons, with the Navy assisting in concealing the truth from the outside world? Am I correct? In recent years, numerous similar events have unfolded upon the ocean. The foremost concern of Drac, upon reuniting with his father, is the truth he seeks. He harbors a profound disdain for war, unable to comprehend why the Navy must heed the dictates of the world government, allowing non-member nations to be extinguished one after another. Faced with such queries, Carp fell into silence that he could scarcely believe that his son would ultimately care about the trivialities of politics from a young age. He had instilled in Drac the importance of living in the moment. Your silence, father, seems to imply acquiescence, Drac mused, a smile unconsciously curving his lips as he appeared to arrive at a definitive answer within. Drac, simply live in the present and fulfill your duties. Do not dwell on the unknown, Carp advised. But countless innocent lives are perishing because of the world government. We embody justice. Why remain silent? Drac's tone grew more vehement as he spoke of war. Quickly realizing he ought not to unleash his ire in front of his father. Forcing himself to calm, he raised a glass from the bar and took a sip. That we can only do what is within our power. Drak.do not bear such a heavy burden. As a father, Carp wished for Drac to remain within the Navy, living as an officer akin to himself, hoping to shield him from the darker aspects of the world. Yet, it seemed that all efforts to do so had faltered. Carp raised his glass and clinked it against Drac's. By the way, after downing their father's son drink, Carp surveyed the surroundings and suddenly inquired, "Where is that fellow Crow? Why isn't he with you?" He returned to the North Sea for his leave. It appears this mission took quite a toll on him. The dreamer father and son conversed until dawn, after which Carp slowly made his way back to Sengoku's office. Asleep already? Carp entered to find Sengoku had succumbed to slumber while attending to work documents. Outside the office, Zifa unexpectedly passed by him on his way to report to the marshal's office. "Hey, Zifa, where are you headed?" Carp called out, recognizing an old acquaintance and promptly pursuing him. Zifa cast a sidelong glance at Carp. "Carp, I'm going to report the results of the new recruit's combat tests to Sara." His face bore dark circles, having gone 4 days without sleep, only resting for a night before resuming work. "New recruits? It's been nearly a year since the last conscription. Are you referring to that newcomer boy?" Carp accompanied him. After each mission concluded, there would be a brief respite, and he intended to take advantage of it to relax. "Time flies, doesn't it, Carp?" Zifa remarked as they arrived outside Sora's office, gazing at the vast ocean below the naval headquarters. Ships bearing new recruits from various branches were continuously docking at the harbor below. Under the sun, Navy soldiers were engaged in diverse combat training. Indeed, Carp was influenced by Zifa's sudden nostalgia. Turning to look at the sea alongside him, the sea breeze carries the sin of changing eras. While we gradually succumb to the ravages of time. In the prime of their lives, they began to reminisce, soon opening the door to the office behind them. "Zifa, it's been almost a year. No wonder you encountered Sora so early," he said, a bright smile illuminating his face, only to notice Zifa's weary appearance. "Marshal, I hear the new recruits mentioned that you reviewed that combat test?" Zifa interrupted Sora, handing over a document. Truly a resilient fellow." "I've never witnessed such tenacity," Sora remarked, perusing Arthur's combat test report. He was hailed as the most promising genius in naval history. However, it remained uncertain whether he possessed the aptitude for leadership. In this brutal world, combat prowess is merely one aspect of capability, Sora conveyed to Zifa. The Navy is in dire need of talent, yet based on reports from Drac's ship, it was indicated that he abandoned his crew for the sake of his eagle in Punk Hazard, raising concerns. Lacking leadership qualities, he could only accompany other officers on missions. Leadership ability? Zifa rested his chin on his hand, casting a surreptitious glance at Carp. "I can guarantee his combat skills, but leadership can be honed over time. After 2 months of my guidance, let Carp take him under his wing for some practical experience. Wouldn't that be ideal?" Carp plopped down onto a nearby sofa, reaching for a bag of white snacks resembling potato chips from the table in front of him. Suddenly taken aback, he pointed at himself with the bag of sunbae. "Me? A new recruit with me? Do you wish for him to meet an untimely end?" The statement left both Zifa and Sora at a loss for words. For every time Carp embarked on a mission, he sought out the most formidable pirate crews on the seas, namely, the Roger Pirates. The risks associated with accompanying him were undeniable. For instance, on this mission, he was initially tasked with pursuing the Roger Pirates. Why then did he end up confronting that Golden Lion fellow instead? As the Marshal, Sara was the first to learn of this incident. News had circulated, and nearly all factions across the seas were now aware. There was a slight mishap. Karp began to rationalize, conceding that he had fallen into Roger's trap. It was that fellow who led you to stop the Golden Lion. Wasn't it? Zifa discerned the embarrassment on Karp's face. After all, that crew was notoriously swift in gathering intelligence. The Roger pirates have skilled informants, Sara analyzed. Yet even if I collaborated with him, it shouldn't have allowed Shiki to obtain the explosive rocks. Who knows what he intends to do with that weapon? Karp promptly clarified, asserting his innocence, maintaining that his contributions outweighed any faults, thereby minimizing casualties and panic. In any case, Zifa took a seat on the sofa where Karp had been. For within the upper echelons of the Navy, strength superseded formalities. From the battle, I've discerned that this Sergeant Arthur is an exceptionally diligent lad. His performance in combat can be described as unyielding in spirit and unwavering in conviction. Of course, this pertains solely to his tenacity in battle, not encompassing other aspects. Such a high evaluation was unprecedented in naval history. Perhaps there had been others, but they had been lost in the annals of time. What a formidable appraisal, Zifa. He is merely a new recruit who joined the Navy a week ago. Do not forget, Karp interjected upon hearing such commendation. If he truly possesses such formidable potential, he will undoubtedly evolve into a powerful member of the Navy. Upon uttering this, even Sara swiftly rose from his marshal's chair, alongside Zifa, and rushed to his side, hastily covering Karp's mouth. Shut your mouth, you fool, Karp. Everything you've ever claimed has never come to fruition and has instead become a cautionary tale. After undergoing Zifa's rigorous evaluation, Arthur had been unconscious for an entire day and remained unresponsive. Outside the medical room of the training base in Marineford, Cooper, treated as a pet, napped atop a lamppost. Waiting for news, day and night passed, and it was only after 2 full days that he glimpsed Arthur awakening from the bed by the window in the medical room, beneath the azure sky. The warmth of sunlight coursed through Cooper's being. He hurriedly flew from the lamppost, landing on the windowsill to scrutinize the still drowsy Arthur. Inside the room, Arthur noticed Cooper nuzzling his beak against him. Cooper. How long have I slept? Cooper raised his talon, closing 3 claws while extending 2 to gesture at Arthur. 2 days. Arthur fell into contemplation, reluctantly acknowledging that he was still too weak compared to true powerhouses. However, he realized that upon waking, both his physical strength and mental fortitude had significantly increased, rendering him stronger than before. On the cabinet beside his bed lay a naval uniform and his sword. Arthur glanced at them, donned the naval cap and uniform, and picked up the blade to examine it closely. What shall I name you? With the ability to freeze enemies, the blade possesses an icy power in life and death battles. Yet during the test, that power did not manifest. He speculated that such abilities would only emerge in genuine combat when faced with dire circumstances. That I shall name you Icy Blade. To keep it simple, I'll call you Ice Dragon. Arthur gazed at the blade of his sword, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power was drawn from within him and channeled into the blade. As if responding to this newfound energy, Arthur stared at it in astonishment. Had it truly sensed the power that had been bestowed upon it? In disbelief, he sheathed the sword and stretched his still sore and aching limbs before making his way towards the infirmary. Cooper, Arthur, are you feeling any better? Does your body still hurt? Although he still felt somewhat unwell and knew he needed a few more days to fully recover, Arthur replied to Cooper, touched by its human-like concern for him. Upon hearing this, Cooper hurriedly trotted after Arthur, its endearing and goofy demeanor capturing the attention of all the doctors and nurses in the infirmary, eliciting laughter. Newcomer, you still need to recuperate for a while. A doctor called out urgently as Arthur pushed the door to leave. Arthur, however, was overtaken by hunger and was solely focused on finding something to eat, disregarding the doctor's advice. Seeing this, the doctor rushed outside, scanning the area only to find that Arthur had already vanished. Hey, aren't you the patient? Outside the training base, Arthur and Cooper made their way to the mess hall, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. Glancing back at Cooper, who was walking sneakily, Arthur advised, Cooper, perhaps you should stay on my shoulder. Cooper looked like a silly bird, waddling closely behind him, reminiscent of a nearly 2-meter-tall chicken. Cooper complied, spreading its wings wide to perch on Arthur's shoulder. Assuming its habitual role as a feathered hat, the sight of Arthur and Cooper drew the attention of all the new recruits on the training grounds. Some looked on with envy, others with jealousy, and some with disdain. A few regarded Arthur as a monster, unable to comprehend the sheer willpower and perseverance he displayed, qualities not commonly possessed by mere mortals. Only 14 years of age. When most are still engaged in menial tasks, Ha! Do they dare label him a genius? In this era, many naval prodigies have perished during missions. Given his temperament, an early demise seemed inevitable. Everyone was here to pursue rank. How many could genuinely hone their sense of justice? As the focal point of attention, Arthur found an empty space, clenched his fists, and allowed a surge of energy to flow into his wrists. Instantly, a layer of armament hockey enveloped his knuckles. With a stoic expression, he observed, "This is indeed far harder than iron." Haha, training under a strong mentor has proven remarkably effective. Reflecting on his sparring sessions with Zifa, Arthur had no desire to endure such an ordeal again, as it was a tremendous strain on both mind and body. To this day, his muscles remained sore and fatigued, having joined the Navy for nearly 2 weeks. He had mastered hockey and learned 5 of the 6 Navy techniques. Should he resign? After pondering the question, he concluded that he still had room for growth and decided to set aside thoughts of leaving the Navy for now. "You, Kuber, must also strive to grow stronger in these 2 months," he instructed his feathered companion. Kuber, however, was preoccupied, looking at a woman approaching Arthur. Lifting his gaze, Arthur saw a girl clad in a peach-colored short-sleeve shirt. Narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, he mused, "Is that Guion? I think I caught a glimpse of her gaze during my 4-day battle with Zifa. She bore a peach-colored scabbard at her waist, with a white hilt, marking her as a swordswoman. Though strikingly beautiful with a slender waist and a visibly ample bosom, tied in a single ponytail, her imposing figure was overwhelming for Arthur. This caused him a slight discomfort. She was not his type, yet it was undeniable that she was indeed a captivating young lady. She stood barely a meter away from Arthur, hands on her hips, her height almost blocking the sunlight that fell upon him. Arthur looked up at her, gesturing awkwardly toward her chest, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Her size dwarfed his head significantly, leaving him drenched in perspiration. She inhaled deeply, scrutinizing Arthur from head to toe, unable to discern any notable differences from an ordinary person. Thus, the two locked eyes for several minutes, while Kaki, who was engaged in physical training on the grounds, observed with irritation that "You're Arthur, right? I'm also a swordsman. Let's spar." Guion suddenly spoke, issuing a challenge. Arthur was taken aback, his face reddening from the prolonged gaze that he promptly declined. "No, I just regained consciousness from a faint. Every part of me is in pain." "What? A woman who has confessed to me 36 times and succeeded. And you just reject her like that?" Kaki, upon hearing this, halted his training and angrily approached Arthur. "This is a matter between swordsmen. It's none of your concern. Kaki, you should understand that Arthur is still recovering." Guion interjected, recognizing Arthur's condition, "that I refuse to accept that. I demand a duel with him." Kaki, undeterred, stormed toward Arthur. The hostility in the air immediately alerted Arthur's senses. Detecting danger, his observation hockey activated. Arthur frowned, letting out a weary sigh. "What have I done to deserve this animosity?" "Nothing much. I just dislike the fact that you rejected my goddess," Kaki declared as he reached Arthur, throwing a punch directly at him. Utilizing his observation hockey, Arthur anticipated the attack, swiftly dodging Kaki's fist. "Your goddess? Did she agree to that?" Arthur questioned Kaki. "Do you simply assume she's yours?" Kaki quickly regained his footing after missing, launching another punch at Arthur. "I have no reason to fight you," Arthur warned Kaki. "But if you continue to provoke me, I will not hold back." He deftly sidestepped Kaki's punch, realizing that his still recovering body lacked coordination. At that moment, Kuber seized the opportunity, striking Kaki with its sturdy wings. The impact sent Kaki flying backward over 10 meters. Kuber, perched on Arthur's shoulder, glared sternly at Kaki after the hit. "Sigh. I truly dislike your type, Kaki," Guion remarked, observing Kaki's sudden aggression toward Arthur, before turning to leave. Arthur, still unwell, knew that sparring would have to wait a while longer. "Wait, Guion, I'm merely trying to defend your honor," he called after her. "Defend what? This was simply a friendly spar. He declined me due to his injuries. And our relationship is purely that of comrades. What do you want?" Guion replied, not even sparing him a glance as she walked away. This scene left Arthur shaking his head, pondering the presence of sycophants in any world. He turned to Kaki. "Why do you specifically target me?" "Guion must be approaching you due to your unprecedented performance." "You jerk," Kaki retorted angrily. "When the Great Conscription Tournament arrives, I will show everyone that I am the most suitable choice for her." "You misunderstand. I have no intention of competing with you." Arthur looked at Kaki as if he were mentally unstable. Such individuals were typically categorized as hopeless cases inside the elite training base's classroom. To avoid disturbing others, Arthur, accompanied by Cooper, willingly took a seat at the back. He was surprised to find that military life in this world was surprisingly leisurely. However, the training was indeed grueling, pushing them to their limits. A female instructor draped in a mantle of justice stood at the podium, educating the ungraduated elite about the essential knowledge required for navigating the Grand Line. Each soldier held a spherical compass known as a record pointer. This device was crucial for sailing the Grand Line and reaching the next island, as it required a certain amount of time spent on an island to record its magnetic field. Cooper gazed at the record pointer on its ankle, looking up at Arthur. "Cooper, do I need to learn this too?" "Of course, if you understand, just learn from me." Arthur listened attentively, for this knowledge was crucial for survival in future nautical endeavors. The permanent compass, a unique instrument that, once it records the magnetic field of an island, will remain impervious to magnetic influences, permanently locking onto that island. Due to its rarity and specificity, it is typically reserved for recording frequently visited islands. As Arthur attended the lecture, his gaze inadvertently wandered towards the numerous young and beautiful female soldiers, his mind drifting. Are they the military flowers? Arthur mused, secretly admiring one in particular, realizing why she had attracted the audacious attention of others. The instructor emphasized wind direction observation is paramount in navigation. Please pay close attention. Over the course of several classes, the nautical skills instructor, the nutritionist, and a plethora of specialists in maritime knowledge took turns imparting essential lessons to the elite recruits. Arthur diligently committed the information to memory, recognizing its importance. The final class focused on self-assessment of personal style, as there were less than 2 months until graduation, making it time to evaluate your individual demeanor. The chief instructor Zephyr entered the classroom accompanied by 2 ordinary instructors, prompting all those who had been dozing or distracted to stand at attention. His presence commanded respect. For this assessment, you need only to thoughtfully complete the first 10 questions. The last 10 can be answered at your discretion. The ordinary instructors distributed a paper resembling an examination sheet, passing it along the rows until it reached Arthur's desk at the back. They exchanged bewildered glances with Cooper, inquiring, "Does he need one too?" "Give it to him. He*s wearing a hat. He*s a soldier," one of the instructors replied. The 2 instructors shared a knowing look and handed Cooper a sheet and a pen as well. This left Arthur unfazed as he glanced at the assessment paper in his hands. Point 1. That what would you do when faced with an insurmountable enemy? 2. That how would you choose between a soldier's life and your own? 3. Admiral Karp's note. New question. If a baby and an elderly person were stranded on an island, and you had a small boat capable of carrying only 2, how would you decide? 4. What attitude would you adopt when executing a mission? 5. When faced with a mission, would you prioritize the protection of civilians or that of the world nobles? 6. What drives you to become stronger? 7. As the future of the Navy, how do you perceive this organization? 8. When tasked with a mission that may cost you your life, what choice would you make? 9. If you had to choose between the life of a civilian and that of a soldier, whom would you choose? 10. How would you evaluate your own sense of justice? 11. Would you sacrifice everything to appease the world nobles? 12. Would you lay down your life to protect a world noble? The assessment paper spanned 2 pages, presenting a total of 20 questions awaiting responses. Except for the first 10, the latter were entirely focused on perspectives regarding the celestial dragons and their protection. The elite gathered in this classroom were either the offspring of nobility or exceptionally talented individuals in various fields. As Arthur surveyed the questions on the page, he sensed they were a test of humanity and morality. In truth, he harbored a sense of self-sacrifice, yet not one of these questions compelled him to make such a sacrifice, particularly the latter 10, which seemed exclusively constructed for the benefit of the celestial dragons. If he flatteringly filled out the last 10 questions to please the celestial dragons, surely it would lead to a promotion, he thought with a smirk, before hastily scribbling down dependent on the situation for each question. After finishing, he glanced over at Cooper, who was writing down his answers, and his expression darkened. "Why are you writing my name for everything?" Startled, Cooper twisted around to face Arthur. "Cooper, but I can only write your name. Once all assessment papers were submitted, Zephyr took a glance at Arthur's, and a smile crept onto his face as he muttered, "You little rascal, are you intent on keeping everyone in the dark about yourself?" Arthur had joined the Navy solely to grow stronger, not to become ensnared in its ranks. Should the organization prove disappointing or of no further utility, he would depart without hesitation. Zephyr looked toward the back row, where Arthur sat by the window, gazing out at the sea, allowing the ocean breeze to brush against his cheeks. From the direction of the shipyard's junkyard, a loud explosion echoed, leaving Arthur uncertain whether it was cannon fire. A man adept at reading others, Zephyr now found it difficult to discern the essence of Arthur. Did this fellow truly possess a sense of justice? Yet, previous reports indicated that the bureaucrats aboard Drago's warship had fabricated documents. He pondered, continuing his perusal. As twilight descended, Arthur departed the classroom after a day of knowledge, walking alongside Cooper to the front where Zephyr stood. "What is it, lad?" Zephyr squinted at Arthur, and the white eagle perched atop his head. "Do you have a question for me?" Arthur wondered if Zephyr was simply too busy or if the other instructors were unaware. He had been at Marineford for 6 days now without being assigned a dormitory. But that was not his primary concern. Admiral Karp should have returned by now, right? "Instructor Zephyr," Arthur inquired. "That fellow is training at the shipyard's junkyard. If you wish to see him, go find him," Zephyr replied, clutching a stack of documents as he exited the classroom. With the class concluded, Zephyr felt it was time for him to rest. "Hey," Arthur suddenly felt a slender, fair finger tap him on the back. He and Cooper turned to find Shiwan, who had yet to leave the classroom, and he asked, "What is it? Shall we spar a bit with our swords? What do you think?" Shiwan proposed for the second time that day. Arthur scrutinized her, pondering. Indeed, these individuals were destined to become renowned admirals, and forging connections with them was undoubtedly advantageous. Furthermore, Shiwan appeared to possess a strong sense of loyalty, having expressed concern for Luffy in front of Karp. However, engaging with her might provoke the unwarranted ire of Kaguya, that sycophant. Was he merely a frog dreaming of swan-like aspirations, confined to a well? But am I truly a frog? Clearly not. With that thought, Arthur dismissed his reservations. Despite his aching muscles, he could not decline the opportunity to connect with influential figures. "Let us give it a try. I also wish to test the capabilities of the Ice Dragon." Arthur resolutely agreed. "Ice Dragon? What is that?" Shiwan inquired curiously. "My sword is called Ice Dragon. I named it this morning when I woke up," Arthur replied, feigning composure as he walked out of the classroom. In such close proximity, he began to understand the meaning of alluring. Shiwan's fiery allure rendered even the most steadfast man unable to suppress his baser instincts. She watched Arthur walk away. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. Was her physique and beauty insufficiently captivating, or was that fellow somehow physiologically deficient? Arthur accepted Shiwan's challenge, and they left the classroom together, arriving at the training ground illuminated by the setting sun. The blades clashed continuously. Each time Arthur initiated an attack, Shiwan was repelled by the sudden surge of strength from his arm, rendering their sparring seemingly abstract to onlookers. Shiwan launched a one-sided offensive, while Arthur maintained a defensive posture. Indeed, physiological discomfort was evident. Arthur watched as Shiwan wielded her blade with grace, her rhythm captivating him. He thought to himself, delivering a powerful strike that sent Shiwan stumbling back over 10 meters. Shaking his head vigorously, he declared, "I'm done. Big sister." "Big sister?" Shiwan, having regained her balance, furrowed her brow and scrutinized Arthur. "I'm only 13. How old are you?" "You're telling me you're 13? Arthur exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Shiwan appeared quite mature, her figure undeniably feminine. Now, she claimed to be 13? "Oh, I'm 14, Arthur mused, perplexed, the only conclusion he could draw being that individuals in this world matured far earlier. "How can you be older than me, yet still call me big sister? Do you think I look old?" Upon hearing that Arthur wished to cease hostilities, Cheyenne assumed the poised stance of a swordsman prepared to unleash a decisive strike. The blade was sheathed, his posture lowered as he steadied himself. Gathering momentum. "No, you are indeed beautiful, but I have heard you are the sister of General He." Arthur sighed, attempting to divert the conversation, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "Are you also one of those who flatter and ingratiate themselves to forge connections and friendships?" With that, Cheyenne unsheathed her sword, her form flashing before Arthur as she executed a swift slash. To her, it was the most fierce and rapid attack, yet in the next moment, clang. Cheyenne's strike aimed at Arthur's golden blade was unexpectedly deflected above his head. The tip pointing skyward, the power of her slash completely neutralized. This is observation hockey. The speed of her strike was discerned. With a face full of astonishment, Cheyenne stared at Arthur, who was poised to strike her down. His swordsmanship was designed to exploit weaknesses in an instant, and she felt she was about to be struck by his blade. Chill emanated from the icy dragon blade as Arthur seized the moment Cheyenne lost her balance, stepping forward decisively and slashing downwards with force. Cheyenne trembled, a wave of frigid energy rapidly enveloping her. Her rigid body retreated more than 10 steps before finally halting, trembling on the training ground while clutching her shoulders against the cold. "You are mistaken. I am not that kind of person." Arthur, somewhat displeased, sheathed his sword and made his way toward the shipyard. "Wait." Cheyenne, shivering, called out to Arthur. "What strange ability did you use on me? Are you perhaps a devil fruit user?" Arthur halted and turned, pointing to the sheath at his waist. "You are mistaken again, dear sister. It is this that has caused you to freeze, that blade's power." Cheyenne's face was a picture of shock. She had sensed its extraordinary nature during their sparring, but she had not anticipated it possessed such terrifying abilities. After Arthur named his blade, he could summon its extreme cold at will, albeit not to its full potential. Marlon Vondo. The shipyard, she is only 13? 13. I simply cannot fathom how one can grow so large. Arthur gestured with his hands to illustrate Cheyenne's stature. "Cooper, I am only 10. "Arthur, I did not inquire about you." Cooper. As one man and one eagle arrived at the shipyard, the sounds of explosions akin to cannon fire grew louder and closer. Arthur soon beheld a robust, middle-aged man with jet-black hair relentlessly pummeling the bow of a derelict warship. The sturdy iron plating of the ship buckled and dented under the force of his fists, each blow resonating with a deafening crack. That towering figure was the young Garp. Arthur sprinted towards him. "Cooper, that human is actually using the warship as a punching bag." Noticing Arthur's approach, Garp abruptly ceased his training and turned to face him. "New recruit. Old Hawk, what brings you to the abandoned shipyard?" Garp scrutinized Arthur's facial features, quickly recognizing him from the files. "That I heard the loud cracking sounds from over here, so I came to see that." As Arthur stood before Garp, he realized something. The legendary naval hero seemed no different from an ordinary person. It was sheer dedication, the sweat of hard work, and rigorous training that forged such a legend. "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed heartily, taking pride in the commotion he had caused. "New recruits often wander into my domain. They see me and wish to train with me, but many cannot endure the agony of bone fractures and abandon their aspirations. Furthermore, I do not particularly enjoy instructing students." "Ha." Listening to Garp's boisterous laughter and words, Arthur felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Bone fractures?" Garp gestured at the ship's bow, explaining, "By continuously striking this massive iron plate, one can forge indestructible iron fists over time. This process is excruciating. Through repeated fractures and healing, one grows stronger, yet many cannot withstand the pain." Rather than dissuading Arthur, these words ignited his interest as he observed Garp. His fists instinctively clenched, thinking, "If I were to attempt Garp's training methods, would my physique not become even more formidable?" Joining the Navy was indeed the right choice. Sensing Arthur's eagerness, Garp immediately inquired, "Would you like to give it a try?" Arthur brought Cooper to a derelict warship, carefully setting him down from his shoulder. "Cooper, no slacking off. You must join in." "Cooper, I understand, Arthur." After ensuring Cooper was settled, Arthur turned to Garp, who looked at him with anticipation, and approached the massive iron plating beneath a warship. "You must not utilize hockey or any other abilities, young man. Otherwise, it would not be true training." Garp outlined the rules of his regimen, then resumed his own training. Arthur quickly followed suit, unleashing powerful punches against the warship's bow. With his innate strength, each strike resonated like thunder. Yet, compared to Garp's, his efforts still fell short. "This fellow possesses astonishing talent." "Ha." Garp regarded Arthur with a mix of surprise and understanding, realizing the evaluations from Drago's soldiers sent to headquarters were entirely accurate. "Does this training truly lead to strength?" Arthur grimaced through the pain, striving to maintain the pace set by Garp. His first strike against the ship's bow left his knuckles bloodied, and it was akin to practicing with a blade. Initially, one's palms would also be torn and battered. Only a madman would dare wager their flesh and bones for a future, right? As pain surged through him, Arthur accelerated his punches, undeterred by the agony. This rigorous training was designed to fracture and heal his knuckles, rendering them harder than steel. He required such physical conditioning. "Cooper, my feet and wings hurt so much." The only cries echoing through the shipyard were Cooper's lamentations. Over the next 2 months, Arthur devoted nearly all his free time to striking the warship, significantly enhancing his physique. On January 1, 1491, at 11:40 a.m., in the inner base square of Marinvondo, monsters selected from around the world gathered en masse, while warships continued to arrive in droves. Beneath the blazing sun, The Navy's inner bay was set up with a grand selection arena to celebrate the newly recruited and graduating elites. The newly appointed officers hurried toward the vast arena, while the next cohort of elites made their way to the stands to witness the strength benchmark tests of the graduating elites. The repeated fracturing and healing of bones increased their density. In the center of the arena, Arthur stood alone amidst the clamor of the crowd, gazing at his bandaged fists. Such training would fortify his wrists, preventing them from collapsing in battle. During the day, he and Kuber received theoretical knowledge and training suggestions from Zephyr, while afternoons and evenings were spent with Garp. Striking the warship, he felt a noticeable improvement in his physique. Yet, as Zephyr had indicated, he was not suited for combat using his fists. In the spectator stands, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and others sat in a row. I cannot imagine how outstanding a diligent individual with such potential will become in the future, Garp remarked, munching on senbei while observing the motionless Arthur below. This assessment stemmed from Garp's first-hand observations of Arthur's relentless training over the month. He had never witnessed anyone strive so hard. What's gotten into you, Garp? Sengoku, seated beside Garp and sharing in the senbei, inquired, puzzled. The Admiral Sengoku noticed the somber expressions on both Zephyr and Garp's faces. Just take a look, Sengoku, you corporate slave. Zephyr retorted. This year's global conscription has not unearthed any hidden monsters. Yet the new recruits appear stronger than those from the last cohort. I hear there's a user of the eye-size fruit. Not just that. There are many Zoan users. Their overall strength surpasses that of Akainu and Borsalino's era. As the selection arena for the global conscription filled with newly arrived officers, the arena gathered a total of 1,000 individuals, both large and small. Giants, Arthur squinted as he counted, realizing there were still 6 giants in the arena, 1 woman and 5 men. A few of whom looked familiar. Let's get this started. I can't tell how resilient these little people are. The towering giant disdainfully surveyed the diminutive figures beneath him, his face etched with disappointment. What did you say? Jiajing's eyes, filled with bloodshot fury, locked onto him, radiating murderous intent. Do you think your size grants you the right to act as you please? His fists were clenched tightly, anticipating the signal for the duel to commence at noon. For this day, Jiajing had silently trained diligently for an entire month, yearning to astonish everyone present. After surveying the crowd, his gaze fixated on the tranquil Arthur. Ha ha ha, what can the little people do? Watch me send you all flying with a single swing, roared the 5 giants, their laughter brimming with arrogance, completely disregarding the elite standing beneath them. Ding ding ding. Do your utmost, and defeat as many as you can to determine your ranks, Steelbone Kong announced, officially commencing the competition as the clock struck 12. With a thunderous roar, the giants unleashed their weapons recklessly, sending several elite soldiers soaring into the sky, far above the ocean. Let us swiftly eliminate all of them. Cooper, Arthur commanded, unsheathing his sword. Cooper. Understood. Cooper soared into the sky, diving down towards a giant swinging his weapon, striking him hard on the head with his talons. The immense force sent the male giant hurtling into the sea, creating a spectacular splash. Did that eagle just kick a giant? What nonsense is this? The arena erupted into chaos. As with every step Arthur took and every swing of his sword's back, an elite was sent flying. Get away, you useless brutes. Jiajing leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful punch to a giant's abdomen. The terrifying force knocked the giant away without the slightest resistance. What? Where do these little people get such strength? Jiajing punched every obstacle in his path out of the arena, his sights set firmly on Arthur. Is this guy playing around? Is this baseball? Jiajing thought, watching Arthur leisurely maneuver through the crowd, swinging his sword as he surged forward, delivering a devastating punch. With a sudden shift, Arthur sensed Jiajing charging towards him and swiftly turned, parrying his punch with the back of his sword. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Arthur narrowed his eyes, gazing into Jiajing's, and coldly remarked, "Farewell, Jiajing." Huh? You don't actually think your strength exceeds mine? Jiajing's cocky retort was cut short as he felt an overwhelming force from Arthur's fist, propelling him through the air. The power from the punch was effortlessly deflected by Arthur's sword. Jiajing, airborne and incredulous, shouted, "This gap is impossible." With a sudden, explosive swing of his sword, Arthur sent Jiajing soaring into the sky. Observing Jiajing's uncontrolled ascent, he disdainfully shook his head. You are not the only one beyond redemption. In my pursuit of strength, I too am beyond salvation. Having said this, Arthur's aura intensified, shattering the ground beneath him. His calf muscles bulged as he swiftly navigated through the crowd, continuously swinging his sword. Eager to conclude this grand duel among thousands of officers, whether giants or other elite trainees who had trained for over a month, all were sent flying into the ocean, one after another. Regardless of whether they were brash direct recruits or hailed as prodigies, they were all crushed beneath his might. The arena transformed into his stage of swordsmanship, with all present becoming mere targets. Half an hour later, only Cooper, Arthur, and Shizuka remained. "Jump," Arthur commanded, cornering Shizuka against the edge of the military port, threatening, "If you don't jump, I shall strike." "You monster, Arthur," Shizuka spat at him, teetering at the brink, gazing into the ocean mere steps behind her. At that moment, Cooper, soaring through the air, unexpectedly aimed a kick at her. "Fool! Cooper, come back!" Arthur shouted, but Cooper had already committed to his diagonal dive. Unable to halt his momentum, Shizuka brandished her sword, effortlessly deflecting Cooper's talon with the back of her blade. "Cooper, that's Arthur's way of exerting force." Cooper felt his strength dissipate, losing balance as Shizuka swiftly propelled him backward into the sea. "Alas," Arthur sighed, covering his face, "with just the two of us left. Wouldn't it be splendid to exchange a few blows?" Raging foot, Arthur lifted his leg, unleashing a blue wave of slashing energy that tore through the ground, hurtling towards Shizuka. Clang! Shizuka easily deflected it. Smiling, "I must admit, you are a genius for developing such a defensive sword technique. Did you learn without paying tuition?" Arthur felt a pang of regret that the early graduates, Kizaru, Akainu, and Dracul Mihawk, had not participated in this contest. Otherwise, he could have tested his skills against them. "But I can't reach your level. Why should I pay tuition?" Shizuka countered, believing her ability to learn without formal training was a testament to her talent. "Pay for what?" In the next heartbeat, Arthur charged at Shizuka, his movements like lightning as he reached her side, swinging his sword down. Shizuka attempted to parry and counterattack, but Arthur's blade unleashed a burst of power that sent her plummeting into the ocean like a broken harp string. The flaw in this technique was that if the opponent's strength surpassed that of the sword wielder, it would become ineffective. Slowly, Arthur sheathed his sword and retrieved Cooper from the sea, clearly indicating, "You cannot withstand my explosive swordsmanship." Arthur's victory left the audience in stunned silence. What was anticipated to last an entire day concluded in merely half an hour. Steelbone Kong glanced at the clock. 12:29. He promptly declared Arthur the victor of this competition. A day later, in the new world of the Grand Line, the naval rising star, dubbed a monster, graced the headlines of newspapers that swept across the seas, aboard a massive pirate ship soaring through the skies within the new world. A grand hall reminiscent of a palace housed numerous fierce, scarred pirates flanking a golden lion-headed throne. Seated upon it was a man with thick golden hair, two sheathed swords at his waist. Exuding an extraordinary aura, holding the day's naval report, his forehead throbbed with fury. The 14th Division captain was defeated by this barely pubescent brat, the remnants of the Rocks pirates gathered here. None daring to speak in the presence of the furious golden lion Shiki. What genius! What monster! They haven't encountered me. The naval incompetents only knew how to fabricate rumors to sway the masses. Shiki glared at the newspaper in his hand, seething. The so-called geniuses and monsters touted by the Navy had fallen before him countless times. Monsters and geniuses? They merely met my threshold. He understood that this was merely a tactic employed by the Navy to bolster morale and recruit new soldiers. The report detailed the conclusion of the Navy's grand conscription and their imminent deployment against the pirates of the New World. To soothe his foul mood, Shiki lit a cigar, pondering, if it weren't for that meddlesome Roger appearing with Garp a month ago, I would have seized that ship loaded with explosive rocks. Damn it, he couldn't comprehend why Roger, a fellow pirate, lacked ambition, choosing instead to lead a mundane life filled with adventures. To him, pirates should pursue grand enterprises, relentlessly expanding their influence, ultimately using all resources and manpower to dominate the world, only seeking treasures through adventure. What's the difference between that and calling oneself a pirate while merely being an adventurer? He lamented, if we possessed ancient weapons, wouldn't this era already belong to us? Shiki expressed his concerns, doubting whether the historical texts collected by Roger's crew contained information about the ancient weapons' whereabouts. Observing Shiki's growing agitation gradually subside, a calm officer clad in robes and armed with a sword stepped forward, stating, Lord Shiki, I have received word that Whitebeard is robbing our territory with a group of brats. Then, the ship docked at a pier on an island named Sphinx. Whitebeard, after 7 years of disappearance, has he finally returned? Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, Shiki's spirit soared, as if he had encountered an old friend. Let us go meet our old companion. Shiki waved his arm, instantly activating the abilities of the float fruit to alter the course of the pirate ship. However, the Navy had also caught wind of the news. If we were to meet, it would undoubtedly attract attention that a navigator rushed out to dissuade them. The Navy forbids any remnants of the Rock's pirates from convening. Now that the pirates have learned of this, the Navy must also be aware. This act signifies yet another catastrophe of conflict with the Navy. So what? In response, Shiki turned, drew the pistol from his waist, and aimed it at the navigator, decisively pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced the navigator's thigh, causing him to scream in agony, clutching his leg. Oh, you think I fear a confrontation with the Navy? Shiki glared furiously at the navigator. He had endured enough troubles over the past few months. It was only fitting to vent his frustrations on him. At the Marine shipyard in Marineford, alarms echoed throughout the island. Soldiers and officers boarded the decks of the warships, preparing for battle. So, my third mission is to set sail with him? Arthur stood on the deck of the warship where Garp was stationed, casting a dead fish-eyed gaze at a man in a gray hoodie, his naval cap obscured by the hood, his demeanor grave and dark. Before him stood Sakazuki, hands stuffed in his hoodie pockets, exuding an icy aura as he fixed his gaze upon Arthur. During their previous mission in the Ever Sea, a rookie had dared to criticize him. A rear admiral. Since that incident, he had harbored no fondness for Arthur, deeming him morally misguided and unfit for the Navy. Nearby, on another battleship helmed by Sengoku, Kizaru observed the escalating tension on Garp's ship. Those two seemed to be at odds. Noticing this, Garp struck both Arthur and Sakazuki on the head with his fists. Do not harbor such strong prejudices against your comrades. This mission is to venture into the New World to prevent Shiki and Whitebeard from coming into close contact. Both men immediately clutched their heads in discomfort, large lumps forming. What was that punch? It hurt so much. Damn. Arthur cursed inwardly, unable to fathom the scene before him. Did even a kind of face Garp's wrath in his youth? Arthur was also perplexed as to why he was being brought along for a mission involving such formidable figures. He had already contemplated leaving the Navy entirely. Akainu rubbed his head where he had been struck. Still brooding over Arthur's accusation regarding the collateral damage of innocence during a mission, let me ask you, Major Arthur, if we do not sacrifice a few for the greater good, how can we eliminate those wicked individuals? Do you have any idea of the horrific massacres that occur in villages and towns at sea? Sakazuki's eyes blazed with fury towards the pirates, fixated on those eyes brimming with murderous intent. Arthur furrowed his brow, perceiving not just anger, but a deep-seated hatred in history. What experiences do you hold? What are your ambitions and pursuits in joining the Navy? Akainu continued to press Arthur, who remained silent. Their conversation drew the attention of all on the deck, becoming the center of focus. Garp, witnessing Akainu's explosive temperament, sighed and allowed the two to resolve their prior conflict. Arthur suddenly found himself lost in thought. Recalling everything from a decade ago. It was as if he had lived in constant fear of sudden pirate attacks on the islands, dying amidst flames and blades. Had he been striving for strength solely to amend the regrets within his heart? Arthur quietly lowered his head, staring at the deck beneath his feet, delving deep into self-reflection and memories, his fingers brushing over the scar on his chest inflicted by Abel. Did I merely exist within my beautiful fantasies since my arrival in this world? Suddenly realizing he was living in reality, Arthur pulled himself back from a decade of monotonous existence. Kuber, an individual radiating murderous intent. What are you saying to my Arthur? Kuber approached with a serious expression, gesturing towards Sakazuki. Get lost, you white-headed rooster wearing a naval cap. Upon seeing Kuber approaching, Sakazuki immediately attempted to ward him off. Kuber, who are you calling a rooster? Kuber, incensed by Sakazuki's remark, charged at him. Ready to attack, Sakazuki stood still, but just as he was about to be struck by a talon, Arthur pulled Kuber back to his side. We are leaving, Kuber. Kuber. Arthur, don't stop me. I want to teach him a lesson. Kuber, held by Arthur, suddenly glanced at his face, noting the shadow of solemnity that had settled there. Kuber. Arthur, since being saved by Arthur in the mountains and raised until now, Kuber had never witnessed such self-doubt and confusion in him. What? Sakazuki, seeing Arthur leave, taunted. Did I touch a nerve? Arthur turned to Sakazuki, speaking softly. Even if I have no painful experiences or clear objectives, I firmly believe that your actions in indiscriminately killing civilians are unjust. Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback by the depth of Arthur's seemingly despondent gaze. Just moments ago, he had radiated righteousness and hope for the future. Now, not a glimmer of light penetrated Arthur's eyes. Had his righteousness vanished, Garp too observed the dissipating aura of justice surrounding Arthur, frowning and quietly pondering. What is happening? At the dock below the warship, 1,000 recruits gathered from yesterday's world conscription were gradually setting sail to various locales to suppress pirates and fulfill missions. Sister Tsuru, why am I assigned to this guy for a mission in the North Sea? On the dock, Gion, draped in a major's cloak, pointed at her fellow major, Gakuki, in confusion. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman dressed in patterned trousers and a white shirt. Her gloved hands poised elegantly. Though middle-aged, she retained an impressive and spirited demeanor. The world needs reinforcements, little Gion. Just endure and train alongside your sister for now, Tsuru replied, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Zifa, who was seeing off his students from Garb's ship. Rest assured, Gion, I will protect you at all costs, Gakuki said, fluffing his few centimeters of hair and throwing a charming smile towards Gion. After yesterday's match, Gakuki had come to realize the vast gap in talent between himself and Arthur.it was an insurmountable chasm, as despite a month of diligent training, he had been effortlessly eliminated by the back of a blade. He had initially hoped to seize victory and dazzle the audience, seizing the chance to confess his feelings to Gion for the 37th time. Now, all his plans had crumbled to dust. Who needs your protection? Gion shot him a glance of disdain before silently boarding Tsuru's warship. Don't be so cold, Gion. You know I won't give up. Gion. The vast Navy fleet departed from Marineford, streaking through the gate of justice like a swarm of meteors, heading to various corners of the world to maintain order and justice. After watching Garb's ship sail away, Zifa returned to his training base from the Marineford dock, feeling somewhat disheartened, observing the new recruits assembled on the training grounds. He sighed. Not everyone meets my expectations. Alas, they are all my students. Quickly, Zifa reconciled his hopes for Arthur. Recognizing that he was not one to be easily controlled, he adjusted his demeanor, donning a confident smile as he walked onto the training field to personally welcome the second batch of recruits following the dismissal of the Admiral. In the New World, within the communication room of the Roger Pirate's ship, the Oro Jackson, has Whitebeard made an appearance in the New World? Shocky? Newgate? Whitebeard. In the communication room, Gold.Roger and Jabba were quietly eavesdropping behind Rayleigh, who was receiving a transmission. The moment they heard the name Whitebeard, astonishment spread across their faces, as it had been quite some time since they had encountered that familiar moniker. Was Roger also listening attentively? A sweet voice emanated from the transponder snail microphone in Rayleigh's hand. Roger and that fool Jabba are right beside me. Rayleigh pushed aside the two men with his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at them. What kind of expression is that, Rayleigh? I am the captain and entitled to access crucial information, am I not? Roger suddenly bore a faintly excited smile and exclaimed, if that scoundrel Newgate shows up, we should promptly seek him out for a chat and perhaps engage in a brawl. Ha ha ha. Jabba chimed in, as the navigator, it is my duty to devise strategies, right? Rayleigh, with a resigned demeanor. Rayleigh endured their banter and responded into the microphone. Please continue, Shucky. Your intel has always been reliable. All right, old Ray, Shucky sighed, and continued. The territory of the Golden Lion Shiki has been ambushed by the young crew recruited by Whitebeard, resulting in the plunder of a significant treasure. Upon learning of Whitebeard's whereabouts, Shiki personally led his pirate crew to make contact with him. Currently, the Navy has already mobilized forces based on this intelligence. So if you intend to stir up trouble, proceed with caution. The target is Sphinx Island in the New World, an area previously prone to sea quakes. Sengoku, Garp, and some officers recruited during the world conscription will also be heading there. Although beyond them, there is not much else of note that warrants your involvement. Once the information was relayed, Shucky's voice fell silent, not immediately hanging up. Ha ha ha. Those two have always had their conflicts, Roger laughed heartily. However, Jabba appeared drenched in sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. Are they making contact? Hey, does this mean a battle is imminent? After the downfall of the Rocks pirates, the world government ordered a global search for their whereabouts. Now, the strongest former officers of the Rocks pirates are set to engage closely. This could provoke the government into action to intervene. What if they form an alliance? What is Shiki's objective? Should we wade into these murky waters? As Rayleigh pondered, he prepared to hang up the transponder snail. Yet, Shucky's alluring voice came through the microphone. Did you forget to say thank you, old Ray? I'm in Sabaody Archipelago. Do come visit when you have the time. This remark successfully lifted the tense atmosphere in the room back to a jovial one. Jabba immediately teased. Oh ho ho. Rayleigh, someone is thinking of you. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and say something nice, Rayleigh. Roger chuckled as he slapped Rayleigh on the shoulder. Thanks to Shucky, we've gained insight into many secrets ahead of time. Rayleigh's face reddened as he brought the microphone to his lips. Thank you, Shucky. I'll make time to come see you. Not one for eloquence. Rayleigh could only agree to meet Shucky that I'll be waiting for you. I've brewed your favorite wine, Shucky concluded before the transponder snail was disconnected. Hey, Rayleigh, Shucky will undoubtedly make a wonderful wife in the future. Next time you're in Sabaody, be sure to have a child or two. Roger remarked seriously that I also believe you two are quite suited for each other. She certainly has feelings for you. Jabba added in jest. Rayleigh, clad in a purple coat with a head full of golden hair, suddenly turned, glaring furiously at Roger and Jabba, who had just teased him in front of Shucky. You too. The room echoed with the sound of fists pounding on the deck. A blue-haired child and a red-haired child were playfully wrestling, causing laughter among the crew members. Shanks, I told you, if I encounter such a guy, I could knock him out with one punch, the blue-haired child exclaimed, his sharp teeth visible as he vigorously swung his fist at the red-haired child. Shanks, Bucky, have you closely examined the content of the newspaper? It seems this isn't merely Navy propaganda. That knife in his hand and his serious demeanor don't resemble the weak at all. The two were discussing the latest headlines from a newspaper released by the Navy when suddenly, the door to the communication room swung open, and Rayleigh emerged, his head bandaged, followed closely by Roger. Change course. Destination, Sphinx Island. Captain, the blue-haired child, upon seeing Roger's bandaged head, immediately released the red-haired child and rushed to him. Why have you let the first mate beat you up like this? Where is your captain's dignity? You're still too young to understand, Bucky, Roger replied, laughing heartily despite his condition that it's best not to mock someone during a conversation with their girlfriend. Jabba quickly added. The entire crew of the Roger pirates shook their heads at the three of them, collectively exclaiming, We can't handle you all. Captain, first mate, Mr. Jabba, you're all over 100 years old. Stop acting like children. In the New World, off the coast of Sphinx, the moonlight cascaded down as a fierce storm raged over the sea. The entire world transformed into a dark blue tableau, simultaneously serene yet turbulent. High atop the lookout of a towering mast, Arthur lay concealed, his navy cap shielding his entire face. The sea breeze rustled the sails, creating a haunting melody. Cooper, resembling a solitary eagle, perched atop the mast, gazing down at the fleet sailing through the ocean below. He was right. Aside from enduring survival, I have no tales of hardship to recount. Arthur lifted the brim of his hat, his gaze devoid of any shimmer over the past few days. A famous adage suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. For experiencing their suffering does not necessarily lead to virtue. He pondered the tragic experiences that Sakazuki might have endured. The emotions he had seen in Sakazuki's eyes just days ago were filled with a tumultuous blend of despair and resentment. Am I perhaps too sensitive to the feelings of others? Arthur found himself engulfed in self-doubt, abruptly yanked back to the harsh reality and uncertain of his purpose. What I intend to accomplish in 30 years. When I will be, Arthur mused, calculating in his mind. At 45, will I still be able to hold on to my original intentions? 30 years, a significant portion of one's life that a week out at sea already weighed heavily upon him. 30 years felt insurmountable. Upon reaching the Sphinx maritime territory, an alert signal echoed over the intercom, declaring full alert for the fleet. Hearing the command, Arthur rose, wiping down his firearm and checking the ammunition at his waist. Confirming everything was in order, he leaped from the lookout. Seeing this, Cooper swiftly spread his wings, diving down to grasp Arthur's hand. Arthur seized one of Cooper's talons, landing lightly on the deck and focusing on the line of 100-man squad arranged before him. Having attained the rank of major, he was tasked by Garp to lead the squad as combat personnel for boarding enemy ships. This mission aimed to intercept the Golden Lion Shiki. Each naval vessel would become a battlefield, and no one would look out for them. They were to be vigilant. Garp's aide, Bogart, delivered orders to the officers of various squads aboard each vessel. The night enveloped the sea in darkness, rendering everything silent. Suddenly, a group of blurred outlines of fleets appeared on the distant sea, gradually coming into focus. Ships belonging to renowned pirate crews emerged, their silhouettes flickering in the darkness as if they were phantoms rising from the abyss. Suddenly, enemy ship cannons erupted, the deep rumble reverberating as they struck the waters near Arthur's vessel. Enemy ships sighted. Prepare for battle. The sound of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the pitch-black sea. There they are, that scoundrel Shiki's massive fleet. Garp stood at the bow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he watched dozens of pirate ships approach. He then silently turned to Sakazuki, who stood at the rear of the deck. Let us dampen their spirits, Sakazuki. Sakazuki raised both hands, stepping forward, his arms transformed into flowing magma, resembling a demon standing at the ship's bow, continuously erupting with his fist raised towards the sky. Meteora, Sakazuki bellowed the name of his technique. Mere seconds later, the ocean was illuminated by a colossal magma fist plummeting from the heavens, showcasing the terrifying, disaster-level powers of a natural-type devil fruit once more before Arthur's eyes. "Ha! I anticipated that you would meddle," gulped Sengoku. A figure loomed high above, brandishing blades in each hand. A lit cigar clenched between his teeth as he surveyed the sea. Sakazuki, who was in the midst of unleashing meteor volcano, was taken aback by the sight of that figure. "Shiki," Garp exclaimed, his expression darkening as he recognized the familiar silhouette in the sky. Sengoku, the Golden Lion, was equally astonished, never expecting Shiki to personally engage in battle at the front lines. "What business do you have with Whitebeard? The government should have issued strict orders prohibiting any contact with the remnants of the Rock's pirates." Shiki gazed discontentedly at the naval vessel below, where Admiral Sengoku stood. "Sengoku, you loyal lapdog of the government. Still spouting unpleasant words as always." With that, he slowly raised his blade, swiftly sweeping it downward toward the Navy ship harboring Sakazuki. Wave slash. As Sakazuki was releasing meteor volcano, he immediately halted the volcanic eruption. For Garp had already appeared before him, delivering a punch capable of cleaving the sea itself. Before we engage, you might want to worry about your fleet," Garp teased with a grin, his fist imbued with haki effortlessly shattering Shiki's wave slash from afar. Utilizing the Marine's 6 powers, he swiftly returned to the bow of the ship, temporarily forcing Sakazuki to retreat. "You need not feign concern, Garp," Shiki retorted, swiftly gesturing with his hand to summon an island from behind the pirate fleet. Enveloping the entire armada, the immense magma fist descended upon the island, which served as a shield for the pirate fleet. All present gaped in astonishment as Sakazuki's devastating attack was intercepted by the island. For the first time, such a cataclysmic assault was thwarted. "Is this the Golden Lion, Shiki? How terrifying. Wait, he won't use that island to crush us, will he?" the soldiers murmured, unable to conceal their shock. From his lofty vantage point, Shiki gestured once more toward the island hovering above his pirate fleet. "Do not forget who commands the aerial supremacy. I can bring you down easily." Garp shed his justice cloak, executing a rapid series of air steps to charge toward the skybound Golden Lion. Like a flash of blue lightning, he reached the air in an instant, engaging Shiki in combat. The massive island soared above the Navy fleet, casting an ominous shadow that sparked anxiety and dread. "Disperse the fleet, now," Sengoku commanded, calmly observing the fierce battle between Garp and the Golden Lion above that he refrained from intervening, instead waiting for a potential enemy to reveal themselves. "Can I cleave this island?" Arthur pondered, awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. Had he not set sail, he would likely remain oblivious to the combat methods of those from the bygone era. The devil fruit powers on display left him questioning how Luffy and his crew had overcome someone like the Golden Lion. At that moment, Shiki bore no ship's wheel, was not bald, nor aged, appearing in his prime. "What should we do, Major Arthur?" 100 eager sailors behind him inquired. "Remember, Cooper, under no circumstances should you engage that man with golden, flowing locks and blades in each hand. If you see him, run," Arthur instructed Cooper before turning to face the 100 soldiers under his command. The soldiers bore expressions of tension, filled with the dread of mortality, anxiously awaiting Arthur's orders. "Once the island descends into the sea, all personnel are to disembark," Arthur commanded, recognizing that Shiki had brought an island to serve as a battleground for the conflict between the two factions. "Understood." As the island plunged into the ocean, the warships scattered, the tumultuous waves engulfing everything in their path. The crashing waves against the hulls resembled a cataclysmic flood, instilling a primal fear. Several warships that failed to retreat in time were swiftly swallowed by the frigid depths. The two combatants in the air soon descended upon the fiery island blanketed in magma to the shore. "All troops disembark." Sengoku issued his command, as dozens of warships sped towards the coast. The pirate fleet also began to land on the opposite side of the island. The impending clash imminent. Nearby, on the sea surface, a colossal sailboat resembling a white whale was observed by a pirate crew of 1,000, who gazed from afar at the conflict between the Navy and the aerial pirate faction. Besides the crew, the ship was filled with youths aged 10 to 16, acting as officers, most of whom were society's castaways, adopted by him into a familial pirate crew. "Incredible, old man. Are those your former comrades aboard your ship?" one boy exclaimed. "He's a devil fruit user, isn't he? He even uprooted an island to serve as the battlefield for the two armies." on the massive ship named Moby Dick, a man with golden seaweed-like hair calmly observed the distant island while listening to his son's chatter. Whitebeard chuckled heartily while holding a gargantuan bottle of liquor. After all, I did seize a vast fortune from his territory as startup capital. It's only natural for that rascal Shiki to be furious. Whitebeard was an imposing figure, his physique remarkably muscular and robust, seated in a specially designated chair on the deck of Moby Dick. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, his crescent-shaped white mustache gave rise to his moniker, Whitebeard. Gazing at the battle unfolding on the distant island, he had likely surmised Shiki's purpose for coming to this region. As a fellow officer of the Rock's pirates, shall we assist him, old man? After all, none of us harbor any love for the Navy. A young boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle inquired of Whitebeard. The crew on deck exhibited a fervent desire for battle, seemingly eager to join the fray. Whitebeard took a hearty swig from his bottle, then tightened his grip on his weapon, rising to stride toward the bow of Moby Dick. To dare cause a ruckus in this vicinity means both the aerial pirate crew and the Navy are our foes. As he spoke, a circular light appeared around his fist, enveloping it tightly. With no allies in sight, it was time to expand our territory and crew in the new world, my sons, upon hearing Whitebeard's command. The pirates aboard the vessel were instantly invigorated, cheering with exuberance. All eyes turned to the imposing silhouette of Whitebeard as they steadied their footing, unleashing the energy from the light circle in a powerful strike toward the sea before them. With a resounding crack, the air layer above the sea shattered like glass, unleashing a terrifying seismic force that surged toward the flaming island. In an instant, the surrounding ocean trembled violently as if the very earth were splitting apart. On the island, Arthur, leading a 100-man squadron in combat against the pirates, was taken aback by the sudden and intense tremors. What is happening? The island is tilting. Arthur's first instinct was to look skyward. He quickly spotted a massive, web-like fissure across the distant sea, continuously triggering earthquakes and tsunamis in the area. The familiar sight immediately led Arthur to recognize it as Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. Both the Navy and pirates on the island were drawn to the colossal disturbance, accompanied by a hearty gurra laugh, as two towering tsunamis surged toward the island's flanks. Ha! Shiki soared into the sky, brandishing his blades, as he beheld the familiar figure at the bow of the colossal sailboat in the distance. Whitebeard, you bastard. I finally see you. With that, Shiki, for the sake of his crew, unleashed a flurry of wave slashes, slicing through the towering tsunamis that threatened to engulf the island, causing the torrents to rain down within, extinguishing the inferno Sakazuki had ignited. Tons of seawater cascaded from the sky, submerging portions of the naval ships and pirate vessels moored along the island shores. It's been years, hasn't it, Shiki? Whitebeard greeted the Golden Lion with a smile, yet his forehead throbbed with tension. You've brought war to these waters. I trust you are prepared to sink beneath the waves? Sphinx Island was the homeland of Whitebeard. The Golden Lion has brought an island and a navy here to wage war, undoubtedly posing a grave threat to his homeland. At this moment, Whitebeard harbors nothing but animosity towards him. Despite being separated by a distance of 100 meters, they converse freely. You speak as you always do. A most infuriating fellow. My purpose for coming this time is quite simple. The Golden Lion floats in the sky, extending an olive branch towards Whitebeard in the distance. Join me as my right-hand man, Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's face contorts with disdain, the aura of the tremor fruit in his fist solidifying once more. What are you saying? You want me to be your subordinate? He is even somewhat incensed, unwilling at heart to join the ranks of the Golden Lion. All he desires is to roam the seas with his children. Shiki continues, if you join us, we can dominate this world together. The captain was foolish, reckless, and led to his downfall in God's Valley. With your strength paired with my ambition and formidable forces, everyone will bow before us. Such an overt attempt to recruit a former comrade has left Sengoku, the admiral, deeply concerned. Several warships, under Sengoku's command, head towards the sea, adopting a naval combat strategy to prevent the Moby Dick from landing on the island. On the island, the vice admiral of the Navy and the crew of the flying pirate crew engage in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. Arthur leads 100 men, seeking cover as they frantically fire upon the opposing forces. The two sides clash fiercely, igniting a fervor in Cooper, who yearns to charge forward. He is immediately called back by Arthur, who insists, stay by my side. Cooper. Arthur fires his weapon. Cursing vehemently, he takes cover behind a solidified lava rock, where nearly every bullet he fires brings down a pirate. Soon, he observes that approximately 10 members of the flying pirate crew possess an aura equivalent to that of Apollo from Lionheart Island. It can be surmised that they are remnants of the Rocks pirates who have joined the Golden Lion. What's the worst that could happen? Let's charge. Arthur waves his arm towards the rear ranks. Donned in a justice cloak befitting a major, leading his 100 soldiers forward through the hail of bullets, Sengoku himself commands the army. It has not yet entered the island to engage in battle. The Golden Lion, Shiki, hovers in the sky, conversing with Whitebeard aboard the distant Moby Dick. We did not support Rocks back then. You should understand this, Whitebeard. The voice of the Golden Lion reverberates across the island. Had we not been embroiled in internal strife, we could have swept through this world unopposed. Not even the celestial dragons could have stood in our way. Garala-la-la. Whitebeard, 100 meters away on the sea, gathers the power to unleash a tremor. I have a group of sons to raise. Thus I must refuse you. Shiki, are a bunch of brats more important than conquering the world? Edward Newgate. Upon hearing such words from Whitebeard, the Golden Lion is struck by an unprecedented wave of disappointment. Here is a man of immense power, yet his sole desire is to build a formidable family. What nonsense is this? The powers of the tremor fruit, combined with his own honed monstrous strength, should be used to embark on adventures across the world with his adopted family. Enraged, Shiki intertwines his hands, enveloping his blades in a surge of haki, unleashing a storm of lightning above the island. He violently swings towards the Moby Dick where Whitebeard stands. What kind of joke is this, Whitebeard? Shiki, furious, had thought Whitebeard would appreciate his ambition to conquer the world and align with him. Yet now, he finds himself looking down upon Whitebeard, unable to deny the strength and the developed powers of the devil fruit that Whitebeard possesses. 2 slashes of energy, like raging lions, are unleashed from Shiki's twin swords, cleaving through the sea. Since you have refused me, let us entertain ourselves, shall we? Seeing this, Whitebeard swiftly raises his arm, the tremor fruit's power tearing through the sky, clashing with Shiki's slashes in midair. The collision of their powers sends shockwaves like a flood, wreaking havoc on the island where Arthur stands. Taking a moment's respite, Carp suddenly appears behind Shiki, delivering a punch to his forehead. Your recruitment has failed. Shiki, fist of the clash. Don't gloat, Carp. Enraged, Shiki turns instantly, not even taking a breath, as he effortlessly parries Carp's punch with his blades entwined in haki. Your title as a Navy hero was merely a stroke of luck. The two forces collide with a thunderous impact, sending ripples of energy spreading throughout the island. In an instant, both Shiki and Carp are sent flying into the interior of the island. Bang! Carp's form transforms into a high-speed afterimage, landing before Arthur and kicking up a cloud of dust. Arthur, seeing this, thrusts his palm forward to disperse the smoke, revealing Carp, holding his head in distress, much to his astonishment. What happened? Arthur is filled with confusion, pondering. Shouldn't the young Carp have been a one-punch man? How could he not defeat even the Golden Lion, Shiki, alone? Carp opens his eyes, staring at Arthur for several seconds before speaking. Arthur, I am here leading the troops, Vice Admiral Carp. You seem rather exhausted. Arthur replies calmly, casually tilting his head to dodge a bullet. Cooper, drenched in sweat, rapidly flaps his wings against Arthur's back, pointing at the approaching Golden Lion, Shiki. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Golden Lion leaves him breathless. Arthur swiftly turns, gripping the hilt of his sword, on high alert. Vice Admiral Carp, this is not someone I can handle. Releasing a significant amount of haki is indeed exhausting and depleting. After a brief rest, Carp rises from the pit, spotting the Golden Lion approaching. What's the matter, Carp? The Golden Lion smirks mockingly, brandishing his blades as he locks eyes with Carp. You never truly faced me with your full strength, did you? Heh. Carp clenches his fists, returning a smile. Indeed, Shiki, it's a pity you all were not united 7 years ago. The Golden Lion surveys the surroundings, noting that approximately 100 Navy soldiers have surrounded him with their firearms. He promptly raises his hand and squeezes. Lion's might. Instantly, the ground trembles, shifting as countless soil particles rapidly merge to form 6 indomitable lion-shaped peaks, encircling everyone. The mountain-like lions roar, their sounds echoing like thunder, deafening the skies. Arthur commands, tossing Cooper into the air, while the other soldiers find themselves ensnared by the quicksand-like earth. He then uses the 6 styles to leap into the air, narrowly evading the jaws of the beasts. The Golden Lion floats, observing Arthur below with narrowed eyes, speaking to Carp. Is this fellow the genius your newspapers have been raving about? What does that have to do with our battle? Carp's expression darkens, realizing he cannot protect the soldiers ensnared by the earth's grasp due to the golden lion's powers. The renowned swordsman's techniques and physical prowess, coupled with the awakened float fruit, allow him to effortlessly lift anything non-living, even altering the terrain itself. Fighting him alone is already a challenge. Perfect. This time I shall ensure you Navy lose something. The golden lion accelerates the attack speed of the 6 lions, launching an even fiercer assault towards Arthur. Upon hearing this, Arthur, who had intended to flee the battlefield, suddenly halts midair as he turns, utilizing moonwalk to remain suspended, standing tall and proud as he faces the golden lion. Bouncing lightly in the air as if preparing for battle, Arthur, don't stop, leave this place. Carp, astonished, gazes at the halted Arthur, bewildered by his intentions. What's the worst that could happen? Without a goal, I would become a hollow shell, devoid of soul or purpose. What is the point of living like that? I must live for myself, pursuing the goal of becoming stronger, to experience various thrilling battles and enjoy the beauty of life. In a state of confusion, Arthur slowly drew the blade from his waist. The brilliance that once illuminated his eyes in the village of rapeseed flowers now extinguished. Yet, at this moment, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Despite acknowledging the vast chasm between himself and the golden lion, he had no intention of fleeing. That he wished to test the so-called disparity. What do you intend to do? Leave at once. Carp bellowed at Arthur, his voice hoarse with urgency. Only he comprehended that, even if Arthur could withstand the captains under the golden lion, confronting the golden lion himself, a pinnacle of unmatched strength, would spell certain doom. In but a single strike, Arthur would be annihilated. Yet it was too late. He was engulfed by 6 lion heads, towering like mountain peaks. He exhaled a horrified sigh. Arthur. The engulfed Arthur unleashed a devastating blow, cleaving through the heads of the 6 mountain-like lions, breaking free from their grasp. My future path is still filled with splendor, he proclaimed, raising his blade high, its edge gleaming with a chilling radiance. The cold aura swiftly gathered around his blade, swirling and spinning with increasing velocity. Huh? Are you planning to strike at me? The golden lion laughed heartily upon witnessing this, tightening his grip on his dual blades. What audacity! Unleash! Ice Dragon. With his momentum fully unleashed, Arthur plunged towards the golden lion. Unshaken by his formidable prowess, with a resounding thump, he propelled himself off the air, creating a sonic boom in his wake as a means of acceleration. The icy aura on his blade rapidly solidified into an enormous ice dragon, its size immense, roaring with a dragon's cry as it lunged at the golden lion. Arthur, Cooper, as the ice dragon struck the golden lion, it was instantly shattered into countless shards of ice under the weight of a terrifying force, followed by a swift wave of slashing energy that surged skyward. With a sharp sound, Arthur's attack was obliterated by the golden lion's blade, his left arm pierced through by the slashing energy. Blood splattered as Arthur staggered backward, his eyes wide in disbelief at the recent turn of events. A genius. The golden lion swiftly lunged forward again, aiming a ferocious stab toward Arthur's neck. Even with his advanced observation hockey, Arthur could not completely evade the strike, and the golden lion's famed blade, Sakura, pierced through the left side of his neck. Body coordination. Arthur's eyes widened as his body abruptly stiffened. In that instant, he realized he had lost control over his own form. The force of the impact sent him reeling, nearly devoid of resistance. What shocked him further was the realization that he had never anticipated being dispatched by the golden lion with a single blow. Stop pretending in front of me, you filthy little Navy brat. I've lost count of how many like you I've killed. The golden lion roared at Arthur, observing the chilling aura enveloping his hand. He immediately dispelled it with his hockey. How cold is this? My skin feels like it's pricking with pain. Suddenly, Carp appeared beside the golden lion, delivering a punch that sent him tumbling back over 100 meters. Crashing into the island's rocky terrain, Carp's expression was grave as he glanced in the direction Arthur had flown, only to be interrupted by the ringing of the transponder snail. He answered immediately. Carp, Sengoku's voice resonated through. Whitebeard's ship has landed on the coast. What are you doing? Don't get lost in the thrill of battle, Sengoku. Arthur has been impaled in the neck by Shiki, and he has headed towards the Flying Sky Pirates camp. I must go to his aid. Before Carp could finish, Sengoku interrupted him. Prioritize the big picture. Carp, do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment just because he is a potential prodigy. There are many soldiers whose safety depends on your actions. Sengoku's cold voice echoed from the transponder snail. We need to save them. Caught in a dilemma at the front lines, Carp faced the dual threats of gunfire and the advancing Golden Lion and Shiki. Allowing the Golden Lion to pursue Arthur would undoubtedly lead to Arthur's demise. He had to intervene. You handle Whitebeard, Sengoku, that I can't disengage here. Carp concluded his report and hung up the transponder snail. The golden lion, approaching Carp, flexed his limbs as though unscathed by the punch, grinning as he addressed him. What's it like, hero, to witness the demise of the Navy's future? Even if I do not pursue him, my subordinates will tear him to shreds over there. Carp ceased to speak, as crimson lightning crackled around his fists, signaling he was done with idle chatter. Their fierce battle raged on, drowning in a cacophony of tinnitus, dizziness, and throbbing pain. Arthur struggled to press his almost powerless left hand against the wound on his neck, managing to rise from the ground. His left arm was rendered useless, and he could barely maintain his balance. His vision fading into obscurity, blood dripped, one drop at a time, onto the ground beneath him. Kill that Navy officer. He looks gravely injured. Hurry, slay him with a single blow. Fire, shoot him directly, at the front line of the Flying Sky Pirates. A throng of pirates rushed frantically toward Arthur, an unending tide. Bang, bang, bang. Cooper soared down from the air, surrounding Arthur in a protective cocoon of iron, intercepting the bullets fired by the pirates. Eagle. The pirates were astonished by this display. Cooper then unfurled his massive wings, positioning himself before Arthur like a devoted bodyguard, shielding him closely. That I've caused you trouble, Cooper, Arthur said, as the cold aura instantaneously froze his wounds, staunching the bleeding. The ice glimmered like crystal, encasing the wound on his left shoulder and neck. Soon, his vision began to clear, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was now encircled by ravenous pirates. It's truly formidable. I couldn't even withstand a single clash before being utterly crushed. Arthur suddenly chuckled, recalling the moment he had swung his blade at the golden lion. A shiver of fear coursed through him, and he thought to himself, when one is lowly and unafraid of the powerful, the outcome is often dire. He nearly faced death, laughing maniacally, unaware of his own state. Was it because Carp stood beside him that he dared to confront the golden lion? Or was it the endless praise he had received within the Navy that had led him astray? He believed it was neither. He simply yearned to ascertain whether he possessed the capability to battle someone of the golden lion's caliber. It was now abundantly clear that he had come perilously close to losing his life. Bang, bang, bang. Cooper swung his wings and talons, relentlessly slashing at the pirates encroaching upon Arthur. Cooper, let us flee, Arthur. There are many powerful foes nearby. I'll take you away from here. I will not flee. Arthur quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute, as his body was enveloped by a violent icy tempest. He raised his right arm, swinging his blade forward. Those pirates charging at him were instantaneously frozen into ice statues. Though the range was limited, it instilled a sense of pressure among the pirates. Fight alongside me, Cooper. Cooper. Arthur, I never knew you were such a reckless maniac. Cooper was anxious, but upon seeing Arthur's determined expression, he ceased his protest. That I don't know either. I'm terrified of death. Arthur suddenly realized as he swung his blade that those pirates rushing towards him were all fleeing. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the ground before him. Over 100 pirates lay completely encased in ice, resembling statues before him. Yet I live in reality and cannot escape it. That moment, a young man, sporting a samurai haircut and clad in a gray haori, stood before him, gazing at him with a serious expression. He observed the swirling frost surrounding Arthur's body with calm detachment. The character 6 emblazoned on the back of his haori. After glancing at the ice-encased subordinates nearby, he slowly drew his blade from his waist, ready to confront Arthur. The Navy always meddles, instigating wars and peddling weaponry. They inflict the greatest casualties upon the world, yet proclaim themselves as the guardians of justice and peace. You seem different from those bloodthirsty Navy soldiers. Why do you stand in such a camp of executioners? Standing before Arthur, Cooper felt the tranquil yet formidable power emanating from him, akin to the usual presence of Arthur himself. A warrior skilled in the art of combat with blades, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the numerous corpses of humans strewn about, each one succumbing every passing second. That moment, Arthur's mind wandered back to Sakasuke's probing question, and he smiled once more. I shall forge my own experiences, relentlessly pursuing a life of freedom as I grow stronger. As soon as Arthur's words fell, a swordsman silently lunged forward, crossing in front of Cooper with his blade drawn. The weapon, shrouded in armament hockey, effortlessly sliced through the swirling frost surrounding Arthur, aiming straight for his neck in a bid to deliver a fatal blow. The swift motion, laden with lethal intent, was swiftly captured by Arthur's observation hockey. In an instant, he wielded the blade in his right hand, deftly intercepting the deadly strike and forcefully pressing down towards the ground. With his body losing coordination, Arthur could not fully control the force, and the swordsman's blade was driven into the earth, carving a deep fissure. Frost rapidly crystallized, encasing the weapon within the crack, rendering it immobile. By the time the swordsman regained his wits, his arm, along with the blade, was pinned to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur executed a swift upward diagonal slash, cleaving through the swordsman's chest with such force that even the armament hockey armor could scarcely withstand it. Arthur's strike shattered the calm demeanor on the swordsman's face, leaving him unable to fathom being so severely injured by someone who appeared on the brink of death. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, their confrontation as swift as lightning. Captain Sison, nearby pirates, witnessing this scene, cried out in terror, their disbelief evident as they beheld the blood spraying from Sison's chest. The enemy's blood splattered across Arthur's face, nearly staining it crimson, seeping into his eyes. Cooper swiftly turned, brandishing his talon-like claws, and with a powerful kick, sent the swordsman flying away from Arthur. What does it take to pursue a disciplined individual? After gravely wounding his foe, Arthur began to mutter to himself. It's merely a repetition of a single day, engaging in the same endeavors, battling the wild game of the mountains and forests, then selling the potent meat, leading a solitary life for 10 long years. Arthur's aura stabilized, his body swelling with renewed vigor as he stood firm, unmoving amidst the chaos. The pirates rushed to support the fallen swordsman, their faces etched with disbelief. The chasm between geniuses truly this vast? Captain Sison, just rising to his feet, beheld a pristine crescent slash hurtling towards him, before he or the nearby pirates could react. The strike pierced through them all. Frost spread across the ground, instantly transforming everything into human-shaped ice sculptures. Cough, utilizing the blade's power to swiftly encase his enemies in ice. Arthur soon found himself coughing up crimson blood due to the wound on his neck. Waves of pirates charged at him, forcing both Arthur and Cooper into a desperate struggle. To the east of the island, golden light shimmered brilliantly, akin to the radiant glimmer of salvation, colliding with the shockwaves that had recently erupted upon the sea. The island once again trembled violently. The pirates under Whitebeard's command were advancing towards the frontline clash between the Flying Sky Pirates and the Navy. A blue flame bird, wearing glasses, soared into the air not far from Arthur, calling out to his companions. It seems we've reached the front lines. We must create some noise as father instructed. Let us make a name for ourselves. Ha, Marco. Are you really okay being the commander at just 12 years of age? Stop the chatter. Charge. A group of officers, all under the age of 16, surged towards the front line. As they delved deeper, Marco, flying in his phoenix form, noticed fierce conflicts occurring near the hundreds of ice sculptures below. Wait, something's happening ahead. He quickly urged his companions to slow down, leading them to investigate the situation. An eagle and a naval officer were engaged in combat with 3 officers from the Flying Sky Pirates, teams 11, 9, and 7, all possessing animal-type devil fruit abilities. Crouch down, don't reveal yourself to the enemy. Everyone concealed themselves behind the magma rocks falling from the meteor shower, watching as Arthur held his ground against 2 captains, while Cooper battled a woman resembling a Black Panther. Blades clashed as Arthur fought valiantly against 2 foes, weapons gleaming ominously amidst the fierce skirmish. After several minutes of observation, the 2 captains found themselves entirely encased in ice, immobilized by Arthur's blade abilities. Arthur, save me. Cooper, bloodied and clawed by the humanoid panther, stumbled back, calling out to Arthur. Fresh from his battle, Arthur struggled to breathe as he rushed towards Cooper, but suddenly, he faltered, collapsing to his knees. He realized the tremendous physical toll of wielding the blade's power. If I survive this, I'm resigning. Who the hell wants to endure such life and death battles daily? Damn it. Utilizing the chilling aura of his blade, Arthur targeted the panther that was tearing into Cooper. The icy slash was narrowly avoided as the panther quickly shifted her focus, lunging at Arthur and pinning him to the ground. Growling, "You monster, can you still fight in this state? What is your body made of?" The panther's furious roar sprayed Arthur with saliva, and as she noticed the slight smirk on his lips, a sense of foreboding washed over her. "I must admit, with that physique and your panther-like grace, you must be quite beautiful, Auntie," Arthur remarked, gripping his blade tightly. Ice Dragon, blossom upon her. Before the woman could react in anger or shock, An overwhelming surge of cold erupted from the blade, enveloping her body in a dazzling display. Realizing the impending danger, she felt the chilling energy flood into her form, her beastly physique freezing rapidly. I'm only 23. Who are you calling Auntie? As her body neared complete encasement in ice, she glared at Arthur, baring her teeth and striking at his head with her claws. The claws carved 3 deep gashes across Arthur's left cheek, blood oozing from the wounds, causing him to grit his teeth as he watched her slowly transform into an ice sculpture. I don't fancy those older than me. In my eyes, what else could you be but an auntie? Arthur lay on the ground, resting for a few seconds before turning to see Cooper, also bloodied and motionless, gasping for breath beside him. Cooper, I'm sorry I'm so weak, Arthur. You've held on remarkably well against these captains. That in itself is commendable. Soon, Arthur rose and approached Cooper, intending to check on his injuries when a group of familiar, youthful faces emerged from behind a nearby rock. Seeing the familiar visages, Arthur shouted at the heavens in frustration, "Damn it! Open your eyes and see my wounds and blood. I refuse to believe you're blind to it." However, Arthur soon reflected that had he not tested the limits of his strength against the Golden Lion, he would not have been gravely wounded so quickly. It was a bloody lesson in ignorance and arrogance that he would not soon forget. Kapu battled the Golden Lion, their strengths evenly matched, while Sengoku clashed with Whitebeard, equally matched as well. This island, brought forth by the Golden Lion Shiki utilizing the float fruit, had been ravaged by their own combat prowess, leaving it in disarray. The island trembled violently, the earth shaking tumultuously. In the center of the island, besieged by Whitebeard's officers, Arthur defended himself with his blade, veins bulging in his right arm. The ferocious wind generated by his strikes sent those of similar age flying. Just fall already, Navy. You look awfully weary. Marco, in his human beast form, flew before Arthur, gathering energy for a kick. Phoenix stamp. Seeing this, Arthur deflected a dual-wielding swordsman in front of him, unleashing a tempestuous wind towards Marco with a resounding crash. The wind created by the blade enveloped Marco like a blossoming sonic barrier. What absurd power is this? You should be severely injured. Marco let out a piercing scream as the flames of the phoenix enveloping him were extinguished by Arthur's blade, causing him to lose balance and soar into the sky. In the midst of battle, as he took deep breaths to regain his stamina, Arthur observed that the legendary officers of the Whitebeard pirates were now nothing more than a group of inexperienced youths. Some of the crew members had not even joined the Whitebeard pirates yet. Just after Marco was struck away by Arthur's sword, a figure, a humanoid diamond radiating brilliance, shattered everything in its path and charged towards Arthur. I may not be able to defeat the Golden Lion, but I should be able to handle you. Upon witnessing this, Arthur's right arm flexed with renewed strength, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening as if it had come alive. Once more, he summoned Frost, swiftly channeling it into a force ready to be unleashed. Fly, Navy. Wait, Jaws, cease your attack. Arthur, akin to a frost demon, bent low and sprinted towards Joz.so fast. Dodge, Jaws. He possesses an unusual power. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, upon seeing this, hurried to their comrades' side in a bid to stop Arthur. The blade, emanating a bone-chilling cold akin to a harsh winter, revealed Arthur's tremendous exertion of energy as he advanced ahead of Jaws and delivered a decisive strike. The sound of the diamond shell ringing echoed, and the frigid ice quickly solidified upon it, transforming the charging Jaws into a resplendent ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Despite being encased in ice, Jaws' eyes remained resolute, and soon the interior of the ice sculpture began to crumble under his brute strength. Can the powers of the devil fruit break through the might of my blade? Arthur was taken aback. This realization dawned upon him. The ice entrapment was not absolute. Without inflicting injury on the opponent, the ice could be shattered by Haki and the abilities of the devil fruit. With a resounding crash, Jaws utilized his devil fruit powers and sheer strength to break free from Arthur's icy prison, sending Arthur flying in the process. Cough. That hurts. Arthur, now airborne, spat blood and landed heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a flash of yellow light, upon locating Arthur's position, instantaneously appeared before him. It was Borsalino, curiously surveying the battered Arthur and inquired, "What are you doing, Arthur? You look quite disheveled." As he glanced around, disbelief washed over him as he beheld 4 captains of the airborne pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, transformed into transparent ice sculptures. You can't possibly tell me that you did all of this, Arthur. This area was considerably distant from the front line where both factions clashed. Borsalino's eyes widened in incredulity. realizing that Arthur had been fighting alone and isolated for such a duration. How much longer will this battle persist? Whitebeard and the Golden Lion have already met. Whitebeard has refused the Golden Lion's proposition. What benefit does the Navy derive from continuing this conflict? Upon encountering Borsalino, Arthur immediately posed this question regarding the stakes of the battle. I am merely following orders. I do not know. Borsalino replied nonchalantly. To Arthur, it felt as if he were slacking off, yet he found no justification for Borsalino's presence on the front line. The Algexan ship has arrived. With a roar that resonated throughout the island, everyone immediately set aside their battles. Is this the tripartite balance of power in this era? Arthur swiftly scooped up Kuber and propelled himself across the battlefield with an astonishing speed. Vanishing from Borsalino's sight in an instant, so fast, Borsalino's expression was one of disbelief as he watched Arthur depart the area, injured so gravely, yet able to run at such speed. What is your body made of? Iron, Arthur replied curtly to Borsalino. I'll take care of Kuber first. I trust you can handle those youngsters. Aren't you a youngster yourself? Borsalino snapped back, returning to reality, observing the terrifyingly fierce visage of Whitebeard's adopted sons. Truly dreadful, the Whitebeard pirates, each of them like a monster. He became the tool to continue the fight in Arthur's stead. Racing across the battlefield, Arthur returned to the shore where the naval ships were anchored. Numerous injured soldiers were receiving treatment here, and Arthur quickly located a tent, placing Kuber onto an empty cot. Hey, Arthur seized a doctor who was washing blood from his hands, dragging him over to Kuber. Help me treat him. Pointing at Kuber on the bed, he requested the doctor to bandage him, only to be met with an eye roll. Just a bird, Major Arthur. There are numerous injured persons who require treatment here. The doctor replied flatly, his eyes widening as he took in Arthur's battle wounds. He is worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers that we fought together on the front line to defeat 4 captains of the airborne pirate crews. Can he have a bit of priority? Arthur's emotions flared as he worried for Kuber's injuries. 4. The doctor, already astonished, froze again. Understood. Leave it to me. Hurry. I know you all have a tough job in the rear. Arthur added, deliberately expressing sympathy to stabilize the situation. Kuber, let us return to the forest. Arthur, Kuber suddenly called out, still recovering from the shock inflicted by the animal-type Black Panther user. Once we survive this, I'll take you away, Arthur assured, leaning closer to Kuber and giving him a gentle poke in the ribs, which eased Kuber's anxiety and allowed him to accept the doctor's treatment. It turned out that during this era known as Roger's Pirate Age, the Golden Lion Shiki was the greatest boss of the seas. Arthur removed his justice cloak and naval jacket, walking to the sea to wash away the bloodstains from his body. Haki, devil fruit powers, they can suppress the blade's ability. Without injuring the opponent, the ice cannot be absolutely unbreakable. He began to organize and summarize the lessons learned from this battle. Soon, having cleaned the blood from his body, Arthur returned to the camp, only to find Kuber entirely wrapped up like a mummy on the hospital bed. You look incredible, filled with an aura of death yet showing no signs of dying. Turning around, Arthur spotted a young boy with twin ponytails and lips painted in bright lipstick, silently snapping photos of himself with a camera, almost undetectable. If Sakazuki is a hellhound, then Borsalino resembles a monkey yet possesses that yellow flash. I've already thought of nicknames for them. Who the hell are you? Arthur felt insulted, perceiving the boy's demeanor as mocking. I am Drunken Aiming Ming, a civilian officer of the Navy, a nickname enthusiast, and a journalist, the boy declared, striding confidently towards Arthur, grabbing the boy by the collar. Arthur glared at him, most fond of naming. Were you just cursing me to death? No, you misunderstand. Drunken Aiming Ming quickly clarified. I simply love giving nicknames, but look at your state. It's a miracle you're still standing. He produced a mirror and held it up before Arthur. That moment, Arthur stared at his reflection in the mirror, startled. Blood was still oozing from the gash on the left side of his face, and the wound on his left arm remained encased in ice. The extent of his injuries was beyond description, resembling a monstrous figure on the verge of death in the eyes of those around him. I was contemplating a radiant nickname for you, one that the world would remember. Your physique is quite unique, remarkably resilient. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Arthur, still brimming with the spirit of battle, tossed Drunken Aiming Ming aside, disregarding his injuries, and approached Kuber. I believe the fight should be nearing its end. Kuber, once we return, we will apply. Just as Arthur finished his sentence, he suddenly found the world around him transformed into a scene drenched in crimson. Accompanying this was a torrent of shockwaves cascading towards him. Kuber, we're going to die. Kuber gasped, frothing at the mouth under the weight of this overwhelming presence, nearly losing consciousness. long time no see. Whitebeard, what are you and Shiki doing here? A resounding voice echoed across the island, filled with the chaos of battle and roars. Roger, you meddlesome scoundrels of a pirate crew, hand over the historical texts. At the sound of Roger's voice, Shiki's anger flared even more. Ha! Roger. In stark contrast, Carp was filled with even greater excitement. Under the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's haki, which surged and spread relentlessly across the island. The weaker individuals could hardly maintain their footing, collapsing unconscious to the ground. It was as if the weak were being filtered out, with only the strong remaining upright. This was the essence of Conqueror's haki. The Roger pirates had arrived. Drunk on the intoxicating aura, Ai Ming did not succumb to the overwhelming force. Instead, he ascended to the highest point of the warship's mast to survey the situation on the island. Arthur settled Cooper into safety, alleviating his sole concern, and resumed his path into the forest, blade in hand. Rise, he shouted, and in an instant, his body seemed to sink, yet from this apparent weakness, a new strength erupted forth. The cells within him activated at an incomprehensible pace, transforming into the power and speed that propelled his limbs. Are you out of your mind? With such injuries, you still wish to fight. If you don't die. Who will? Drunk Ai Ming exclaimed, only to suddenly cover his mouth, realizing he might indeed be wishing death upon someone. Having learned a lesson before, Arthur merely smiled faintly, concentrating on harnessing the blade's power as he dashed toward the island. Proclaiming, I will never fall. Immediately, a towering ice wall, 100 meters high, erupted from his blade, piercing the heavens. Blood rained down amidst the chaos, as day turned to night in relentless combat. This battle raged for 2 days and nights, culminating in the island brought forth by the Golden Lion, which, under the splitting powers of the tremor fruit, was forever submerged beneath the depths of the sea. The island's submersion left no solid ground, leading to the abrupt termination of the conflict. This battle would come to be known as the Great Maritime Battle of the Sphinx Sea, marking the Whitebeard pirates' rise to fame. Arthur's indomitable spirit during the clashes with these future titans was etched in the minds of all who witnessed. At the G-14 Marine base in the New World, the naval fleet arrived on the island for a brief respite and resupply. What did you say? You wish to resign. The voice of Sengoku echoed within the base, startling the seagulls outside into flight. That I refuse to continue. If I keep carrying out missions like this, I shall perish, the bandaged Arthur retorted, arms crossed and a scowl upon his face as he stood in Sengoku's office. Carp, upon hearing this, spat out his tea, incredulous. Why, Arthur, I want to resign to recuperate. My left arm is nearly ruined. No, to be precise, I nearly lost my life. Arthur maintained a calm demeanor, prioritizing his own well-being. Are you willing to forsake your righteous duty? Abandon your responsibility? Sengoku pressed, hands clasped as he gazed into Arthur's eyes. Justice? Arthur scoffed at the mention. Forgive me, but my injuries prevent me from executing any semblance of justice. He was acutely aware that true justice was a rare commodity within the Marines. This vast organization was merely a military tool exploited by the Celestial Dragons, and enlistment was solely for the purpose of gaining strength. Sengoku pointed to a recent newspaper on the table. Continuing, the battle in the Sphinx Sea has been reported to the world through these papers. Your valiant display has once again graced the headlines. I have already prepared a promotion request in light of your achievements. Yet you wish to depart the Marines at this juncture? The newspaper was rife with exaggerated tales of his exploits during the conflict. Upon seeing the headline photograph, a surge of anger welled up within Arthur, and he shouted, I have made it clear that I detest all forms of public opinion and deceitful propaganda. Besides, I am merely an ordinary soldier. What purpose do your promotions serve? To boost morale? Or to entice more recruits into the Marines? Sengoku, unable to accept the departure of a talented swordsman freshly adorned with accolades, understood the dire need for combatants within the Marines and would not easily let him go. Thus, he sought to reassure, take your time to heal. Arthur, I shall report this matter to the higher-ups. Fuming, Arthur stormed out of the G-14 base office, wishing only to use his injuries as a means to depart peacefully from this organization. Only to find himself rebuffed. The onlookers sighed in disbelief that Arthur would make such a decision after the battle had subsided. I have heard that his eagle was gravely injured in the conflict, and he is quite displeased. Perhaps we should assign him to some more assistance tasks. It would also hone his military skills. The officers began to speculate on the reasons behind Arthur's resignation. Coincidentally, I have a substantial task from the Jarsburg Kingdom that requires the Marines' involvement in combat. Let him give it a try, Sengoku contemplated, recalling a previous military assistance mission. Indeed, nurturing him could yield a talent equal to our own. We cannot simply relinquish him, Karp remarked, expressing his admiration for Arthur. What is the status of Sakazuki? Has he awoken? Not yet. He remains in a coma, yet within the confines of the room. Sengoku did not share Karp's optimistic view. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, their own injuries had yet to fully heal. A gravely injured Arthur, awakening within a day to submit his resignation. Such a person could not be permitted to leave the Marines. Sengoku felt that should Arthur become an adversary in the future, he would pose a considerable threat. Jarsburg Kingdom, a non-affiliated military nation within the Grand Line, had waged wars against neighboring countries since its inception. On the shores of the G-14 base, Arthur sat alone, gazing at the World Economic News in his hands. It seemed that a vast number of individuals in this world remained unemployed, exploited until their last vestiges of economic capability were stripped away, only to be heartlessly discarded. The content of the newspaper was simplistic. The headline proclaimed the Marines' efforts in cultivating Arthur, accompanied by photographs of 4 captured leaders of aerial pirate crews, serving as recruitment propaganda. Heralding justice. Justice shall not perish, forever standing at the pinnacle of the world, making a perfect contribution to the peace of the common folk. What utter nonsense is this justice? I have been with the Marines for 2 months and have yet to see a single salary. Selfless dedication. Arthur tore the newspaper asunder, discarding it upon the rocky shore. To be denied resignation after achieving merit while injured struck him as absurd. Given some time, should his injuries heal swiftly, it would be even less likely for him to resign. Having grasped the theoretical foundations of the Marine 6 styles, Arthur could gradually learn on his own. 3 missions had provided him with ample insight into the harsh and perilous nature of this world. Combat and slaughter were not merely about the thrill of battle. Each clash could result in death. Refusing to pay wages, is it? Arthur scoffed as he strode toward the town adjacent to the G-14 base. Each G-base was a substantial military supply point established by the Marines, naturally accompanied by towns for economic development and supply. As Arthur entered the town streets, he found a crowd gathered around a commotion. And in his heightened state of agitation, he pushed through to investigate. He discovered a young girl, adorned with iron collars around her neck and limbs, her body covered in gang tattoos, embroiled in a scuffle with a group of adults. Hush, if you dare to shout, I'll send you flying, one bystander threatened, but Arthur swiftly placed a finger to his lips, signaling him to silence. After several missions, the once bright gleam in his eyes had dulled. Now reflecting the weight of his experiences, his intense gaze sent a chill through the onlooker, compelling him to remain silent. You rebellious little girl, causing a ruckus on our turf. Do you think we won't beat you to a pulp? A voice taunted, the girl named Dole unafraid, her face bruised and battered. With his temper flaring, Arthur stood before the brawlers for some time, yet they remained oblivious to his presence, continuing their altercation. He stepped forward, delivering a punch to each of their heads, sending them sprawling to the ground. Bastards! Who dared to ambush us Marines? As several adults prepared to curse at him, upon noticing the Marine cap on Arthur's head, they quickly retreated in haste. Who are you? In contrast, the punkish girl, rising from the ground, hurled insults at Arthur. Why did you hit me? Arthur calmly met her gaze, revealing no trace of anger. What of it? I wanted to hit you. Is there a problem? Duoer, nursing her swollen head, glared at Arthur for a moment before finally calming down. She fished out a cigarette from her pocket, placed it between her lips, and lit it with a match, taking a deep puff. Exhaling a cloud of smoke towards Arthur, she remarked, even though you hit me too, I still have to thank you for driving them away. In front of Arthur, Duoer presented herself as a spirited young girl, clad in a black crop top that exposed her midriff. Her lower half was adorned with a pair of extremely short shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs, complemented by a pair of stylish casual shoes, her lips painted with a subtle shade of lipstick. With her eyes shut, she stood before Arthur, inhaling her smoke. Suddenly, she felt a tug and opened her eyes to find her cigarette had vanished. My cigarette. As she looked up, she discovered it was now perched between Arthur's lips. What are you doing, Navy brat? What business do you have smoking, you delinquent girl? Hurry back home. Arthur, with a fierce tone, clamped down on the cigarette he had snatched from Duoa. His demeanor far removed from the righteous image he once portrayed. At that moment, he exuded a rough, rebellious aura, even more so than the delinquent girl before him. What did you say? Why are you smoking my cigarette? Incensed, Duoer clenched her fists and launched an attack on Arthur. However, he effortlessly caught her fist in his palm and casually tossed her aside onto the nearby ground. Are you an idiot? Arthur scoffed. What I have seized is naturally mine. I can hardly believe it. That someone like you is in the Navy. Duoa cried out in pain as she hit the ground, realizing in an instant she had been flung several meters away, with a single hand. He had effortlessly sent her flying. She gazed at Arthur entering a nearby restaurant, her eyes widening as she recognized he was no ordinary patrolling sailor, and immediately pursued him on the bustling street filled with people. The spectators quickly dispersed, the presence of the Navy instilling in them a sense of order. The crowd ebbed and flowed endlessly. Having just returned from a skirmish, Arthur thought of bringing back some wild delicacies for Cooper, who was at the military hospital in town. Duoer rushed into the restaurant Arthur had entered, glancing at the sign that read, "Guaranteed to fill you up." She wondered if he was wealthy enough to afford such an expensive place. Her curiosity piqued. She strode inside. The restaurant's decor was lavish, and Arthur's table was laden with an opulent feast. "Duoer, you notorious troublemaker. I can't let you in here that I have an appointment with someone, and that someone is him." Navy. The server, blocking Duoa's path, was about to throw her out when she pointed at Arthur's table and shouted, "Oh, you mean him?" The server broke into a cold sweat, casting a glance at Arthur's table. Arthur was focused on his meal, devouring the most expensive dishes without so much as a glance back. The restaurant, not daring to offend a Navy member, reluctantly allowed Duoer to enter. Cautiously, Duoer approached Arthur's table, only to hear him uttering sounds of chew, chew, chew as he ate. "You hurt me when you threw me, so you owe me for medical expenses," she said, tapping her body and speaking cautiously from behind him. "Huh?" Arthur turned with a murderous glare. "You dare speak to me about money?" "You," Duoer stammered, intimidated by his fierce gaze. "You must have a lot of money to dine in a place like this, right? Is it too much to ask for a little compensation for my medical bills? You dare talk to me about money?" Exclamation point. Arthur's voice rose, his frustration evident. He could hardly remember what money looked like, having not a single coin to his name. The surrounding diners, drawn by his outburst, turned their curious gazes towards him. Seeing this, Duoer quickly warned, "Don't shout so loudly. People might misunderstand." "Why should I care? What does my shouting have to do with you?" Arthur retorted, his anger blinding him to the eyes of onlookers. All right, let us not talk money then. You must be quite the formidable Navy, right? Can you teach me how to fight?" Arthur glanced at the bruises on her body and then scrutinized the girl before him, asking curiously, "What is your name again?" "Duoer. I am Duoer, the best fighter on the streets," she proclaimed confidently, throwing a few punches into the air to showcase her prowess. Though a decade had passed, Arthur vaguely recalled a future admiral named Duoa. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger version of her. "You want to learn how to fight? Pay the tuition, and I'll teach you," Arthur said, returning to his meal with gusto. Despite his small stature, his appetite was larger than life. "Why don't you ask me what I want to learn fighting for?" Duoa's eyes brimmed with confusion, unable to grasp why the Navy member before her seemed so approachable. Perhaps it was just an illusion? Suddenly realizing Arthur was a Navy member, she casually inquired, "So, why do you want to learn to fight?" "Of course, it's to become the boss of the streets. I aim to rule over all the ruffians in this town." Arthur paused mid-bite, staring at her in disbelief for several seconds before chuckling. "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Duoer shouted, realizing she was being too familiar with someone she barely knew. Arthur, still fuming, warned her, "If you shout at me again, I'll have you locked up." "I am sorry," she quickly replied, realizing it was inappropriate to act as if they were friends. "What kind of delinquent girl are you?" Anyway, the next half hour saw Arthur immersed in his meal, ignoring Duoer, who remained nearby, waiting patiently for him to finish. As Arthur prepared to leave, the server rushed over with the bill, forcing a smile. "Sir, your meal totals 230,000 berries, featuring small sea king sauce meat and fish sauce." He recited the menu items, bowing and scraping to please Arthur. "Please sign here so we can send someone to the Navy base for the payment." Arthur took the paper and pen from the server, scrawled his name, and exited the restaurant. "I can't believe I nearly got killed on each of these 3 missions. If I don't recoup my losses, I won't carry the name Arthur," he grumbled as he stepped outside. "What is his name?" Duoer jumped up to catch a glimpse of the paper in the server's hand. "Arthur? Wait a moment. Isn't he the one dubbed the Ice Sword Master after the battle in the Sphinx Sea a few days ago? No wonder this notorious girl would dare step into this restaurant." She laughed. "I am going to ask him to teach me how to fight." With newfound excitement after learning Arthur's identity, she resolved to follow him. She spotted Arthur pausing outside a clothing store. "Let us change into something cooler, some clothes that can adapt to the weather." just as Arthur stepped into the store. Duo collided with him, her head smashing into his waist injury. Arthur winced in pain, his face contorting as he let out a pained exclamation. Damn. Not in a combat-ready state, his adrenaline was absent, and his body was relaxed, making the sudden impact all the more jarring. The sharp pain nearly knocked him off his feet, and after gritting his teeth for half a minute, he turned to glare at Duo. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were hurt. Duo offered an apologetic smile, awkwardly backing away. Seeing her frightened expression, Arthur sighed and began to peruse the store. Boss, do you have clothes that would fit me? Arthur scanned the shop, noting its trendy offerings. For sword fighters, the shopkeeper, stationed behind the counter, pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the room. There are robes over there, cotton and fabric. You can choose for yourself. After all, you sword fighters tend to prefer that sort of thing. You wouldn't look twice at the trendy stuff. You certainly know a lot. Arthur responded with a nod and walked towards the corner indicated by the shopkeeper. He casually selected a gray, fluffy robe and approached the cash register. Inquiring, how much for this? 30,000 Bailey, the shopkeeper replied, extending 3 fingers. Put it on my tab, Arthur said calmly. But who am I supposed to collect the money from? Navy man. Nowadays, the Navy behaves like a band of outlaws. Nevertheless, I require a name and a receipt. A minor issue. A pen, please. After inscribing the name, Arthur changed out of his Navy uniform in the fitting room and emerged, wielding a sword. The open front of the gray robe brought him a sense of ease, breezy and comfortable, allowing him to freely extend his hands in and out. Your bandages are all stained red, Dual observed, gazing at the bandages beneath Arthur's robe, perplexed by the events that had transpired. All right, I need to buy something for Cooper's birthday, Arthur said as he departed in his new attire. For him, comfort was paramount. Anything else was secondary. The Navy uniform was too constricting, unsuitable for wielding a sword in battle, and it hindered his movements. Noticing that Arthur was leaving again, Dual hastened to catch up with him, asking, when will you teach me how to fight? When did I ever agree to that? Arthur turned to her, bemused, now free from the burden of worrying about executing missions. The Admiral had spoken. He merely needed to enjoy his leave and recover. You promised me you'd teach me if I paid you. Fine, 500,000 Bailey, Arthur declared. Deal. Dual readily accepted, and as she prepared to dash home, she turned back to Arthur and asked, where can I find you after I get the money? At the military hospital. You wait for me. You mustn't leave me hanging. After all, you are part of the Navy. Witnessing Dual's hurried retreat, Arthur smiled faintly. How delightful it is to be ensnared in the mundane struggles of life. I've only been at sea for 2 months and have already seen countless lives lost. As dusk fell, Arthur returned to the military hospital, carrying a large bag of raw meat, in a room designated for veterinary care. Cooper lay on a hospital bed, swathed in bandages, sound asleep. Cooper, if I hadn't trained you since childhood, I would be visiting your grave right now, wouldn't I? Arthur took a seat beside him. Hearing Arthur's lament, Cooper suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at him and exclaiming, Cooper, I'm not dead yet. Then hurry and eat the meat I brought to help you recover. Arthur held the raw meat, personally feeding it to Cooper piece by piece. Outside the room, a doctor arrived unexpectedly, bowing to Arthur. Major, your bandages and medication need to be changed. The military physician's demeanor was filled with respect. And for the first time, Arthur felt the weight of others' esteem. I understand. Breathless, Dual arrived at the entrance of the military hospital and inquired of the guard, excuse me, which room is Arthur in, at present? Arthur's reputation within the Navy had soared due to the media. The guard, hearing Dual's affectionate tone, assumed she must be someone important to Arthur and promptly escorted her to his medical room. Pointing to Arthur, who was changing his bandages, he's in there, little girl. Another change of those enormous bandages. How many times have I gone through this? Arthur mumbled to himself while changing. Silence. Major Arthur, you were fortunate to be alive. Who could survive such injuries? I told you I can take a beating. This isn't about being tough, you fool. If you hadn't avoided injury to your bones, do you think you could withstand it? Well, I have strong bones. Humph, it's a talent, Arthur retorted. The blue-haired female doctor scolded him while replacing his medication and bandages. Observing the gruesome wounds, Dual's eyes widened in shock. No wonder he winced in pain when I accidentally bumped into him. Major, this little girl is looking for you. Inside, Arthur finished changing his bandages and donned his robe, stepping out to find Dual holding a large pouch of money, squinting at her. Did you bring it? Not a single coin less. 500,000. Excellent. I'll teach you how to fight. Arthur accepted the pouch from her and began instructing Dual in combat. Major, that girl has quite the notorious reputation in this town. You should avoid her, the doctor cautioned Arthur. He was unfazed. Notorious? I've already discerned that this world is far from beautiful. Then let us go. I'm eager to thrash those I can't defeat. Dual followed him with great anticipation. Upon exiting, Arthur spotted Borsellino leisurely standing in the street, yawning. Arthur? Borsellino regarded Arthur with a mischievous grin. A sense of foreboding stirring within him. You're on leave too, right? Arthur approached him. Of course, I've completed over 10 missions without a break. As they conversed, Borsellino's gaze inadvertently drifted to Dual behind Arthur. Who is this? Just a troublemaker. Come on, Borsellino, let me take you to do something fun. Wait, I'm a colonel. I don't have to listen to a major. For the next 3 weeks, while Arthur recuperated, he continuously taught Dual how to fight. In the town streets and alleys, they engaged in fierce brawls with gang organizations, gradually bringing the local criminal elements to their knees. Each day, the G14 base town was in turmoil, and reports of disturbances quickly reached the base. During this time, Karp led his fleet to other seas on a mission. Sengoku's fleet was disbanded, yet Sengoku remained on the island, awaiting the proposals he had submitted to the government. Morning arrived. Seagulls soared above the G14 base. Within the office of the base commander, Sengoku questioned. What are you doing, Arthur? You are currently a key focus of the Navy's training, yet during your recovery, you are out in the town causing trouble, which tarnishes our Navy's image. Image? What image? I don't know. Look at these various bills. What have you done in town these past few days? How much have you racked up on credit? The room fell silent as Sengoku pointed at Arthur, producing a pile of bills and complaints from citizens. Soon, his gaze shifted to Borsellino, who sat sipping tea. And you, as the senior colonel, why do you allow him to tarnish the Navy's reputation? Sengoku admonished Borsellino. Mr. Sengoku, I haven't laid a finger on anyone. Borsellino replied nonchalantly, taking another sip of tea. Besides, the ones being punished are merely the local criminal elements. Is it really necessary to be this upset? Exactly. You're full of nonsense. Arthur seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Disdain evident on his face. Has my resignation request been approved? Resignation. Sakazuki, hearing Arthur's words, was utterly baffled, failing to comprehend why Arthur would want to resign. Are you abandoning justice behind you to resign? Sakazuki suddenly posed the question to Arthur. Abandoning justice? What does that have to do with you? Arthur retorted sharply. Sengoku was so enraged that he trembled, clenching his fists and glaring at Arthur for an extended period without averting his gaze. At the very least, Arthur, you must have a clear reason for your resignation, right? Claiming your life is in danger is utterly baseless and shows no responsibility towards the justice behind you. Are you afraid of death and seeking to leave the Navy? The more Sakazuki listened, the more ridiculous it sounded, increasing his disdain for Arthur. Countless soldiers die in every battle. If you fear for your life, do you intend to abandon the expectations of justice that weigh upon you? What a joke! Such words from others would not have fazed Arthur. But when they came from Sakazuki, he felt a profound sense of disgust and discomfort. Sakazuki, are you attempting to morally kidnap me? Arthur approached him, visibly irritated, standing his ground. What right do you have to say such things? In order to eradicate evil, I am quite satisfied with my methods. Sakazuki exuded an intense and fiery aura. Showing no fear of Arthur, are you satisfied with the collateral damage to innocent lives? Arthur coldly inquired. Those sacrifices allowed me to eliminate a greater threat, Sakazuki replied, voicing his convictions. And how do you justify the deaths of your comrades? Arthur pressed. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Arthur? Is it not you who seeks to morally bind me? Why should I care about matters that you disregard? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as Sakazuki, under Arthur's scrutiny, let his hands drip with magma onto the chair behind him. Sengoku observed the two with a calm demeanor, showing no intention to intervene. Noticing this, Arthur placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, silently murmuring, "Initiate." Suddenly, the ground beneath him and the surrounding structures trembled violently. After the battle in the Sphinx Sea, Arthur had mastered the ability to envelop his blade with Hakai. In that moment, his entire sword transformed into a gleaming black weapon, clad in an armament-like exterior. Stop? Sengoku interjected just as it seemed the two were about to clash. Due to his current status and diminished power, Sakazuki withdrew his magma abilities and complied with the command. Returning to his seat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Once a bounty hunter skilled in combat, He understood that a conflict was imminent. He knew he would have been severely injured in an instant by Arthur. Just over 2 months ago, Arthur had been an inexperienced novice, yet he had grown to be so formidable. Unbeknownst to Sakaski, this swift evolution in Arthur was a consequence of the questions he had posed earlier. Upon arriving in this world, Arthur had endured nearly a decade devoid of tragic experiences, his ambitions solely focused on others, awakening to new realizations. Arthur was naturally different now that he resolved to diligently cultivate his observation hockey. Sakaski silently vowed to himself that Arthur's aura dissipated as he released the hilt of his sword, taking a deep breath to relax. A strong premonition surfaced in Arthur's mind. He felt certain that he would inevitably engage in an exceptionally fierce battle with Sakaski in the future. Their differing worldviews escalated the tension between them. Your moral compass is commendable, Sakaski, Arthur remarked calmly. Once you experience misfortune, you will come to understand whose ideologies this world truly aligns with. Sakaski retorted. At that moment, the outer door swung open, and a soldier entered, accompanied by 2 men clad in white suits and wearing masks. Reporting in, Admiral Sengoku. The operational personnel dispatched by the government have arrived. Let them in. Sengoku instructed. The 2 CP personnel stepped into the room. Sengoku immediately introduced them to Arthur. These are Blood and Disaster, specially sent from Rayleigh to assist you with this mission, another assignment. So my resignation request is to be ignored. Is it? Arthur clenched his jaw, glaring at the newcomers, a man and a woman. The woman, named Blood, exuded an alluring aura, her physique sculpted to perfection, draped in a pure white cloak exclusive to CP0. The man, known as Disaster, wielded a sniper rifle, his only notable trait being his robust physique. They were both elite operatives of the contemporary world government's CP0 intelligence agency. Arthur, I do not wish for the Navy to lose a talent like you. If you hold on, you can achieve great things in the Navy's future, Sengoku urged him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to retain Arthur, having analyzed the reasons behind his resignation, based on Arthur's demeanor. It was clear that he feared neither death nor the tasks before him. A genius? I truly believe I am not a genius at all. Arthur adjusted his tone, addressing his superior Sengoku. I simply have a solid foundation. Moreover, I only wish to use the merits of this mission in the Sphinx Sea to resign from the Navy peacefully. Peacefully? Sengoku noted Arthur's underlying fears. Could it be that he feared some consequence that would lead to a bounty? Sengoku awkwardly smiled, realizing that Arthur had no trust in the organization. Are you resolute in your decision to leave? This mission could make you an exception, allowing for a direct promotion to a high-ranking officer. At that point, you would possess your own operational base to fully unleash your abilities. No, Arthur decisively rejected Sengoku's proposal. Fully aware of certain truths about the world government and the Navy, he had no desire to remain within the Navy for an extended period. Very well, Sengoku, as an admiral, recognized the constraints of time and preferred not to prolong the matter. He produced a mission contract and handed it to Arthur, explaining, upon the successful completion of this task, I will grant you your resignation, and the rewards are substantial. I need you to take 800 elite personnel to assist the nation of Jaltsburg in their external conflicts, then return with a considerable bounty. Given that Jaltsburg was a militaristic nation perpetually embroiled in warfare, they required a capable officer to aid in their efforts and escort a large sum of berries. Failure to do so might result in the Navy's involvement yielding no benefits and risking the lives of its soldiers. Arthur understood the task at hand and turned to the CP0 personnel, pointing at them and asking, what is their purpose? The combined military strength of Jaltsburg is formidable. They have been dispatched by the world government to support you in this mission. Sengoku explained. Arthur reluctantly accepted this information, reasoning that it would be better to gain experience and return before leaving the Navy than to be hunted. He scrutinized the 2 individuals for a prolonged moment. Sensing something amiss, the operatives of the CP intelligence agency did not take orders from Navy admirals, as they were directly affiliated with the world government and the celestial dragons. By the way, I have no idea what my future holds. Admiral Sengoku. Arthur shared his concerns that I am simply a soldier, one who follows orders, and I currently bear life-threatening injuries. I hold no grievances against you or your authority. I only hope to survive this mission and to receive your approval to resign in one go. Sengoku nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Thank you for your understanding, Admiral. Arthur saluted Sengoku and turned to Blood and Disaster. Stating, I hope we can work well together. He extended his hand for a fist bump, only to be met with a sharp slap from the woman named Blood. Who do you think you are? You little brat. Assisting you with this mission does not include physical contact. Blood sneered, her lips curling in disdain beneath her mask as she glared at Arthur. Unfazed by the rebuff, Arthur dismissed it, recalling that CP personnel often exhibited such behavior. Nevertheless, he turned to the man and attempted to make amends, inquiring, "Are you the sniper?" Disaster glanced at Arthur's outstretched hand and smirked disdainfully. "We are directly under the celestial dragons. How could we shake hands with a mere junior officer like you?" Arthur, usually patient, suddenly erupted in anger. His forehead swelling with veins, he forcefully pushed the two individuals aside and stormed towards the base's dock, bellowing, "All right, you all have quite the personalities. Damn it, if you dare defy my orders, I will make you regret it. Move out," he shouted at them. Since politeness proved ineffective, he saw no reason to continue with it. If they were here to assist him, they must follow his commands, and if they didn't wish to cooperate, so be it. The sudden outburst left everyone stunned, causing them to freeze for several seconds before reacting. Blood and Disaster exchanged astonished glances, then looked to Sengoku for guidance. "Let us follow his lead." I didn't expect he had this side to him, they thought as they received Sengoku's nod and followed Arthur. How frightening. That guy is truly a person of strong character. As they proceeded to the G-14 base's dock, Arthur assisted a group of soldiers in transporting essential supplies to a medium-sized warship's cargo hold. Honestly, Disaster, I was quite taken aback by his sudden outburst. He's just a junior officer. What foresight could he possibly possess? Don't worry. Our mission only requires us to obtain that large sum and return it to the Holy Land. The two watched as hundreds of soldiers worked diligently to transport supplies at the dock. Even in such trivial matters, Arthur quietly noted every detail in his mind. Cooper? Who are they? Our superiors. Arthur. Injured. Cooper stood beside the gangway on the warship, gazing down at the two idlers below. They were his subordinates. "I'm sorry, Cooper, but I cannot simply take you away from this organization. Otherwise, we would all face dire consequences," Arthur said as he passed by. The dialogue between a man and an eagle, devoid of a common tongue, evoked laughter from the two, who found it absurd. "Cooper, why not just leave? If we do that, we would be hunted by the Navy, branded as traitors. That I have committed the 6 forms of this body technique to memory. I will teach you well when the time comes." Arthur believed that rather than live a life of relentless struggle in the Navy, it would be far better to enjoy life to the fullest. Supplies were soon replenished, and a soldier presented Arthur with a major's cloak from headquarters. "Put it on, Major. What is your name?" "I have no name. I grew up in the G-14 base and have always gone by a nickname. Night Owl." "Very well." Arthur turned to the soldier draping the cloak over him and nodded in acknowledgement. "From now on, you shall be my assistant. I have high hopes for you." "Really?" "Yes. All matters of public affairs, reports, and intelligence will be entrusted to you. Do your best." Arthur pulled out his previous set of social tools, intending to find a reliable aid first. "Night Owl at your service. Where is the navigator?" "Setting sail. Destination, the military kingdom of Gilesburg. Beyond the mountains lies yet more mountains." Life does not alter simply because one has experienced a significant event or gazed upon magnificent vistas. As long as one lives, one must continuously run and strive upwards, for we exist in reality. Pulled back to reality, Arthur sat cross-legged on the deck of the warship bound for Gilesburg, feeling unhinged. Cooper perched on Arthur's shoulder, attentively listening as Arthur spoke in a calm tone, offering words that reassured and motivated it. "Cooper, indeed, that makes sense." Cooper nodded slightly, fully endorsing Arthur's sentiments, even if it did not fully comprehend their meaning. In this world, the only thing that can cleanse the soul and alleviate misfortune is to stand atop peaks that others cannot reach. It is not merely about how many wounds one has endured. The soldiers on guard, along with Blood and Disaster, watched Arthur and Cooper with expressions of disdain akin to that of dead fish. "I have never seen a naval officer so unhinged." Blood's loud remark caught Arthur's attention, and he turned sharply to face her. "What do you want?" Blood felt disgusted, glaring at him with contempt. "Am I not correct? That air of superiority, that gaze that makes everyone else seem like ants. It infuriates me." Arthur could not contain his anger upon seeing her demeanor. He immediately rose and approached her, flicking his earwax from his finger. "You are quite arrogant, Andy." Arthur and Cooper stood tall, gazing down at Blood. "Andy?" The moment Blood heard herself addressed in such a manner, she erupted in fury. The veins on her forehead bulged, unable to accept such an insult to her appearance and figure. "Did you not hear me clearly? Have your eyes gone blind? I am in my prime, with a splendid figure, and you dare call me Andy? You do not respect me. Why should I respect you?" Arthur shouted at her in a deranged state, utterly disregarding her gender. Having received no respect previously, she felt no obligation to be polite to these two. Moreover, pulled back to reality, his mental state had already begun to fray. He would have to survive for 30 years in this world, devoid of any familiar faces, to return to the era he knew. Thinking of this, Arthur suddenly knelt on the ground, raising his hands to touch the sky. Heaven! How am I to endure for so long? Blood and Disaster took a step back, startled by his sudden outburst, uncertain of what was happening with this young man. There's something wrong with your head. The Navy must be blind to let you lead the troops on such a critical mission. Blood's contempt for Arthur grew. Unable to tolerate them any longer, Arthur suddenly seized Disaster by the collar, locking eyes with him in a fury. Indeed, there is something wrong with my head. Let go of me. Do not touch me with your filthy, calloused hands. Disaster struggled to break free, but found Arthur's grip overwhelmingly strong. What are you planning to do to Disaster? Blood asked, assuming a combative stance, wary of the suddenly deranged Arthur. Yet Arthur held on to Disaster, turning to smile at her. Your relationship seems quite amiable. Yet knowing I am unwell, you still provoke me. This action was merely a test for Arthur, and as he had anticipated, several nearby soldiers grew wary at his sudden aggression towards Disaster. Some bore expressions of dread, cold sweat beading on their brows, afraid to offend. There are government officials aboard this ship. You know who we are? Elite agents directly under the government. If anything happens to us, you will be finished. Blood observed Arthur's increasingly unhinged demeanor. Grasping Disaster, she began to leverage her status and authority to pressure Arthur. Clearly, this tactic bore no fruit with Arthur. Are you threatening me? Arthur halted, casting a piercing glance at Blood. 2 minutes later, Arthur forcibly dragged the two into the cabin office, with Cooper stationed by the door, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Arthur drew all the curtains, lighting an oil lamp to cast a dim glow in the darkroom. Disobeying a major, insulting a major, slandering a major. What do you think you have done wrong? Arthur perched on the desk, legs crossed, his gaze fixed upon the two before him. Wrong? According to the hierarchy, our status is far superior to yours. What wrong could there be? Indeed, as elite agents directly under the world government, we are not bound by your meager authority. The two spoke in unison, resembling a married couple, further solidifying Arthur's belief in their close relationship. If necessary, we could eliminate you right now and return to complete our mission, fabricating any excuse for your demise. A sharp slap echoed in the room as Arthur sent Disaster flying with a single blow. I can do the same, Arthur responded. You, Blood exclaimed, witnessing her companion being struck down, reaching for her communicator to make a call, but Arthur swiftly pressed her hand against the wall, seizing the communicator from her grasp and tossing it aside. He declared, on this warship, do you dare defy me? You scoundrel, how dare you touch me? Blood, pinned against the wall, gazed at Arthur's frenzied expression, momentarily paralyzed, unable to escape his overpowering grip. Kill him, Blood. Disaster urged from the floor, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the back of Arthur's head. Do you think this is the G-14 base? Arthur's roar echoed across the warship, reaching the open sea. Sensing the murderous intent, Arthur dodged sideways, utilizing his observation skills, while Blood effortlessly slipped free from his grasp like paper. In the room, the two launched simultaneous attacks against Arthur, while outside, Cooper yawned, dozing off to the sounds of the ongoing struggle. The Marines approaching to investigate hesitated, intimidated by the sight of Cooper napping at the door. Night fell, the moon hung high, casting silvery light upon the shimmering sea. The warship sailed alone across the tranquil waters. In the captain's office, after a day of fighting, Arthur lay bare-chested on a chair, legs crossed atop the desk. Disaster, wake up, I'm begging you. Blood's facade of a mature femme fatale was revealed as she cradled the bruised and swollen Disaster. Worry etched on her face. The man lay on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Arthur poked at the bruises on his face, finding inexplicable satisfaction in their predicament. Weren't you two planning to kill me? He.S. dying. Call the ship's doctor. Blood glared at Arthur, who lounged nonchalantly in the chair. Why should I save the two who wish to kill me? I simply relish watching you fret. Utterly powerless, Arthur's heart remained unyielding. He perceived the two individuals before him as excessively pretentious, daring to act haughty after departing from the G-14 base. For the sake of his companion's life, Shui relinquished her pride and rose to present Arthur with a naval salute. She implored, I beg you, Major, save him. We were in the wrong. A wild laugh erupted from Arthur, who, responding like a madman, retorted, not enough. I want you to kneel and beg me. You are insulting me. Shue's pride sparked a fiery rage within her. Deeming such a demand utterly outrageous, insult, Arthur scoffed, casually retrieving a bottle of orange juice from behind the liquor cabinet, nonchalantly stating, "It's not me who is dying. Why should I be alarmed?" Shue, filled with indignation, glanced at the barely breathing Zai, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth. After a moment of contemplation, she knelt before Arthur once more, pleading, "Major Arthur, I beseech you. We have wronged you." "Wronged? You have done far more than simply offend me." Arthur barked, "You sought to kill me. Who knew your strength was genuine?" Shue retorted, only to suddenly realize she was begging Arthur, her words cut short. Arthur seethed. "Are you implying that if my strength were insufficient, I would be the one lying there?" Shue bit her lip. Despite her unwillingness, the reality was firmly under Arthur's control. Even with all her and her companions' might, they could not vanquish this boy whom she deemed inexperienced. Observing Shue's expression of defiance only fueled Arthur's anger further. If he were the one lying on the ground, gasping for breath, would these trained assassins show him mercy? Would they grant him a reprieve at his pleading? They were the ones who initiated the attack. Arthur was merely acting in self-defense. "Having knelt down to plead with you, please call for the ship's doctor." Shue recognized the harsh reality, ceasing all further objections. In contrast, Arthur's expression grew colder, his voice icy as he declared, "Not enough. Your submission does nothing to quench my fury. Are you not afraid of the inevitable inquiries from the higher-ups in the Navy should he perish?" "Major," Shue exclaimed anxiously, watching her companion's breath grow weaker. "Bow and plead before me," Arthur demanded, disregarding the life or death of Zai, his heart completely unrestrained. "You are going too far," Shue shouted in exasperation, unable to accept such a demand. Kneeling was already her limit. To bow to a Navy major was a humiliation beyond her usual standing. Even when guarding the celestial dragons, a mere bow sufficed. "You are utterly outrageous, Auntie. You conspired with your companions to assassinate me and now accuse me of overstepping?" Arthur relished the moment, addressing her, "If you wish for him to survive, my words are absolute commands. Do you understand? You will do as I say." It was then that Shue realized Arthur would stop at nothing to humiliate her. Shadows cloaked her face as she was pulled back to reality by Arthur's presence. In the next moment, she placed her hands on the ground and forcefully knocked her forehead against the deck, exclaiming, "Major Arthur, I beg you, from now on, your command shall be absolute. Please save Zai." Witnessing this scene, Arthur understood that possessing formidable strength in this world could sometimes grant one the freedom to act without restraint. Reclining in his chair, Arthur reveled in the ability to manipulate others' actions merely through words. "Cooper, summon a ship's doctor," he called out to the outside. Soon, Cooper appeared, carrying the doctor and unceremoniously tossing him into the cabin. "Hey," Arthur shouted at the sight. "Don't treat this like a courtroom." "Cooper. Cuckoo," Cooper responded, nodding his eagle-like head before exiting. "Quickly, save him, ship's doctor," Shue urged, leading the doctor to the corner where Zai lay, on the brink of death, imploring him to treat her companion's injuries. "Major, what is happening here?" The doctor, taken aback by the disarray in the cabin, questioned in disbelief. "Who inflicted these injuries on him?" he continued. Arthur coldly warned, "Tend to your wounds. Why ask so many questions?" "Understood," the doctor replied, stabilizing Zai's injuries under his care. Soon, the doctor exited the suffocating confines of the captain's office. "Zai, are you all right?" Shue cradled the bandaged Zai, attempting to rouse him. Just then, Arthur's voice reached her ears. "All right, let us continue." Arthur took another sip of orange juice, squinting at the two. "What more do you desire?" "I have already agreed to obey your commands," Shue retorted angrily. Turning to face Arthur, Arthur's eyes narrowed as he observed the woman's fair figure, and he abruptly asked, "What is your name? What business is it of yours?" Shue shot back. In response, a cold, piercing blade was hurled from Arthur's hand, narrowly missing her cheek and embedding itself in the wall. "It seems your celestial dragon direct forces have indeed inherited some of their nature," Arthur remarked, maintaining his throwing stance, his tone indifferent. "You dare to address the celestial dragons so directly? You insignificant Navy wretch." A chill emanated from the icy dragon blade. Spreading beneath Zai, a thin layer of frost instantly enveloped her entire body, its frigid temperature causing her to shudder. The blade released an aura of cold. What was this? She hugged herself tightly, attempting to counter the chill with her body heat, only to find that the cold swiftly diminished her warmth. "Shall I turn you into ice sculptures and cast you into the sea, where no one would know?" Arthur's frigid tone sent another tremor through Shue's body. "My name is Natalie." Upon hearing this, Shue immediately revealed her name, continuing, "He is called Enough. I do not care for his name. Auntie, Arthur interrupted, stepping closer and gripping the handle of the icy dragon blade, sheathing it at his waist while staring intently at the woman before him. What must you do to be spared? Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes like stars, her lips resembling cherries. Her fearful expression seemed to plead for torment, begging for the removal of her pride. Meanwhile, Zai, whose injuries had stabilized, regained consciousness and, upon seeing Arthur, recoiled in terror as if confronted by a ghost. Arthur, witnessing this, smirked slightly and commanded, "Disarm. Disarm? What do you mean? Where is my armor?" Natalie, perplexed, questioned Arthur's intention. I said disarm. Do you not understand? Arthur continued to command. Armor? Natalie glanced at her attire, bewildered. What armor? Do you wish for me to undress? I said disarm. 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 Arthur's patience wore thin, his irritation escalating. That I will disarm. Natalie reluctantly shed her outer garment, biting her lip in humiliation. Remove more, Arthur insisted, his gaze fixed on the woman before him, realizing the stark contrast to his previously arduous life. Was this the pleasure derived from power and might? As Arthur observed Natalie, gradually disrobing, he felt as though he had awakened from a long slumber. His eyes widened in astonishment, reveling in the audacity of the moment. Zai, unable to intervene, felt as if his world was crumbling around him. The cabin door swung open swiftly, and Arthur dashed out. Cooper, why are you bleeding, Arthur? Cooper inquired, noticing the blood trickling from Arthur's nostrils. Curiosity etched across his face. Arthur appeared unfazed, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. It's nothing. I've just been a bit fiery lately. Arthur recognized that self-restraint was insignificant in the face of indulgence. After several days of sailing, the warship arrived at the port of Jaltsburg. As morning broke and the sun ascended. Arthur stood upon the rigging, gazing at the heavily polluted harbor of the nation. The sight revealed a dismal state of living, dominated by heavy industrial factories. I will kill you, you wretched little brat. A slightly recovered Zai stormed towards the deck where Arthur stood, hurling accusations upwards. What have you done to Natalie? She has been somewhat distant from me these days, you scoundrel. That day, he vaguely recalled regaining a flicker of consciousness from the brink of death, only to see the bare-chested Natalie, which caused him to faint from rage. He had only a vague impression of Arthur's demand for Natalie to remove her armor that day. He had done nothing wrong. The blame lay with his inability to handle women, right? Arthur cast him a cold glance, utterly dismissive. Once he completed the current large contract, he could extricate himself from the Navy and seek his own life and freedom. You re-talking nonsense. Don't think I believe you. Natalie has never been distant with me. Yet today she outright rejected my request. As the warship docked, Arthur paid him no heed, leading the troops to the military base at Jaltsburg to meet a commander named Douglas. The arrival of the Navy caused the impoverished populace to retreat, willingly parting to allow Arthur's troops passage to the military base, Jaltsburg, one of many nations established on a massive island. The Navy has arrived? Inside the barracks, a middle-aged man, upon learning of the Navy's arrival, immediately summoned the troops to greet them at the entrance of the Jaltsburg military base. A group of soldiers clad in black uniforms, exuding an aura of menace, watched as a contingent of sailors approached slowly. Strange. Why are they all in black uniforms? Arthur made his way down the path and discovered that their uniforms were entirely the opposite of the Navy's. Arthur, if you don't tell me what happened that day, I won't let this go. Disaster continued to inquire beside Arthur. Natalie and I have been childhood friends, training at a CP academy on an island. And she has never treated me with such coldness. Hearing this, Natalie remained silent, silently trailing behind Arthur with a grim expression. The events of that day were still vivid in her mind. She could hardly believe she had obeyed the words of this brat before her. It was unfathomable that she had disarmed a lower-ranked sailor. Wham! Disaster was sent flying by Arthur's punch to prevent him from incessantly prattling on. Shut up. You're making me feel like some NTR protagonist. Are you out of your mind? Arthur shouted at him. Arthur's act of striking a subordinate left Commander Douglas astounded. Standing behind Douglas was a golden-haired youth, towering at 3 to 4 meters tall, who squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Arthur. What do you think? Bullet number 9. How do you find him? Douglas intentionally looked at him, inquiring. Quite formidable, yet there exists a vast disparity between us. Bullet number 9 replied to his commander. A vast disparity? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Douglas's eyes. As if haunted by lingering fears, he had dedicated his life to Jaltsburg, only to see the title of war hero snatched away by this brat he had personally cultivated. This time, the primary objective of recruiting the Navy was to silently eliminate Bullet Number 9 during the war. The TO become the unequivocal hero of Gyersburg, wielding absolute power. Indeed, you are the best, Barrett. Douglas praised him using Bullet No. 9's real name. Barrett suddenly spoke up. After this mission concludes, I hope you uphold your promise to return my freedom, Commander. His tone was icy, as if he trusted no one. The reason being, he had once been betrayed by comrades on the battlefield. Having his achievements and medals usurp point, one of the mission objectives was to assassinate the towering figure before him. Unbeknownst to Arthur, this assassination task was exclusive to their CP intelligence personnel. Yet now, standing before Barrett, she felt a chill sweeping over her entire body. It was a sensation of the weak gazing up at the strong. The glaring light illuminated the land before the military base's entrance. Arthur, engaged in a lively discussion with Commander Douglas, was promptly arranged for a meeting to discuss waging war externally, in the Gyersburg Military Conference. What? A small nation's assets as a reward for this mission. How much would that be? Upon hearing the reward amount, Arthur gasped in shock, slamming his hands on the table as he questioned Commander Douglas. Approximately 200 billion Bailey. The conditions are simple. Assist us in conquering the 3 neighboring nations, with the smallest one entirely surrendered to the Navy and the government. Douglas recounted smoothly. 200 billion Bailey. A white-haired man is only 50 billion Bailey, equivalent to 40 of the world's strongest men to come. Arthur rose from the conference table, itching with excitement, biting his fingers in contemplation. Such a staggering sum was a first for him. No wonder government intelligence personnel accompanied them. It was all for this. Let us go to war. Hurry. What must we do? Arthur could hardly contain his eagerness to see this fortune. Douglas, observing Arthur's demeanor, began to doubt the clarity of their purpose in hiring them. The premise was to transfer the title of Hero of Gyersburg to himself and eliminate Barrett behind him. Assisting in the battle would suffice. Youth is truly wonderful, Major. Douglas, the commander, forced himself to align with Arthur's enthusiasm that he began to harbor doubts about whether the dispatched Navy had the capability to assassinate Barrett. Throughout the entire meeting, Barrett remained on high alert, vaguely sensing a palpable intent directed at him. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot shattered the silence in the conference room. A high-velocity spinning bullet burst through the window, hurtling toward Bullet Number 9, Barrett's forehead, with no one prepared for it. Arthur, who was leaning over the table discussing the payment with Douglas, turned to look at the bullet. In the slow-motion world of observation hockey, he gradually widened his eyes, realizing the trajectory of the bullet. It was indeed aimed at Douglas, the commander, standing behind him. Who fired that shot? Arthur disengaged from observation hockey, time returning to its normal pace, and he immediately glanced at the shattered window. Under the blinding sun, he could not discern the figure. Barrett, struck by the bullet, utilized his armament hockey to shield his skull, deflecting the projectile. Witnessing this, Commander Douglas erupted in fury. I did not instruct you to act now. You imbeciles, have you lost your minds over money? Realizing he had misspoken, Douglas involuntarily emanated a chill, turning to see Barrett clutching his head, looking pained. In a state of panic, wanting to explain. He heard Barrett's innocent and puzzled inquiry. What is going on? This bullet does not appear to be intended to assassinate you. Arthur rushed to the window, flinging it open to finally see the figure. Disaster. It's you. I remember now, after we failed the assassination attempt that day. You made my beloved woman strip for your enjoyment. Disaster, feeling wronged and without answers, recalled everything at that moment when he was just punched away. No. You all attempted to assassinate me. Why should there be any reasoning involved? Arthur found it absurd. Just as he was about to argue, he suddenly sensed a towering murderous intent enveloping them from behind. Instinctively, he turned and grasped the hilt of his knife at his waist. Instructing Cooper on his shoulder, ascend into the sky. Cooper, do not descend without my command. Cooper burst through the window, soaring into the sky. Bang! Disaster pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle and fired at him. The hardened metal wings blocked the bullet as Cooper soared in the sky. Astonished, he could hardly believe that a comrade aboard the same ship would shoot at him. Cooper, what are you doing? He exploded in fury, diving swiftly towards the rooftop where Disaster was crouched, kicking at his head. Boom! Cooper's powerful strike shattered the building's eaves, capturing Disaster's body beneath his claws and hurtling it towards the ground. In an instant, the soldiers from the base and the 800 sailors fell into utter chaos. Answer me. What in the world is happening, Commander? Douglas's emotions gradually unraveled. as he lifted the one who had nurtured him and had served as fodder for war before the eyes of the assembled crowd. "Barrett, you have misunderstood. That bullet was not aimed at me," Douglas explained. Yet, unbeknownst to him, within the piercing gaze of the observer, the trajectory and target of the bullet's assault were laid bare. "You lie," Barrett exclaimed, tightening his grip around Douglas's neck. Cough. Faced with such treatment, Douglas ceased his pretense and began to confess. "You think a lie? Barrett, do you truly believe I would feel gratified by your status as a national hero? My entire life has been devoted to the nation of Jaltsburg, honed in the crucible of war, only to have my heroic title usurped by you, whom I raised, betrayed once more." Barrett was utterly despondent, his hands ready to end the life of the one who had nurtured him. "Money. My money." Arthur, witnessing Douglas's neck twisted like a pretzel, felt a profound ache in his heart and turned to Barrett with a fierce glare, shouting, "What have you done? 200 billion belly, damn it." Then, with a murderous glare, he addressed the assemblage in the conference room. "You wretched souls, plotting with the Navy to bring ruin upon all living beings in this nation, let them perish. My freedom is within reach. Why will you not let me go?" In a fit of rage, Barrett, akin to a ferocious dragon, flashed before Natalie, his colossal iron fist swinging toward her. Natalie barely had time to react, her eyes widening as Barrett's gloved hand loomed perilously close. Boom! The devastating impact struck Natalie, tearing her apart and splattering blood against the nearby wall. Arthur, heartbroken at the sight of his recently tamed learning material, reached out to save Natalie, only for Barrett's blinding speed to intercept him. "What the hell have you done?" Arthur swiftly drew his blade, aiming for Barrett's fist. Sensing the distinction between Arthur and the others, Barrett instantly enveloped his fist with an aura of lethal intent. The clash of the ice dragon's blade against Barrett's fist sent Arthur hurtling through the conference room and out towards the town beyond the military base. Bang! Arthur's form shattered the sound barrier as he plummeted to the ground. Cough! He quickly rose, surveying the bewildered crowd, still unaware of the chaos unfolding. "What else with his fist? It feels as though a force has penetrated my entire being. My insides ache. Everything in this nation will be utterly obliterated." Barrett unleashed a powerful, oppressive aura that resonated throughout the land. Rage consumed his consciousness. He had completely lost control, his mind filled solely with thoughts of slaughter. The battlefield-like aura spread across the nation, and soon, a deluge of purple inorganic material surged from the island, sweeping everything in its path. The populace and military were instantly engulfed, suffocating under the weight of the onslaught. "Cooper, what have you done to me? You bastard, you wretched human." Arthur heard Cooper's voice and sprinted towards it, finding it frantically trampling on the head of the disaster. The disaster laughed mockingly. "This is all your fault." "Ridiculous. You think you can kill me without repercussions? Do you really believe I am an easy target?" Arthur sheathed his sword, grasped Cooper and the disaster, and leaped into the air to survey the devastation below. The entire nation was submerged beneath the purple inorganic matter released by Barrett. "Though we are but emotionless tools of slaughter, you are truly inhuman." The disaster continued to berate Arthur. "Rest assured, that man named Barrett is a true cold-blooded monster. Forged in the crucible of battle since childhood, the government has provided me and Natalie with detailed profiles. You stand no chance against him. I have already reported your threat to this military to the authorities. And even if you survive, you will face the government's and Navy's judgment." Upon hearing these words, Arthur's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead. He loosened his white suit collar and hurled the disaster into the swirling inorganic matter below, retorting, "At the very least, you will die first." Ha ha. The disaster laughed heartily as it plummeted towards the torrent of Barrett's combined fruit power. "Soon, you will join me. Foolish one, do you think I would truly engage him in a death match?" Arthur released Cooper, allowing it to soar upwards. Then, grasping Cooper's talon, he declared, "Do you think my falcon is merely for show? It can carry me away." The disaster, enraged, spewed blood as it succumbed to Barrett's power. Choking to death, the combined fruit's ability spread rampantly throughout Jaltsburg, wails and cries echoing in the air. Arthur leaped into the air, gazing down at the hellscape below. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the intense emotions he had felt on Lionheart Island began to wane. The compassion for life that had once filled him had diminished significantly. Yet, the scene before him remained staggering. Heavens! Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief, a short gasp escaping him, nearly choking him. Humanity appeared as ants, engulfed in Barrett's power. Such vengeance could only be described as brutality personified in a nation such as this. Annihilation was the ultimate conclusion. Barrett's rage-filled roar echoed in Arthur's ears. drowning out the cries of fleeing civilians and all living beings within the nation. None could escape their fated doom. And you, Navy. Below Arthur on the island, Barrett commanded the buildings and all objects within to converge, surging like a tidal wave towards him in the sky. Even if you have slain so many, I have no reason to fight you. I am already framed, Arthur retorted. Above him, Cooper rapidly ascended away from the island, soaring towards the boundless sea. Yet Arthur underestimated Barrett's fruit power. He controlled all inorganic matter on the island. Although he could not manipulate it effortlessly, he swiftly shaped the entire island into a lotus form, blocking Cooper's escape route. Fly higher, Cooper, break through these walls, though Arthur directed Cooper. The speed of the devil fruit's extension far surpassed his expectations. Perhaps it was the user's strength that rendered the devil fruit's ability extraordinarily potent. Cooper, there's no escaping now. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar appeared before the rapidly flying Cooper, and it collided violently with no time to evade. You think you can outsmart me? Do you know when I consumed this fruit? I couldn't care less how you got here. I'm leaving this damn place. What nonsense about the Navy weighing pros and cons. I refuse to be a part of it any longer. Arthur cradled Cooper in his left arm, utilizing moonwalk to sprint towards the peak of the lotus petal walls, just as he was about to leap to safety from Barrett's fruit power. A massive figure suddenly surged before him. It was the rampaging Barrett. Die. Barrett launched a powerful punch towards Arthur. With only a step away from the wall's summit, Arthur swiftly raised his right arm in defense. Ah! He shouted, coating his arm in armed color hockey to withstand Barrett's imminent strike. Just a hair's breadth away. Boom! Barrett's heavy fist descended, and Arthur gritted his teeth, bracing against the terrifying force. The sheer might of the blow pierced through him like a round with boundless power, sending Arthur hurtling through the air towards the island's center, crashing into the torrent of inorganic matter, creating an immense crater. Gather! Barrett bellowed, as the inorganic materials surged towards his body like armor, coalescing into a larger steel robot that descended before Arthur. The ability to merge manifested, and the torrent of purple inorganic matter receded. Cough! Arthur sputtered as he rose from the ground, his eyes widening at the viscous surface. What is this? He surveyed his surroundings, where the corpses of all living beings in the kingdom of Gilesburg had accumulated into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forming towering walls. At a glance, the number of deceased was beyond counting. He only knew that he was now amidst an immense heap of bodies. Arthur trembled, and the light in his eyes dimmed once more. Even Cooper, cradled in his left hand, shivered in such an environment. After years of military service, in pursuit of glory and commendations on the front lines of cannon fodder, he had faced betrayal time and again. From within the robotic form, Barrett addressed Arthur. Even those closest to me now wish to kill me. Why? Simply because I yearn for freedom, to escape this hellish existence, willing to risk everything to earn medals and become a war hero. I had thought your arrival signaled our final battle. Yet it turns out he contacted your Navy and the world government to orchestrate my assassination. As he spoke, Barrett noticed Arthur beneath the merged robot, motionless, his aura vastly diminished from before. I had no knowledge of these matters, Arthur suddenly interjected, releasing Cooper into the sky. I merely wished to resign from the Navy and was assigned here for one last mission. Not even an ant shall escape my grasp. Barrett swung his massive mechanical arm towards Cooper. In an instant, a chilling flash of icy blades sliced through his mechanical arm from below. The severed limb plummeted to the island, triggering a violent tremor around Arthur. Ugh! Barrett gasped, redirecting his attention from Cooper to Arthur, who had assumed a striking stance with his weapon. What is the meaning of this? Was it you? Before the battle commenced. I must inform you, even if you are stronger than I shall never fall to your blade. Damn it, having finally learned to savor life, why must I be thrust back into this wretched state? On the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mary Geos, ethereal mist swirled around a vast castle within Panga City. 5 elders. This is dire news. Our elite operatives sent to assist the Navy have just perished. An urgent report from a CP staff member startled the 5 elders, who were engaged in state affairs within the castle hall. Why? They inquired, bewildered. This mission was recommended by Sengoku, according to the last naval report. That young boy's fleet should have just arrived in that country. How could calamity strike so swiftly? The 5, perplexed, examined the report document. Their eyes widened in disbelief at its contents. Lieutenant Arthur of the Navy conspired with the Kingdom of Gilesburg to ruthlessly eliminate 2 elite operatives, Natalie and Durgon. The 5 elders stared at the document detailing Arthur's transgressions, their expressions heavy with disappointment. They had believed Arthur to be a promising talent, only to discover he had committed such atrocities. Was his motive merely the allure of 2 billion berries? Had he uncovered the funds for that mission? We should have warned the operatives to keep the assassination of that young hero a secret, along with the amount of the funds. Why? At this point, we can no longer dwell on such matters. The reasons are clearly documented. We must dispatch a warship immediately to apprehend him. Send someone to the kingdom of Gilesburg to inquire about the truth behind this incident. Days later, at noon, another soldier rushed into the inner hall of Panga's city. 5 elders. 5 elders. This is catastrophic. The navy stationed in the holy land of Mary Geos hurriedly approached, clutching a newspaper in terror. The 5 elders, reclining on the sofa for their midday rest, turned their attention to the soldier's urgent voice. What now? The kingdom of Gilesburg has been annihilated by the war hero Douglas Barrett. The wearied figures jolted awake, the news striking them like a thunderbolt. Why? I don't know. 5 elders. The dispatched warships just arrived, and the World Economic Journal has already reported the event. What of Arthur? Nasahara inquired. Has that young boy been located? He has been found. The soldier paused, his expression faltering at the mention of Arthur. That's good. Escort him back for questioning regarding his collaboration with the Kingdom of Gilesburg to assassinate our operatives. However, the 2 warships dispatched are still engaged in combat with Arthur. Engaged in combat? What battle? Where? On the mainland of the Kingdom of Gilesburg. It has become a wasteland. The 5 elders were taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. Was it not said that Barrett had destroyed it? We had even considered recruiting him to serve the world government. The soldier recounted all that he had witnessed and surmised to the 5 elders. Lieutenant, please cease your resistance. We do not believe you have betrayed your comrades. But that is the government's order. Indeed, Lieutenant, there are reports you conspired with this nation to murder 2 operatives in the desolate heart of the Kingdom of Gilesburg, where devastation reigned supreme. Life had been utterly extinguished. Wherever they tread, there was naught but lifelessness. Arthur had sent soldiers flying with his fists. The ice dragon was no longer with him, and his sheath was devoid of weaponry. By the time the navy arrived, the entire nation had perished. If I had not been so arrogant, calling on that woman to shed her armor and enjoy the company of that operative named Disaster, such foolishness would not have ensued, Arthur reflected. Ultimately, it was his momentary indulgence in the pleasures of power that led him to forget the consequences. This was a lesson, a bloody lesson. A lesson learned from the fate of an entire nation. Now, Arthur yearned to proclaim his motto, I shall never fall. Yet he understood that after clashing with Barrett, his body was at its limit. Surrounded by the navy, regarded as a formidable foe, Arthur suddenly smiled. If given another chance, I would still have her shed her armor for me. That is what it means to live as a man. We do not comprehend your words, Lieutenant. Should you continue to resist in this manner, we will have no choice but to open fire collectively. Before the officer's words could fully escape his lips, Arthur collapsed into a pool of blood, his consciousness fading as he murmured, the 4th mission. Teetering on the brink of life and death, I must depart from the navy. Seeing this, the soldiers, desperate, surged forward with shackles, securing Arthur's limbs tightly, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. You monster, a red-haired officer, towering nearly 3 meters, approached Arthur, gazing down at the restrained figure. What transpired on this island? Report. Colonel Tianjung, the investigation into survivors on the island has concluded. There are no signs of survivors in the entire nation. Confirmed for the 2nd time. Get lost. Tianjung bellowed at the soldier. Do you not see I am interrogating him? At that moment, Arthur was drenched in blood, every muscle in his body exhausted to the brink. He managed a faint smile. Did you not see? The crimes you accuse me of hold no ground. Did I conspire with this nation to unite their soldiers in the murder of operatives? Am I mad? What benefit would that bring me? But regardless, the government has issued a warrant for your arrest. At this point, no explanations will suffice. Take him away. Wait. Where are you taking me? I have not allied with anyone. I have made myself abundantly clear. It is no longer your decision, Lieutenant Arthur, young brat. Arthur and Tianjung locked eyes for a prolonged moment, as if aware of their shared fate, before he lowered his head and fainted. He was escorted onto a naval vessel's prison, his limbs bound tightly, akin to a tiger restrained. In the office of the Tianjung warship, he filled out the mission report, preparing to submit it to his superiors. Have you not yet found him, that eagle by his side? He must have fled in panic. Colonel. I understand. You may leave. Tianjung commanded his subordinates to withdraw. The warship escorting Arthur set sail for home at full speed. Several days later, at the coastal military port of the impelled down underwater prison, Arthur was escorted down from the ship by 2 burly soldiers. What crime have you charged me with? Arthur inquired of the leading Tianjing. Gazing at the densely fortified prison that resembled a celestial dungeon, you dare bring a naval officer who fought valiantly against pirates to such a place. Your achievements over the past 2 months have shattered every record in naval history. You are undoubtedly a genius, Tianjing replied, striding ahead, preparing to meet with the prison guards. As for the conviction, well, to appease the families of the military personnel and the public. I intend to wait until you are tried at Judicial Island before finalizing it. Each of Tianjing's words ignited a vast fury within Arthur, yet he maintained a stoic expression, enduring the provocation. After all, he was innocent and had displayed considerable restraint by not killing the 2 CP agents who attempted to assassinate him. Although he had engaged in some morally questionable actions, such as compelling a woman to disarm before him, leading to his current predicament, he ultimately realized he had overestimated himself. Aside from formidable adversaries like Gold Lion, Garp, and Sengoku, he recognized that others posed a legitimate threat. It was during the conflict with Douglas Barrett that he understood. Even a body honed through rigorous training could not match the battlefield experience of someone like Barrett. In terms of foundational strength, hockey, and combat awareness, Barrett surpassed him. However, Barrett had also sustained serious injuries in battle and fled to the sea to recover. Arthur, shackled and unable to break free with his current strength, called out to Tianjing, "Hey, red-haired one, do you truly believe I am guilty?" Tianjing turned to Arthur, responding with an air of indifference. "I have stated that even if I deny it, the government's conviction has already been rendered. Then what do you propose I do to prove my innocence? Collaborate with the people of Gilesburg and engage in a death struggle with that nation-destroying fiend? Do they think I am to blame for the loss of 200 billion berries?" Arthur retorted incredulously, "Are you seriously assigning me, an elite rookie, to such a critical mission? Is this not an obvious attempt to frame me?" "Frame you?" Tianjing mused, having been in the Navy long enough to understand the workings of the investigation. Cases like Arthur's occasionally arose. Even the most celebrated geniuses could not escape such a fate. When all eyes were on a prodigious talent, it was not uncommon for that individual to suddenly resign and turn to piracy. Tianjing shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "You are still too young, Arthur. This world is not as beautiful as you envision." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Arthur, this fierce beast, to be taken in to impel down. After fighting so desperately, is this truly my fate? Arthur thought bitterly, uncertain how long he would be confined within this iron fortress. Why won't you speak? During the days of my escort, what have the other Navy personnel been discussing? Discussing how to use public opinion to turn you into a scapegoat, Tianjing candidly replied, fully aware of the government's modus operandi. Upon hearing this, Arthur fell silent, a wry smile of resignation crossing his face. He was led into impelled down, temporarily confined in the 4th level, the scorching hell. "Enter," a guard commanded, pushing Arthur into a cage. The stifling heat left the air painfully scarce. Arthur slumped in the cage, staring longingly at the guard wielding a whip. Frustration bubbled within him, yet he felt powerless to express it. "Regardless of your prowess outside, once you arrive here, you are subject to our control," the guard sneered, rhythmically cracking the whip in his hands, his face alight with defiance as he regarded Arthur in the cell. "How long must I endure this imprisonment?" Arthur asked him, with a crack. The guard, infuriated by Arthur's words, lashed the whip violently into the cage, striking Arthur. "Considering you are a naval officer, I will let this lash serve as a warning." After securing Arthur, the guard departed with his comrades, gritting his teeth against the pain. Arthur stared at them in a daze, anger coursing through him. Only through personal experience could he understand the meaning of being a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs, that he crouched in the sweltering corner of the cage, gazing at his black and white striped prison garb. "This world is afflicted, and I am simply too weak." Arthur languished in confinement for nearly a month, while rumors swirled over the ocean and lies proliferated unchecked. Newspapers incessantly published articles maligning him for the alleged harm he inflicted upon his subordinates. In a bid to provide closure to the families of the deceased and maintain the Navy's reputation for continued recruitment across the globe, they branded Arthur with the label of brutality, accusing him of collusion with Douglas Barrett in the crime of national slaughter. Following the battle in the Sphinx Sea, the Roger Pirates, led by Captain Roger, remained stationed in the East Blue, pursuing daring adventures on the morning of a day like any other. On the deck of the Orjackson, First Mate Silbaz Rayleigh perused a naval daily and remarked, "Surely this cannot be true, Roger? They have condemned such a young lad to death for the sake of appeasing the families of the military and civilians. Captain, why do you show sympathy for a death row inmate? It is written in black and white that he assisted that war hero in the slaughter of an entire nation. Young Buggy clung to Roger's trousers. This is merely public opinion. He is likely to be sentenced to death. But a trial has yet to commence. Clearly, Buggy, being so young, did not grasp the government's consistent methods. Over a month had passed since that incident. Had the war hero's whereabouts been uncovered, Roger pondered the implications of this event. He felt certain that someone like Arthur, who had left a positive impression on his pirate crew during battle, could never be involved in such a massacre on the front page of the newspaper. The two fallen CP agents were hailed as heroes, while Arthur and Douglas Barrett were branded as the brutal ones. I hear that after fleeing to the sea, that fellow has been on a relentless quest for strong opponents. Someone on the deck remarked to Roger. After learning of the newspaper's contents, Shanks chimed in. I refuse to believe he would commit such atrocities. Captain, what makes you think so, Shanks? Roger asked. Smiling at him, one's character is revealed through battle. He appears to be merely a swordsman yearning for combat, not someone capable of the actions described in the papers. Upon hearing this, Buggy gnashed his teeth and shouted at Shanks, You idiot. Shanks, are you covering for a monster guilty of national slaughter? Humph, I simply do not believe it, Shanks replied, crossing his arms, and soon the two began to bicker. Rayleigh and Roger exchanged glances, pondering the significance of that straw hat. Roger, I sense that Shanks is not an ordinary child. Ha ha, let us wait and see. First, we should find a town and hold a banquet. No matter what transpires in the world, we cannot afford to be idled in the Grand Line, near Wano country, aboard a pirate ship. Brother Kaido, do not believe such nonsense. Jean, that fellow could never have committed the crime of national slaughter. You should understand that after facing him in battle, this is yet another conspiracy fabricated by the government. In the windless zone of the Grand Line, on Amazon Lily's shores, the Daughter Kingdom set sail for O'Hara in the West Sea. Wait, Empress, what business do you have there? You cannot go. A naval colonel is currently stationed there. Enough chatter. Of course, I am going to settle accounts with that naval colonel. The Empress of the Daughter Kingdom, known as Toradoroma, held the latest naval daily, her curiosity piqued by its contents. The charge of national slaughter against Arthur spread throughout the world. The destruction of the war-crazed nation of Gilesburg gradually became associated with him, bolstered by various rumors. Under the influence of the world government as propaganda, at the coast of the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the sentiment echoed, national slaughter. Do you truly believe that a young lad who blushes at compliments could commit such a crime? Ready to set sail, Zephyr was intercepted by many officers thrown aside by Steelbone Kong. Calm down, Zephyr, one must not judge solely by appearances. Steelbone Kong stood at the forefront of the officers, conversing with Zephyr. You must have encountered numerous instances like this. Impossible, Marshal, he is one of my students. I must inquire personally. Even if it means carrying out the death sentence, I must do it myself. Among the first batch of new recruits he had trained after retiring as a general was such an individual. A fact that Zephyr, as a mentor, found unacceptable. Stop him. Upon returning from their mission, the elite group of Marines were in disbelief at such news surfacing after just one outing. Why? How could someone who blushes merely from being stared at commit such a heinous crime? I refuse to believe it. While I detest him for stealing my thunder, what in the world are these damned rumors? At the naval port, many officers voiced their opinions regarding the incident. Gaji and Jiun were utterly incredulous that Arthur could engage in such actions. Yet the news reported otherwise. Only those who envied his naval accomplishments wholeheartedly believed the events depicted in the newspaper. What do you intend to do, Sengoku? Carp thought quietly as he sauntered away from the crowd. His face shrouded in shadows, as if he were privy to the truth. Such a prodigious youth, once heralded as the strongest rookie in history, was now branded a terrorist. Everything felt illogical, inside impelled down at level 6. Arthur, having been imprisoned for a month, felt somewhat disoriented. Gripping the iron bars, he shouted, Hey, how long are you going to keep me locked up? Gradually, he succumbed to the dread of time. If he were to be confined for decades, he feared he would truly lose his mind. Stop your whining, Navy. You deserve every bit of this. For the past month, the outside world was filled with news about him. He was deemed worse than pirates. How could I commit genocide? Arthur was utterly astonished by these words, uttered by newly captured pirates. He was unaware of what had transpired, but an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Shut your mouth, or we'll stone you every day, you filthy brat. The one who committed genocide is Barrett. What does that have to do with me? Arthur was infuriated. oblivious to the situation outside. Yet, from what these pirates said, he sensed he was being framed. Barrett, how did that nation fall? Morgans claimed in the news that it was due to your battle with him. The Navy further asserted that you collaborated with Douglas Barrett to bring about its destruction. How amusing. Hearing Arthur's enraged voice, the pirates from the Hell of Red Lotus grew increasingly curious about the matter, believing Arthur to be a victim of some grand conspiracy, wrongfully labeled a criminal. I was merely fighting for my life. Otherwise, he would have killed me. Arthur, filled with rage, exerted all his strength to bend the iron bars. Upon witnessing this, the guards sternly warned him to desist. A beast confined within a cage, no matter how formidable, is but prey destined for slaughter. Arthur was acutely aware of his predicament. Before long, the door to his cell swung open. Is anyone in here? Deputy Warden, we have arrived. A man towering at 5 meters with devilish horns adorning his head was brought before Arthur's cell. Magellan. The pirates fell silent upon his arrival, afraid to utter a sound. Magellan gazed at Arthur, who sat in the corner like a lost soul, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Arthur, correct? Magellan addressed him. I am here to escort you to Justice Island. Rise immediately. I know I won't return after this. Arthur's voice quivered as he realized the world's cruel nature, leaving him utterly disillusioned. His ideals clashed with the beliefs of everyone else in this world. He even felt that his kindness rendered him an outcast. Once a solitary individual becomes an outsider, they are inevitably deemed guilty. The cell door swung open, and 2 guards entered to lead Arthur out from the dim corner. Most likely, this is how it ends. Do you have any final words? Magellan inquired, attempting to accommodate him since he was a member of the Navy. Grr. Arthur's stomach growled from hunger. He had not eaten sufficiently in days. Thus, he spoke to Magellan. Could I have a meal? Just this one request. Nothing more. Fulfill his request. Take him to the mess hall. 10 minutes only. Magellan commanded his subordinates. The guards escorted Arthur to the mess hall for a meal. After satisfying his hunger, Arthur was led outside and impelled down, the blinding sunlight nearly causing him to squint. Set sail. It is now 8:10 a.m. We should arrive at Justice Island around noon. Enjoy this final glimpse of the sea. With his limbs shackled by sea prism stone chains, Arthur gradually regained his strength after eating. Back on the open sea, he gazed skyward, seemingly searching for something. The perceptive Magellan followed his gaze and warned. Regardless of what you are contemplating, it is best to cooperate from here on out. At this juncture, you are destined to become a chapter in Navy history, in the annals of naval history. No one had ever matched Arthur's extraordinary talent. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and the latest recruit known as Kazan all paled in comparison to his impressive data. Hours later, the warship sailed from the calm zone towards Justice Island, one of the 3 major institutions under the world government. Arthur beheld yet another gate of justice gradually opening. Impelled down, Marineford. In just a few months, he had visited each of these gates. May I inquire about my fate? Arthur suddenly questioned Magellan beside him. Those escorted here are all but deemed criminals. Your name as a genius has been entirely erased by the public discourse of the past month. Now, the common folk of the sea only recognize you as a perpetrator of genocide. Hearing this, Arthur's eyes darkened further. Even crossing through the gate of justice into a realm devoid of day or night, illuminated by sacred light, his gaze remained untouched by brightness. Legends say that anyone brought to Justice Island is invariably labeled a criminal. In 800 years, no verdict of innocence has ever been rendered. Criminals are merely escorted through those desolate courts, ultimately reaching a colossal, cold steel gate, the gate of justice. Those who pass through this door seldom return. Symbolizing the absolute justice of the world government, in the Eni's lobby courthouse, silence. On the coast outside the courthouse, Arthur was escorted by 2 CP-9 agents from the warship to the courthouse entrance. As the courthouse doors slowly opened, a flurry of camera shutters and blinding lights inundated him. As a Marine Major, why have you committed genocide? Was it for that substantial sum of money, or for some other reason? Please, answer this, you scoundrel. The civilians of the world wish to hear your own words. Go to hell, you beast. The reporters and some residents of Justice Island hurled insults at Arthur, even resorting to throwing objects at him. The moment he stepped through the courthouse doors, Arthur's gaze fell upon a nearby towering building's eaves. A white-headed sea eagle, draped in rags and bearing a long object, scrutinized everything below with grave seriousness. Cuckoo, it observed Arthur, emitting an unmelodious sound, unnoticed by the crowd. Now battered and bruised, Arthur bore the marks of various objects hurled at him, his forehead and delicate features marred with red welts. In the center of the courthouse hall, Arthur was bound to a pillar resembling a spire, and as he surveyed the designated spectator seats, he spotted Admiral Sengoku clad in a black suit, fixated upon him. "What do you intend to do with me?" Sengoku, the moment Arthur laid eyes on him, he shattered the courtroom's clamor, shouting angrily at Sengoku. "Silence, you criminal." The soldiers guarding Arthur struck his head with the butt of their rifles. Arthur glared fiercely at the guard, his murderous aura instantly intimidating him. The guard, who had been preparing to strike again, hurriedly retreated, his face a mask of terror. "Arthur, I am here to speak on your behalf, but I cannot comprehend what you are saying," responded Sengoku coldly, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart, puzzled by Arthur's suspicions. "Silence." The judge banged his gavel, and the courtroom fell into silence. Arthur, kneeling in the center like meat awaiting slaughter, was fervently captured by reporters with their cameras. This trial was indeed a public spectacle. Arthur's emotions surged, and in such an atmosphere, his breathing quickened. Anger piled up within him. "Speak on my behalf? You are fully aware they intended to assassinate Barrett. Yet you entrusted this mission to me." Gradually, Arthur calmed himself. After careful analysis, he realized this was nothing but a conspiracy. The reporters turned their attention to Sengoku. "Admiral, is what he claims true? You must answer this individual's question." Observing the unruly journalists, the judge once again struck his gavel. "Silence. Anyone disrupting the court's order will be sentenced." Upon hearing this, all the civilians and reporters present ceased their inquiries. "Arthur," Sengoku suddenly addressed him, "the primary purpose of this mission was merely to train you. I know nothing of the other matters." "You wretched scoundrel," Arthur shouted in defiance. Sengoku, along with the Navy behind him, appeared profoundly dismayed. "Arthur, the only path left for you is this. If you agree, I will advocate on your behalf to the judge and the government." Sengoku spoke again to Arthur below. In the courtroom. While Sengoku spoke, the judge seldom interrupted him. Everyone listened intently to their exchange. "Do you think I would harm innocent civilians?" Arthur's expression suddenly solidified, and he calmly inquired of Sengoku. "You have trampled upon my goodness, defiled it, and crushed it beneath your feet. Have you ever considered the aftermath?" From Sengoku's icy tone, Arthur understood this was indeed a conspiracy. Reflecting on Arthur's words, Sengoku recalled the initial report presented by Dracula. There was no doubt he could never harm civilians, let alone commit acts of genocide. The reason behind all this was that Sengoku sought to bind Arthur firmly to the Navy, erasing any thoughts he might have of leaving. Such a rare talent, if lost to the Navy in this era, would be better eliminated than allowed to depart. "Respond to the Admiral, you damned brat." Suddenly, another guard standing beside Arthur mimicked his companion and struck Arthur's head with the rifle butt with a resounding crack. Arthur glared fiercely at him. From his steadfast and serene gaze, an invisible force suddenly surged forth, whipping through the courtroom like a tempest. This overwhelming aura seemed to be manipulated, instantly flooding into the guard's body. "Ah!" The guard fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his consciousness lost, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed before the column where Arthur was bound. "What is happening?" "Hey!" Witnessing this scene, everyone in the courtroom recoiled in terror, unsure of what had transpired. Bound to the column, Arthur remained expressionless, his heart brimmed only with layers of accumulated anger, seething at this conspiracy that he merely wished to resign, yet after being refused, he found himself ensnared. Who could endure such a fate? Sengoku, witnessing this spectacle, was stunned into silence, as were the Navy members behind him, who understood what had transpired with the guard. "Admiral, if we cannot retain this lad, we must eliminate him." They whispered in shock to Sengoku. The guard was soon carried away by the arriving medical personnel, and the judge began to speak. "Arthur, you conspired with Barrett to perpetrate a genocidal act against the nation of Gilesburg, committing crimes against humanity. Do you confess to your wrongdoing?" Arthur appeared indifferent, disdainfully gazing at the judge. "I acknowledge your grandmother's leg." His refusal to confess and his insult toward the judge only compounded his guilt. The judge immediately pronounced the sentence, his inner calm unwavering to him. Arthur was merely a fish awaiting slaughter, and every word and action of his represented a sacred duty to judge and condemn. However, the judge glanced at Sengoku before addressing Arthur again. "Yet, Admiral Sengoku, considering your brief contributions since joining the Navy, I have decided to lessen all your charges on the condition that you serve the Navy for life, to atone for the crimes you have committed in the name of justice." Preposterous. Arthur internally scoffed at these words, deeming them utterly ridiculous. The judge banged his gavel again, feeling that Arthur's attitude had undermined his authority as a judge. And he shouted, "Please answer. Do you accept or refuse?" Arthur began to analyze the situation. It was undoubtedly a question of life and death. To accept his freedom would be shackled to the Navy for life. Although he could escape once he gained sufficient strength in the future, remaining in the Navy at this moment would render him utterly repulsed, both in spirit and body. To refuse would merely seal his fate with a death sentence. This dilemma made Arthur burst into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the courtroom, reaching every ear present. He turned to Sengoku, suddenly grinning. "Is it you? Trying to make me feel as if you saved me from the conspiracy? Compelling me to be eternally grateful and serve the Navy until death, like you broke my legs and then handed me a crutch, believing that you were doing it for my benefit?" Sengoku maintained a calm exterior, yet internally he was struck with unprecedented shock. He could not comprehend how Arthur had discerned that it was indeed he who had conspired against him. Now he sought to employ a scheme to retain him within the Navy. To prevent the loss of such a formidable force, Sengoku continued, "Arthur, if you agree, I guarantee in the future." "I refuse." Arthur lowered his head, his anger reaching a boiling point. After being rejected, Sengoku felt regret for Arthur's response and sighed deeply. "What a pity, Arthur." Bang! The judge struck his gavel, announcing the verdict. The trial's outcome. Navy Headquarters Major Arthur, in collusion with external parties, has harmed government agents and the lives of 800 soldiers, in the name of maintaining order. I hereby sentence you to death, to be immediately taken to the central execution platform of Judicial Island for public execution. Upon hearing this verdict, Arthur bowed his head and closed his eyes. Murmuring to himself, "May I ask, what sentence do you impose on the celestial dragons, who massacre a non-allied nation every 3 years across the globe?" The crowd gasped in shock, and even Sengoku sprang to his feet from the spectator's seat. Fear evident in his eyes as he ordered the soldiers to seal the courtroom doors. The celestial dragons oppressed the common folk worldwide. What crimes do you hold against them? Why is there never a trial for the celestial dragons here? Why is it that those brought here are deemed already condemned before the trial even begins? I have been at sea for mere months, yet I have witnessed such vile humanity. Arthur's voice grew louder and more impassioned. I truly do not understand why I should join this abhorrent, nauseating organization. The organization that commits heinous crimes against humanity daily across the globe has drawn the attention of journalists. Upon hearing Arthur's words, those reporters already familiar with the temperament and conduct of the celestial dragons began to pose questions to the judge and Admiral Sengoku. An unending stream of inquiries, fueled by their inner doubts and speculations, clamored for revelation at that moment. Sengoku summoned a child he had rescued from a discarded refuse site in the New World to demonstrate Arthur's devil fruit ability. As the silence fruit's power activated, Arthur attempted to struggle and continue speaking, only to find that no sound emerged from his lips, as if his voice were entirely isolated. These utterances were mere fabrications conjured in his final moments. Everyone should not place faith in the officers behind Sengoku, who rushed forward to silence Arthur. Subsequently, he was escorted to the central square of Judicial Island town to face execution, now condemned to death. Arthur could no longer concern himself with anything else, as the truth he had harbored spilled forth in that moment. Soon, Arthur was led out from the Eni's lobby, while the hall's entrance and the journalists remained under the soldiers' control. No one knew what would transpire next within those walls at Judicial Island. In the central square, soldiers formed 2 lines, barricading the streets, while hordes of civilians gathered to witness the impending execution that in the glaring spotlight of public scrutiny. Arthur was shackled with chains around his neck, arms, and legs. From Eni's lobby, he was marched to the streets of Judicial Island, moving toward the gallows like a condemned prisoner, each step heavy with despair. He had never imagined that merely wishing to resign from the Navy would lead to such a fate. Unable to utter a single word, he was completely enveloped by the silence-inducing membrane of the silence fruit. Forced to kneel upon the execution platform, he gazed down at the multitude below, who hurled various objects and debris at him. He could not comprehend what he had done to warrant such widespread loathing. It was as if the people beneath the gallows were oblivious to the truth, merely fanning the flames of public opinion, mere puppets manipulated by the narrative, remembering only the crime of nation slaughter he was accused of. Entirely forgetting the news of the prodigious young talent he had been just months prior in pursuit of justice, absolute righteousness, and the honor of the Navy, even if a Navy headquarters officer committed a crime. We shall still provide the world with an explanation. Sengoku ascended the execution platform, standing before Arthur with a transponder microphone, addressing the populace below. Rest assured, citizens of the world, we will not show favoritism due to personal interests. Various responsibilities and imposed accusations flowed from Sengoku's lips, weaving an elaborate tapestry of deceit for the citizens of Judicial Island. As the crowd listened to his speech, their anger mounted. What utter nonsense! You will not favor anyone, you bastard. Sengoku, I always thought you were an honorable man, but it turns out you are merely a hypocrite, Arthur shouted. Yet, no matter how vehemently he protested, his voice remained unheard. Only the sound of his struggle against the iron chains drew the attention of the two executioners, who remained vigilant. Such a scoundrel deserves to be torn to shreds. Did he ever consider the families of others? How could such a young individual become such a menace? Perhaps it's best to let him die now. He would only grow into a greater threat. How pitiful the souls of those slaughtered must be. Weeping and sorrowed, No1 noticed the innocent expression of resistance on Arthur's face, as they were all engrossed in Sengoku's rhetoric. What was my purpose in coming to this world? Arthur gazed at the densely packed crowd below. Listening to their fervent wishes for his swift demise, the speech continued for over 20 minutes, during which Arthur endured relentless insults. Initially struggling to defend himself, he gradually transformed into a visage of complete acceptance. In that moment, he recalled a conversation with Kaido just days after setting sail. Kaido had said, "This world does not need the weak that I tea the time." He had dismissed it lightly, but now he realized how profoundly accurate those words were. All power of discourse lay in the hands of the strong. Speaking excessively, offering too many explanations, paled in comparison to taking action with strength. An unprecedented extreme ideology began to take root in his heart. I have finished speaking, and the atmosphere among the populace is charged. Let the execution commence. Having concluded his address, Sengoku lowered the microphone and stepped back from the platform. The executioners raised their blades. Standing on either side of Arthur, No1 noticed the vacant look in Arthur's eyes, as if he had lost all hope for the beauty of this world. Execute. At Sengoku's command, the executioners lunged forward with their blades. And in that instant, Arthur's gaze fell upon Cooper, who crouched atop a nearby chimney. A mere glance filled with profound disappointment caused Cooper to unfurl its wings, each spanning over a meter, and with a powerful thrust, it shattered the chimney's bricks. Soaring toward the execution platform, in midair, Cooper unleashed a fierce gust of wind with its wings, sending the executioners flying off the platform. An eagle? Sengoku shielded his face, bracing against the onslaught of wind akin to a shockwave. Recognizing the creature before him, marked with claw scars, he realized it was Arthur's pet. He could hardly believe that at such a critical moment, Arthur's pet would intervene. What was happening? Had the execution been disrupted by an eagle? The crowd looked on, entirely unaware of the lethal threat that loomed over them. Cooper roared, swiftly delivering the ice dragon strapped to its back to Arthur, placing it on the wooden platform before him. You will not interrupt the execution. Upon witnessing Cooper place the blade before Arthur, Sengoku, like a bolt of lightning, appeared before Cooper and delivered a powerful punch. The impact sent Cooper crashing into the ground. Utilizing a metal block for defense, yet finding it utterly ineffective against Sengoku's might, blood splattering from its mouth, its body plummeted like a bullet, creating a massive crater upon impact. Dust rose, causing the crowd to scatter quickly. Amidst the smoke, Cooper quickly regained its footing, wiping the blood from its mouth with its wing. This time, despite the intense pain and tearing sensation coursing through its body, it refused to show weakness. It had lived alone on the sea for over a month. Embracing a resolve to face death, it was Arthur's last hope. How could it fear death? Overwhelmed by emotion, Arthur broke free from the shackles binding his right wrist, reaching out to seize the blade before him. Arthur, do you still think you can resist before me now? This is the fate you have chosen. Sengoku was determined not to grant Arthur any opportunity. Just as he aimed to punch at him, a wave of slicing energy suddenly deflected his fist. The penetrating blow struck the wooden platform of the execution stage, causing it to begin collapsing. You wretched eagle, you have learned the Gale Step. Sengoku glared angrily at Cooper, who wore a triumphant expression below. Cooper, if he dies, I will lose my soul as well. Cooper grinned at Sengoku, adopting the stance of the Gale Step. Blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, like a true divine eagle, it stood unwavering, confronting the Navy Admiral amidst the throngs of people. Though it lacked the strength to challenge the Admiral directly, it could still cause him to falter for a brief moment. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku's pupils dilated as he beheld Arthur, who had reclaimed the blade and severed his chains. He was incredulous. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Arthur, who now appeared to be an entirely different person from the righteous individual he once knew. The aura surrounding him had transformed dramatically, resembling a ferocious beast unshackled from its bonds. Arthur harnessed his haki to shatter the silence fruit's sound barrier, swiftly striking Sengoku with the blade, sending him flying from the collapsing execution platform. As the platform crumbled, Arthur sheathed his sword in midair, feeling the weight of his own power surge within him. Upon landing, the ground of the square erupted with extensive cracks, resembling a spider's web, as the entire area trembled violently. "Get down, Cooper," Arthur spoke to Cooper, who was nearby the landing site. Upon hearing him, Cooper quickly crouched down, covering his eagle head with his wings, aware of Arthur's intent with the unsheathing of his sword. Suddenly, Arthur's aura surged to an unprecedented level. With all his might, he drew his sword in a fierce slash, and a dazzling blade light instantaneously cut through the buildings of Judicial Island, exploding forth in brilliance, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire town was split in two. Buildings collapsed, and dust filled the air. People were thrown into a panic, fleeing in all directions, as Judicial Island resembled an apocalyptic scene, with many structures suspended mid-air. This spectacle left the onlookers wide-eyed and agape, transfixed by the earth-shattering chaos around them. Self-restraint was cast aside, the explosive force shattered the square beneath, and Arthur stood in its center, teeth gritted, consumed by an unbridled fury. As he watched the buildings plummet from the sky, realization dawned upon him. From the moment he departed from the Canola village in the East Sea and joined the Navy, he had fully immersed himself in this brutal world of conflict. "How could you employ such ruthless tactics against me?" As the dust settled, the troops led by Sengoku, encircled by the vast number of naval soldiers, converged upon Arthur, creating an impenetrable wall. Arthur understood that from the moment he drew his sword, he had fallen into Sengoku's trap and had become a true and undeniable criminal. "Doctor, where are you? So many have been cut in half. What just transpired?" The anguished cries of the populace echoed through the smoky ruins, and no one could comprehend the moment of devastation that had just occurred. Even Sengoku, standing before Arthur, fixed him with an unblinking stare. Think a single slash could cleave the entire town in twain. "It seems you have been concealing your strength all along." Arthur, with blood trickling from the corner of Sengoku's mouth due to his earlier blow, had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that Arthur possessed a power that could threaten him. Sengoku remained stunned for a few seconds, but Arthur, harnessing a speed akin to a ghostly apparition, swiftly closed the distance with his sword poised, so fast, faster than one could capture with haki. Sengoku braced himself for Arthur's rapid blade strike. A palpable killing intent radiating from him, like a beast awakened from slumber. It felt as if Arthur aimed to take his life, and all sense of righteous purity was lost. Boom! Sengoku, enveloped in haki, blocked Arthur's strike with his fist. The fierce impact reverberated beneath them, and the terrifying force of their clash astonished Sengoku. "Look at the civilians of Judicial Island. You can no longer escape the charges." "Arthur," Sengoku proclaimed, thrusting Arthur away with a powerful swing. Arthur, momentarily staggered, retaliated with a fierce slash directed at Sengoku. The blow so immense that it tore through the already fragmented square, pushing Sengoku back over 10 meters. "I will fight to the end." Arthur approached Cooper, cradling him, and softly murmured to him, almost choking on his emotions. Yet, Arthur understood that in his current state, battling Sengoku head-on was futile. He needed to resort to extraordinary measures to escape. Bang, 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 bang. The naval soldiers, armed with firearms, unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards Arthur in the center of the square, still covering the civilians' retreat. In this moment, they were indeed justified, possessing a legitimate reason to protect the innocent. The fleeing populace, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed their heartfelt thanks to the Navy. Arthur, casting aside all restraint, surged through the ranks of soldiers and the crowd. Cooper's iron wings sliced through the bodies of the naval soldiers like a cutting machine, tearing them asunder. Arthur, like a reaper of souls, harvested the lives of both naval soldiers and the citizens of Judicial Island. Wherever his blade swept, death followed, claiming even the innocent. Blood and limbs scattered, and kindness and compassion vanished from Arthur's heart. His full-blown fury could only be quenched by the merciless slaughter of those who wished for his demise, who yearned to see him publicly executed. Why should he show mercy? Damn those swordsmen. Stop him. Seen MD. Arthur muttered incessantly, cursing. Those who had wished for his death were like the canola flowers, their lives being violently reaped by his rage. He transformed into a lightning bolt, weaving through the central square of Judicial Island. This was Arthur's offensive swordsmanship, entirely distinct from defensive techniques. Every strike was lethal, aimed directly at vital points, capable of delivering instant death. Major Arthur, please don't kill me. A soldier, targeted by Arthur, raised his hands in a plea for mercy. Yet, like a shadow of a blade. Arthur lunged and swiftly pierced the soldier's neck. Another naval soldier's head tumbled to the ground. The morale of the army swiftly crumbled under his relentless assault. As they began to flee from the central square, self-restraint was never about killing. It was you who forced my hand, who compelled me. Arthur coldly reproached them as he continued his slaughter until the square lay empty. The ground was littered with corpses, and Arthur gritted his teeth, grappling with a tumult of emotions. He could hardly believe he had become such a being. But if he did not resist, he would have already met his demise. Impaled by 2 blades, he did not wish to die. He still yearned for life. In the square, the navy had retreated, leaving only Sengoku, who stood alone not far from Arthur, removing his justice cloak and adjusting his tie. Arthur pointed his blade at Sengoku in silence, his heart filled with fear and even despair towards this navy man. A master of strategy, adept at manipulating human nature, how could he not instill terror? Arthur understood that to escape Judicial Island, he must confront Sengoku. The chances of victory were slim. If he failed to escape, he had already resolved to fight to the death. I offered you a path of choice. Arthur, you chose not to remain in the navy, Sengoku declared. Then in a flash, he dashed towards Arthur. The decision had been made. He would personally execute him. Cooper. Boom. Arthur gripped the sword hilt tightly, unleashing all his strength to clash against Sengoku's fist. Boom. The fist and blade held firm for a moment. As Arthur felt himself being overwhelmed by Sengoku's terrifying power, he called out to Cooper in the air. Cooper, drawing strength from above, dove down with ferocity, delivering a powerful strike to Sengoku's back. Cooper, his body is so tough. As Cooper was momentarily taken aback, he swung his wings fiercely at Sengoku's side, knocking him back from in front of Arthur and soaring back into the sky. Waiting for an opportunity. In this world, no one could bind us. Arthur, panting heavily, steadied his determined gaze once more. He looked at Sengoku and smiled. The only ones who can bind us are ourselves. And you, Sengoku, who wished to cast me into death and despair, have shattered that bond. Sengoku, taken aback, could hardly believe that Arthur had withstood his blow. Little did he know, Arthur's current strength was insufficient to fully repel his might. Merely holding his ground for a second was already his limit. Thankfully, with Cooper's assistance, he managed to repel Sengoku through skill. Self-restraint. What self-restraint? Sengoku inquired. Yet received no response from Arthur. As they spoke, Arthur concentrated all his strength into his legs, muscles taut, and shouted to Cooper in the sky, Cooper, retreat. One eagle soared towards the clouds, using the cover of the clouds to vanish from Sengoku's sight. Seeing this, Sengoku combined moonwalk and shave, rapidly ascending to intercept the eagle that Arthur cherished. Boom! In an instant, a massive ice dragon appeared before him, forming a towering ice wall to block his path. If you wish to shatter this ice dragon, I will unleash a wide-area lethal strike upon the masses below, ensuring you cannot escape accountability. As the righteous, what will you do? Arthur warned Sengoku of the impending confrontation. In a situation where his life was at stake, he would indeed resort to drastic measures. Unshackled from his self-restraint, he would go to any lengths necessary. Sengoku, intent on shattering the ice dragon before him, hesitated as he glanced down at the innocent civilians in the town below. Should the ice dragon be destroyed, the falling ice would result in catastrophic casualties, not to mention Arthur's terrifying swordsmanship capable of cleaving an entire town in two. Are you morally blackmailing me? Sengoku shouted at Arthur, his voice filled with uncertainty. You are threatening me with the lives of civilians. You truly are a wicked little fiend. Seizing the moment, Arthur hastily fled the central square, a place where he first encountered the grotesque nature of humanity. Damn it! Sengoku muttered in frustration as a gust of wind sliced through the ice, striking him from midair and sending him crashing down to the town below. The Navy was deeply concerned about the casualties of those around them. And on Judicial Island, countless innocent lives hung in the balance, alongside numerous officials. This realization further hindered Sengoku from unleashing his full might. Meanwhile, Arthur could easily exploit those lives to facilitate his escape. As a Navy officer, Sengoku knew that any attack against civilians would tarnish the name of justice, plunging him into a moral quandary. Witnessing Arthur threaten to escape Judicial Island using the lives of the innocent, Sengoku found himself utterly powerless against him. He watched as Arthur gradually faded from view and pulled out a den mushi, contacting the Navy headquarters to place a bounty on Arthur's head. Arthur, even if you flee to the sea, you shall live in perpetual fear. He had never anticipated that a youth of Arthur's age would resolutely reject his authority when faced with such oppression. Sengoku had believed Arthur would fall into his trap, But to his surprise, Arthur had seen through his intentions. After escaping Judicial Island, Arthur and Cooper found themselves adrift upon the boundless sea. "Cooper," Arthur inquired, "where shall we go? This is an endless expanse. We must find a safe haven." Cooper, bloodied and battered, posed the question to Arthur. Both bore various injuries, unable to withstand Sengoku's punches imbued with penetrating shockwaves. Even if they attempted to block them, their bodies would still suffer damage. Arthur's current mastery of his domineering powers was insufficient to fully resist the impact. "Anywhere, as long as we can escape this place," Arthur replied, gazing towards the distant gate of justice towering above the sea. Hearing Arthur's words, Cooper extracted a small gray pouch from his feathers and handed it to Arthur. Upon opening the pouch, Arthur discovered a stack of berries and a shattered log post. This was the 50,000 berry tuition fee provided by Door. "Cooper," Arthur remarked, "this will allow us to find a secluded island and safely bide our time." Cooper assured him, having prepared thoroughly in advance. "No, Cooper, we can no longer live like ordinary people," Arthur countered. "Why not?" Cooper pressed. "We are about to be wanted by the Navy, living as fugitives," Arthur replied. His expression clouded with worry as he stared at the horizon over the sea. Leaving the Navy meant Arthur no longer possessed the means to directly reach the next island on the Grand Line. On each island, they would need to wait for the log post to accurately record the magnetic field of the next destination. Or else they would drift aimlessly upon the ocean, battling nature itself. This meant Arthur would have to remain hidden to evade the Navy's detection. Only a day after the incident on Judicial Island, a meticulously crafted newspaper circulated widely across the globe. In the West Blue, in O'Hara, a world-renowned archaeological sanctuary. The warm sea breeze swept across the coastal plains. Dr. Vegapunk watched as a flurry of newspapers rained down from the skies. Carried by the white seagulls, he seized one, examining its contents. "What's going on, Vegapunk?" An elderly man with a clover-shaped hairdo approached, peering at the newspaper in Vegapunk's hands. "Arthur's situation has escalated," Dr. Vegapunk muttered, noting the bounty of 400 million berries. "Has the Navy lost their minds? A bounty of this magnitude for a mere child? Perhaps such a sum was not merely excessive." Dr. Vegapunk felt a sense of responsibility regarding Arthur's defection, as he had been the one to recruit him into the Navy. But the timing seemed off. After scrutinizing the newspaper further, the clover-haired man noticed that the images depicted the town of Judicial Island as if ravaged by some natural disaster, reduced to ruins. The content was rife with photographs of innocent civilian victims, vividly illustrating how Arthur had brutally taken their lives. Next to Arthur's image, Cooper's face shone brightly, with 3 claw marks etched across his left eye. Yet his bounty was a mere 500 berries, enough for a meal, utterly disregarded. Do not be deceived by his youthful facade. This fellow is a cold-blooded killer, the clover-haired man remarked, his curiosity about Arthur piqued. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled at the absurdity. "Do you truly believe what the Navy has published?" "I cannot say. I do not know this boy well enough to pass judgment," Dr. Vegapunk replied, casting his gaze at an exploration vessel anchored offshore. "I remain uncertain. My instincts tell me that Arthur is incapable of such atrocities. Let us board. This will be my last voyage to explore the truths of history, as I am not as young as I once was." As they prepared to set sail, a woman with long white hair rushed towards them, calling out, "Wait, doctor, please take me with you." "Orabiya, why have you come along?" "I wish to join the O'Hara expedition. Doctor, please allow me to accompany you." She pleaded at the shore. "But you are with child," Dr. Vegapunk protested. "I am fine, I assure you." "Please, doctor, with the Navy's assistance, this expedition will surely yield significant insights into the truth of history." Dr. Vegapunk and the clover-haired man exchanged glances atop the ship. Urging, "Let her come," Dr. A girl so eager to uncover the world's truths should not be cast aside. Persuaded by their words, Orabiya, Robin's mother, boarded the exploration vessel, with the support of O'Hara's scholars. Dr. Vegapunk began his quest to uncover the origins of truth in this world. Arthur's plight only strengthened his conviction that this world, ruled by the celestial dragons, was a vast prison of war. Days later, on a small, economically disadvantaged island in the Grand Line, Arthur and Cooper reclined on a cliff's edge, gazing down at the tranquil village below. "It is time to leave. We should thank the villagers for their generous care," Arthur remarked. Both were bandaged, having nearly fully recovered thanks to the villagers' kindness. "Cooper," he said, "this leisurely life is quite appealing." Cooper glanced at Arthur's once bright eyes, now clouded with gravity, and sensed the change, while Arthur appeared unchanged on the surface. He had fundamentally transformed within. He had matured significantly, yet lost much of his previous vitality and righteousness. The radiance of the sunny boy had all but vanished in recent days. Arthur's mind was consumed by the insults hurled at him and the projectiles thrown by the townsfolk of Judicial Island. He could not comprehend why those civilians had treated him in such a manner. Their actions inflicted a psychological blow that nearly suffocated him with despair. Indeed, it is surprising that the people of this village remain unaware of the public outcry. Are they truly so isolated? Arthur spoke as he soon caught sight of a fishing vessel slowly docking at the pier. This village was remarkably tranquil and serene, devoid of war and plunder. Although the standard of living was not opulent, it seemed that everyone led a fulfilling life, treating one another with warmth and kindness. This made Arthur realize that many who strive to live do not overly concern themselves with the world's myriad issues, for they are already preoccupied with their own survival, with the return of fishing boats engaged in overseas trade. The fishermen swiftly convened a clandestine meeting in the village, clutching newspapers purchased from abroad. Within the humble straw-roofed huts, numerous villagers gathered in a circle, with a newspaper laid out on the table. Nimiel, the village chief, is a wanted criminal. Good heavens, we have mistaken him for a mere victim, when in fact he is a perpetrator of heinous crimes. The villagers gazed in astonishment at the newspaper's content. Had it not been for the paper, few would have believed that Arthur was a fugitive. Soon, a fisherman stepped forward and declared, "For 0.4 billion belly. This could bring prosperity to our village." The crowd gasped and turned their eyes towards him. "What do you mean?" The newspaper clearly states that he escaped from Judicial Island, right under the nose of a great general. How could we possibly capture him? The village chief, Nimiel, was also tempted by the prospect of such wealth. As the saying goes, birds die for food, and men die for wealth. Does this not reflect our current situation? If we can capture Arthur, the village will flourish, establishing a trade port and importing goods from overseas. The villagers' quality of life would soar. Yet, that man, despite appearing somewhat cold, does not seem to harbor any malice towards us. He is not nearly as brutal as described in the newspaper. Do not be deceived by appearances. In this world, even a child can be a killer. The villagers deliberated and reached a consensus, deciding to employ all means necessary to deliver Arthur to the Navy. This is a weapon I specifically acquired from the black market to prevent unforeseen circumstances. We have also notified the Navy, who should be arriving within a few hours. Another fisherman produced a handgun and placed it on the table. The sight of the firearm startled everyone once more. None had anticipated such thorough preparations. Our fate, whether to prosper or perish, hinges on this moment. Let us devise a plan. Who will shoot him? A man like him, even if shot, may not die, right? I will. A tall, slender man stepped forward, raising his hand to address the others. Let me do it. After all, I am quite accurate. Sargon, are you certain? Absolutely. I will aim for his vital points, rendering him unable to resist. You all must extend him a warm welcome, allowing him to let down his guard. With the plan settled, the villagers resolved to take a bold leap for the future they envisioned. Upon returning from the elevated plains to the village, Arthur and Cooper walked along the street, tallying the remaining belly. For medical expenses, let us allocate 100,000 belly, and with the remaining 400,000, we can purchase a small boat to depart. Arthur remarked to Cooper, feeling increasingly uneasy about staying in one place for too long. At noon, the island's sea breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight was bright and glaring. The villagers greeted Arthur warmly upon his return from the plains. He arrived at the village chief's office, turning the doorknob and stepping inside. "Young man," Nimiel exclaimed upon seeing Arthur, instantly rising from his chair and opening his arms for an embrace. "What is the matter? How are your injuries? Have you recovered?" The chief's warm hospitality was as unwavering as ever, revealing no signs of malice. "This is 100,000 belly, chief, and I intend to purchase a small boat filled with fresh water for 400,000. Arthur said, presenting all his belongings. As he gazed at the money on the table, the chief felt an inexplicable sense of disgust, suspecting that Arthur must have acquired it through nefarious means. Now, he feigned indifference while seeking to buy a boat from him. A sense of righteousness began to swell within the chief, leading him to believe that if he could eliminate Arthur, he might gain fame in the news, which would ultimately benefit the village. "Young man, do you plan to leave? Won't you stay a few more days?" Nimiel warmly invited, attempting to prolong the visit in hopes of waiting for the Navy's arrival from the nearby sea. "I must leave. Otherwise, I may bring unnecessary trouble to you all," Arthur replied with a smile, trying not to appear overly despondent. His grim experiences did not lead him to perceive the entire world through the same bleak lens. "Very well, If you require a small boat for your voyage, it will take some time to prepare the necessary supplies, but we can have it ready by today, Nimiel said as he accepted Arthur's money. How long will it take? Arthur inquired. By afternoon, we will have fresh water and supplies ready for you. All right, thank you for your help, Arthur replied without sensing anything amiss, unaware of his bounty of 4 billion belly. For an ordinary person, that sum was astronomical. It's the pinnacle of the marine headquarters. In the office of the admiral, a villager reported that Arthur's whereabouts had been discovered in a remote village not far from Judicial Island. I need you to apprehend him, Steelbone Kong instructed all the officers in the room. He hoped that these new officers would not let the newspaper's sensationalism instill fear of Arthur in them. Fresh from completing a mission and enjoying a few days of leave from overseas, Kaji and Juin, along with the officers from this year's world conscription, gathered there. We are going to capture him. Admiral Kong, we are no match for him. They were acutely aware that Arthur had decimated them during the world conscription tournament. If they truly attempted to apprehend him now, they would likely meet a dire fate. After all, many sailors and civilians had fallen to Arthur's hand, as reported in the newspapers. I'll go. I refuse to believe he would commit such atrocities, Juin declared boldly before everyone, taking on the mission and striding confidently out the door. Seeing the one he admired take on the task, Kaji hurriedly followed in his footsteps, saying, Hey, I haven't had my say yet, Juin. This is the perfect opportunity to clarify things with him. Stop, Kaji, Steelbone Kong interjected. Due to concerns over casualties, only one person is permitted to go along with 200 soldiers. Casualties? Admiral Kong, have you lost your mind? If it comes to blows, aside from Sakazuki and Colonel Borisolino, who among us stands a chance against him? They were all overseas on missions, battling against the expansion of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard pirate crews. Steelbone Kong replied, This time, I invited several vice admirals, but they all refused to participate. Notably, Karp had blatantly ignored his orders. It was evident that some high-ranking officials within the Navy were aware of the truth behind Arthur's betrayal and chose to remain silent. Back at the village dock where Arthur was, the afternoon sun began to set slowly, casting a fiery and glaring twilight. The boat is ready, young man, Nimiel announced, accompanied by several villagers, who came to bid farewell to Arthur, extending their hands for a warm handshake. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shattering the previously jovial atmosphere around Arthur without warning or indication. Caught off guard among the crowd, Arthur was struck in the back of his neck by a bullet. Cooper's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Arthur's body lurch forward and collapsed. He immediately glanced towards the rooftop of a nearby building, where a villager brandished a smoking handgun, an exhilarated expression on their face as they looked down at them. Caught in a state of relaxation when shot, Arthur fell to the ground, staring up at the man on the eaves. The plan has succeeded. Quickly, subdue this demon who has committed crimes against the nation. The formerly warm villagers suddenly brandished weapons, rushing towards him. Killing him is acceptable. As long as we deliver his corpse to the Navy, we will receive 4 billion belly. The future of the village lies in our hands. For justice, let us slay this demonic boy. At this moment, Arthur appeared as if the staggering sum of 400 million berries was beckoning to him, within arm's reach. Who fired the shot? I could scarcely discern Arthur. Struck in the neck by a bullet, as his consciousness began to blur, a ringing in his ears swiftly enveloped his mind, filled with fear, anger, and hatred. In an instant, his hazy gaze sharpened, igniting like a flame that erupted with intensity. A violent power surged forth, awakening within him, as the crimson aura coursed through his body, overwhelming the creatures on the island, rendering them unconscious in an instant. He grasped the bullet lodged in his neck with his bare hands. Blood spurting forth, staring at the bloodied bullet in his hand, Arthur began to roar, lamenting the injustices of the world. Harnessing the power of the ice dragon, he froze the wound at his neck. Rising to a crouched position, clutching the injury tightly, his body trembled slightly. What have I done wrong? He howled to the heavens, his voice booming like thunder, as if to unleash all the pain and discontent within him. His eyes blazed with fury, allowing his rage to spill forth against this unjust world. In that moment, Arthur's original heart was utterly extinguished by the harshness of reality. Arthur, please stop. I'm about to faint. Cooper shielded himself with his wings, desperately resisting the overwhelming aura erupting from within Arthur. This aura was identical to that which had manifested earlier in the Sphinx Sea, during the confrontation with Punk Hazard, an aura of supreme dominance. However, at this moment, Arthur, oblivious to everything, resembled a feral beast. Intent only on venting his frustrations, he seized the body of the village chief, Nimmer, and a newspaper fell from the unconscious chief's grasp. The moment Arthur laid eyes on the headline wanted, Arthur, the traitorous genius, major of the Navy headquarters, bounty, for 100 million berries, dead or alive. He immediately reached down to pick it up and unfold it. It was then that he comprehended why the villagers had suddenly turned against him. Realizing the content of the newspaper, Arthur understood he was now a wanted man. Shocked by the exorbitant bounty, he glared fiercely at the village chief he had lifted. I am not a monster. Subsequently, he forcefully cast the chief aside, crashing him into a building, which collapsed upon impact. He leaped onto the eaves of the man who had shot at him, snatched the handgun from his hand, and decisively pulled the trigger, aiming for his head. Bang! The bullet pierced through the man's skull as Arthur emptied the magazine in his furious onslaught. No one could fathom the twisted nature of this world, Arthur proclaimed, as he leaped down from the structure, lifting the limp form of Cooper and heading towards the small boat prepared at the dock. Cooper readied for departure. Arthur's expression turned to one of profound anger and anguish. Silently vowing never to let his guard down again, the despair-driven aura of supreme dominance spread across the seas, stirring a tsunami as marine life hastily fled the area. At that moment, a naval vessel approached to confront Arthur. Major Cheyenne, many villagers are lying on the ground at the dock ahead, as if they have fainted. A small boat is setting sail, and standing at the forefront is Major Arthur. Upon hearing news of Arthur, Cheyenne stepped forward, snatching the telescope from a soldier's hands to confirm his identity. She then picked up the loudspeaker aboard the ship, preparing to call out to Arthur from afar. Arthur, I am Cheyenne, here to uncover the truth that I refuse to believe you would commit such acts. As she sought to understand the reasons behind Arthur's alleged betrayal, she was interrupted when Arthur, from across the 100-meter expanse of ocean, slowly drew his blade, channeling power into a colossal wave aimed at the sea. A massive ice dragon, shimmering like crystal, erupted from the blade, soaring through the air towards Cheyenne's naval vessel. Arthur, Cheyenne's pupils dilated in shock as she shouted. Witnessing Arthur's attack collide with the ship's bow, a thunderous explosion reverberated, as the entire vessel shattered into countless fragments, with the soldiers aboard barely having time to react before being submerged in the sea. Die! Arthur roared, watching the ship disintegrate before him, bellowing, Do not approach me. The small boat set sail, escaping the tumultuous waters. As Cooper became increasingly worried about Arthur's mental state, he had never witnessed such a version of Arthur. His eyes gradually hardened, revealing his understanding of humanity's ugliness. Why? Why must it be so? I merely wish to depart peacefully from the Navy and learn the 6 styles, Arthur thought, kneeling on the deck of the small boat. Cradling his head in his hands, the unjust curses of the civilians from Judicial Island, the schemes of the Wano Kingdom, and the recent near-fatal encounter with the island's inhabitants all plunged him into profound despair. Revealing the world's true nature, the beauty of existence seemed to reside solely in the hands of a privileged few. It is all my fault for being too weak. Soon, Arthur distilled all his experiences and the harsh realities of this world into a singular conclusion. The only path forward was to grow stronger. Relentlessly, he resolved to eradicate the Navy, to become the very embodiment of fear, so that no one would dare to disrespect him again. Initially yearning for a peaceful departure from the Navy and a life of freedom, Arthur's heart became consumed by a deep-seated hatred for the organization. The Navy had transformed a kind-hearted youth, one filled with hopeful fantasies about the world, into a merciless beast, unyielding in his pursuit of bloodshed. That fateful night, the Navy headquarters received grim news. The naval vessel dispatched to apprehend Arthur had lost contact upon nearing its destination. In an instant, the life cards of 200 soldiers were reduced to ashes. Save for the intact card of Cheyenne Momotaro. In the year that followed, Arthur became a rampaging monster, systematically destroying every naval vessel he encountered at sea. Without exception, the survival rate was dismally low. Nearly all Navy personnel who crossed paths with him met their demise. The news spread like wildfire among the various factions across the seas. Some referred to him as the extreme ice swordsman. Others called him the Navy hunter. Some labeled him the nation slayer. Yet others branded him as a demon. Strangely, no one perceived him as innocent, merely fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the Navy's formidable forces. Throughout this tumultuous journey, Arthur's strength continued to escalate. By December of the year 1492, in the era of the sea, Arthur had been on the run from the Navy for nearly a year and a half. In the chaotic streets of the town of Magu Valley, pirates congregated, brawling incessantly. Doe. Exquisite. Look over there. Such a beautiful blonde. What brings her to this island? A massive sailing ship, recently battered by cannon fire, docked at the harbor. And an elegant woman with golden hair, clad in a white dress, stepped ashore, carrying a small bag. The pirates gazed at her with ravenous eyes, akin to starving beasts awaiting slaughter, desiring nothing more than to claim her for themselves. Hee. The woman smiled at the leering pirates, seemingly unfazed by their lustful intentions, and even flirted back. Oh. The atmosphere on the island reached a fever pitch, as every pirate eagerly approached her to strike up a conversation, only to be met with indifference, until she arrived at the feet of a young man, bloodied and bruised, lying outside a tavern. You look rather unfortunate. Did you have to hide on this pirate island? She remarked, noticing the young man with his eyes closed, fingers poised on the hilt of his weapon, that a palpable aura of menace surged towards her. Hey, beautiful, you'd best keep your distance. Many of us have fallen victim to him. That little monster is the reason we faced a horde of Navy attacks upon his arrival here. What a wretched fellow. Suddenly, an eagle carrying a newspaper descended from the sky, landing before the young man and glancing at the woman. Cooper, aren't you that human woman trapped inside a jar? With a keen eye, Cooper instantly recognized the golden-haired woman before him as Stussy, the same individual he had encountered a year ago within the nutrient tank at Punk Hazard. She was a flawless clone, meticulously crafted by the MADS organization, her physical structure and functions perfectly mirroring those of a real human, save for the fact that her brain operated solely on directives from others. Stussy squinted, utterly unable to comprehend Cooper's words. The latest news report revealed several significant updates. One, that MADS was fracturing under government pursuit, facing imminent dissolution. Point 2, that the newly formed Beast Pirates, led by Captain Kaido, were embroiled in fierce territorial battles against the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard Pirates. 3. The Roger Pirates returned from the East Sea to be challenged by a myriad of newcomers. Point 4. Admiral Sengoku proposed the establishment of an organization known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea, which would permit powerful pirates to serve the government, thus being lauded as legal pirates and enhancing safety for justice and civilians alike. Point 5. That the head of the 8 Treasure Navy, Zunlong Qingtiao, was defeated by the hero Carp, announcing his retirement from piracy. Point 6. Legendary samurai from Wano country had joined the Whitebeard Pirates, further augmenting their strength. After reading the content with a furrowed brow, Arthur turned his gaze towards the woman before him and inquired, "What has Vegapunk sent you to find me for?" Stussy, having anticipated the question, felt no surprise, for her mind was filled with extensive information and data about Arthur, implanted by Vegapunk. To invite you to join our organization, to avoid perishing under the relentless onslaught of the Navy, she replied, handing Arthur a note while observing his injuries and demeanor, as if he had become accustomed to his current state. The note clearly outlined an underground organization established by the leading figures from 6 prominent domains across the globe: the entertainment sector ruled by dopamine, the money sector engaging in usury, the assassination sector dispatching missions worldwide, the intelligence sector housing a plethora of global information, the storage sector for various contraband items, and the transportation sector facilitating the movement of illicit goods. Upon seeing this organization, Arthur immediately associated it with the underbelly of the dark world, not expecting it to be established under someone's control. "What do you think I would be suited to join?" he asked Stussy, already leaning towards the idea of joining. The life of evasion had dealt him continuous blows. Without a semblance of safety or livelihood and unwilling to prey upon innocence, he realized he needed a job to survive. "That depends on you, doesn't it?" Stussy maintained her smile, her responses imbued with a touch of humanity. "I asked there money to be made?" Arthur questioned, as he deemed it wiser to trust in currency than in people. "Of course," Stussy replied with a grin, confident that Arthur's current prowess would yield him substantial profits, thereby alleviating any concerns he might harbor. "Then let's go," Arthur agreed without hesitation. Stussy was taken aback by how smoothly she had recruited him. Unaware that Arthur had been in search of a place of belonging, a refuge where he could feel secure, suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air, and in an instant, a bullet aimed at Arthur's front struck Stussy, who was abruptly cleaved in two by a flash of a blade. Stussy reacted just in time to see Arthur launching himself into the fray of pirates who had fired upon her. His body moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, his blade arcing towards the assailant. How dare he slice the bullet in half? The gunman gasped, his body ruptured and collapsing into a pool of blood. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd scattered in terror, unwilling to linger in the oppressive aura of impending death, as if they feared they might be the next victims in the lawless town of Magic Valley. Murder and mayhem were commonplace. Arthur had witnessed death every day since fleeing here. Such speed and swordsmanship, Stussy remarked. You will prove to be a formidable weapon that I do not indulge in the slaughter of innocents. I comprehend the principle of retribution, Arthur retorted, sheathing his blade as he approached her. His clothing, already tattered from the Navy's relentless pursuit, offered little warmth. How adorable, Stussy suddenly exclaimed, ruffling Cooper's head. Her soft, fair fingers enveloped him in blissful contentment. Cooper. She is so gentle, Arthur thought. Cooper closed his eyes in enjoyment and spoke to Arthur. What is he saying? Stussy inquired, glancing at Arthur. He says you are gentle, Arthur replied coolly, awaiting her next move while casting a disdainful glance at Cooper's blissful expression. Does he not realize that the gentler a woman appears, the more perilous she can be, Cooper? At this remark, Cooper froze, instinctively retreating behind Arthur, wary of Stussy. Ha ha ha, Stussy chuckled at his sudden shift, adding, but I assure you, I will not harm you. You have already suffered enough. Arthur observed Stussy with a cold stare, recognizing her as a youthful version of the notorious Bekeen, and curiously asked, How old are you? 1 year old. I have only just been born, Stussy replied, motioning towards the dock, inviting Arthur to join her. Come, the underground world welcomes you to undertake commission tasks, Arthur. With nowhere else to turn, Arthur had no choice but to follow. He retrieved his shattered recording pointer, casting it behind him. He pondered who the Navy would send next to apprehend him. Rather than continue fleeing and fighting, he desired to engage in something meaningful. A mere 1 year old? Arthur remarked. Stussy turned, pouting. What of it? I am still a sovereign in my own right, generating funds for my research. With such playful banter, Stussy expected Arthur to respond in kind, perhaps finding her charming. Instead, she discovered that his cold, unyielding gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion. Unmoved by her beauty, unfazed by her flirtation, he seemed to harbor no trust in anyone in this underground world, rife with clandestine dealings. It was embodied by a grand sailing ship. Upon arriving at the dock, Arthur beheld a colossal vessel, complete with an entire ecosystem, its vibrant atmosphere rivaling that of Magic Valley. Many pirates, recognizing the opportunity, eagerly boarded the magnificent ship. You look so forlorn. Perhaps I should find a few lovely ladies for you to unwind with on Pleasure Street, Stussy suggested, turning to Arthur as they ascended the ship's gangplank. Or perhaps you could attend to me personally. Arthur shot back with a cold gaze, remaining utterly unfazed, yet unable to suppress a teasing remark. Bekeen, in her 40s, was heavily made up with wrinkles adorning her face, while the Stussy before him appeared to be in her 20s, exuding youth and allure. Having endured much tragedy, she now felt liberated from any self-imposed constraints. How bold of you, daring me to serve you. Stussy found amusement in his suggestion, offering Arthur a playful smile. Upon closer inspection of Arthur's physique, she provocatively remarked, If we were to engage, I can only imagine the delight it would bring, were it anyone else. Stussy would never have dared to utter such words. Her desire for power and her keen perception of potential led her to believe Arthur would one day become an insurmountable force. She neither dismissed nor elaborated on her statement, merely leaving Arthur with an air of intrigue as they proceeded onto the deck. Such an open remark left Arthur at a loss for words, prompting him to inquire, Is such a response coded within your programming? Stussy was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Arthur viewed her merely as a clone. You truly are lacking in romantic sensibility, Stussy lamented. Her mood soured as Arthur noticed Stussy shoot him a disapproving glance. He pondered if he had indeed misspoken. Following her aboard, he found the deck patrolled by several armed sailors, yet nothing seemed amiss with the vessel. It was only when they entered the massive cabin that Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a realm of excess. Lavish indulgence, pulsating neon lights, and throngs of pirates reveling in the ambience surrounded him. Head to the commission hall. There you can accept tasks and earn money, Stussy instructed. Stussy entered her office on Joy Street, a beguiling smile gracing her lips as she addressed Arthur. If you wish to escape the chaos of combat and seek some relaxation, do feel free to come find me for a bit of merriment. You are always welcome here. With that, she closed the door to her office, leaving Arthur standing alone amidst the cacophony of the crowd. This sensation reminded Arthur of the intense camaraderie found in a bustling bar. He had not anticipated that the underworld would operate in such a manner. Get lost, brat. Be careful or I might just kill you. Do you dare disturb my enjoyment dressed so filthy? As Arthur followed the signs towards the commission hall, a man at a nearby table suddenly erupted in outrage. He was appalled by Arthur's tattered attire. smeared with dried blood. Are you addressing me? Arthur halted before the man's table, his annoyance palpable. Who else? You pauper, the man shouted back. With a resounding thud, Arthur's fist connected with the man's face, sending him flying out of the massive ship's cabin. As the crowd gasped at the gaping hole left in the ship's hull, they finally recognized Arthur's visage, that of the legendary ice-blade swordsman renowned across the seas. You enjoy yourself here. I'll be off to retrieve a mission, Arthur declared, placing Kubo amidst the man's table, causing the women to swirl around him in a flurry of attention. Startled by the scene, the dancers began to pamper Kubo with gentle caresses. Kubo, I don't like humans, Arthur, you scoundrel. I want a female eagle. Kubo blushed, accepting this unexpected indulgence. It had been nearly 2 years of either battling the navy or aimlessly hunting at sea, with no time for true relaxation. This was none other than the famed divine eagle of the seas, Cuckoo, ha ha ha. Upon leaving the territory of Joy Street, Arthur arrived at the commission hall, where a throng of individuals gathered to accept tasks. Alone at the front desk, he perused the offerings, finally understanding the allure of this underworld. It turned out that among the rewards for missions lay the tantalizing prospect of devil fruits. As he scanned the task board, Arthur's gaze locked onto a particular mission. Assassinate the MADS traitor, Quinn. Reward: 1 animal-type human fruit. Just as he was about to tear down the mission slip, a hulking figure, pale as death and brimming with muscle, snatched it away. The man was named Moria, towering at 692 cm, looking down at Arthur like a giant. Faced with Moria's imposing demeanor, Arthur remained unfazed, staring defiantly back. You can't be. Moria suddenly recognized Arthur's face, which had become legendary over the past year at sea. Moria, Arthur uttered instinctively upon seeing the familiar countenance. Upon hearing his name, Moria's lips curled into a smirk, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. So you know of my reputation. Arthur processed the information in his mind. Moria had reportedly faced defeat against Kaido multiple times over the past year. How could he still boast a reputation? Realizing that the only mission related to a devil fruit had been snatched away, Arthur decided to seek another. Let Moria go endure Kaido's wrath instead. In that moment, Stussy appeared outside the commission hall, calling out to Arthur, Arthur, come with me. As a clone, she exhibited little emotion. That urgency seemed to pulse through her tone. Arthur followed her into her office, warily asking, What's the matter? My main body has just been captured by the government. Vegapunk, the government warship is escorting him to Redport. Can you help me? I am hiring you to undertake a task. Stussy, who was the first to receive the news, appeared anxious yet maintained an air of composure. Arthur agreed, inquiring, What do I need to do? How much is the payment? 100 million berries. I need you to rescue him, Stussy stated earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Arthur. Redport, situated beneath the Holy Land Mariewa on the Red Continent, posed significant danger for Arthur should he venture there. May I ask who is escorting him? Arthur questioned Stussy, seeking to ascertain the intelligence that I don't know. I have no information on that. Are you brave enough to go? As long as the ship hasn't reached Redport, attacking that government warship will likely allow you to rescue the main body. Very well. Upon hearing Arthur's acquiescence, Stussy promptly produced a white card and handed it to him. This is the life card of the main body. Following its guidance will lead you to him. With Vegapunk captured and the MADS organization on the brink of collapse, Stussy felt compelled to devise a rescue plan. If her main body were to perish, she would be left questioning her very existence. Arthur held the life card of Vegapunk, asking, How do I set sail? My ship was sunk by the Navy. Over the past year, he had endured countless life and death battles, losing nearly all his belongings except for a knife and kubo. The record pointer and a small boat for your mission are all prepared for you, Stussy said, pushing a bag into Arthur's arms. Displaying an unwavering trust in him. A task worth 100 million berries to rescue the government-captured Vegapunk and intercept the ships of the world government was undeniably formidable, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the escorting party. I cannot guarantee the mission's success. I don't know who is escorting him. What if it's some kind of monster? I could be finished. As Arthur departed with the items, Stussy called after him. Just do your best. Arthur, goodbye. Days later, an incident that shocked the seas unfolded. The Redport attack reverberated throughout the Grand Line Paradise. Originally, Lieutenant Arthur had faced failure during the attack on the warship of the scientific defense deity Jagor Lucius Satan, and was reported seriously injured and missing. The news sent shockwaves through the world's various powers. Aboard the Moby Dick, a tall samurai clad in an orange haori was engrossed in reading the newspaper. White Chichi. I wish to challenge this boy. His life and death are uncertain. Yuta, you wish to challenge a ghost? Whitebeard retorted, exasperated. How did I not foresee that the boy would dare to attack a ship belonging to one of those old geezers? I wish to do so, in the name of the swordsman. Yuta, yearning for the adventures of the sea, longed to battle those known as swordsmen. Thus, he pouted towards Whitebeard, pleading to venture into the Grand Line. Seeing Yuta's pleading demeanor, Whitebeard grimaced, I truly have no way to deal with you. Since things have been relatively quiet with Shiki lately, you may go on an adventure for a while. Old man, the territories we've seized can be entrusted to the pirate crews that have allied with us. They seem quite reliable and loyal. Marco, the 1st Division captain, reported to Whitebeard, no one could have anticipated that the so-called genius had now become such a wretched sight. Drenched in blood and resembling a mere shadow of the polished naval persona he once held. He truly only 15. I recall him being just 14 when we last crossed swords. Isn't that a given? Fool. Everyone grows up. With Whitebeard's consent, the Moby Dick set sail for the Grand Line. In the Grand Line's paradise, aboard the colossal sailing ship of the underground organization. The newly crowned Empress of Joy Street, Stussy, struggled to comprehend the shocking news from the newspaper. Once again, Arthur graced the headlines, his battered visage captured during his arrest by the Navy. Stussy's expression paled as she read the article. Why is the one escorting the main body the scientific defense deity? One of the highest powers in the world? She lacked information on this matter and could not fathom why the main body warranted the direct escort of one of the 5 elders. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, as the sun dipped below the horizon aboard a warship, a commanding voice echoed, Remember, no one is to speak of this matter. Do you truly believe he's the sort to indiscriminately take lives? We understand, Lieutenant. Within the confines of the warship, a ship's doctor emerged and saluted Major Jiajian, stating, The situation has stabilized, Major Jiajian. Upon hearing this, Cooper, who had been waiting for a considerable time, opened his eyes and approached Jiajian, exclaiming, Cooper, is that true? I am profoundly grateful to you. That fool, truly beyond redemption. Jiajian, holding Arthur's life card, gazed sorrowfully at the hatch before him. You all are truly reckless, daring to assault such a formidable entity. Is that not tantamount to courting death? How shall we address or accommodate him? A soldier inquired of Jiajian, Find an island and cast him away. If he awakens to find himself aboard a naval vessel, he will surely wish to cleave me in two. Jiajian commanded. Fully aware from Guion that Arthur harbored a profound animosity towards the Navy, he was nearly unhinged at the mere sight of a warship. Nevertheless, a smile broke across his face as he mused. I wonder how he will feel upon awakening to discover he was saved by the Navy. We have breached military regulations. Major. To hell with military regulations. Remember, out here, we are brothers bound by life and death. Such rules are utterly irrelevant. As you command, Major. We shall sail 1 kilometer northward, and we will soon sight an island. It is advisable that we remain discreet. Major, Jiajian stepped before Cooper. Did you hear that, Cooper? You must take good care of your own master. Cooper, Arthur is my brother. We are not master and servant. Very well, very well. Jiajian entered the cabin and emerged, carrying the unconscious Arthur, tossing him to Cooper. Hurry and leave. I wish not to be burdened with any unnecessary troubles. Cooper soared away from Jiajian's warship with Arthur and TOW. He watched the distant figures of Arthur and Cooper fade away. Jiajian sighed. What on earth is happening within the Navy? How could they have tormented a youth radiating such noble righteousness into a mere perpetrator of national slaughter? This is no jest. Minutes later, at a dock on an island named Avar, atop the lookout of the Aljection, a child with blue hair and a red nose surveyed the ocean through a telescope. That can't possibly be the white-headed sea eagle. Can it? He muttered to himself, gazing at the approaching Cooper, uncertain if it truly was Arthur's pet. The tale of Arthur's exploits had spread across the seas, and Cooper had, naturally, gained considerable notoriety. Buggy, what do you see? Shanks shouted up to Buggy, who was stationed on the deck. Oh no, it truly is those two. The eagle with a claw mark on its left eye and the man. Buggy finally recognized Arthur and Cooper's full forms and dared to assert their identities. Meanwhile, within the island, Gold. Roger and Silver's Rayleigh were engaged in a fierce battle against an uncontrollable, rampaging monster, the clash reverberating with intensity on the Aljection. Only Buggy and Shanks remained to guard the ship. As Cooper flew to the dock, he sensed the tumult of battle emanating from within the island. He placed Arthur gently on the dock's wooden planks and nudged his head lightly in an attempt to rouse him. Buggy and Shanks peered from the Aljection, observing Cooper's actions on the dock with keen interest. Oh no, it really is him, Shanks. The one battling alongside Rayleigh is none other than the national slaughterer from Jarsburg. And they are all gathered together, Buggy exclaimed, his face pale with fear as he gazed down at Cooper and the unconscious Arthur, genuinely believing Arthur to be a national criminal and thus feeling trepidation. Buggy, do you not find this peculiar? Shanks scrutinized Arthur. If he were truly that brutal, why did he not kill us during the battle in the Sphinx Sea? Moreover, if he is as extreme as the Navy's newspapers portray him, the Eagle, as his pet, should have wiped out everyone on the island the moment they landed. No? After departing the warship, Arthur gradually awoke at the dock of Alva Town, observing the bandages on his body and recalling Jiajian's words aboard the ship. How presumptuous of me! I do not require the Navy's pity for my past as a dog of the Navy. Yet, despite his words, Arthur felt a deep sense of gratitude within. However, the past was irretrievable. Unchangeable, he could only look ahead, step by step, to reconstruct himself anew that he would not impose his tragic experiences and emotions upon others. Awake now. Quickly hide, Shanks urged. Huh? Sensing a timid aura, Arthur looked towards the Aljection. His eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the ship that on the ship's railing, Buggy concealed himself on the deck, wishing to avoid Arthur's gaze. However, Shanks remained composed, confronting Arthur directly, and inquired, "Long time no see. Navy, what on earth has transpired to bring you to such a state?" Arthur met the gaze of the young Shanks, who donned a straw hat, realizing that he possessed none of the future's imposing presence. He was merely a tender child now, yet his mental fortitude was frighteningly strong. That I am no longer part of the Navy. Nothing has transpired, and it is of no concern to you, Arthur replied flatly to Shanks. Then turned his gaze towards the island. Then what is your current objective? What do you intend to do? If you continue to be pursued by the Navy alone, you will perish. To challenge the strong. To pursue strength. Huh? Shanks was taken aback by Arthur's answer, suddenly following his gaze towards the island. Wait, you cannot mean. Who are your pirate crew fighting against? Arthur concentrated on the distant aura of battle. An oddly familiar sensation washing over him. Barrett, like you, is a super rookie. Barrett. Arthur clenched his jaw upon hearing the name. A mindless killing machine. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Barrett, knowing all too well that his current plight was closely tied to Barrett. Cooper, you're still injured. Don't let your anger get the better of you, Arthur. Cooper sensed Arthur's rising agitation and quickly interjected. I will cut him down, that damned fiend. Clearly, Arthur was beyond reason. And having just awakened, he was ready to plunge into another conflict. Hey, the captain and first mate do not take kindly to interruptions during their duel. You'd best, Shanks began to caution, but upon noticing that neither Arthur nor Cooper were heeding his advice, he sighed. What on earth is wrong with that guy? He is still injured yet acts so recklessly. From his hiding place on the deck, Buggy chimed in. Someone who attempted to assault Redport must have a screw loose. Yet you, what are you so afraid of? Buggy, you coward. Shanks, what did you say? I am not cowardly. That is merely survival instinct. Ha, cowardice is cowardice. What is there to explain? Do you want to fight? Let us do it. I fear no one. On the deck of the Aljection, Shanks and Buggy erupted into a brawl over their bickering. Arthur and Cooper arrived at the conflict site within Alva Island, where the mountains clashed. Hey, someone is coming. That face looks familiar. What is he doing here? The news said he was missing and presumed dead, right? The members of Roger's pirates instantly recognized Arthur and the old eagle trailing behind him, their faces lighting up with excitement and devoid of fear. As Roger observed the battle between Rayleigh and the challenger Barrett, he turned to face Arthur upon hearing the commotion. Just then, Roger suddenly began to cough violently. Covering his mouth with his hand, blood splattered across his entire palm, leaving the crew of the pirate ship in a state of shock. Captain Roger, the crew gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What is happening to me? Roger questioned, staring at the blood on his hand and the sudden symptoms coursing through his body. At that moment, a graceful man with a ponytail stepped in front of Arthur. This path is closed. Please take another route. Do not impede me. Where is Barrett? Arthur could hardly suppress his fury towards Barrett. As he gazed at Roger, who was crouched on the ground behind Spencer. The entire crew of Roger's pirates rushed to assist their captain. Only then did they notice something was amiss, unable to comprehend how such a powerful individual could be in such a state. They wondered why he was bleeding, why he displayed such a vulnerable side. In a fierce clash, Rayleigh and Barrett found themselves momentarily halting their battle as circumstances shifted. Barrett, having been deflected by Rayleigh's sword, expressed his discontent and inquired, "What is the matter? Was it not stated that one must defeat you to challenge the captain? Are the Roger pirates truly reneging on their word?" Rayleigh, observing Roger's ailing state, approached him, troubled by his frail appearance. Barrett, Arthur, seething with rage, unleashed his conqueror's hockey towards Barrett, who stood merely a stone's throw away amidst the crowd of the Roger pirates. Recognizing Arthur, Barrett smirked. "Isn't this the fellow I nearly pummeled to death? What brings you here?" Despite the overwhelming presence of Arthur's formidable hockey enveloping the vicinity, not a single member of the Roger pirates succumbed to its effects.